As the night receded, the intersecting buildings and streets stood in silence, the dim pre-dawn lights barely glowing. People lost in deep sleep were unaware of the silent rumble above the heavens. Then a boom. Like a sudden thunderclap or a cannonade. When the deafening sound exploded in Ji Luo's mind, he sat up abruptly from sleep, his heart pounding in terror. Again. Ji Luo scrambled out of bed, not even bothering with shoes, and rushed to the balcony. The dawn was near, the cloudless sky pure and cold like a frozen layer of ice. Behind this semi-transparent barrier, a gigantic eye spanning the entire sky hung above the heavens, gazing at the dimly lit human world. Look, look, look. What the hell are you looking at? Come and get me if you dare. Ji Luo planted his left hand on his hip and raised his right middle finger toward the sky, his bluster barely masking his fear. It was hard to imagine the sheer majesty and enormity of the creature blocked beyond the sky. Just one of its eyes filled the entire field of human vision, a pupil nearly 3 kilometers in diameter, deep and profound like the abyss, radiating a dazzling light like a dying star. Naturally, the unknown existence beyond the sky did not notice Ji Luo's provocation. It simply gazed silently at the sleeping world, then slowly retreated its eye. Darkness and mist gradually flowed in, enveloping and obscuring that colossal corner, and it vanished. Then, a thunderous boom crashed into Ji Luo's mind. Fuck. Ji Luo felt as if his head had been struck by a sledgehammer, instantly losing all 5 senses, and he fell stiffly to the ground. At that moment, beyond the ice-like sky barrier, a gigantic claw had already dug into the wall of the realm. Though it did not penetrate deeply, several fine cracks spread across the sky. Ji Luo lay on the ground, forgetting even to breathe. In his sight, the sky shattered like a glass dome, the barrier separating 2 worlds already showing a breach. A few seconds later, as if wary of something, the unknown being's claw withdrew from the sky barrier, slowly disappearing into darkness and mist, never to reappear. And the damage on the sky barrier healed, instantly vanishing as if nothing had ever happened. The sky is falling. Where are the tall ones? Come and hold it up. The world is so big, and can it be that I am the only one who can see it? Ji Luo lay limp on the ground for nearly an hour until the sky turned pale. He then crawled up and slowly returned to his room. Brushing teeth, washing face, breakfast. Morning light spilled in. Ji Luo sat blankly at the table, staring at the bowl of steaming porridge, his mind as chaotic and scattered as that morning 10 years ago. Back then he was only 14. He woke up groggily in the morning, inexplicably discovering that he had awakened a superpower. No epiphany, no transformation. Like breathing, he naturally grasped his transcendent talent. It had a simple name: return date. Upon contact with another evolved being, directly steal their talent, return it after 12 hours. Simple, yet powerful. As long as Ji Luo's body touched another evolved being, he could choose to gain their superpower, and that being would lose their power for 12 hours. It was easy to imagine how excited and inflated a teenager in the throes of puberty would feel upon suddenly discovering he had awakened such a powerful superpower. From that day on, still in the 2nd year of middle school, Ji Luo, while fantasizing about a future of dominating the world, began searching for other evolved beings like himself. After all, without other evolved beings, his superpower was as good as useless. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched or tried, he never encountered a single other evolved being besides himself. Not to mention the strange looks from those around him. Eventually, even Ji Luo himself began to wonder if he was suffering from delusions. But no matter how much he doubted himself in the dead of night, he could feel a power rooted deep in his soul, quietly waiting for the day it would finally be used. Only that day never came, and the price Ji Luo paid was already due. Once a top student, because of the awakening of his superpower, he completely strayed from his original path. He could no longer focus on studying. His entire middle school years were spent in a floating, distracted state of mind. Under these circumstances, his academic performance was predictable. Later, he barely managed to get into an ordinary high school, spent 3 years skipping classes and playing truant, and ultimately failed to enter college, stepping into society without any preparation. To fill his stomach alone, Ji Luo started working all sorts of jobs: flyering, delivery, food delivery, sales, trying various occupations, moving through different cities and jobs. But one thing never changed: all these jobs required him to come into contact with large numbers of strangers. Ji Luo awakened his power at 14, started working at 19, and now he was 24. A full 10 years. He had awakened his superpower 10 years ago, yet never used it once. Not even once. 10 years. If not for that big eye, I'd think I was mentally ill. Ji Luo thought of the past days and couldn't help shaking his head. He picked up the bowl of plain congee and ate his breakfast in silence. 3 years ago, after 7 years of vainly searching for other evolved beings, he finally gave up this meaningless delusion and started a new life. Shortly after that, the gigantic eye appeared above the heavens, lurking behind the sky barrier, often gazing at this world. Except for Ji Luo, no one could see the colossal eye spanning the sky, nor could they feel the thunderous shock when it struck the world's barrier. Only Ji Luo, an evolved being who had never activated his power in 10 years, saw all this and felt it, but he was powerless to change anything, and no one would believe the ravings of a mental patient. The interval shortens by another 8 minutes. After finishing his meal, Ji Luo took a notebook from a drawer and began calculating based on the times marked inside. To be precise, from the first appearance of the eye beyond the sky to today, exactly 1128 days. 3 years, and a little over 1 month. Every time it appeared, Ji Luo recorded it to the exact second, and he had already calculated the pattern. The intervals between the giant eye's appearances were shortening, from once every 2 or 3 months at first to once a month to now once every 10-odd days. The increase in frequency was obvious, and the duration of its gaze had gone from a dozen seconds initially to less than a minute now. It first struck the sky barrier about half a year ago. Since then, every appearance of the giant eye was accompanied by a thunderous roar in the mind, but only this time its claw dug into the realm wall, leaving cracks in the heavy sky. This world is getting more and more wrong. Will I really wake up one day to find the world destroyed? Ji Luo grabbed his hair in frustration, carefully put away the notebook. He wanted to do something to ease this doomsday countdown. But what could he do? What good would it do? He was too poor to afford meat. Without hesitation, what spare money did he have to save the world? The sky will fall, a maiden will marry. Let it be. If I don't find a job soon, I'll be sleeping on the streets next month. Ji Luo was now lying flat and taking whatever came. He opened his phone intending to look for nearby jobs, but unexpectedly a call came in. Wang Zilin. Ji Luo hadn't expected this long-lost friend to call him today. He could guess Wang Xilin's purpose, and for that reason, he hesitated whether to answer. But apparently Wang Xilin's persistence won over Ji Luo's hesitation. When the phone rang for the third time, Ji Luo finally answered. Hey Ji Luo, you finally answered. I've got a job here. I need you to make a trip. 10 days, 100,000. 10 days, 100,000. In Ji Luo's heart, Wang Zilin had always been someone worth knowing, but not worth befriending deeply. The Wang family ran a logistics transport business, and 4 years ago Ji Luo had worked for them for a time, performing quite well. The trucking trade, traversing north and south, never ceasing day or night, was fraught with accidents and dangers. Yet for over half a year, Ji Luo's every transport arrived safely and on time, without a single mishap. Later, when Wang Zilin began to take over the family business, Ji Luo became his lead, guiding him for 2 or 3 months. It was during this time that Wang Zilin witnessed Ji Luo's extraordinary fighting skills and grew enthusiastic toward him. Afterward, Ji Luo declined his request to become his apprentice in martial arts and resigned, leaving the job. But Wang Zilin persistently kept in touch with Ji Luo, occasionally inviting him as a paid external helper for difficult jobs, offering high prices. When Ji Luo was strapped for cash, he would take the gig. However, being a man with secrets, Ji Luo always maintained sufficient caution and distance from flamboyant people like Wang Zilin. Ji Luo, don't worry, it's not a shady job. It's just a delivery for Xinshi Biopharmaceutical. A lot of cargo, and I don't trust other drivers. You're the first I thought of. On the phone, Wang Xilin's voice was passionate and excited, undeterred by Ji Luo's silence growing more urgent as he spoke. The route is from Chonglin City to Shanghai City, over 1,000 kilometers. If you can deliver within 10 days, the 100,000 yuan will be all yours, not a cent less. Ji Luo, I know you're short on cash lately. If you agree, I can pay you in advance. All right. Ji Luo listened quietly, hesitated for a long while, then finally agreed. Ji Luo didn't want to deal with Wang Zilin, but he was offering too much. Okay, Ji Luo, I'll send you an address. Take a cab here quickly. Ji Luo spoke little in front of others, and Wang Zilin knew his personality. After a few instructions, he hung up. In the early morning light, Ji Luo sat on the chair for a moment, then rose to wash the dishes in the sink. His hands dripping with water, he stood before the bathroom mirror, tousling his hair. After a long pause, he went to change clothes in the other room. Ji Luo wasn't a man who feared death, he was simply accustomed to caution. After getting into a taxi, he researched Xinshi Biopharmaceutical, but the results were troubling. Xinshi Biopharmaceutical was a multinational company of modest, visible scale. Since it wasn't publicly listed, disclosed information was scant. It was evident that it invested heavily in research projects and collaborated with many renowned research institutions. What puzzled Ji Luo was that Xinshi Biopharmaceutical actually had its own logistics network covering the entire country, well established across land, sea, and air. So why would it outsource transport to a logistics company? And at such a high price? Troublesome. Ji Luo flipped through the limited information, considering various possibilities and dangers, growing more aware of the job's difficulty. The address Wang Zilin gave was a bit remote. The taxi took nearly an hour. Upon arrival, Wang Zilin, who had been waiting at the entrance, rushed over. Ji Luo, you're finally here. The meeting is almost over, but you can still catch the tail end. Wang Zilin skipped the pleasantries and hurriedly led Ji Luo into the office building. Going up to the 3rd floor, they entered a massive conference hall through a side door. On the podium, a man in a suit was speaking eloquently. Ji Luo listened for a moment and realized he wasn't talking about the logistics arrangement, but about the prospects for future cooperation. Ji Luo, see all these people. Over 50 logistics companies. Xinshi Biopharmaceutical will choose 30 for long-term cooperation. This transport job is a test. Wang Zilin spoke in a low voice, handing over a file. Ji Luo, already sensing something amiss, frowned as he read the contents. Xinshi Biopharmaceutical had for some reason divided the route from Chonglin City to Shanghai City into 30 entirely separate paths for the 30 chosen companies with no overlap. What's the meaning of these routes? Treating logistics like a courier service for valuables. And they've set strict time schedules for each route, mandating arrival in Shanghai City on the same day. Ji Luo, keep your voice down. Everyone's puzzled, but they're paying well and calling it route testing. Why ask too many questions? Oh, and Xinchi said each truck will have 2 people assigned to prevent accidents. Wang Zilin wasn't foolish. He also saw the oddity of this operation. But with the bait of long-term cooperation, none of those present would turn down money, overlooking their concerns. Ji Luo, to be honest, I originally wanted Old Li to handle this. But seeing this situation, I didn't dare. Only you running this route would set my mind at ease. There's a test later. Ji Luo had flipped to the last page of the file, which mentioned a test as formal as a competition. A draw, then testing. I've never seen a bid like this from Xinchi. No price negotiation, only speed. Like a nouveau riche. Let's do the test first then. Ji Luo didn't commit to the job directly. He'd see how it went. If he couldn't even pass the test, there was no point in discussing it further. All right. Wang Zilin smiled and nodded, clearly confident in Ji Luo. At that moment, the man on stage finished speaking and gestured for a few office workers to enter, guiding everyone out to the back area for testing. Ji Luo and Wang Zilin followed the crowd out of the office building. A tall office worker came forward with a lottery box, and all the drivers drew numbers to begin the tests in order. Ji Luo drew number 35 quite far back. Wang Zilin stood beside him watching the tests and growing even more confident in Ji Luo. Ji Luo, these guys are nowhere near your level. It's a sure thing. Hopefully. I need to use the restroom. Ji Luo didn't sound too certain. He turned and left the testing area, pretending to look for a restroom, wandered around, then returned to the office building and went up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was very empty. Ji Luo walked along, seeing few people. He knew where the restroom was, but still took a detour before entering. This branch office has a lot of space, but not many people. Ji Luo's walk wasn't wasted. He had noticed the company's financial strength, but questioned the staff allocation. Not to mention, a lot of places just have nameplates without any people or open doors. That's a big problem. And it's not the weekend, so they can't all be on sick leave. Ji Luo left the restroom and began washing his hands before the mirror. Just then a young woman emerged from the women's restroom. She glanced sidelong at Ji Luo, washed her hands hastily, and turned into a corridor. Ji Luo, seemingly lost in thought, showed no reaction to her glance. He turned off the tap, applied some soap, and carefully rinsed the foam. With his hands dripping, Ji Luo stepped back, glanced at the women's restroom, then looked around, walked to where the woman had stood, and mimicked her actions, replaying the scene. Generally, women wash their hands thoroughly after using the restroom, and they always dry them with paper or air dryers. But she didn't. As an office worker, her OL suit should have been well fitted and sharp, but the clothes on that young woman were clearly loose, and she wore light sports shoes, which anyone would find odd. Ordinarily, a frail-looking woman would turn her head to look at someone, not rudely scan them up and down with a sidelong glance. When walking, her posture would be slightly more relaxed, with her center of gravity a bit back. But she didn't do that either. These simple details become subconscious habits. But if someone violates them, it indicates they're focused on something so important they've forgotten themselves. Troublesome. Ji Luo paused at the entrance of the women's restroom, then stepped inside. Most of the stall doors were open, only one was locked. Ji Luo knocked, but got no response. Yet faintly he could hear the sound of someone breathing. At least she's not dead. Ji Luo had no interest in forcing open the stall. He left the restroom and followed the trail of water droplets on the floor, beginning to trace the path. Empty, silent. Earlier he had encountered a few office workers, but now the corridors were completely deserted. Suddenly a phone ringtone came from a side room, playing a song. The call went unanswered, the music persisting. Ji Luo stepped quietly, approached the door where the music was coming from, and pushed it gently. It opened. Inside, 2 male employees lay on the floor, still breathing, but unconscious. Ji Luo walked in from the doorway, observing the uncluttered scene. He reenacted the situation in his mind, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Such a clean technique. Without any hesitation, the person had walked into the room straight ahead. The first male employee rose to greet them, and when he got within half a meter, a precise chop to the side of his neck sent him collapsing without warning. Then, without pausing, the person reached the second employee before he could react, grabbed him by the neck, forced out the desired information, and then struck the back of his head with a heavy blow, discarding him under a desk. From the moment they entered, they barely stopped moving. They completed their goal within 30 seconds. Impressive judgment. Is that so? Thanks for the compliment. At that moment, a cool, clear voice drifted through the air, and the pleasant ringtone abruptly ceased. Footsteps outside the door came to a halt. Ji Luo prided himself on his perception, which far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, yet from beginning to end, he had not detected anyone approaching. When the voice sounded behind him, Ji Luo's hair stood on end in an instant, and he spun around abruptly, every muscle in his body taut, like a drawn bowstring. Outside the door, the young woman he had briefly encountered before stood there with an expressionless face. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes fixed on Ji Luo, her pupils devoid of any discernible emotion. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, her heavy makeup concealing her true features, yet the exquisite contours of her face could not be hidden, especially her deep, tranquil eyes, which were unforgettable at first glance. You found out. The young woman's voice was icy, her tone utterly flat. Though it was a question, she delivered it as if it were a statement. Yeah, I went and knocked on the door. Ji Luo naturally understood what she was asking. He nodded, his defensive posture never relaxing. Where was the flaw? The shoes. I see. A pity I'm not used to wearing high heels. The young woman nodded with an air of seriousness. Faced with Ji Luo's guarded stance, she gave a non-committal pout, her tone still detached. Of the 30 transport routes, do you know which one Sister Ying Luo is on? Huh, no I don't. Ji Luo hadn't expected her to change the subject so abruptly. He responded purely on reflex, but the moment the words left his mouth he regretted it. His answer was problematic. If he knew nothing, why would he answer, I don't know? So, you're one of them then. A rookie. Your nerves are wound too tight, it's easy to probe your weaknesses. The young woman lowered her eyelids, slightly drawing a half-arm-length short blade from the small of her back. Fresh blood stained the blade, not yet dried, yet not dripping either. No, I think you've misunderstood. I'm a logistics driver. I have nothing to do with any of this. Ji Luo began to realize that every word of their conversation had been a test. Her every move, every utterance, every expression was meant to intimidate and manipulate, all to extract as much information from him as possible. Is that so? For the first time a flicker of expression crossed her face. Her gaze shifted slightly, and a peculiar amused smile played on her lips. Danger. Suddenly Ji Luo sensed the breath of death. Without hesitation, he stepped back, seized the chair beside him with his right hand, and hurled it forward with all his might. In that hair's breadth of a moment, a blade of light, barely visible to the naked eye, slashed down before Ji Luo. At its lowest point, the blade flipped abruptly, sweeping upward in of shape, cleaving the chair he had thrown cleanly in two. Truly, an admirable reaction speed. The young woman held the short blade, her gaze sweeping over the remnants of the chair on the floor, before fixing her cold eyes on Ji Luo, a fierce, killing intent beginning to spread within them. You're an evolver. Ji Luo stared at the blade's extraordinary lethal sharpness, feeling his mind go blank. A jumble of chaotic thoughts and bitter emotions surged within him, steeped in a sense of unreality. Ji Luo himself could hardly believe that he had finally truly encountered another evolver besides himself. An evolver, of course. The young woman's voice suddenly grew hoarse, as if too many emotions were lodged in her heart, leaving her unable to speak, only to bare fangs and spill blood like a wild beast. So you are one of them. What's your mission? Protecting that manager Duan? Arranging Sister Ying Luo's secret transport? Or are you here to capture me? If not, I didn't. Ji Luo knew the young woman had completely misunderstood. He desperately wanted to explain everything, but in that moment, looking into her wild, beast-like eyes, he understood that the misunderstanding and prejudice were already set. No explanation would be of any use. It was unimaginable. What kind of hatred, what kind of pain, what kind of resentment could drive a young woman to an expression that seemed to yearn to devour flesh and blood? Now all she wanted was to kill him, even if it meant her own death. My name is Ji Luo. What's yours? Ji Luo abandoned his futile, hollow explanations. He grabbed the coat rack beside him, adopting a posture of desperate struggle, but in truth he began planning his escape. Fighting and killing were two entirely different concepts. Her earlier strike had already made him clearly aware of the gap between them. Unless he could escape, he was doomed. Su Qinghan. The young woman softly spoke her name, and in that instant Ji Luo swung the coat rack like a staff, smashing it down toward her. The silver short blade in the young woman's hand moved like an extension of her arm. Each slash traced a silver thread through the air. The stone base of the coat rack was instantly severed. Then with a single motion, she shot forward like a cannonball, crashing straight into Ji Luo. From the very beginning, Ji Luo had no intention of fighting her to the death. He hurled the broken coat rack aside and flipped over the two tables beside him. Books, pen holders, calendars, all rained down in a chaotic cascade of debris. Without looking back, Ji Luo bolted for the window, intending to smash through the glass and escape from the third floor. Too obvious. Su Qinghan had experienced countless battles and killings. She saw through his plan at a glance and was already prepared. In that moment, she leaped from the edge of a suspended table, her thrown short blades slicing through paper and pen shafts piercing straight through Ji Luo's calf from behind. Ji Luo had never felt such pain. He stumbled and crashed to the ground. Before he could struggle to his feet, the figure behind him rushed forward with the wind. Gritting his teeth, Ji Luo swung his left elbow at her face, but Su Qinghan caught it with both hands, twisting and seizing his elbow and wrist. And in that instant, Ji Luo and Su Qinghan's bodies made contact. In that moment, amidst the chaos and agony, Ji Luo felt a certain tremor in his soul. He clearly sensed something flowing from Su Qinghan's body through the point of contact and into his own. And so the talent ability known as Return Date transformed, becoming Death Return. Death Return automatically activates upon death, reverting the soul to the anchor point in time. This is... After seizing Su Qinghan's talent ability, Ji Luo understood everything about it instantly, as if awakening his own superpower. Because of this, the way Ji Luo looked at Su Qinghan changed completely, but Su Qinghan did not notice. She twisted his elbow and wrist, sharply wrenching his left arm into a twisted mess, rendering it completely useless. What the hell? You. Ji Luo was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face, but Su Qinghan mercilessly grabbed his right arm and with a crack dislocated his shoulder joint. Now both of Ji Luo's arms were useless and his left leg was pierced by the blade, blood flowing steadily. Ji Luo, tell me everything you know and I might let you go. Su Qinghan calmly pulled the short blade from his calf, flicking the blood off with practiced ease, a certain grim beauty in her movements. Su Qinghan, believe it or not, I am not part of any organization. I've lived alone for 10 years and no one has ever helped me. Ji Luo's cheeks trembled with pain, but he couldn't afford to curse or vent. He knew that the most important thing now was to extract as much information as possible from Su Qinghan, or at least find a way to get on her good side. In short, just as Su Qinghan had done earlier, Ji Luo now had to set aside his emotions and do everything in his power to uncover the truth. Because death was no longer an end, but yet another beginning. Su Qinghan watched Ji Luo's furious expression, her brow slowly furrowing. She placed the short blade at her side and emptied all of his pockets. Phone keys, cash. Su Qinghan examined them carefully, finding no hidden compartments or secrets. She pressed her lips together, her expression grimly serious. The phone password is 541,111. Go ahead and look. Ji Luo sighed, lying back on the floor. 3 of his 4 limbs were now broken, the pain excruciating, but at least he wouldn't die anytime soon. Without a word, Su Qinghan meticulously checked everything on his phone, every app, every message. The result was obvious. Ji Luo had been living an ordinary life, and the records on his various apps clearly showed his activities over the past few months, even years. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Now do you believe me? I'm not your enemy. Can we talk? Ji Luo watched the turmoil flickering in her eyes, unsure whether to hate her, resent her, or pity her. This young woman, who appeared to be only 18, had no idea how many deaths she had experienced or how many years beyond her age she had endured. The hatred and pain accumulated along the way had caused her to lose herself. I can't be sure. Su Qinghan shook her head, stubbornly refusing to divulge any information. She had endured too many schemes and betrayals, and her hands were already stained with blood. She was the righteous one, the wicked one, the unforgivable one, and the one with no way out. I can't trust you, so I have to kill you. But I promise next time I will be certain of who you are, whether you need to die. The young woman held back all her emotions, her hand trembling almost imperceptibly. She picked up the short blade beside her, gripped it tightly, and then her hand stopped shaking. You can curse me, hate me. He'll accept it all. All right, I understand. Ji Luo grasped her meaning, so he was calm. Even with a hint of regret, he could accept it with equanimity. This kind of thing, this kind of situation. She must have faced it many times before. Though it defied common sense, this must be the principle she had established after countless agonizing struggles and regrets. Right or wrong, no more words, no mercy. To commit a mistake was to end one's own life, carrying the scarred memories, and save everything once more. As for the past that existed only in her memory, it was neither love nor hate, merely the darkness and weight she had no choice but to bear. Thank you. Su Qinghan looked into Ji Luo's calm eyes, holding firm at the edge of her heart, refusing to let her fragile emotions break through. She raised the blade and brought it down with decisive force, so fiercely that it seemed to leave a scar in his gaze. Farewell. A thunderous boom echoed through the silence. Like a sudden clap of thunder, or the simultaneous roar of cannon fire, as the immense sound resounded within his mind, once more Ji Luo, who had been fast asleep, sat up with a jolt, like a corpse returning to life. Back? Am I really back? Ji Luo pinched his left arm in panic, then patted his left leg. After confirming that everything was intact, he let out a long, relieved sigh. What a thrill. This was the first time Ji Luo had died in his life. Though the experience was somewhat painful, upon careful reflection, he found it rather peculiar. Death in return, huh? Ji Luo glanced at the time, slipped on his slippers, and walked with a soft patter to the balcony. Dawn was near, the night was deep, and the sky was as vast and pure as a crystalline fortress. On the other side, a gigantic pupil blotting out all the stars spanned the limits of his vision, filling every corner of his sight. It gazed upon this slumbering world, its color as boundless and icy as a sea of stars. Big Eyeball, is it really true that no one but me can see you? If no one else can, then why me? If there are others, what are they doing? After 10 years of anticipation and searching, Ji Luo had finally encountered an evolutionist other than himself and successfully utilized his innate ability. This fulfillment after such a long pursuit shifted Ji Luo's mindset. For the first time, he had the leisure to appreciate and scrutinize the giant pupil above the sky. The way you hold the galaxy in your pupil is simply too beautiful. Big Eyeball, with such beautiful eyes. Don't get such beautiful ideas. Ji Luo placed his hands on the railing, gradually applying pressure. In his line of sight, the giant pupil beyond the sky retreated, darkness and mist gradually spreading and enveloping it, causing its grand corner to vanish. Come on. Ji Luo closed his eyes, gritting his teeth tightly. After a brief wait, a thunderous roar like a hammer crashed into his mind. Humph. Though Ji Luo had prepared himself, he still stumbled, but this time he did not fall to the ground. Young man, you fight with no martial honor. Ji Luo coughed a few times and couldn't help but grin. He looked up, watching as the claws of an unknown being withdrew from the sky, slowly disappearing into the darkness and mist. In the watery night, the breach in the sky gradually mended and vanished. Ji Luo silently watched this, still seemed solemn and heavy. I'm only 5'10". Oh, I can't be the tallest one, can I? Ji Luo turned and walked back inside, closing the door tightly behind him. For some reason, now that his emotions had calmed, Su Qinghan suddenly came to mind. To be honest, the final stab the girl had driven into his heart was far too precise and clean. That single strike could only be described as breathtakingly brilliant, and for Ji Luo the victim, it was almost a form of mercy. And after delivering that stab, Su Qinghan had kept her eyes fixed on Ji Luo, never looking away, as if in remembrance, as if in mourning. At that moment the girl's eyes glistened as if she were about to cry, but she refused, stubbornly pressing her lips together, without even a single word of apology. And this was the greatest reproach and guilt. She's only a sophomore or junior in high school, yet she won't let herself off the hook. Still just a child. Though Ji Luo had died by Su Qinghan's hand, he bore no resentment or hatred toward her. However, how to interact with her next required careful consideration. If this were a two-dimensional world, one's morals would certainly follow their looks. But in the real world, a beautiful girl trapped in hatred and madness who could kill you with her own hands must be handled with caution. Moreover, Ji Luo had very little information to go on. Su Qinghan, around 18 or 19 years old with the innate ability Death, in return used a short blade as her weapon, possessed exceptional close combat skills, and excelled in fighting and killing. She would enter the office building of Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals branch around 10 in the morning, knock out a clerical worker in the restroom, change into her clothes, then clear out the entire third floor, achieving a perfect infiltration. As for the rest, Ji Luo sat in his chair meticulously recalling every detail of his encounter with Su Qinghan, organizing every useful piece of information. First, because of her innate ability, Su Qinghan placed little value on her own life. In any situation, she would not simply end things, but would constantly probe, using actions, words, and expressions to coerce and induce, extracting as much information as possible. From this perspective, Su Qinghan was the type who could engage in conversation, but her wariness and indifference toward people were too extreme. Talk therapy would likely be useless. As for Su Qinghan's goal, Ji Luo had a vague guess. After all, her first substantive probe at him had been, among the 30 transport routes, do you know which one Sister Luo is on? Working backward and hypothesizing, Su Qinghan had a grudge against Xinchi Biopharmaceutical, and the key point was this Sister Luo. Now Sister Luo was in the hands of Xinchi Biopharmaceutical, and their logistics tender from Chonglin City to Shanghai City was precisely for transporting this person. Following this line of thought, the reason Xinchi Biopharmaceutical had sought out 30 logistics companies to take 30 completely different routes was clearly to prevent Su Qinghan from hijacking the shipment. Without a doubt, the side of Xinchi Biopharmaceutical is also well aware of Su Qinghan. They have clearly detected the flaws and weaknesses of Death and Return. This world always follows the principle of energy conversion and equivalent exchange. Although Death and Return had the ability to traverse time with the soul, its cost was by no means negligible. If Su Qinghan continuously performed Death and Return after 20 or 30 regressions, whether she could rescue the person was unknown, but the first thing to collapse would be her soul. Moreover, the save point of Death and Return, known as the time mark, had its own rules and constraints. Therefore, with 30 transport routes running without any overlap, Su Qinghan could not possibly confirm the truth through Death and Return. To rescue the person, she would have to take another path. After Su Qinghan discovered that I was an evolutionist, she said, "So you're one of them. What's your mission?" "Protect that manager Duan. Arrange the secret transport of Sister Luo. Or, are you here to catch me?" From this, it could be seen. Protecting manager Duan, arranging the transport of Sister Luo, and capturing Su Qinghan. These three possible missions were hypotheses Su Qinghan had deduced based on her understanding of her opponents. They might not be correct, but they certainly had sufficient justification. Manager Duan. Is that the man speaking on stage? Ji Luo had caught the tail end of the meeting and naturally remembered the branch manager who coordinated everything. Su Qinghan had infiltrated the venue presumably to find him. However, it was clear she had not obtained the information she sought. To Ji Luo, this was perfectly normal. From a certain perspective, since Xinchi Biopharma hadn't assigned protection to manager Duan, the man was essentially worthless, a mere tool. There was even another hypothesis: perhaps no one knew which vehicle Sister Luo was in. Everything was randomized, left to chance, making it impossible for Su Qinghan to investigate. But that was pure luck. If Su Qinghan's Sister Luo was of utmost importance, such a method would never be used. Sigh. The information I have is still far too limited. Ji Luo racked his brains, but could only come up with these thoughts. He had barely spent a few minutes with Su Qinghan, and their conversation amounted to less than a short essay. The information was ultimately insufficient. It seems no matter what, I need to make contact with Su Qinghan again. Ji Luo reached out and touched his chest, still shuddering at the memory of her blade. To be honest, Ji Luo had no desire to experience death a second time. However, when death was truly necessary, he would not shy away from it. After all, as long as he could get close to Su Qinghan, he could use return date to seize her death return and start over once more. By the way, when I seized Su Qinghan's death return, she showed no sign of abnormality. That means she had no idea her innate ability was gone. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that unless the person uses their ability, they wouldn't even know it had been taken from them? Ji Luo himself was pleasantly surprised by this realization. It was a silent way to reap huge rewards. If managed well, someone could lose their innate ability without knowing how or who took it. This needs to be studied carefully. Ji Luo's mindset was truly different now. After 10 years of arduous searching, he had finally encountered someone of his kind. As long as he kept an eye on her, finding other revolvers would be no trouble. As for death return, Ji Luo leaned his head back against the chair, pondering the peculiarities of this innate ability. First, the activation condition for death return was death. It was a passive ability. Its effect was to revert the soul to a designated point in time, acting upon the soul itself. The judgment was temporal, and it did not affect the physical bodhi's state. After Ji Luo had seized Su Qinghan's innate ability, he could be certain that she could no longer perform death return. Yet after Ji Luo completed death return, his soul returned to 6 in the morning, and his innate ability was return date, not death return. So, could the vanished death return ability ever return to Su Qinghan? Or even if death return could return to Su Qinghan, would it activate after 12 hours, or at the very moment of Ji Luo's death? Return date. When will you return? I cannot say. This must be confirmed. Ji Luo dared not be careless about matters concerning life and death, no matter what. This had to be tested. After all, it was too important. If Ji Luo seized Su Qinghan's death return and activated it, and death return did not return to her, then she would permanently lose her time-traveling ability. Ji Luo could act on the information obtained before death and resolve everything perfectly. But if death return returned to Su Qinghan after Ji Luo's death, then she could also use death return to counter his plans. The two would be caught in an infinite loop leading to endless chaos. Why should I return something I took with my own ability? I'm already dead. What return date is there? Ji Luo fervently hoped his innate ability would be as shameless as he was, otherwise he wouldn't be arranging Su Qinghan's fate, but she would be secretly orchestrating his. However, this was not difficult to test. If Su Qinghan's actions deviated from the information Ji Luo had, it meant she had successfully performed death return after his death. Conversely, it would prove Ji Luo was the loop terminator. As long as he seized her death return every time they met and died within 12 hours, Su Qinghan would never know him. Su Qinghan, who possessed death return, must have grown accustomed to staying in the shadows, knowing all the information. She would never imagine that in a place unseen a madman was watching her every move. Slurp, this is too fast. No, this is too twisted. Ji Luo let his mind wander for a moment, but quickly regained his focus. Ji Luo also understood that although he could play the role of an omniscient observer by seizing Su Qinghan's death return, this situation was fragile and dangerous. After all, death return was Su Qinghan's own innate ability. If she discovered Ji Luo's existence and successfully activated death return, everything would be lost. Su Qinghan gave the impression of a lone wolf, extremely high combat prowess, and a profound lack of security. If the two became enemies unless Ji Luo struck first, seizing her death return and killing her within 12 hours, he would never know peace. So, regarding Su Qinghan, I need to understand her first, her character, personality, worldview, to see if we can become friends. If possible, it's best to become friends, even allies. There was no help for it. Death return was too overpowered with few countermeasures. Even capturing her wouldn't allow killing, she would have to be imprisoned until death. Speaking of which, Su Qinghan has death return and still can't deal with InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharma. Doesn't that mean it's even more formidable? Suddenly Ji Luo felt he had discovered a crucial point. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Think about it. Su Qinghan, with her death return allowing soul reversion through time, was still being suppressed by InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharma. If he with his meager strength rashly got involved, he would likely end up utterly destroyed. No, I must be cautious and not act recklessly. First, make contact with Su Qinghan, figure out the situation, and ideally become a third-party observer hidden in the shadows. Ji Luo firmly established his action principles. His contact with Su Qinghan must leave room for retreat, at least until he had self-protection capabilities. He could not expose himself and must proceed slowly. In about 2 hours, Wang Xiaolan's call will come. Regardless of the outcome, I need to prepare. At this moment, Ji Luo had a rough plan in mind. He hastily finished breakfast, changed into a light-colored casual outfit, put on a hood and mask, and slung a worn travel bag over his shoulder. Like a solitary traveler, he disappeared into the morning light. Hey Ji Luo, you finally picked up. I've got a job for you. 10 days, 100,000 yuan. In the corridor, Wang Xiaolan struggled to contain his excitement, but his voice still brimmed with fervor as he spoke to Ji Luo on the other end of the line. Ji Luo, don't worry, it's not shady business. Just a delivery for Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals. Deal. You agreed. Great. They'll send you the address now. Get a cab over here, ASAP. After receiving Ji Luo's confirmation, Wang Xiaolan couldn't help but wave his arm in exhilaration. After hanging up, he sent the address to Ji Luo, his mind already envisioning a long-term partnership with Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals. It's settled. With Ji Luo here, it's a sure win. Humming an unfamiliar tune, Wang Xiaolan slipped through the side door back into the meeting room and returned to his seat. Now emboldened, Wang Xiaolan found manager Duan's speech on stage grating. He couldn't help glancing left at the young woman beside him, a girl with an aloof aura likely from some logistics company. While others scrambled to contact drivers for the test, she alone sat listening to the pointless ramble, diligently taking notes. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19. Heavy makeup obscured her true features, but her delicate facial structure was undeniable, especially her deep, serene eyes. Unforgettable at first sight. Frankly, Wang Xiaolan usually disliked young girls. They carried too much naivety and lacked a woman's maturity and intellect. Yet from this girl he sensed a peculiar aura, broadly describable as a sense of transcendent detachment. In all his years, he had only seen such an aura in one person, Ji Luo. Miss, may I ask your surname? The girl, clearly surprised by his approach, turned to glance at him, frowned slightly, but still replied. My surname is Su. Miss Su, a pleasure. Wang Zilin. He extended his right hand for a handshake, but she merely nodded, offering no hand. Su Qinghan. She spoke her name softly, her gaze fixed on his eyes, as if searching for something. Wang Zilin, with a clear conscience, met her stare without flinching. Su Qinghan, don't bother writing that down. Manager Duan's talk is mostly useless. In our logistics business, who doesn't hit a snag on the road? A slight delay throws off the whole schedule. Are you saying not all 30 transport routes can arrive on time? Su Qinghan put down her pen, suddenly intrigued. Seeing her turn, Wang Zilin perked up and began to show off. Honestly, InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceuticals routes from Chonglin City to Shanghai City vary in length. The short ones have plenty of time, no problem. But the long ones, 10 days is way too tight. If the money weren't good, no one would dare take on this porcelain job. So, which ones will miss the deadline? And by how long? Su Qinghan flipped through the company's handout to the route descriptions and gestured for him to point them out. I won't say for sure, but these 5 mountain routes are all risky. My driver is top-notch, among the best, but even I wouldn't send him on those 5. Wang Zilin waved his hand vaguely, implying not anyone in particular, but that everyone present was inferior. If he wouldn't take the job, they couldn't possibly succeed. As for how late, I'd say at least 5 days. 5 days. Su Qinghan was somewhat surprised by his answer. Lost in thought, she unconsciously licked her lips, a gesture that caught Wang Zilin's eye. This old lecher was instantly captivated. Su Qinghan, looks like you're new. Here, take my number. If you ever have questions, just call me. Wang Zilin's generosity nearly offered himself up entirely. Su Qinghan glanced at him sideways, nodded lightly, and exchanged numbers. Mr. Wang, in your opinion, how would Xinchi design all 30 routes? Haha, no need for Mr. Wang, just call me Wang Zilin. Though Xinchi hasn't detailed the routes, based on my experience, 18 of them are easy to guess. Facing the girl's puzzled look, Wang Zilin's hands trembled with excitement. Lowering his voice, he began to pontificate, and she listened intently, occasionally asking questions. For over an hour, Wang Zilin talked until his throat went dry. The girl considerately offered him her water, which he drank without hesitation, regretting only that it was unopened. Logically, after sharing so many industry secrets, some even harming his own company, Su Qinghan should have treated him to a meal. But she had a crucial prior engagement. After their chat, she left midway, not even waiting for Manager Duan's speech to finish. At least I got her number. Wang Zilin watched her retreating figure, mentally applauding his own cleverness and resolved to nail this transport job to secure a long-term deal with Xinchi. Then, he would invite Su Qinghan out and poach her as his secretary. With that in mind, he couldn't sit still. He rose and slipped out of the meeting room through the side door. Ji Luo would arrive soon. Why waste time on Manager Duan's nonsense? Picking up his key player was the priority. Unbeknownst to Wang Zilin, Su Qinghan, who had left on business, was now standing in a corner of the corridor, monitoring all exits of the meeting room. His every move was under her watch. This Wang Zilin seems unlikely, but in the shadows by the building, Su Qinghan watched as he greeted his awaited driver. A young man of indeterminate age with a handsome, resolute face, bearing the stubbornness of 18 or 19 and the calm of 24 or 25. He seemed distant toward Wang Zilin, yet Wang Zilin guided him with great enthusiasm. Really, doesn't look like a boss. And his driver. Su Qinghan's delicate fingertip tapped her phone, silently capturing the distant scene. Her expressionless eyes were particularly chilling. These matters can be investigated later. Right now, there are more important things to do. The office building of InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceuticals branch had 6 floors, with the main office area on the 2nd, the manager's office on the 3rd, and the surveillance room, usually on the 1st floor, arranged on the 4th. In the empty, silent corridor, Su Qinghan walked slowly. The entire 4th floor was terrifyingly vast, yet she saw no one at all. Even the figures she imagined blocking her path were absent, as if there was not a single living soul. Something's off. Su Qinghan halted at a corridor corner, standing before a surveillance camera. She waited silently for 2 minutes, but no one appeared. A trap. Su Qinghan was no stranger to such scenarios, but if Tang Zhujian thought he could ensnare her with such a simple ruse in a place like this, he greatly underestimated her. Let them try. Su Qinghan drew a short blade from her back and strolled leisurely through the corridor. She had no need to search. The surveillance room's location was already etched in her mind. Click. The surveillance room door was unlocked. Su Qinghan entered, cautiously scrutinizing every detail. The conclusions she drew made her frown. Someone was here. Not long ago, within 2 hours at most. There were 4 guards in the room. He stood here, attacked without warning. The 4 offered little resistance, and all collapsed. Su Qinghan could easily imagine his method. He first went to the 4th floor, pretended to be lost, and was spotted by the surveillance guards. Then a guard stopped him, questioned him briefly, discovered a flaw, and led him into the surveillance room. What followed needed no elaboration. Given the absolute disparity in physical ability, even if the 4 guards were all veterans, the outcome was a mere rout. Which faction does this evolver belong to? Su Qinghan felt the situation slipping from her control. This sudden intruder had thrown her plans into disarray. A third party of unknown allegiance had entered, shrouding everything in uncertainty. Why? Does he need to check the surveillance footage? Su Qinghan herself was reviewing the footage to identify any valuable targets from recent visitors. But what could a third party glean from the recordings? Strange. It's understandable that he took the hard drives, but why did he remove all the graphics cards and CPUs from every computer? What does he need them for? To upgrade his own computer? Su Qinghan was utterly exasperated. Now not only were all the computers in the surveillance room wrecked, but not a single paper document remained. Clearly everything had been cleaned out by the previous visitor. Going to such lengths. Could it be? A sudden thought struck Su Qinghan, and her heart jolted. Abandoning her search for clues, she fled the surveillance room and raced toward the stairwell. In her original plan, Su Qinghan intended to first check the surveillance footage, then head to the archives, and finally knock out a clerk change into her clothes and infiltrate the manager's office without drawing much attention. There she would force manager Duan Mingyang to divulge the true intelligence. However, now that she confirmed a third party's involvement, Su Qinghan sensed their grand scheme. The most valuable information in InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceuticals branch was concentrated in 3 places: the surveillance room, the archives, and Duan Mingyang. Among these, Duan Mingyang was undoubtedly the most crucial. Bastard. Su Qinghan rushed down the stairs, her heart pounding with anxiety. But the moment she stepped onto the 3rd floor, she sensed something eerily amiss. The space was empty and silent. If earlier she had encountered a few office workers along the way, now she saw no one in the corridor at all. Suddenly a phone's ringtone drifted from the side. The moment I think of you, I long for the past, burning paper ashes burying willows in the mist. The song played on unanswered. Su Qinghan tightened her grip on the short blade in her sleeve and walked to the door from which the music came. She gave it a gentle push, and it swung open. Inside, 2 male employees lay on the floor, still breathing, but unconscious. His technique is somewhat crude, but he's ruthless. Su Qinghan surveyed the scene and easily reconstructed what had happened. The man pushed open the door and walked straight in. The first male employee rose to meet him, but as he closed to about half a meter, he was struck on the side of the neck with a knife-hand blow and collapsed stiffly. Then, without breaking stride, as the second employee started to shout, the man grabbed his throat, struck the back of his head, and tossed him under the desk. From the moment he entered, he didn't pause. He knocked out 2 people, didn't rummage through anything, and left directly. Su Qinghan could almost be certain that Duan Mingyang was already gone. This unknown evolver had knocked these people out solely to clear the area, or rather to show off. He was making a statement to InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceuticals. Capture your people. No need for infiltration or disguise. Just walk right through and crush them. Tang Zhujian seems to have offended someone else again. After assessing the situation, Su Qinghan lingered no more. Duan Mingyang's manager office was just a few meters away. She pushed the door open and entered. It was empty as expected. But unlike before, this room had been thoroughly ransacked. Amid the chaos, it was unlikely any valuable items remained. So, am I also one of your targets? Instead of turning to leave, Su Qinghan closed the door and sat boldly at the desk. In the silence, the girl's gaze fixed on the telephone placed squarely before her. The tip of her blade tapped lightly, absently, on the desktop. And things did not disappoint. Less than half a minute after she sat down, the phone rang. I am Su Qinghan. Who is this? The girl's usual voice was as cold as her name, but now she spoke with a murderous aura, her tone bone-chilling. My apologies, Miss Su Qinghan, for your wasted trip. Duan Mingyang is in my hands. If you're willing to talk, come to the unfinished building on the north side. Fine. Su Qinghan gave only a single word in reply, then hung up before he could say more. Talk. Su Qinghan pulled the short blade from the desk. On the frosty cold edge, the reflection of her eyes was as calm as a deep pool. Su Qinghan reversed the blade and sheathed it behind her back. Turning, she walked to the French window, kicked the glass before her, and then leaped down. Who negotiates when it's not a life-or-death deal? Su Qinghan stepped forward with indifferent coldness. She pulled a car key from her pocket and gently pressed the lock button. At that moment, the tranquil scene seemed to hold its breath for a brief instant. Then, a blazing fire erupted skyward with tremors and roars following in its wake. The solid ground cracked layer by layer, glass from the buildings cascaded down like waterfalls. Severed cables danced wildly in the wind, pulling out dense sparks. Panicked crowds began to scatter and flee as if the gaze of doom and catastrophe had glanced upon this place. Duan Mingyang, does your chairman know what kind of monster he has created? On the halted construction site, Ji Luo stood still on the highest unfinished floor. The raging wind whipped his clothes noisily, yet he remained rooted like a boulder on the edge of the building. At this moment, as he gazed into the distance, twisted flames reflected and danced in his pupils. To the south, the branch of InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceuticals was shattering amidst fire and thunderous roars. The surging blaze like a tidal wave collapsed the building. The ground swelled with deafening explosions, soil and vegetation spraying into the sky like fountains. Gray dust enveloped the ruins. Everything was descending into death. Mr. Duan Mingyang, tell me, does he know? Ji Luo turned his head, his gaze falling on Duan Mingyang beside him. This general manager, usually stern before his subordinates, was now trembling all over, his tongue twisted with fear. I don't know. I really don't know. I've told you everything I know. Duan Mingyang was genuinely terrified of death. He did not want to die. Initially, he had resented being kidnapped by this man, but now it seemed that if he hadn't been brought here, he would have perished in the explosion. How many people are in your branch? And how many from the 50-odd courier companies? Ji Luo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He didn't need to look to know that Wang Zilin was dead, and everyone from Xinchi and the courier companies was dead. Our branch. Over 110 people. The courier companies. About 130 in total. Though Duan Mingyang spoke tremulously, he had realized that the explosion was not the doing of this young man, but of the girl he had just been monitoring in the video. Over 240 people. Ji Luo truly didn't know whether this explosion was part of Su Qinghan's plan or a contingency she had left behind. If it was the former, Ji Luo would have been dead if he hadn't encountered Su Qinghan. If it was the latter, by not intervening, Su Qinghan wouldn't have detonated the bomb, and these people wouldn't have died. To be honest, though Ji Luo had little contact with Su Qinghan, he felt from the depths of his heart that she was not a bloodthirsty person. Now, by using her contingency to obliterate the entire Xinchi branch into rubble, extinguishing over 200 lives, she probably intended to demonstrate overwhelming strength and recklessness to Ji Luo, this third party. Perhaps after confirming Ji Luo's true identity, she would commit suicide to reverse everything, steering the future toward a less desperate lament. Yet even so, was this the right path? It was unimaginable what kind of insane person would commit such atrocities. Even if Su Qinghan could return through death, these dead were still dead. The sins she bore would not diminish in the slightest, even if only she knew. Wouldn't this cause her pain? Like a monster. Ji Luo was furious, so angry he wanted to kill, but as he clenched his fists, he didn't know who to kill to make it right. Su Qinghan, an 18-year-old girl, single-handedly opposing a colossal conglomerate, had endured countless death returns. Her eyes looked as lifeless as the dead. If not for true love, who would be a sycophant? If not for true hatred, who would fight to the death? Ji Luo had died before, which made him loathe death even more. The pain and helplessness of life slipping away were enough for a lifetime. But who was to blame for Su Qinghan becoming like this? What was she fighting for? What had she endured? Ji Luo didn't know, nor did Duan Mingyang. Perhaps the chairman of Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals knew, but was he excited, scornful, or indifferent? Now I want to know. Ji Luo reached out, grabbing Duan Mingyang like a chicken, and walked to the center of the abandoned building. He threw Duan Mingyang to the ground, then walked to the stairwell, crouched, and sat on the floor. Su Qinghan, I want to know what happened to you in the past. Checking my background. At this moment, Su Qinghan, who had silently ascended the last step, looked up, her gaze meeting Ji Luo's in midair. She showed no emotion at her failed infiltration. You plan to use the explosion to distract me, sneak over, and finish me with one strike. Ji Luo drew a line across his neck as if telling a joke, stating the fact that he had nearly died. I had that idea, and it worked a few times. But you were cautious, more cautious than I expected. Now that Su Qinghan had met the main target, she was no longer in a hurry. Not only did she show no intention to fight, but she even spoke gently with Ji Luo. You captured Duan Mingyang for me. Yes. How did you figure that out? I didn't, but I felt set up. Watching surveillance, kidnapping Duan Mingyang. Those are things I would do. Su Qinghan pointed at her own nose, even revealing a faint smile. But her smile was too cold. Instead of bridging the distance, it sent chills down one's spine. Su Qinghan, what do you want? Ji Luo stared at her with eerie calmness, as if he were already dead. His eyes were deep as a still pool, churning with anger, pain, hatred, pity, and suspicion. What do I want? I want to rescue Mu Yinglua, kill Tang Zhujian, and destroy the Xinchi group. Su Qinghan spoke as if recounting her dream. As she spoke, the girl smiled brilliantly, as radiant as if she had seen everything come true. This was the first time Ji Luo had seen Su Qinghan smile, and when she smiled, she was truly beautiful, like frost flowers in a biting wind, icy, exquisite, and dazzling. So, what's your name? What do you want? Ji Luo. The boss wants you to join us. I'm here to assess you, to observe and understand. Ji Luo had prepared many words, but after the Xinchi branch was reduced to rubble and over 200 lives were lost, all thoughts left him. He was just tired, utterly exhausted. And the result? Su Qinghan showed no reaction to Ji Luo's answer, neither belief nor disbelief. She tilted her head slightly, as if trying to read the complexity on his face. No result yet. Just a few questions. Ji Luo sighed, shook his head, stood up, and brushed off his clothes. His expression gradually grew solemn. Did you cause the explosion at Xinchi? Yes. Would you have detonated it if we hadn't interfered? Not necessarily. It depends on how things went. Su Qinghan, if you could save them all at little cost, would you? Ji Luo knew he shouldn't have asked, but he did anyway. Su Qinghan looked up at his serious expression and shook her head without hesitation. No. Why? Ji Luo showed neither surprise nor anger at Su Qinghan's negative response. He simply gazed calmly into the young woman's eyes, as if seeking to discern her true thoughts from within their depths. I don't want to. Su Qinghan's tone was unexpectedly defiant, as if she clung stubbornly to some conviction. Ji Luo watched her increasingly cold expression, shook his head helplessly, and let out a long sigh. Su Qinghan, why torment yourself? You know well enough that a blind heart leads nowhere. So how to fit those? Su Qinghan seemed struck at a vulnerable spot. The young woman's brows furrowed slightly, and her rising fury showed no fear of life or death. Su Qinghan, I'm sorry, but I cannot truly empathize with your experiences. Everything I just did might seem to you like prying or ill intent. But we bear no grudge against you, nor do we wish to start one. Ji Luo, seeing her unwavering resolve unto death, realized he had pushed too hard. He shifted the topic and sincerely expressed his stance. Now the reason I'm here is to invite you to join us. That's why I want to know what you've been through. Why must your rescues be so brutal? What drives you to destroy the new Rise group with such desperation? How you think I detail you? Even if I did, what difference would it make? A sardonic smile flickered across Su Qinghan's face, her eyes holding scorn along with an indescribable despair and pain. With her death return ability, she could have used any information to bargain or probe. Yet when Ji Luo asked about her past with the new Rise group, the young woman chose silence. Ji Luo, I've answered enough. Now can you tell me what your organization is called, and what its purpose is? Ji Luo, seeing her evasiveness, knew he would not learn the truth from her. At this moment, the young woman no longer wished to probe further. She only wanted to confirm whether their paths were so divergent that they could not walk together. Our organization is called Silent Gale. We gather to fight against the coming apocalypse to secure a glimmer of hope for humanity. Ji Luo was also testing her. He pointed toward the sky as if to tell Su Qinghan that the doom came from above, or perhaps to symbolize an unforeseeable crisis. To fight against the coming apocalypse. Su Qinghan, seeing Ji Luo's solemn expression, was amused by his reasoning. Grown man still dreaming of being a hero saving the world. 2012 was over 1,000 years ago, and you're still stuck in that paranoid delusion. You people are amusing, got nothing better to do. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Too bad. The truth isn't funny at all. Ji Luo let out a long breath, his clenched hands slowly relaxing. Su Qinghan's attitude was expected, but knowing the cruelty of a certain answer, he could not bring himself to smile. You know something? Su Qinghan, seeing his earnest expression, sensed he was not joking and couldn't help frowning. We'll talk about that later. Ji Luo, having yet to obtain Su Qinghan's death return, naturally wouldn't reveal too many hidden truths lest the water become too muddy to reclaim. Su Qinghan, give me your phone number and address. He'll note them down. Your evaluation results will be sent to you by letter in 2 days. Huh. Su Qinghan was taken aback, momentarily unable to discern whether Ji Luo was testing her or playing dumb. What did he mean? After all this organization called Silent Gale hadn't even found out basic information like where she lived or her phone number. How pathetic was that? Besides, joining an organization is a mutual choice like finding a job. You didn't even ask for my opinion. You just turned the question of whether I want to join into whether you'll allow me to join. How many dishes did you have to get this drunk? Is your leader's brain full of holes? Or does his talent ability just give him an oversized ego expecting everyone to bow to him? Su Qinghan, I hope you understand we truly mean no harm. Information we dig up is still just that, dug up. When it comes to your personal details, we'd rather hear them from you. Ji Luo's tone now carried a hint of hardship, but Su Qinghan remained unfriendly. After a moment of silence, she still gave him her address and phone number. On second thought, since Ji Luo and his people had already preempted her plan, they must have known these basics. Asking her now was likely just a formality, a bit of hypocrisy. Of course, maybe it was to gauge her attitude. But either way, it didn't matter. After handling the current situation, she would use death return to erase everything, then immediately move and change her number to hide again. Next time, she would truly play their game. Su Qinghan, thank you for your cooperation. Duan Mingyang is all yours. I wish you the best. Ji Luo walked down the stairs, standing before Su Qinghan without any guard. He extended his hand, openly expressing his goodwill. Well, see. Su Qinghan studied Ji Luo for a moment, then reluctantly shook his hand. And at that instant, return date transformed back into death return. Su Qinghan, can I ask you a few simple questions? Having gained the ability to reload, Ji Luo felt no further worries, and his entire demeanor relaxed instantly. My. Su Qinghan keenly sensed the shift in Ji Luo's mood. She cautiously checked her right hand, but found nothing unusual. What do you want to know? You don't have to answer these questions, but if you do, I hope you won't lie to me. Ji Luo walked to the edge of the building. Since the wall wasn't finished, a gust of wind swept and covering his face with dust. Ji Luo turned his back to the wind, meeting Su Qinghan's puzzled gaze, and broke into a cheerful smile. Su Qinghan, do you like eating meat? Huh, I do. Su Qinghan was baffled by his attitude. How had he gone from being so righteous just moments ago to acting as carefree as a husky now? And vegetables? So, what's your favorite fruit? Watermelon, strawberries. What was your biggest childhood dream? To open my own cake shop. Why, oi? Ji Luo, what are you trying to do with all this? Su Qinghan was now certain that Ji Luo was brazenly collecting her information. She immediately stopped, answering her gaze sharp as she stared at him. Nothing much. Just hoping our next meeting will be a bit more harmonious. Ji Luo spread his arms, as if embracing something, winking slyly at Su Qinghan. Then before her astonished eyes, he leaned back and fell like a raindrop toward the ground. Su Qinghan, whether in life or death, I'll always be watching you. At 6:00 on November 20th, 3005, time anchor no. 10001, second retrograde, Ji Luo. A boom like thunder. When the thunderous sound echoed in his mind for the third time, Ji Luo, who had been fast asleep, abruptly opened his eyes. He remained dazed for about half a minute before his consciousness fully returned. Dying by jumping off a building. That really hurt like hell. Ji Luo had died twice already, yet the more he experienced death, the more he admired Su Qinghan. This 18-year-old girl was truly ruthless. No wonder she could kill without blinking. She even killed herself daily, so who else could she possibly care about? Sigh. Although I've gathered quite a bit of information, not much of it is useful. Ji Luo got out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and walked wearily to the balcony. In the sky, the enormous eye hung silently, gazing at the earth as if it had become part of the landscape. Now I can basically confirm that Su Qinghan can't see this big eye. When I seize her talent, she won't notice it either. Finally, I truly am the Matryoshka Terminator. After I die, Su Qinghan's death regression will disappear completely, and she won't be able to go back anymore. Ji Luo had answers to the 3 questions he cared about most. He should have been happy, but thinking of Su Qinghan's frantic behavior, he couldn't bring himself to smile. To be honest, Duan Mingyang didn't know much. As Ji Luo had guessed before, he was just a hired hand used as a tool, one that could be discarded at will. From him, Ji Luo got no news about Su Qinghan or Mu Yinglu, but he did learn quite a bit about Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals. For instance, the name of the chairman of Xinchi Group was Tang Zhujian. It was truly shocking. A multinational corporation worth tens of billions had a chairman a year younger than Ji Luo, with a string of degrees and nothing but praise online. An almost perfect persona. Su Qinghan. Rescue Mu Yinglu, kill Tang Zhujian, destroy Xinchi Group. Ji Luo slowly closed his eyes, recalling the girl's figure twisted by hatred, a deep sorrow welling in his heart. By now, even Su Qinghan herself probably couldn't claim her revenge was righteous. She might have been someone hurt to the marrow, but along her path, she had accumulated too much karma and bloodshed. From her eyes, Ji Luo could see that Su Qinghan believed she would die a miserable death, but she was willing to accept it. Regardless of life or death, I'll find out for myself whether you're right or wrong. Ji Luo didn't plan to help anyone just yet. He wanted to use Su Qinghan as a stepping stone to understand the world of evolvers before making his own choice. As for Tang Zhujian, Ji Luo thought of the monstrously vast Xinchi Group and was certain it wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Tang Zhujian must have used the power of evolvers to build an immense network of connections, turning an ordinary biopharmaceutical company into a capital behemoth. They had definitely been researching evolvers all along. Ji Luo could even imagine that the reason Tang Zhujian held Mu Yinglu so tightly was because she had great research value, a crucial test subject. If that's the case, Ji Luo frowned, gripping the railing tightly. He looked up at the sky, standing straight as a spear pointing heavenward. The next moment, a thunderous roar slammed into his mind like a hammer. His body trembled as if electrified, but he held firm, remaining on his feet. Then let's fight. The world is almost ending. At worst, he'll go first, but how much longer can you all last? Ji Luo gritted his teeth, trembling as if carrying a 1,000-pound burden on his shoulders. Yet he didn't bend. Instead, he straightened his spine and laughed heartily. As if he had suddenly understood something, Ji Luo laughed more freely and unrestrainedly than ever before. He raised his hand and flipped off the city of towering buildings. Why should he be the one worrying day and night, counting down the signs of the approaching apocalypse, while others indulged in pleasure and revelry? As an evolver, supposedly a pioneer of humanity, instead of worrying about the species crisis, they were busy infighting, as if it were a carnival. Having fun. Then keep partying every day. I know better than anyone that the end is near. I have nothing to lose. Why should I fear you people who have everything? Just wait. If I ever run into you, you won't get off easy. In this world, there is no perfect human. The more perfect someone appears on the outside, the more broken they are inside. If they seem flawless, then they must have an irreversible flaw, one so monstrous it's like a deformity. Ji Luo took a deep look at the pale sky, then turned and walked back into the room. Having made up his mind, he felt more at ease and free than ever before. Brushing his teeth, washing his face, eating breakfast. As if returning to his old routine, Ji Luo leisurely finished his meal, sat in his chair for a while, then got up to wash the dishes in the sink. In the faint morning light, Ji Luo dried the water from his hands, changed into his usual casual clothes, and left his residence as calmly as if going for a walk. It was still early, the sun had just risen. Ji Luo waited at the bus stop for a while until the bus finally arrived. He found a seat by the window and dozed off with his head tilted. By now he had experienced the transport scenario at the Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals branch twice and gathered all the necessary information. Ji Luo felt there was no need to get involved again. Now the only thing he wanted to confirm was whether Su Qinghan would detonate those bombs today without his presence. If she would, then Ji Luo had to seize death regression and confront Su Qinghan directly to save those 240+ lives. If not, then Ji Luo would let things take their natural course without his interference. This was the outcome he most hoped for. So at the Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals branch, as long as Su Qinghan didn't detonate the bombs, Ji Luo wouldn't interfere with whatever she did. Afterward, he would ask Wang Zilin for a third-party perspective to judge Su Qinghan's true nature and adjust his attitude and plans toward her. Ji Luo never overestimated himself, but he never underestimated himself either. His talent, ability, return date could go toe-to-toe with any superpower. With his help, not to mention the far-fetched idea of Su Qinghan directly destroying Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals, at least in terms of safety, he could add a perfect layer of insurance. And if Ji Luo chose to help Xinchi Biopharmaceuticals, then Su Qinghan's greatest reliance would be nullified. she would have no outcome other than being eliminated. It was precisely because Ji Luo understood the weight of his choices that he proceeded with such caution. He would gradually learn about InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceutical Group, but for now his entire focus was on Su Qinghan, the first evolver he had encountered in a decade. Before this death reversion through insinuation and deception, Ji Luo had already extracted Su Qinghan's address and phone number. Calling Su Qinghan was out of the question. The slightest misstep could trigger her vigilance, leading at best to a changed number, at worst to a direct compromise of his position. After much deliberation, Ji Luo decided to scout the vicinity of Su Qinghan's home to verify the address. If the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind attempting contact, ideally making her acquaintance, but if not, a mere brush past would suffice. Su Qinghan's wariness. It's terrifyingly profound. Just the thought of facing her sent a tremor of fear through Ji Luo. After all, both of their previous encounters had ended in his death. Yet it was precisely this danger that ignited a bold idea within him. Su Qinghan, with her death reversion ability, was not only the key to unlocking the inner world, but also his ultimate guarantee of survival under any circumstances. For someone so crucial, Ji Luo had to keep a close watch. Losing her trail would be a catastrophe he couldn't afford. Thus, he seriously considered a possibility, moving to live near Su Qinghan, ideally right across the hall. The risks were undeniable, but the potential rewards were equally immense. Living so close would inevitably foster interaction. He could even feign a budding affection, drawing nearer inch by inch, learning everything about her from the closest possible vantage point. If circumstances demand it, I'm willing to make certain emotional sacrifices. Ji Luo's mind wandered as he envisioned various scenarios of living across from Su Qinghan. After all, at 24, having never been in a relationship, such fantasies were perhaps inevitable. Just a little daydreaming couldn't be a crime, could it? Then a sudden thunderous crash jolted him back to reality. A violent impact echoed from nearby, snapping Ji Luo from his reverie. The bus screeched to a halt, sending passengers lurching. Ji Luo reacted, first steadying himself against the seat back, then sliding open a window ready to leap out. Fortunately, the danger didn't involve the bus. At the intersection, two cars had collided. One slammed into a lamppost, the other rolled several times before landing upside down in a flower bed. It was nothing dramatic, just an ordinary yet fateful accident. In a city of millions, people moved like interlocking gears. One slight misalignment could trigger a life-or-death collision. Onlookers were moved or sighed, but few truly stepped forward to help. Ji Luo had no intention of getting involved either. Yet just as he was about to sit back down, he spotted a slender figure stepping out from the crowd. "Help!" he shouted, then vaulted through the window. Darting through the chaotic traffic, he arrived breathless at the overturned car. "Miss, you can't lift it alone. Make room. Let these two uncles give a hand." "Oh, all right." Su Qinghan, startled, quickly stepped aside. Once the initial urgency faded, she noticed the crowd surrounding them, many recording with their phones. If she had single-handedly flipped the car, the video would go viral, exposing her face and location. A massive headache. Realizing the risk of exposure, Su Qinghan shifted her position. The young man who had warned her, sensing her discomfort, moved to her side, shielding her from the intrusive lenses. With collective effort, the car was righted. The driver was unconscious, but not seriously injured. After seeing someone call an ambulance, Su Qinghan quietly retreated from the crowd. The incident was largely over. Su Qinghan usually left quickly after helping, but this time, for some reason, she lingered nearby. Perhaps she hadn't thanked him yet. Standing in the narrow shade of a tree, she watched the warm-hearted young man emerge from the crowd. His features were clear and resolute, his age ambiguous. A blend of an 18-year-old's stubbornness and a 24-year-old's calm. His face bore no pride from his rescue, but rather an inexplicable urgency. He pressed his right hand over his left palm, walking quickly, looking around, as if searching for something. "Is he injured?" Su Qinghan recalled that in his haste the young man's left hand had seemed damaged, and the strain might have worsened the wound. She considered herself cold, only helping those she could without affecting herself. This young man wasn't mortally wounded. A clinic or hospital was just a few steps away. But as he hurried across the street, oblivious to her gaze, blood dripped from his hand, leaving a trail of spots. Though injured from his good deed, no one offered help. They even shrank away, as if from a plague. Unfazed, he sat on a bench, trying to unlock his phone with his bloody hand, only to smear blood on his clothes, driving others further away. "Stop with the phone. Squeeze your wrist with your right hand. It'll help." "Ah, thank you." Startled by the familiar voice, Ji Luo feigned surprise, lowering his head in thanks as he gripped his left wrist tightly. The girl approached, carrying medicine and bandages. She examined his wound before beginning to dress it. "No need to squeeze so hard. Be careful not to reopen the wound." Her tone was cold, unwelcoming, yet her movements were exceptionally gentle. Ji Luo's wound was deep, nearly requiring stitches. Fortunately, Su Qinghan's specially made medicine was highly effective for external injuries, so it wouldn't be a major problem. There are no rust or dirt on the wound, so disinfection should be unnecessary. If it hurts, you can cry out. There's no need to endure it in silence. Su Qinghan concealed the special nature of her medicinal salve, having no intention of further contact with him. Treating the young man's injury was merely a gesture of reciprocation. Whether he believed her words or not was irrelevant, and whether he later went to the hospital was his own choice. After all, they would never meet again. "Thank you." Ji Luo gritted his teeth, inhaling sharply. The pain was excruciating. Yet to maintain his dignity before the girl, Ji Luo could not afford to appear so vulnerable. He could only clench his teeth and endure, seeking ways to distract himself. And at this moment, for the first time, Ji Luo could openly observe Su Qinghan. Unlike their encounter at the Xinchi branch office, she wore no makeup now. Yet it was precisely her bare face that evoked even greater admiration for the maiden's beauty. As an evolver, Su Qinghan's skin was exceptionally fine, her pores nearly invisible. Her complexion was as smooth as jade, radiating youthful vitality from within. Perhaps due to Su Qinghan's aloof temperament, the maiden's elegant features exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, her brows were like willow leaves, her jet-black eyes clear and profound, her pale pink lips glistening. Her well-proportioned features were arranged with a sculpted delicacy. A cascade of ink-black hair flowed down her back, reaching her waist. The long strands at her temples were slightly disheveled, partially concealing her flawless ears. When she spoke, her eyes always met Ji Luo's, devoid of sharpness or scrutiny. Yet her mere gaze made those with hidden darkness feel ashamed. Coldness, indifference, valor, and briskness. These complex traits blended within the maiden, creating a wondrous impression of standing aloof from the world. Ji Luo was utterly captivated, even momentarily forgetting his pain. Are you a doctor? Carrying medicine with you? No, just a habit. Su Qinghan felt somewhat uncomfortable under Ji Luo's intense gaze. Though she did not show it, she tightened the bandage slightly as she tied it, eliciting a sharp cry from Ji Luo. It's done. Don't get it wet when you get home. It should heal in about half a month. Thank you. Sorry. Ji Luo awkwardly scratched his cheek as if realizing he had asked the wrong question. He hesitated for a moment before reluctantly apologizing. It's fine. I also need to thank you for what just happened. Thank you. Su Qinghan gave an almost imperceptible nod, as if accepting his apology. Her thanks sounded somewhat casual, yet when she said thank you, her gaze drifted elsewhere. You're welcome. Can I? No. Goodbye. Su Qinghan stood up, stowed away the bandage and medicine, and decisively extinguished Ji Luo's thought. Without any intention of further conversation, she turned and left. Ah. Ji Luo sat on the bench, watching the maiden's receding figure with reluctance, yet he did not pursue her. Only when Su Qinghan had completely vanished from sight did he finally let out a long sigh. I was so nervous. If I'd slipped up, I'd probably be dead. Ji Luo lowered his head, looking at his bandaged left hand, feeling quite proud of his performance. Though it felt somewhat arrogant, as an evolver, Ji Luo was indeed different from ordinary people. Externally, nothing seemed amiss, but in reality, all of Ji Luo's physical attributes were nearly 4 times those of an average person. His bones, skin, blood, flesh, and internal organs had surpassed normal limits. If tested, the data would be utterly inhuman. Thus, unless Ji Luo deliberately injured himself, how could his left hand be wounded? For this wound, Ji Luo had exerted more force than when he lifted the car. Yet perhaps he had overdone it, leaving even himself somewhat alarmed. But it was all worth it. This injury not only allowed Ji Luo to make contact with Su Qinghan, but more importantly, the ease with which he was wounded and the fact that Su Qinghan personally examined the wound would likely create a false impression in her mind. Subconscious judgment is crucial. As long as Su Qinghan intuitively believed Ji Luo was an ordinary person, subsequent coincidences and acquaintances could be explained by fate and chance. Even if Ji Luo revealed some flaws, Su Qinghan would fill in the blanks with her imagination. Moreover, during their conversation, Ji Luo deliberately stepped on many landmines, asking why Su Qinghan carried medicine, staring at her rudely, and finally, trying to add her as a friend like a fool. Judging by Su Qinghan's decisive departure, Ji Luo's self-deprecation was undoubtedly successful. Precisely because he needed to create a good impression while approaching Su Qinghan, Ji Luo deliberately left a slightly worse impression. This could significantly reduce her wariness, and later reversing that impression would further increase her favorability. There was no other way. Su Qinghan had been hurt too many times. Her guard was up like a hedgehog's. For Ji Luo to reach the real her, he had to appear sufficiently ordinary. Only an ordinary person would pose no threat to Su Qinghan. Only by making her feel safe could Ji Luo have the chance to deepen their relationship. It could be said that Ji Luo had thought a great deal to build a good relationship with Su Qinghan. After this initial attempt, he felt quite satisfied. 18 years old, a junior or senior in high school. So kind. Ji Luo lay back on the bench, filled with an indescribable melancholy. The scarred Su Qinghan had traversed life and death countless times, and she had almost ceased to trust anyone. Yet when disaster struck, when most chose to remain indifferent onlookers, she rushed out, without hesitation, to save lives entirely unrelated to her. Perhaps she understood the feeling of death too well and hoped others could live on. Perhaps she had killed too many, bearing too much karma and nightmare, and sought redemption in the innocent. Regardless, amidst the chaos and clamor after the car accident, it was she who stepped forward, forgetting even her own safety. And Ji Luo, who could have done the same, chose to watch from the sidelines, just like everyone else. What did she go through in her past? Ji Luo sat on the bench for a long time, as if lost in confusion. He recalled every detail of his contact with Su Qinghan, his curiosity about her growing ever deeper. Only when the surrounding crowd grew denser did the clamor wake Ji Luo. The cool morning light had faded unnoticed. The bustling steel metropolis had awakened, and the intertwined threads of causality began to burn. The first meeting is done. Next up, finding a job. Ji Luo, fighting alone, always remembered that his greatest advantage lay in remaining hidden as a third party. Neither Su Qinghan nor InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharma knew of his existence, and a decade of working menial jobs had forged him into an impeccable ordinary man. At this point in time, no matter how deeply Su Qinghan probed, or how thoroughly InvincibleRewindSkill Group investigated, the information they uncovered would only show Ji Luo as utterly harmless and unworthy of attention. This mundane ordinariness, like a single drop in an ocean, served as Ji Luo's perfect camouflage. Thus, he need not rush, he only had to maintain his persona and encounter Su Qinghan on the basis of coincidence. That would suffice. First, I need to change my clothes. Ji Luo stared at his bloodstained shirt, lamenting the impending expense, yet seeing it as a blessing. It gave him a plausible reason to linger in the area. Before leaving, Ji Luo tested his left hand. The pain had noticeably subsided. Su Qinghan's medicine was indeed extraordinary. A wound that would take an ordinary person half a month to heal might mend in just 4 or 5 days for an evolver like him. It feels like Su Qinghan could get rich just selling this medicine. Ji Luo chuckled at his own thought. With her death return ability, she would never lack wealth. Lottery, horse racing, gambling, she could pick any and rake in fortunes. One day, he'll give it a try too. Ji Luo's mood was unexpectedly light. This sudden encounter with Su Qinghan had oddly calmed him. What followed was surprisingly smooth. Ji Luo roamed the surroundings, buying a suitable shirt and chatting briefly with a rental agent. Through careful probing, Ji Luo gained some insight into Su Qinghan's neighborhood, an old-school district filled with dilapidated buildings where rents were low and vacancies abundant. However, the agent strongly advised against moving there, citing the chaos from ongoing renovation disputes that had made the area increasingly volatile. Location-wise, the neighborhood was excellent, close to the city center with well-stocked malls and parks nearby. But its prime location meant these were among the earliest buildings in Chonglin, erected when the city was still underdeveloped. They were modest 6-story structures with low prices. As Chonglin flourished, the land grew valuable, but property leases hadn't expired, preventing demolition, though many had their eyes on it. Now, with Chonglin a first-tier city, the neighborhood's value had skyrocketed. Even with residents still present, demolition had covertly begun. Covertly because leases hadn't expired, barring forced eviction. Yet some sought to buy out all property owners and raze the buildings for reconstruction. The entire plan was a massive pie with many covetous eyes watching, but all held back, still testing the waters. And this testing was far from friendly persuasion. Thus, Su Qinghan's old compound was nearly deserted. Few sold, many sought renters, but tenants were scarce. Rent was dirt cheap, but safety was uncertain. Absolutely perfect. Ji Luo felt almost rewarded for saving her. As an evolver, what did he have to fear? A bunch of petty thugs. Close to Su Qinghan, available housing, low rent. Look at that, he even had a reason to move. What more could he ask for? Yet despite the smooth progress, Ji Luo didn't grow careless. Even knowing Su Qinghan's exact address, he didn't rush over or seek rentals. Instead, he pulled out his phone, searched for job listings, selected suitable ones, and made calls to schedule interviews. As these interviews scattered across the city, his route naturally gravitated toward a specific location. Without any deliberate effort, Ji Luo's seemingly purposeful movements were effortlessly concealed. 8:30 already. Ji Luo hung up after his 8th interview call and ducked into a small eatery. While waiting for his noodles, he fidgeted with his phone, his mind in turmoil. Naturally, Ji Luo, the butterfly of time reversal, didn't stir a storm of causal chaos. As 9 o'clock approached, Wang Xilan's call arrived with clockwork precision. This time, Ji Luo firmly declined the job, unmoved by Wang Xilan's pleas. Defeated and disappointed, Wang Xilan hung up, his spirits utterly crushed. This is for the best. Ji Luo was now confident that if he stayed out of Wang Xilan's affairs, Su Qinghan would never detonate those bombs. So this was good. Silently finishing his noodles, Ji Luo clutched his bloodied shirt and bandaged left hand, slipping into the role of a job seeker. To many, finding a job might rival finding a spouse in importance, but Ji Luo, a habitual job hopper, wasn't overly particular. For now, he had no intention of actually taking a position. It was all just a way to pass the time. Or rather, to bide his time. Su Qinghan's storyline was hurtling toward its darkest hour. 240 lives could be snuffed out at any moment, and no one but Ji Luo and Su Qinghan knew of the impending catastrophe. Ji Luo thought he had made peace with it, but as the explosion's moment drew near, his thoughts scattered uncontrollably. Between interviews, he constantly refreshed web pages, searching for InvincibleRewindSkill's branch address and scanning the latest news from Chonglin. He longed to call Wang Xilan, but feared Su Qinghan might still be nearby, disrupting the timeline. So he could only wait. Waiting for an end he couldn't foresee, knowing the process but ignorant of its cruelty. This Schrödinger-like uncertainty tormented Ji Luo. Upon reflection, by now Ji Luo no longer worried about Wang Xilan and the others. After all, he would do anything to save those 240 lives. What truly unsettled him was Su Qinghan. Kind-hearted yet cold on the surface. Had she truly become a monster? If someone with the death return ability degenerated into a demon, the havoc they could wreak would be an unstoppable nightmare. If it came to that, as the only one capable of ending it, Ji Luo might have no choice but to kill Su Qinghan. It wasn't about love or hate. Even for his own sake, Ji Luo had to preserve this fragile peace. So he waited for a kind soul to come home. There are 11 candidates present, but Renhai Bar only has 4 vacancies for security guards this time. First of all, let me emphasize one point. As the interviewer and you as the candidates, the least I expect is mutual respect between us. The bar was closed, its main hall dimly lit. The security captain serving as the interviewer stood by the counter. Facing such a towering and robust man, the candidates grew tense, listening attentively to his words. Except for one young man who was staring intently at his phone, completely absorbed in reading the news. As an interviewer confronted with a candidate who showed such disrespect, the security captain naturally felt anger. Among these 11 individuals, some might end up working under him. If he couldn't establish authority, now how could he lead the team in the future? You over there, candidate. Either put away your phone or leave immediately. Save yourself some dignity. The security captain suppressed his rage, refraining from cursing outright, intending instead to drive the young man away. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the young man remained glued to his screen as if he hadn't heard the captain at all. He even furrowed his brow while reading, seemingly pondering something important. Silence fell, the atmosphere growing eerie. The other 10 candidates couldn't help but glance at this eccentric young man, some with contempt, some with concern, and others eager to see a spectacle. In a place like a bar, everyone knew what security guards were for: dealing with troublemakers, rival gangs, and freeloaders, all to be thrown out. The security captain, with his menacing demeanor, had clearly been involved in street fights before, likely with a record of assault. The salary far exceeding industry standards wasn't easy money. Aside from this young man, the other 10 candidates were all sturdy fellows, some former soldiers, others martial artists. But look at this youth. His face was as tender as if had come to apply as a gigolo, and his left hand was still bandaged from some injury. Such a disabled person who started staring at his phone the moment he entered seemed to have no manners or respect for others. "He'll give you one more chance. Now, get out." By now the security captain was furious, yet he didn't resort to violence. At work he fought for money, now it was only for pride, and he didn't want to be too harsh. But unfortunately the young man on his phone completely ignored him. It wasn't just a matter of disrespect, it was as if the captain didn't exist, turning the interview into a farce. At that moment the security captain sensed the other candidates' gazes shifting. If he didn't teach this insolent fellow a lesson, he'd never be able to lead the team. "You asked for it." The security captain strode over in 2 steps, grabbed the young man's phone, and tried to yank it from his hand to throw it away. Yet the captain, standing over 1.8 meters tall and weighing nearly 90 kilos, couldn't budge the phone from the young man's grip. "What are you doing?" Ji Luo was already anxious, and only now did he realize what was happening around him, interrupted by the commotion. This tedious interview was merely a cover to get close to Su Qinghan. He didn't care about it. He never intended to get the job anyway. When you apply for a job, didn't your damn mother teach you basic manners? The security captain's language grew coarse. He tugged again, but the phone remained firmly in Ji Luo's hand. "I've always been on my own." Ji Luo was already irritated. He had planned to go through the motions and leave, but this sudden noise soured his mood. "Do you understand now?" Ji Luo seized the captain's wrist, twisted it sharply, and with a crack dislocated the joint. Then he kicked him in the shin, forcing the captain to kneel before him. "Do you understand now?" Though Ji Luo could only use his right hand, his movements were fierce. He pulled the captain's arm over his own neck and pressed down. The burly captain knelt before him, struggling in vain to rise. "You're fucking asking for it." The captain's right hand went numb and his left leg throbbed with pain. Enraged, he thrashed to fight back, but Ji Luo's single hand pressed him down like a mountain, keeping him from even lifting his head. Throughout, Ji Luo hadn't used excessive force. The captain, though humiliated, wasn't injured. His fury stemmed more from loss of face than pain. "If you can't speak, shut up." Ji Luo drove his knee upward, not too hard, but the captain's face met it like a wall. His nose bled, a front tooth broke, and he passed out. Ji Luo hadn't expected the captain to be so fragile. He thought he was holding back, yet the man who had just threatened him was now nearly on the floor. Troublesome. Ji Luo tossed the man aside, his heart churning with irritation. He wasn't one to pick fights, he only fought in self-defense. This situation only added to his distress. Meanwhile, several security guards had gathered, and a waiter had gone upstairs, presumably to notify the manager. What a hassle. Ji Luo's mood was now foul. Su Qinghan's matter was already weighing on him, and now these worthless men dared to bare their teeth at him. The wound on his left hand ached faintly. His bandaged hand holding the phone felt uncomfortable, so he shoved it into his pocket. He stood still while the other 10 candidates instinctively kept their distance. For security guards on duty, rubber batons in hand blocked his escape route. "Can we end this here? I admit I was wrong in this interview and I apologize. But he struck first and cursed at me. I hit him and he deserved it." Ji Luo was a level-headed person. He knew his mindset was off, so he didn't want more trouble. But the fight was done, and it seemed the matter couldn't be resolved easily. He could only state his stance. "Honestly, I really don't want to fight today. I have a few hundred yuan in my pocket. I'll give it all to you as compensation. Can we just call it even?" Under such a tense and confrontational atmosphere, Ji Luo felt that his words were already earnest and well-intentioned. However, to those around him, his attempt to let the matter rest sounded like fear and a plea for mercy. Thus the response Ji Luo received was nothing but silence. "I have many matters to attend to today and wish not to resort to force. Let us end this here." Ji Luo realized his mistake. Given the circumstances, if he had remained resolute, these people, fearing an escalation, might have let the matter drop. Yet like jackals encircling their prey, they perceived his weakness and timidity, and instead of releasing him, grew even more ferocious. At that moment, the bar manager descended from the second floor, seemingly having been attending to some guests. After the security guard briefed him on the situation, the manager waved his hand, impatiently signaling a swift resolution. Ji Luo took a deep, irritated breath, a fire of frustration burning within him, not because of the petty trouble before him, but because he suddenly realized his mindset was gravely amiss. Ordinarily, Ji Luo conducted himself with the same equanimity as any ordinary person. Precisely because he harbored secrets, he was even more cautious and restrained. He never sought jobs that required physical confrontation. Even when faced with injustice during interviews or interviewers far more malicious than this head security guard, Ji Luo would walk away calmly. However, now, after a decade of arduous searching, upon finally encountering a second evolver and activating his innate ability for the first time, Ji Luo's mentality had shifted, subtly yet undeniably. Moreover, since meeting Su Qinghan, Ji Luo had died twice. The oppressive and painful experiences he endured had accumulated in his heart, forming a negative pressure. Often the line between fury and release is razor thin. Ji Luo attempted to calm himself, but the other party was unwilling to let it end. Give him a beating and toss him out the back door into the trash. The bar manager, familiar with such scenes, knew calling the police was out of the question. Disciplining the man directly to teach him a lesson was undoubtedly the most suitable course of action. In their line of work, one cannot go looking for trouble, but one must never fear it. With their reputation on the line, if every stray dog and cat could take a bite, how could business go on? Don't go overboard, just break one arm. The bar manager set the limit, cast another glance at Ji Luo, then headed back upstairs to attend to his guests. With the manager's order, the 4 security guards picked up their rubber batons and approached. Ji Luo rubbed his temples as if nursing a headache, but when he opened his eyes again, his gaze had turned terrifying. So be it. With matters having come to this, Ji Luo ceased to suppress himself. His muscles suddenly tensed, and each step forward was slow, yet it carried a pressure akin to gathering thunder. The 4 security guards' rubber batons in hand saw no anomaly, and continued to encircle Ji Luo with sneers. The other applicants watched with expressions of gleeful anticipation, save for one short young man who discerned the truth. He did not watch Ji Luo's hands, but fixed his gaze on Ji Luo's shoulders. His focused expression was so intense it seemed as if he were watching his master teach him martial arts, utterly transfixed. Is this momentum? Su Yi had trained in martial arts with his master since childhood, specializing in the spear. His master often admonished him that a spear thrust must be steady and the eye accurate. He had practiced for 13 full cycles of seasons. His skills had barely graduated, but his eyesight was certainly sharp. The young man before him, who appeared delicate and slender, had initially escaped Su Yi's notice. But now he cared not for the job application. He was wholly absorbed in observing Ji Luo, striving to learn something. The youth's technique in subduing the security captain moments ago had reached a certain realm of speed and ruthlessness. With a mere shift in movement, the captain would have been dead. This kind of lethal reaction and practiced technique was something Su Yi had never witnessed. Not even his master, when leading him to hunt wolves in the northern deserts, had possessed such swiftness and ferocity. And at this moment, as the youth strode forward to meet the 4 security guards, others saw irrational bravado, but Su Yi perceived the stillness before the thunderclap. For from him, Su Yi saw momentum. A momentum that transcended mere techniques and reactions forged by fusing a person's physique, mind, breath, and will into one. The next moment, as if to confirm Su Yi's judgment, when the 4 security guards swung their rubber batons, the besieged Ji Luo suddenly spread his arms wide. Instead of retreating, he advanced, crashing into them with a blur of motion. Bang! Everyone clearly saw Ji Luo's movement, simply spreading his arms and charging forward. Yet chillingly, no one could estimate the speed or the force he had just unleashed. He had charged headlong into 4 men. Now he stood there expressionless while all 4 security guards were sent flying. It was not a simple stumble backward. They were hurled into the air as if struck heat in by a speeding car, flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing, clattering onto the bar's main floor. Amid the shattering of glass, the 4 security guards, having knocked over a heap of tables and chairs, had all lost consciousness. Blood flowed from their mouths and noses. 2 had blood trickling from their ears. The severity of their injuries was unknown, but not a single moan escaped them. These 4 guards. They aren't dead, are they? None of the 10 onlooking applicants dared to laugh any longer. Even their voices were hushed to a whisper. Su Yi glanced at the man beside him who had spoken and noticed his hands were trembling. To be honest, since they had the courage to apply as bar security, they were not only strong, but had certainly been in fights before. But even a veteran soldier had never seen such a tactic, one man charging to send 4 flying 7 or 8 meters away. What was more terrifying was that the 4 fell to the ground and went silent immediately. It was hard to say how many bones were broken, but at the very least, they had suffered mild concussions. They won't die. He deliberately struck their chests. Su Yi's eyesight far exceeded others. He had clearly seen that this young man could have used his arms to hit the security guards' necks, but he had lowered his aim and struck their chests. The bones there were stronger. The blood they coughed up was only from gastric bleeding. With such immense force at that moment, if he had struck their necks, their cervical vertebrae would have deformed. Broken neck bones would sever the connection between the spine and brainstem. Survival would be a stroke of fate, and even if they live, they would likely be paralyzed. As long as they don't die, it's fine. Who would have guessed with such a refined appearance he's so fierce? Even the fierce generals of old must have been like this. To be able to cripple people with a charge, an ordinary fierce general wouldn't cut it. I reckon it would take someone like Dian Wei or Su Chu, but they were built so much larger. I've learned something new today. I'm not taking this job, he'll leave immediately. This man is not to be trifled with. Think carefully, brothers, about what you want to do. Don't drag others into it, we all have families. Among the 10 applicants who came for the interview with Ji Luo, many were ruthless by nature, yet faced with this situation, they were genuinely terrified. They had come to apply for security guard positions, and when an incident occurred in the bar with the security captain beaten to such a state, several among them thought to seize the chance to subdue Ji Luo and thereby claim the captain's position. Now, however, they realized this young man was no ordinary person. He was a humanoid beast. With such martial prowess, if truly provoked, he would dare to slaughter everyone present and flee without a trace. From amusement to eagerness to try and now to sheer terror, the 10 onlooking applicants had utterly abandoned any thought of securing the job. Each could only think of how to escape. Survival was paramount. What's wrong? What broke? The bar manager, who had just gone upstairs, heard a loud crash and descended again, assuming his security guards had carelessly damaged something. But when he returned to the first floor, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. In the empty bar, silence was so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The applicants kept silent, pretending to be invisible. For security guards lay on the ground, their condition unknown. Servers cowered in corners while Ji Luo stood still like a king awaiting a challenge. Earlier, he had been the one to give the bar an explanation. Now that he had taken action, it was the bar that must provide him with one. What happened? The bar manager had seen grand scenes before, but those were always gang fights. He had been away for less than 10 seconds, yet now four guards lay on the ground, utterly silent. They weren't moving at all. If all four were dead, the matter would spiral out of control. Even the boss couldn't cover it up, the bar would be finished. As manager, he would lose his job and might even be implicated. Manager Chi, what's wrong? Someone here to cause trouble. A fierce voice preceded the arrival of the man descending from the second floor. It was mid-November and a chill had set in outside, but the burly man at the front still wore his sleeves rolled up, revealing several scars on his arms, as ugly as centipedes. His aggressive demeanor marked him as someone who lived a life of bloodshed. The bar manager had been entertaining guests upstairs, and these were clearly those guests. 7 men came down, all with villainous appearances, especially the leader, who spoke. His bulging eyes were large and carried a cruel glint. Brother Meng Wu. The bar manager, at a loss, felt a surge of relief upon hearing someone stand by him, as if finding an anchor. Brother Meng Wu. I can't make decisions for the boss regarding the demolition cooperation, but I will do my utmost to arrange a meeting between you and the boss. Haha, Manager Chi, you worry too much. Since I've run into this, how could I not help? He'll make sure this doesn't put you in a difficult position. No one knew Meng Wu's original intentions, but now that he had the bar manager's promise, he acted exceedingly generously, taking full responsibility for everything. Then he'll trouble you, brother. The bar manager nodded with tearful gratitude. Meng Wu patted his shoulder, stepped in front of him, and scrutinized Ji Luo from head to toe. Young man, who taught you? Your technique is quite good. Meng Wu was not as crude as he appeared. Though fierce and cruel, he was also cautious. Having practiced martial arts for years, even if weakened by indulgence, he could see at a glance that the 4 guards had been knocked flying simultaneously. They had lost consciousness, but their lives were not in danger. Learn from videos. Want to fight? Then come on. Ji Luo raised his hand and curled his fingers in a taunting gesture, his attitude utterly cold. Meng Wu's face darkened instantly. He had initially thought to recruit this capable young man, but now it seemed the ignorant were truly pitiable. Be careful, don't kill him. Meng Wu made a gesture, and his 6 brothers drew their long knives, encircling Ji Luo like a pack of wolves on the hunt. Undoubtedly, the 6 men Meng Wu brought were hardened fighters, nothing like the cowardly security guards. They showed no mercy. Since Meng Wu said not to kill, it meant they could maim Ji Luo however they pleased. In the tense atmosphere, a light phone ringtone suddenly sounded. Ji Luo's killing intent faltered as he hurriedly pulled out his phone. At almost the same moment, a blade slashed down fiercely. Ji Luo's eyes remained fixed on the phone, ignoring the knife wielder before him. He simply stepped back, dodging the strike. Then Ji Luo placed the phone in his bandaged left hand and swiped to answer. Hello, Wang Zilin. How's it going there? Ji Luo listened with his left ear while stepping forward. His free right hand shot out, seizing the wrist of the knife wielder in front of him. With a twist and a crisp crack of bone, the half-meter-long blade clattered to the ground. Holy shit. The fierce knife wielder felt a sharp pain in his wrist, then lost all sensation in his right hand. He screamed, attempting to curse Ji Luo, but before he could finish his first word, a side punch struck his cheek, rendering him unconscious. Ji Luo, what's that noise? Someone fighting. No, I'm watching a movie. Ji Luo's reply was utterly devoid of emotion. Wang Zilin on the other end paused, but didn't doubt him, and continued complaining. Ji Luo, it's a shame you didn't come today. Otherwise, you'd definitely be first in the test. Then you could choose a more difficult route and easily earn 100,000 this trip. That much. What a pity. But since you've already won the bid, it doesn't matter whether I'm there or not. Ji Luo covered the phone with his left hand, trying to minimize the noise around him. At that moment, the remaining 5 knife wielders charged. Ji Luo stepped back to the bar counter, grabbed a firm hold with his right hand, and yanked hard. With the crack of splitting wood, the semi-fixed counter was torn away. No one could imagine the strength in his single hand. He lifted the counter as effortlessly as tearing a wing from a roast chicken. Hey Ji Luo, you're selling yourself short. If you came, it would be a whole different story. I'll forget it, you wouldn't understand. What movie are you watching? It's so loud. An apocalypse film. A martial arts film. Ji Luo's reply was brief, but his actions were ferocious. With a single hand, he swung the 7-to-8-meter-long counter, hurling it like a wall being pushed flat. The 2 fastest knife wielders had no chance to dodge. They slammed headlong into the stone countertop, their skulls struck as if by a hammer. Blood gushed out instantly, and they collapsed to the ground with a thud. This is indeed a martial arts film. Sui watched as the 2 knife-wielding thugs fell straight to the ground, feeling as if he had truly broadened his horizons. A bar counter 7 or 8 meters long, a solid wood table topped with marble. It was forcibly lifted from the ground by one hand and thrown like a wall. Who could withstand that? To be honest, He had seen people fight before, but he had never witnessed such brutal combat. It was not merely a victory of strength and skill, but a complete domination on a deeper level, judgment, reaction time, and so forth. As laughable as hard Qigong facing a firearm. That's Meng Wu. I've heard of his fearsome reputation. Look at his eyes, he's definitely killed before. This time he's kicked an iron plate. That man with one hand injured and answering a phone uses the other for attack and defense. Utterly victorious. No contest, absolutely none. That bar counter smashed over, cracking the marble top. How immense must his strength be? Why does he look so refined? The 10 applicants, now hiding far away, dared only to whisper among themselves. Meng Wu's reputation in this area was formidable, especially his ruthless and unforgiving methods. But Meng Wu, this underworld boss, had his 6 personal knife-wielding thugs. Within a dozen seconds, 3 were overpowered and down, leaving the remaining 3 frozen in place, too afraid to charge forward. And this man, still nonchalantly on the phone, had beaten 7 people half to death, without even a furrow of his brow. To be honest, at this point the fight was utterly unwinnable. Soon Meng Wu might have to step in himself. That would be interesting. Wang Zilin, is everything going smoothly for you today? No trouble. Ji Luo didn't even glance at the 3 knife wielders lying on the ground. His tone sounded as if he were truly watching a movie. On the other end of the phone, Wang Zilin, unaware of any anomaly, continued rambling about his experiences. No, everything's fine. Early this morning, I went to the branch of InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceuticals. First I reviewed documents, then listened to the manager's speech. Afterward, probably to prevent cheating, drivers from various logistics companies were notified on-site and had to arrive within 2 hours. If you weren't willing, I called Oldley. Then came the lottery and tests. Oldley barely made it into the top 15. The route assigned wasn't too hard, but the pay was much lower. For long-term cooperation, it depends on this trip, so it's all okay. Wang Zilin's tone carried a hint of reluctance, clearly envious of the top route in the test. Ji Luo on his end remained noncommittal. Since Wang Zilin had returned home safely without encountering any anomalies, everything was already the best choice. Clearly, without his presence, Su Qinghan would not have detonated the bomb. Understanding this, even if Ji Luo were to rewind again, he would not touch Wang Zilin's storyline. Congratulations, and give my regards to Oldley. The situation Ji Luo had most feared regarding Su Qinghan never occurred, and his tightly clenched heart finally relaxed completely. Ji Luo, let me tell you, I met a stunningly elegant beauty today. Am smitten truly, love at first sight. Smitten? You were just lusting after her body. Did you ask her name? I did, Su Qinghan. She asked me quite a few questions, and I deliberately got her number. Wang Zilin's voice was smug, clearly proud of his cleverness. But the moment Ji Luo heard that name, his mind went blank and countless sparks flashed through his thoughts. How did you meet her? Tell me. She sat next to me during the meeting and left halfway. You wouldn't see her even if you came. I'd be jealous. She seemed new and asked me lots of questions. Give me her number, I'll see if it's the one I know. After listening to Wang Zilin's account, Ji Luo's breathing became ragged. He never expected that Su Qinghan had been in contact with Wang Zilin, and it seemed she might have done so even before him. To be honest, Ji Luo's current trajectory could almost be described as laying an ambush for Su Qinghan. What he feared most was Su Qinghan inexplicably discovering him. If she traced the trail, she would surely find that Ji Luo was scheming against her, and then everything would be ruined. Huh, you know Su Qinghan. Wang Zilin, surprised to have stumbled upon someone Ji Luo knew, clicked his tongue and reluctantly gave Ji Luo the phone number. It's different from the number I know. Not the same person. Ji Luo was certain that the person Wang Zilin had met was Su Qinghan, but the number she gave him differed from the one she had given Ji Luo. Unsure of the truth, he simply memorized both. Different. Maybe Su Qinghan has 2 numbers. Give me yours. Forget it, just go bother the girl you fancy. Don't go flirting around. Ji Luo naturally wouldn't reveal such crucial information. Wang Zilin instantly felt cheated and angrily began to vehemently criticize Ji Luo. Ji Luo didn't get angry either. He simply fabricated a lie to gloss over the matter. Then they chatted a bit more with Ji Luo asking questions, and Wang Zilin, though somewhat annoyed, answering properly. Congratulations in advance on your long-term partnership with the Xinchi Group. They'll treat you to a meal next time. After gathering the information, Ji Luo had no desire to continue the conversation. The other end noticed nothing amiss, assuming Ji Luo was engrossed in the movie. After one more jab, Wang Zillion hung up. Not bad. That's fine. Ji Luo pocketed his phone and let out a long sigh. At the Xinchi branch, Su Qinghan had been quite restrained. Knowing this, Ji Luo felt inexplicably pleased. Now, Ji Luo raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the silent hall. There was no excessive coldness, yet not a hint of softness. Still want to fight? He'll concede this time. State your name. Meng Wu was ultimately a tough man. If he still couldn't see the situation clearly, his life would have been lived in vain. Even if he brought twice the number of men, they wouldn't stand a chance against Ji Luo. Face had been lost here, but Meng Wu had to reclaim it. Next time, he would surely take it back. My name is Ji Luo. My name and number are on my resume. If you want revenge, you're welcome anytime. Ji Luo saw through Meng Wu's bluster, but wasn't in the mood to fight. Letting him off was no big deal. This time I'm also at fault, so I won't hold a grudge. But next time if you come to me on your own, you'll see it through to the end no matter what you want. There was no hint of threat in Ji Luo's tone. It was as plain as discussing what to have for breakfast. Yet Meng Wu on the other end could see that Ji Luo wasn't making empty threats. He was merely stating the outcome. Unlike him, this man's ruthlessness seeped from the very marrow of his bones. Meng Wu fell silent, merely staring at Ji Luo. After all, he was a seasoned underworld figure. Though he appeared brash and fierce, cunning and caution had become second nature to him. That's all you've got. Ji Luo glanced sideways at Meng Wu, surprised to find that the gang leader dared not meet his gaze, instead dropping his eyes in a silent retreat. Ji Luo paid no mind to Meng Wu's attitude. He was after all a calm man. Though his earlier beating seemed fierce, he had been holding back. None of the 7 men he struck would die. They looked battered, but their injuries were minor and the fallout would be limited. Goodbye. Ji Luo had no interest in lingering. He turned and walked out of the bar as casually as if he were taking a stroll. Outside, the sun was slanting. Ji Luo noticed it was nearly 3 o'clock. Patting his stomach, he felt a pang of hunger and ordered a bowl of rice with toppings from a nearby stall. Just as there's no fish in Yuxiang Ro, see the lamb with scallions he ordered had no lamb either. But Ji Luo, accustomed to poverty, ate the pork version without complaint. He had only taken a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. Something on your mind, Oi? Ji Luo recognized the man, the shortest among the 11 who had just applied. His muscles were lean, his skin dark, clearly honed by years of training. Mr. Ji Luo, my name is Sui. Sui himself didn't know why he had come to Ji Luo. Barely 19, with little life experience, he stammered under Ji Luo's gaze. Don't be nervous. I can see you mean no harm. You haven't eaten, have you? Sit down. Ji Luo had initially suspected Meng Wu's retaliation, but Sui was clearly an honest country boy. His evasive eyes stemmed from insecurity, not malice. Ji Luo ordered a bowl of rice with toppings for Sui as well. Flustered, Sui fumbled for his wallet, but Ji Luo waved a hand and paid with his phone. Sui's lips moved, and he murmured a thank you. Truth be told, Ji Luo was curious. After witnessing what had happened in the bar, why was Sui, clearly nervous, still coming to him? From his demeanor, it seemed like he had a favor to ask. Ji Luo held all the cards, so he was in no rush. While waiting for the food, he said nothing, and Sui dared not speak. In the silence, Ji Luo studied the young man, making him squirm in his seat. Have you trained in martial arts? Ji Luo broke the silence when he felt the moment was right. Sui relaxed as soon as Ji Luo started the conversation. Between people meeting for the first time, silence is far worse than disagreement. It's torture for the weaker party. I trained with a spear, 13 years. Why did you stop? I couldn't keep not earning money. I came out to work. As Sui spoke, his eyes reddened. He had trained under his master for 13 years. His master valued him more than his own son. Yet he had still let his master down. Tell me about it. Ji Luo didn't know why Sui had sought him out, but he was more than willing to listen to his story. Just then the landlady brought over the rice and set it before Sui. The young man took the chopsticks Ji Luo had snapped apart, lowered his head, and tears began to fall into the plate. My master was famous in our village. Every family wanted their kids to learn from him. When he took on disciples, kids from all the neighboring villages came. My parents didn't agree at first, but they eventually gave in to me. I'm slow, not quick to learn, way behind the others. I was anxious, so I just trained. It was all I could do. In the beginning, I pushed too hard and hurt myself. My master scolded me, but he didn't kick me out. He let me keep learning. Martial arts are grueling. People gradually dropped out, and eventually I could keep up. My master said I was slow-witted, lacking insight. But diligence compensates for dullness. So I kept training, slowly improving. Eventually my master accepted me as his disciple, and I trained with him for 13 years. Sui ate ravenously, shoveling food into his mouth, head bowed, slurping loudly. Ji Luo sat across from him, his own chopsticks barely moving. He could see that Sui was a man of deep loyalty, burdened by guilt toward his master. But what could be done? In ancient times, the poor studied while the rich practiced martial arts. Today, food was plentiful, but a man still had to earn a living. In an era that prized intellectual labor, what use was martial arts? It didn't boost exam scores or increase job pay. Brawling might win fights, but it would eventually lead to trouble. When Sui was young, practicing martial arts was fine. It just meant eating a bit more. But as he grew older, who would support him? Now Su, he looked about 19 or 20, having started training at 5 or 6. With his honest, simple demeanor, he likely hadn't excelled in academics. After middle school, he had no choice but to go out and sell his labor. You finished middle school, eh? Yeah. Kids our age in the village mostly come out to work. How long have you been here? What did you do before? Been here over half a year. Worked on a construction site. 150 a day. Am not good at studying, just strong, so that's all I can do. Su Yi set down his chopsticks, feeling even more inferior before Ji Luo. He was sure Ji Luo was a college student, knowledgeable and learned far superior to him. A while back someone told me to buy him cigarettes. I refused and he hit me. I hit back. He ended up in the hospital and I got fired. Ji Luo could almost imagine Su Yi's hardships. A country boy trained in martial arts, honest and timid, working on a construction site, only focused on his labor. Of course the old hands would bully him. At first it was just testing the waters, but after a few months it would escalate. Su Yi's master had probably warned him not to fight, so he endured until he couldn't, then sent the man to the hospital and lost his job. For a manual laborer like Su Yi, without the help of fellow villagers from his hometown, finding work became even harder. His desperate state suggested he had been jobless for over half a month. Otherwise, someone of his nature wouldn't have considered working as a bar security guard. Su Yi, why have you come to me? I want to follow you. Su Yi also felt his idea was somewhat whimsical, but at this moment he was truly at his wit's end. In the past 6 months in the big city, he had worked hard with no connections whatsoever. His labor on the construction site was purely physical, his previous work experience utterly useless. Most of his earnings were sent back to his family, leaving him no time to stall. Ji Luo, you are the most remarkable person I have ever met, even more formidable than my master. I want to follow you. Su Yi had studied martial arts for 13 years. In his mind, just like his master, a person with superb martial skills must also possess great martial virtue and could not be evil. Follow me. How old are you? Ji Luo had never imagined that a single fight would earn him a follower. Besides, what would he do with Su Yi? He himself was so destitute he could barely scrape by. How could he afford to take someone else under his wing? 19. Su Yi put down his chopsticks, gazing at Ji Luo with desperate hope. He believed that since Ji Luo was both skilled in martial arts and learned, following such an impressive person would surely be the right path. Su Yi, I am also here looking for work. I can barely support myself. How could I take you along? Ji Luo was not one to crave glory. He neither needed nor wanted any followers or disciples, so he had to politely decline Su Yi's request. Brother Ji, if you're looking for a job, I could recommend one to you. Su Yi suddenly changed his address to Ji Luo. The barely adult young man was still thin-skinned and found it hard to speak too bluntly, but at this point Ji Luo had more or less grasped Su Yi's intention. You mean, you have a good job and you want me to apply for it, and then bring you along? Ji Luo hadn't expected that this honest-looking lad could harbor such cunning thoughts. Still, it was normal. After all, it was the 31st century. Who was truly naive anymore? Su Yi also felt his idea was somewhat inappropriate, but given his current predicament, he had no other choice. Ji Luo looked at Su Yi's ashamed expression, but didn't think he had done anything wrong. Wasn't this just a normal transaction? Recommend a good job, and if it worked out, bring him along, if not, no harm done. It was all for survival. No one owed anyone anything. If Ji Luo hadn't had his own goals, he would have gladly accepted Su Yi's terms. A job that a young man valued so highly must be quite generous. Unfortunately, Ji Luo's mind was not on employment at the moment. Su Yi, does this job require fighting? Ji Luo, seeing the young man's plight, planned to refuse him indirectly. In their brief encounter, Su Yi's admiration for him stemmed solely from his martial prowess. A refusal based on that aspect wouldn't be too harsh. Yes, but not necessarily real fighting. Not that it's never needed, it's just. Su Yi feared that a wrong answer would lead to an outright rejection. The young man scratched his head anxiously, then, as if giving up on hesitation, changed his tone. Brother Ji, let me be honest with you. After I left the construction site, I found a cheap, run-down neighborhood to hole up in. It's a bit far from here, over in the old district. The place I live in is shabby, but right next to it is a really fancy building full of powerful companies. I've only been there once for an interview. The interview was at a huge gym that took up 2 whole floors. Only rich people go there. I thought since I've trained in martial arts for over a decade, I might as well give it a try. Su Yi wasn't good at hiding his thoughts. As he spoke, his longing and disappointment were plain to see. Ji Luo hadn't paid much attention at first, but as he listened on, his brow gradually furrowed. You failed the interview, eh? You want me to give it a try? Ji Luo put down his chopsticks, tapping his fingers on the table as he pondered the key points in Su Yi's story. On the surface, there was nothing strange about it. Su Yi had applied to a high-end gym, been rejected, and now seeing Ji Luo thought that with his appearance and skills he could surely get in and help him out along the way. Yet, Ji Luo sensed something else. Brother Ji, I feel like you'd definitely make it. Su Yi's eyes lit up with excitement as he clenched his fists, nervous and thrilled. Brother Ji, you don't know how great that gym is. They said they were looking for a top-notch master to teach traditional martial arts. I failed, but you could definitely do it. Traditional martial arts. A top-notch master. And they can bring someone along. Ji Luo pointed at himself, then at Su Yi, meaning, if I become the master, could I bring you in as an instructor under me? Yes. The gym owner is really obsessed with this stuff. Traditional martial arts, combat, kickboxing. Anything that involves fighting, he loves it. Su Yi, seeing Ji Luo's interest, immediately dropped his chopsticks and began drawing on the table. The owner probably wants to make a name for himself too. When he was hiring, he insisted on real combat. Lots of people came and they fought directly. Whoever won became the master. The master gets full control over traditional martial arts with commissions, almost like a half-owner. You failed. Ji Luo scanned Su Yi from head to toe. He could tell that this young man with 13 years of training was far more formidable than an ordinary person. There was no spear there, and they didn't compete with spears. My entire skill set is on the spear. How could I beat the others? That's true. Ji Luo now understood the situation. Su Yi had seen his fighting style earlier and realized he was highly skilled in unarmed combat. So he wanted Ji Luo to apply for the master position and then let him become a teaching instructor. That gym, has the master already been hired? Can I still apply? Brother Ji, to be honest, the master is essentially the gym's anchor. If he can't hold his ground, he'll naturally leave. Su Yi had been instilled with martial arts and virtue by his master since childhood, leaving him utterly naive about worldly affairs. So in his view, as long as Ji Luo defeated the current master, he would naturally become the new one, and promoting him would be as simple as a single word. Interesting. What's the name of that gym? It's called Shoudao? Shoudao Gym. Su Yi had already spilled everything. Now it was up to Ji Luo to decide. The young man stared at him nervously, his eyes gleaming with hope. Shoudao Gym. Ji Luo didn't answer Su Yi immediately. He pulled out his phone, looked up the exact location, and then zoomed in on the map. Just as he had suspected, the gym was very close to the old district, less than a 5-minute walk from the address Su Qinghan had given him. Ji Luo felt as if fate had handed him exactly what he needed. He had been fretting over how to find a job near Su Qinghan's home, and now this had come to him. Moreover, being the gym's master would prove his martial prowess, allowing him to conceal any power he revealed when interacting with Su Qinghan. Su Yi, tell me about the head instructor at the fitness center now. Ji Luo had already made a decision in his heart, but he did not reveal it too eagerly. The more important the matter, the calmer he needed to be. From this moment on, his contact with Su Yi was no longer innocent. If everything went smoothly, his goal of getting close to Su Qinghan could be achieved. And likewise, if Su Qinghan ever became suspicious of him in the future and traced back his experiences, all of this would serve as evidence. When I went for the interview, there were quite a few people there. The boss was watching from the sidelines, and we went at it like a tournament. The final winner was a guy named Liu Xiaoyuan. He was pretty fierce, had some training in Muay Thai and Taekwondo, and was decent at Jeet Kune Do and Chongquan too. From what I saw, Liu Xiaoyuan had plenty of real combat experience. If I had fought him, I probably wouldn't have lasted 2 minutes. The one who fought him in the final round was also decent, named Xingqian. Unlike me, who was alone, he had fellow disciples. But Xingqian trained in a very focused style, something called thunderclap palm. In the final bout, he fought Liu Xiaoyuan fiercely, but unfortunately, he hesitated for a moment, and Liu Xiaoyuan broke one of his arms, defeating him. Su Yi roughly gestured to Ji Luo how the two had fought, describing Liu Xiaoyuan's final axe kick followed by an elbow strike as extremely powerful. Xingqian simply couldn't block it, and his forearm snapped clean in the middle. Was that Liu Xiaoyuan lacking in martial ethics? Ji Luo could tell that Su Yi really disliked Liu Xiaoyuan. Young people always had that fervor for justice, and now that he had met Ji Luo, he wanted Ji Luo to defeat Liu Xiaoyuan and take the position of head instructor. It's not exactly lacking in ethics, but Xingqian showed mercy once while Liu Xiaoyuan was just too ruthless. Su Yi shook his head, knowing that injuries were inevitable in such matches. Going all out to end a fight wasn't wrong, but it didn't feel quite right either. After Liu Xiaoyuan won, what expression did the boss have? The boss? What expression could he have? He was just happy. He opened a fitness center and found a head instructor. Su Yi had encountered too little in life. He didn't catch the implication in Ji Luo's words. Although Ji Luo hadn't participated in those matches, he had a pretty good idea of what was really going on. Normally, who would recruit a head instructor for their fitness center through an open competition? That was definitely something you'd arrange in advance. So looking at it from a different angle, the owner of Shoudao Fitness Center had already teamed up with that Liu Xiaoyuan. They were essentially partners in the business. After all, under normal circumstances, a place teaching traditional martial arts would be called a martial arts school or dojo. But he set up a fitness center, obviously just a gimmick to attract customers. This also explains why the owner of Shoudao Fitness Center, by holding a martial arts competition for recruitment, was so sure that the head instructor would be good at management, not only giving him a commission, but also letting him handle the traditional martial arts division. It was clearly all prearranged. The so-called recruitment was ultimately just an advertisement. Liu Xiaoyuan was very confident in himself, so he set up a challenge to take on all comers wanting to make a name for himself. As for that Xingqian, he probably had real skill too. He might not have truly lost to Liu Xiaoyuan, but Liu Xiaoyuan was too cunning. He couldn't let anyone disrupt his plans, so he struck ruthlessly, taking advantage of Xingqian's restraint to break his arm directly. That way, not only did Xingqian lose this time, but he also couldn't come to challenge the gym again for the next few months. Moreover, once the story spread, it became a feat. Not only would it attract martial arts practitioners, but it would also deter anyone else thinking of provoking him. Ji Luo stroked his chin, feeling no aversion to this. Since Liu Xiaoyuan was so ruthless, Ji Luo would have no qualms about going all out against him. Not only that, but Ji Luo also planned to repay him in kind. He would not only defeat Liu Xiaoyuan, but also send him to the hospital, preferably laid up for months. That way, no matter what the owner of Shoudao Fitness Center thought, he would have to hire Ji Luo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a head instructor for his traditional martial arts division and would have to refund all the tuition fees. The best cooperation in the world is to give someone a choice while eliminating all other options, leaving only one. Su Yi, does Shoudao really still allow people to come and challenge? They won't call the police, will they? Brother Ji, they definitely allow it. That Lu Xiaoyuan even said anyone was welcome to come and challenge, but injuries would be at their own risk. Alright, good. Let's continue eating. Tell me more about the boss and Lu Xiaoyuan in detail, so I can figure things out. Ji Luo wasn't worried about losing to Lu Xiaoyuan. He was only concerned that after the fight the other party might call the police and get him into trouble. Ji Luo's ultimate goal was still Su Qinghan. As for Shoudao Fitness Center, as long as he could get in, he didn't care how long he stayed or how much he earned. What Ji Luo needed most right now was a valid reason to move. Great. Upon hearing Ji Luo's words, Su Yi became excited. Since Ji Luo said that he must be planning to go and challenge the gym. And once Ji Luo succeeded, he could also get in as an instructor. How awesome would that be? Haha, don't just talk, eat. Boss, give us 2 stir-fried dishes. By now Ji Luo's attitude towards Su Yi had warmed up. Such a good shield. If he lost it, his conscience would ache. Su Yi's face flushed with excitement. He felt deeply that he hadn't misjudged Ji Luo, so he opened his heart even more, pouring out all the information he knew to Ji Luo like a waterfall. Ji Luo certainly wasn't going to fool the kid. All his probing and testing were aimed at understanding Su Yi and the situation at Shoudao Fitness Center. After all, only by doing this could Ji Luo better achieve mutual benefit for both sides. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable for both of them. Afterward, Ji Luo gave up all his remaining interviews and followed Su Yi towards Shoudao Fitness Center. Along the way, Ji Luo didn't say much, mostly listening. By now, perhaps because he had grown a bit familiar with Ji Luo, Su Yi talked more. The young man had been working away from home for over half a year, rarely communicating with others. Now that he had found someone he could trust, his tone was noticeably lighter. The two walked slowly along the long street. Although Su Yi didn't often wander around, having lived there for a while, he was fairly familiar with the area. Ji Luo also planned to move nearby, so the conversation naturally turned more toward the layout. Taking the opportunity, Ji Luo asked about Su Yi's address. With limited money, Su Yi rented a room in an older, cheaper neighborhood a bit farther from Su Qinghan's place, but still only a 10-minute walk away. Ji Luo mentioned his idea of moving, and Su Yi enthusiastically offered to help him find a place. Ji Luo didn't refuse, just made some requests, narrowing the rental range to Su Qinghan's neighborhood. In recent years, Changlin City had developed at a staggering pace. Bolstered by state support, it had leaped from a third-tier city to a second-tier one, and its ranking continued to climb. Amidst the soaring skyscrapers, traces of earlier urban planning remained clearly visible. Though labeled old, the old district had only existed for about 30 years. Yet due to its prime location, many coveted this lucrative piece of land, and countless hoped for redevelopment, thus the label old was stamped upon it. In stark contrast to the old district, the surrounding land was worth a fortune, a bustling city center where every new building soared over 30 stories. When sunlight struck, the glass facades of these towers shimmered like an ocean. Such light pollution, Ji Luo muttered. Though he had changed jobs frequently before, he had never worked in an office building. After all, he was a nobody who hadn't even attended university. The white-collar life in those towers was beyond his reach. Yet Ji Luo didn't believe office workers were superior. Su Yi, on the other hand, had grown up in a rural village, his only job experience being manual labor on construction sites. Now walking into such a clean and spacious building, he felt utterly ill at ease. Chin up, chest out. You'll be coming here to work every day from now on. What are you afraid of? Ji Luo patted Su Yi on the back, and the young man immediately straightened his spine. They stepped into the elevator. Ji Luo asked for the floor, pressed the button, then stood to the side, watching Su Yi shrink into a corner, unsure where to look. Just follow me and don't say much. Do whatever I tell you. Got it, brother Ji. He'll do exactly as you say. Su Yi felt immense gratitude toward Ji Luo, wishing he could become Ji Luo's loyal follower. But Ji Luo had declined, only saying to let him work alongside. The elevator ascended for over 10 seconds before stopping smoothly. Ji Luo and Su Yi stepped off with a young girl and immediately saw the sign for Shoudao Fitness Center. Shoudao Fitness Center occupied the 9th and 10th floors of the building. Renting 2 floors in such a prime location spoke volumes about the owner's investment and ambition. Hello, welcome to Shoudao Fitness Center. There were 4 receptionists at the entrance. Since Ji Luo and Su Yi were together, and another girl walked alone, 2 receptionists greeted each group with excellent service. Excuse me, is Lu Xiaoyuan from Traditional Martial Arts here? Ji Luo's clear and resolute features made a favorable impression. Su Yi stood behind him, watching Ji Luo's natural demeanor with envy. He is. May I ask what subject you'd like to study? The receptionist assumed Ji Luo was there to learn martial arts and handed him a schedule. Ji Luo was about to say he was looking for Lu Xiaoyuan when someone else beat him to it. Thanks, but I'm not here for any courses. I'm here to see Lu Xiaoyuan. Call him out. At that moment, the girl who had descended the elevator with Ji Luo stood calmly at the service desk. Her tone wasn't harsh, but it carried an unyielding resolve. Miss Master Lu is currently teaching. If you wish to see him, please wait. How long? The girl glanced at the clock, her brows slightly furrowed, as if pressed for time. Master Lu has just started his class. Each session lasts an hour and a half. You'll have to wait a while. Sensing the girl's displeasure, the receptionist's demeanor grew even more courteous. Meanwhile, another idle receptionist hurried inside, clearly to notify someone. I want to see him now. Call him out. I'm sorry, but do you think I'm joking? The girl caught the receptionist's evasion. A cold smile flickered across her face. She stepped forward, raised her toe to a straight line, and then stomped down. Thud. Though she appeared to be a middle schooler with a slender frame and legs that seemed devoid of strength, her downward strike was as forceful as an axe. The sturdy reception desk shattered, its center collapsing inward while both sides flew apart. Call Lu Xiaoyuan out. I'm here to challenge his school. The girl's tone carried no aggression, as if she were stating an obvious truth, like demanding repayment of a debt. Hearing the commotion, several coaches emerged from the gym, exuding an imposing presence. To be a coach in such a large gym, one must be an exceptional fitness enthusiast. The 5 or 6 men all stood over 6 feet tall, wearing sleeveless shirts that accentuated their chiseled muscles, radiating strength. Yet facing the encircling brutes, the slender girl stood unflinching, exuding an aura of taking them all on alone. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, her face still retaining a hint of baby fat, just shedding its childishness. 2 shallow dimples appeared when she smiled, gently indenting on either side. Paired with her playful features and height just over 1.6 meters, she exuded an indescribable charm and warmth. Her eyelids were thin, and her large eyes held a deep, dark luster. There was no shadow in her pupils. She met others' gazes without a trace of timidity. Her hair was long, black strands flowing past her shoulder blades. 2 white ribbons carved with snowflake patterns tied her soft locks into symmetrical pigtails. Though short in stature, she stood straight, chin slightly raised, her eyes sparkling with earnest intensity. That mature seriousness, so at odds with her petite frame, lent her a defiant yet endearing charm, a contrast that made her all the more adorable. My name is Tang Ruashi. Want to take me on together? At that moment, facing the 5 or 6 burly men, the 9th grade girl wore a look of utter determination, as if truly prepared to face them all alone. Hey beauty, what's got you so worked up? Let's talk it out, little sister. Which middle school are you from? Want a membership card? He'll give you a free month's trial. Miss Tang, who upset you so much you came knocking? Tell uncle, and he'll get justice for you. The fitness coaches, seeing she was just a middle schooler, relaxed their expressions. Instead of being angry, they found Tang Ruashi utterly adorable. After all, a beautiful girl barely reaching your chest, staring at you with deadly seriousness, ready to fight to the death. Who wouldn't feel that contrast-induced charm? Brother G, this little girl. Su, unlike those ignorant coaches, had witnessed everything. A 15 or 16-year-old girl lifting her leg for a downward strike that split a solid wood service desk clean in half. Was that normal? Anyone with a shred of common sense knows that a woman's skeletal structure is finer than a man's. Although girls mature earlier, their bodies taking shape by 15 or 16, no amount of training can transcend the inherent differences of gender. Su at 19 had trained with the spear for 13 years, tempering his body for just as long. He believed that even unarmed, he could easily handle 5 or 6 thugs. Yet if asked to replicate Tang Ruaxi's movements, he admitted it was utterly beyond him. No, it wasn't a matter of inability. It was sheer impossibility. The greater the force, the greater the recoil. If you raised your leg and brought it down on solid wood furniture, could your bones withstand it? More often than not, the table would remain unscathed while you ended up with a fracture. It's fine, I know. Ji Luo stood to the side, watching Tang Ruaxi's adorable yet earnest figure with no intention of intervening. As an evolver who had lain dormant for 10 years, Ji Luo's visual acuity, reaction time, and judgment had long surpassed the limits of common sense. An indescribable intuition told him that the girl before him was the embryonic form of an evolver, the initial semblance of an ordinary human transcending toward the extraordinary. Not yet an evolver, but already drifting away from the concept of humanity, breaking free from the shackles of nature, evolving into a different kind of being. Clearly, Tang Ruashi had not awakened a talent ability. She merely possessed the foundation to become an evolver, still on the path. 10 years ago, after awakening his primordial talent, Ji Luo had tested himself more than once. Initially, despite awakening his superpower, his physical capabilities were only twice that of an ordinary person. Of course, at that time, Ji Luo was 14, and his standard of ordinary referred to a 30-year-old adult male. Later, as Ji Luo continued to grow, by around 18, he had reached 3 times the attributes of an ordinary person. Now, after numerous comparisons and tests, Ji Luo was nearly 4 times the physical capacity of a normal human. Note nearly. Ji Luo had a feeling that if he could grow just a little more, take one more step forward, he would reach a new realm, what one might call a breakthrough. Yet, unfortunately, no matter how Ji Luo trained or experimented, his physical abilities could not increase by the slightest fraction. The final step toward the next stage remained forever out of reach. Similarly, the girl named Tang Ruashi before him was also stuck at the final step of her current stage. If physical strength were quantified numerically, Ji Luo now stood at roughly 19. 10 years ago, when he awakened his talent ability, he was at 10, and Tang Ruashi at this moment was at 9. Both were merely one step away, yet Tang Ruaxi's step was particularly arduous, perhaps one she might never take in her lifetime. After all, awakening a talent ability, that was what truly made one an evolver. A 16-year-old girl possessing nearly twice the physical capability of a 30-year-old strong man. Truly terrifying. At this moment, Ji Luo was perhaps the only one present who fully understood the situation, allowing him to watch calmly, awaiting the drama to unfold. Despite Tang Ruox's slender limbs, her bones, internal organs, skin, and flesh had all transcended the ordinary human concept. Otherwise, even if she had trained since birth, a junior high school girl could never have split a solid wood service counter with an axe kick, emerging completely unscathed. Now call Lu Xiaoyuan out. I'm here to challenge the school. Tang Ruox's small face was taut, devoid of any junior high school girl's shyness. Her serious and earnest expression was, truth be told, utterly adorable. Challenge the school. Courting death. At that moment, a young man of about 25 or 6 emerged. He wore a martial arts uniform drenched in sweat, clearly just finishing physical training. It had to be said, unlike fitness trainers who built showy muscles, the young man's steps were remarkably light, indicating dedicated training in lightness skills. His fists were wrapped in cloth, his knuckles thick, a clear sign of extensive external martial arts practice and some exposure to Muay Thai. Do you know Lu Xiaoyuan? Tang Ruoxi, hailing from a martial arts family, could tell at a glance that this young man, unlike those around him, was a lifelong practitioner. He is my master. Good. You must have heard the name Xing Qian. He is my senior brother. He was defeated by Lu Xiaoyuan due to insufficient skill. He may lose, but the reputation of the 36 Thunderbolt hands cannot be tarnished. Therefore, I have come to seek instruction. When Tang Ruoxi mentioned Xing Qian's name, her expression remained utterly still. She simply unzipped her jacket, removing the inconvenient outer layer to reveal a plain white t-shirt beneath. Of course, you can call it a challenge. The rules of combat remain unchanged. Life and death by fate, injuries at one's own risk. My master is teaching. If you wish to challenge him, you must first get past me. Fine. Tang Ruoxi wasted no words. She stepped forward with her right foot sinking into a bow stance and drawing in her waist, assuming a highly unusual starting posture. Tang Ruoxi 36, Thunderbolt hands. Zhang Shuai free hand. Tang Ruoxi saw through Zhang Zuyi's level at a glance. She had intended for him to attack, first allowing her to finish the fight swiftly. But unfortunately, Zhang Shuai had no idea of the gap between them. Now he stood poised, waiting for Tang Ruoxi to strike. In Zhang Ziyi's mind, facing a 16-year-old girl, he feared losing control of his strength, which could prove fatal. Better to focus on defense, deflecting all her attacks, and then gracefully force her to concede. A beautiful thought, but reality was far too ugly. Very well, as you wish. Tang Ruoxi did not linger further. Since Zhang Shuai was courting death, there was nothing she could do. If Zhang Shuai had attacked, she could have defended and controlled the force, ensuring minimal injury. But now, with her initiating the attack, she had to be as cautious as possible to secure victory in a life-or-death struggle. And so, in the next instant, Tang Ruox's steps thundered like rolling thunder, charging at Zhang Shuai like a fleeting afterimage. This little girl still held back. Ji Luo clearly perceived Tang Ruox's trajectory, but aside from him, everyone present saw only a brief blur. As if teleporting, Tang Ruoxi closed the nearly 10-meter distance between them in just over a second. Amid Zhang Zuyi's terrified gaze, she delivered a straightforward palm push. Bang! The sound of Tang Ruox's palms striking Zhang Zuyi's chest was as brief as a balloon popping. Zhang Shuai, standing over 1.8 meters and weighing around 170 jin, was sent flying horizontally, as if struck head-on by a speeding truck, crashing into the wall with a thud. Zhang Shuai slammed into the wall like a pancake, his body almost flattened against it before he fell stiffly to the ground, losing consciousness instantly. Ji Luo, is this Zhang Shuai dead? Su Yi felt his heart pounding violently. It wasn't that he lacked experience, but Tang Ruoxi was simply too formidable. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the earlier Ji Luo. Don't worry, he won't die. Ji Luo sensed Su Yi's gaze, but said nothing. After all, Su Yi's assumption wasn't wrong. He and Tang Ruoxi were indeed of the same ilk, though there was a vast disparity between them. In the deathly silence where even a pin drop could be heard, Tang Ruoxi calmly withdrew her hands. Her gaze swept around, and no one dared to meet her eyes. At this moment, the receptionist had already hidden away, staring at Tang Ruoxi with sheer terror. Several robust fitness coaches also fell silent, stubbornly holding their ground for the sake of their last shred of dignity. Customers, drawn by the commotion, hastily stepped back, their earlier amusement completely vanished. Call 120. He won't die, but 5 ribs are broken and his internal organs are slightly ruptured. Tang Ruox's control over her strength was impeccable. Had she wished to kill Zhang Shuai, that single push would have caved in his chest. However, she had come to seek justice, not to kill. There was no need for that. What are you gawking at? Call an ambulance. From the back of the hall, a furious shout suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Someone immediately rushed over to help Zhang Shuai to another area, and an emergency call was quickly made. The crowd parted, revealing a lean, formidable man in his early 30s. He was not particularly tall, even somewhat short, but his muscles were dense and powerful. Each step he took resonating with a heavy, muffled thud. I am Lu Xiaoyuan. Tang Ruoxi, I came specifically to find you today. Tang Ruoxi did not repeat her purpose. Lu Xiaoyuan pressed his lips together, but did not speak immediately. His gaze lingered on Tang Ruoxi for a moment before he turned and began walking away. This is bad for business. Follow me to the second floor. Tang Ruoshi said nothing but picked up her coat and followed Lu Xiaoyuan without a trace of fear. At this point the onlookers clearly wanted to follow, but they were blocked by several of Lu Xiaoyuan's disciples. Apologies to avoid accidental injuries. Guests are advised not to approach. Lu Xiaoyuan's disciples were all traditional martial arts instructors. Though the ordinary crowd tried to push through, they were all held back, leaving them with no choice but to disperse. Ji Luo and Su Yi, of course, had no such reservations. When one of Lu Xiaoyuan's disciples tried to stop them, Ji Luo gave a casual push, sending the man tumbling to the ground like a rolling gourd. What do you think you're doing? Seeing Ji Luo's hostile intent, 4 or 5 martial arts instructors immediately surrounded him. But Ji Luo was utterly disdainful, not even deigning to glance at them. I'm here for Lu Xiaoyuan to contend for the position of head instructor. Step aside. Though Ji Luo offered this explanation, he never slowed his pace, walking straight ahead. The instructors tried to block him, but it was like colliding with a wall. They were simply knocked off balance. If you don't want to end up in the hospital, move. Without sparing them another glance, Ji Luo led Su Yi upstairs. Lu Xiaoyuan's disciples, now subdued, did not try to stop him again, but followed closely behind. Compared to the 9th floor gym, the 10th floor was clearly the domain of traditional martial arts. The entire floor was divided into numerous training halls, their door signs bearing rather poetic names culled from classical lyrics, lending a decently cultured atmosphere. Flying frost descends. Ji Luo recalled that this phrase was from the line "Flying frost descends upon the sword's tip," taking the first 3 characters. It was probably a hall for teaching swordsmanship. Indeed, the hall displayed various historical swords, including Western rapiers and broadswords. Whether Lu Xiaoyuan could teach them all or not, the ambition was certainly grand. The sword teaching hall was not yet finished, with many decorators still working inside. Lu Xiaoyuan walked to the front, ordering everyone to leave. Thus the spacious hall was left with only their group of a dozen or so people. And you are? Lu Xiaoyuan now noticed Ji Luo and Su Yi. He signaled to someone beside him to escort them out, though his tone of inquiry remained polite. Me? My name is Ji Luo. I'm here to challenge you. I heard that if I defeat you, I can become the Guardian Master. I've been short on money lately, and I really want this job. Without pausing his stride, Ji Luo reached out and pushed aside the approaching man, sending him stumbling away. This time Ji Luo used force. The man probably didn't even realize what had happened before he was sent flying. He felt no injury or pain, but when he hit the ground, he found himself 7 or 8 meters away. A single push that sent a man flying 7 or 8 meters without causing any harm. In terms of raw strength, many might achieve it. But the technique of pushing someone away without injury was truly remarkable. Lu Xiaoyuan hadn't expected such trouble today. First Tang Ruoshi appeared, and now a formidable opponent named Ji Luo. It seemed this wouldn't end peacefully. Are you also challenging Lu Xiaoyuan? First come, first served. Tang Ruoshi had no intention of clashing with Ji Luo, but since she had come first to challenge Lu Xiaoyuan, she insisted on going first. First come, first served. We arrived together. How about rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins challenges him first. Ji Luo naturally wouldn't let Tang Ruoshi go first. Lu Xiaoyuan might not yet grasp the situation, but Ji Luo saw it clearly. Lu Xiaoyuan was already a fish on the chopping block. If Tang Ruoshi fought Lu Xiaoyuan first, Ji Luo was certain that Lu Xiaoyuan would end up in the hospital with no chance to fight him at all. But then, how could he become the Guardian Master? Who's playing rock, paper, scissors with you? I got out of the elevator first and called out to Lu Xiaoyuan first. Tang Ruoshi had been class monitor since kindergarten, valuing rules and order above all. Now that Ji Luo was trying to cut in line, she would never allow it. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyuan, watching Ji Luo and Tang Ruoshi argue over who would challenge him first, had a face so dark it seemed ready to drip ink. A 15 or 16-year-old girl and a young man around 20 discussing him so brazenly. Where did that leave him? A man who had practiced martial arts for over 20 years. Was this a challenge? This was treating him like a slab of meat, with the two of them arguing over who would take the first cut. Utterly disrespectful. Haha, Lu Xiaoyuan's face was livid with rage. He was about to suggest that Ji Luo and Tang Ruoshi come at him together when a young man in a suit suddenly walked in. Master Lu, what's going on? Curator Shi, these two are here to challenge me. A challenge? Who injured Zhang Xuei? Shi Xian had only heard that a martial arts instructor had been severely injured, but he never expected the perpetrators to be such young children. The one I injured was Zhang Xuei. I'm here today to challenge your dojo. If Lu Xiaoyuan loses, your Shoudao Fitness Center might as well shut down its traditional martial arts division. Tang Ruoshi was here to provoke and cause trouble today. Did she fear this? Her only worry was that the owner of Shoudao wouldn't show up. My name is Ji Luo. Unlike Tang Ruoshi, I'm not here to dismantle Shoudao. I'm here to challenge Lu Xiaoyuan and apply for the position of headmaster in traditional martial arts. Ji Luo's attitude was noticeably more amiable. After all, he came to seize the position. Defeating Lu Xiaoyuan was the first step, but whether he could secure the role of headmaster depended on the owner of Shoudao's thoughts. I am Shi Xian, the owner of Shoudao. Personally, Shi Xian naturally disliked those who came to challenge his dojo, but compared to Tang Ruoshi, Ji Luo's attitude was indeed much better. This contrast earned Ji Luo a bit of goodwill from Shi Xian. After all, Tang Ruoshi intended to cripple Lu Xiaoyuan and shut down their traditional martial arts division, while Ji Luo merely wanted to work for him. The two were fundamentally different. Director Shi, please guide me. Ji Luo extended his hand and naturally shook Shizin's. Shi Xin felt nothing special, but Lu Xiaoyuan was already seething with rage. This reckless young man dared to address Shi Xin as director, the same title he used, and asking for guidance. Was he insane with desire to become the headmaster of traditional martial arts? Before even defeating me, he's already this arrogant. Despicable. Shi Xin also found this young man named Ji Luo somewhat overconfident, but as a businessman, he valued harmony and prosperity, so he said nothing harsh, merely nodding. Master Lu, I leave everything to you. No problem. Lu Xiaoyuan had been somewhat anxious earlier, but now he was filled with nothing but eagerness. Today he had to teach these two a proper lesson. He wouldn't take their lives, but sending them to the hospital for a month or two was a simple matter. You came first, so we'll fight you first. I'll come later. Lu Xiaoyuan couldn't bear to look at Ji Luo anymore. He pointed at Tang Ruoshi, signaling her to prepare. All right. Tang Ruoshi tossed her coat aside and assumed a fighting stance with clean precision. Hey. Wait. Hold on. Don't rush. Ji Luo, being perceptive, wouldn't let Lu Xiaoyuan mess things up. He stepped in front of Tang Ruoshi, blocking her. Boss, you're a businessman, so we'll be straightforward. This situation isn't suitable for such chaos. Although both Tang Ruoshi and I are here to challenge Lu Xiaoyuan, our intentions differ. Tang Ruoshi is here to raid the dojo while I'm here to challenge and take his place. If Lu Xiaoyuan loses to Tang Ruoshi, what meaning is there in me challenging him? How foolish to fight a loser. Shideo's reputation would be ruined, making it hard for you to do business. But if I fight Lu Xiaoyuan first and lose, he remains the headmaster, facing Tang Ruoshi for a decisive battle. As a loser, I'd have nothing to say and would leave immediately, never to return. However, if I win, then the outcome of Lu Xiaoyuan's fight with Tang Ruoshi won't be so dire. After all, he wouldn't be Shideo's headmaster anymore. Even if he loses to a 16-year-old girl, it wouldn't tarnish the brand, right? Ji Luo's words were directed at Shi Xin, the boss. Lu Xiaoyuan, as a subordinate, had to listen out of respect and couldn't interrupt, but the words grated on him, making him gnash his teeth. Ji Luo was truly despicable. His every word jabbed at Lu Xiaoyuan's weaknesses with a cunning reminiscent of ancient court sycophants. Before the fight, he was already certain Lu Xiaoyuan would lose, subtly implying not Lu Xiaoyuan's defeat itself, but its impact on Shideo's business. Even more infuriating, Ji Luo twisted the narrative without consulting anyone, directly stating that if Lu Xiaoyuan lost to him, he would become Shideo's headmaster, and Lu Xiaoyuan, being ousted, could be beaten by Tang Ruoshi however she pleased. Listen to that. Was that human speech? Overt and covert jabs, smugly placing himself in the victor's seat. Though it sounded like he was considering Shizin's interests, it was actually solidifying a rule: if he challenged and defeated Lu Xiaoyuan, Lu would step down, and he would become the headmaster of Shoudao Fitness Center's traditional martial arts division. Disgusting. Ugly demeanor. Lu Xiaoyuan's fists clenched with a crackling sound. He wished he could smash Ji Luo's face right then. Too shameless, utterly shameless. How much effort had he put into establishing Shoudao Fitness Center? Who knew? To build its reputation, he had organized a recruitment competition and fought with all his might. And now anyone could come along and replace him with a few words. Director Shi. Lu Xiaoyuan's voice was strained with suppressed anger. Shi Xin had just said he'd leave everything to him, but now Ji Luo's rambling words sounded plausible at first glance. If he insisted on fighting Tang Ruoshi first, Shi Xin might not say anything, but he'd surely harbor resentment. It's fine, Master Lu. I trust you completely. Shi Xin spoke with a beaming smile, seemingly echoing his earlier sentiment of leaving everything to Lu Xiaoyuan. Yet no one was fooled. Oh, everyone understood Shizin's true meaning. Lu Xiaoyuan, as the headmaster, you wouldn't risk Shideo's reputation for a bit of pride, would you? Surely not. I believe in you, so don't disappoint me. All right. Lu Xiaoyuan caught his boss implication, so he turned and glared at Ji Luo with murderous intent, nodding heavily. Ji Luo, since you're so eager, I'll fight you first. No problem. Ji Luo wasn't bothered by Lu Xiaoyuan's hostility. Instead, he smiled even more brightly. Tang Ruoshi behind him frowned upon realizing she'd been pushed back. First come, first served. Why should you go first? Because I want to be Shideo's headmaster. Ji Luo's mind was full of cunning schemes. The 16-year-old Tang Ruoshi was no match for him, and cutting in line was child's play. Tang Ruoshi, you said earlier you weren't here to avenge your senior brother Qinghan, but to uphold the reputation of the Thunderclap hand by challenging the dojo. Although Lu Xiaoyuan broke your brother's arm, it was a contest for Shideo's headmaster, not a personal grudge. So you don't necessarily have to fight Lu Xiaoyuan. Your opponent should be Shideo's headmaster, preferably the stronger one between me and Lu Xiaoyuan. Only then, if you win, can you restore the Thunderclap hand's reputation, right? Ji Luo spoke slowly, granting Tang Ruoshi ample time to ponder, and his final rhetorical question in particular compelled her to refocus on the true purpose of her visit. Very well. The young girl furrowed her brow in hesitation for a moment before ultimately nodding, conceding to Ji Luo's words. That settles it then. Please wait a moment. Once Lu Xiaoyuan and I have settled our score, you may proceed. Ji Luo flexed his wrists, pivoting to face Lu Xiaoyuan on the other side, his grin radiating an infuriating smugness. Master Lu, care to limber up a bit? I'd hate for you to claim you weren't properly stretched out after I defeat you. Rest assured I am fully prepared. You know the rules of combat. Life and death are determined by fate, and injuries are borne by oneself. Lu Xiaoyuan clenched his fists, his entire musculature quivering with barely restrained fury. He was itching to pummel Ji Luo, vowing to break at least one of his legs and ensure he could only leave horizontally. Director Shi, I have a small request. Speak. Shi Xian glanced at Ji Luo's bandaged left hand, assuming he would leverage that as a condition. Ordinarily one would issue a challenge in peak condition. Yet Ji Luo, appearing grievously wounded with his left hand swathed like a dumpling, would lead any observer to believe he was deliberately feigning injury to lull Lu Xiaoyuan into complacency, only to strike treacherously at the critical moment. Ha ha ha. Director Shi, don't misunderstand. My left hand's injury isn't that severe. Of course, even if it were, I wouldn't need it, and my right hand alone suffices. Ji Luo waved his injured left hand, signaling that the activity posed no issue, and that his request was unrelated to the wound. What I mean is I'd like all the instructors from the traditional martial arts side to come watch. After all, if I defeat Master Lu, he'll be the head instructor. It wouldn't do for my subordinates to be unaware of my prowess. It would hinder team management. Very well. Shi Xian, observing Ji Luo's confident expression, offered no rebuttal and ordered all traditional martial arts instructors to assemble and observe. Ji Luo, do you have any other requests? None. Ji Luo's mood was the most carefree of anyone present. If he needed his left hand to defeat Lu Xun, he might as well perish. Brother Ji, go for it. Su Yi, standing slightly behind, appeared more nervous than Ji Luo himself. Ji Luo patted his shoulder and began to stride forward. Huff. Huh. Lu Xiaoyan, a seasoned veteran, had already regained his composure by the time Ji Luo halted 10 meters before him, despite the earlier fury that had clouded his vision. Want you remove the bandage on your left hand? No need. Ji Luo gradually suppressed his grin, his expression turning serious. The two stood facing each other silently, awaiting the arrival of all spectators. All instructors are present. You may begin. Shi Xian, as the proprietor, naturally assumed the role of referee. He had great confidence in Lu Xiaoyuan, yet found Ji Luo utterly inscrutable. Lu Xiaoyuan. Lu Xiaoyuan assumed a Muay Thai starting stance, his hatred for Ji Luo, driving him to employ the most brutal fighting style without hesitation. He aimed to strike Ji Luo viciously, leaving him without a single tooth to eat with. Ji Luo. In the vast silence, Ji Luo lowered his injured left hand, clenched his right fist before his chest slightly bowed, and took an excruciatingly slow first step. Yet with that single step, everything transformed. Like dawn tearing through the night, Ji Luo's entire aura underwent a cataclysmic shift in the soundless stillness. It was as if a slumbering behemoth had opened its eyes, its mountainous form rising from the earth, unleashing a restrained, ferocious presence. The grinning youth had vanished, replaced by an evolved being of mountain-like stability and oceanic depth. This is... Shi Xian, initially anticipating an entertaining spectacle, was utterly stunned upon witnessing Ji Luo's true aura. In his youth, Shi Xian was deeply enamored with traditional martial arts, particularly those esoteric mysteries that captivated him endlessly. However, after years of desultory practice, without perceiving significant transformation, doubt began to creep into his mind. Later, during a bout, the martial arts master he had apprenticed under was thoroughly routed by Lu Xiaoyan, revealing his utter incompetence. From that day forward, Shi Xian was completely disillusioned with traditional martial arts and gradually grew closer to Lu Xiaoyuan. Lu Xiaoyuan practiced Muay Thai Taekwondo and a fusion of Jeet Kune Do and Long Fist, emphasizing practical combat. He trained many disciples, though his dojo lacked renown. After training with Lu Xiaoyuan for a period, Shi Xian clearly felt his own improvement. When he sparred with friends, they were all astonished by his transformation. At that time, a novel idea struck Shi Xian. He decided to invest and partner with Lu Xiaoyuan to establish a fitness center that taught practical combat techniques. Though it felt somewhat peculiar, the gimmick was compelling. To this day, Shi Xian no longer believed in those traditional martial arts concepts. He felt he had found the truth through Lu Xiaoyuan, that all martial arts were merely fixed patterns and reflexes forged through years of training and accumulation. Whoever had greater strength and faster reactions would prevail. As for notions like form, intent, and presence, they were nothing but deceptive, pretentious fabrications. How could there exist someone in this world who merely by standing there could terrify others with sheer aura? This can't be real. In that moment, Shi Xian felt the profound shattering of his previous narrow-minded perspective. He was no stranger to fighting, having thrown heavy blows himself, yet as he beheld Ji Luo at this moment, an uncontrollable shudder seized him. As if a ferocious tiger was slowly approaching, not attacking, nor revealing predatory intent, yet its gradual advance, the power accumulating and flowing through its muscles, the murderous intent ready to erupt at any moment, pierced the heart, like an arrow drawn taut on a full bow. Could this truly be presence? At this instant, the same scene as perceived by Tang Ruoshi manifested as an insurmountable pressure. Tang Ruoshi considered herself a martial prodigy. At just 16, she could already defeat her own father, and her so-called fellow disciples were easily dominated by her. In fact, since the age of 14, she had never encountered anyone more formidable than herself. Her pride was ingrained in her bones, as she never believed herself inferior to others, and any gap could be closed with mere effort. Yet now, Tang Ruoshi truly perceived the chasm. The same Ji Luo who had been grinning and frivolous moments before now evoked in her an overwhelming, insurmountable despair. Sure, refers to the tendency manifested by things and forces. In martial arts, it is a realm that is both ineffable and expressible, handling weight as if light, lightness as if heavy, weight as if heavy, lightness as if light, mastering both with natural ease. These are the three stages of sure and the finest description thereof. Brother Ji. Su, having witnessed Ji Luo's focused state before, was not overly astonished, but instead filled with excitement and pride. As for the observing instructors, all seasoned martial artists, most might not comprehend Ji Luo's condition, yet they could sense the insurmountable gap, especially that suffocating pressure. To Lu Xiaoyuan, this pressure was as vast as mountains and oceans. Lu Xiaoyuan watched Ji Luo approach step by step, gritting his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums. Fear and pressure drove him nearly mad, and in the end, he chose to charge forward. Lu Xiaoyuan roared to bolster his courage, then lunged forward, executing an extremely aggressive spinning kick of remarkable difficulty. Yet Ji Luo showed no intention to dodge or retreat. He raised his right arm to block, deflecting Lu Xiaoyuan's full-force spinning kick without the slightest tremor. Then Ji Luo flipped his hand and grabbed, lifting Lu Xiaoyuan entirely into the air. In midair, Lu Xiaoyuan attempted to strike Ji Luo with his other foot, but before he could, he was hurled away like a piece of trash. Now it's my turn. It was a transition from utter stillness to explosive motion, like an arrow released from a drawn bow. Ji Luo paused for an instant, then turned into a blur, instantly reaching the falling Lu Xiaoyuan. Then came a downward chop, like a splitting axe. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyuan, lying on the ground, was certain that if this strike landed, he would die, without a doubt. In the face of death, Lu Xiaoyuan abandoned all dignity, scrambling aside, just as Ji Luo's chop came crashing down. Crack! The dojo floor was genuine solid wood, reinforced for martial training, yet when Ji Luo's foot struck the ground, the neat planks shattered as if struck by a heavy hammer, sending splinters flying and revealing a sizable pit. Run then. Ji Luo seemed to anticipate the floor's destruction, his steps unbroken as he instantly closed in and delivered an elbow strike. This elbow aimed directly at Lu Xiaoyuan's face. If it connected, Lu Xiaoyuan's nose would never rise again. Under the threat of disfigurement, Lu Xiaoyuan, just trying to get up, had to abandon the attempt and hastily raised his arms to block. Crunch. After the faint sound of cracking bones, Lu Xiaoyuan's scream was piercing, a replay of a previous scene, a downward chop, followed by an elbow. Xing Qian failed to block and broke an arm. Lu Xiaoyuan blocked, but still broke an arm. Fortunately, Ji Luo hadn't struck with full force. Lu Xiaoyuan's left arm was only slightly fractured, not completely bent. Watch out, you could die. Ji Luo's elbow slammed Lu Xiaoyuan back to the ground. Then he swiftly withdrew his right arm, clenched his fist, and smashed downward. Luckily, Lu Xiaoyuan, seasoned in combat, ignored the pain of his broken left arm and rolled away, just in time, causing Ji Luo's punch to hit nothing but the floor. Thud. Ji Luo's fist carried immense force. Even though Lu Xiaoyuan had dodged, he didn't stop punching through the thick wooden floorboards, splintering them. Bastard. As Lu Xiaoyuan rolled and scrambled, he gathered dust, especially since the dojo was under renovation, with sand and soil covering the ground, making him look utterly disheveled. Beaten to this state by Ji Luo, Lu Xiaoyuan lost all reason. Enraged and humiliated, he recklessly grabbed an iron pipe from the floor and swung it at Ji Luo's head. Die! The pain in his left arm drove Lu Xiaoyuan hysterical. At that moment, he used all his strength. The iron pipe whistled through the air like a black shadow. Instead of dodging, Ji Luo stepped forward and spun into a horizontal kick. Bang! Lu Xiaoyuan's full-force swing and Ji Luo's horizontal kick collided midair. A dull thud echoed, and the recoil sent the iron pipe flying backward from Lu Xiaoyuan's hand, crashing into the wall with a resounding noise, leaving a pale scar. That's really unsportsmanlike. Ji Luo lowered his kicking right leg, flexing it on the ground, his face showing no pain, as if he had just kicked foam. How is this possible? Lu Xiaoyuan stood frozen, hardly believing that his powerful swing of the iron pipe, met by Ji Luo's suicidal horizontal kick, ended with the pipe flying from his hand, while Ji Luo's leg remained unharmed. What a joke! Was this young man even human? He was a martial artist. Having tempered his body for over 20 years, even with one hand, a full-force swing of an iron pipe could kill a person. Hitting the head would be like a bullet, instantly lethal. Yet, this young man had actually kicked the iron pipe away without any injury. This isn't good. Ji Luo looked at the terrified Lu Xiaoyuan, shook his head with a smile, then leaned forward, closing the distance, as if shrinking the earth, and delivered a fierce palm thrust straight to Lu Xiaoyuan's chest. At that moment, Ji Luo's speed was so immense that Lu Xiaoyuan could not react at all. And unlike Tang Ruox's palm thrust after Ji Luo's hit, Lu Xiaoyuan didn't step back even half a step. He stood frozen like a coat rack, even lowering his head to look at Ji Luo, withdrawing his hands. Lu Xiaoyuan's eyes flew wide open in a daze, and he hastily covered his mouth with his hand, yet a torrent of blood still leaked through his fingers. Cough, cough, cough. How is this possible? Lu Xiaoyuan spat blood with every word, staring at the smiling Ji Luo, swayed twice, and then collapsed. Why bother? Ji Luo reached out to catch Lu Xiaoyuan's falling body, then gently laid him on the ground, and slowly stood up. Call 120. His injuries are serious, but not fatal. Half a year in the hospital should suffice. Ji Luo turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the observing instructors. They all lowered their heads in unison, none daring to meet his eyes. What are you standing there for? Make the call. Ji Luo snapped, his voice laced with displeasure at their collective inaction. The crowd jolted in unison, and several people fumbled for their phones. Observing the instructors' terror-stricken faces, Ji Luo nodded with satisfaction. Why else had he summoned this audience if not to flaunt his ruthlessness? If merely defeating Lu Xiaoyuan was his goal, Ji Luo could have done so as effortlessly as crushing an insect. But to ascend as the Grand Master of Shoudao and secure his position, he needed to demonstrate his prowess, to command either their heartfelt submission or their abject fear. Thus Ji Luo treated them to a spectacle, splitting the floor with a chop, shattering it with a punch, bending an iron pipe with a kick, and sending a man spitting blood with a single push. The final strike in particular was deceptively potent to the uninitiated, yet a true master would recognize its sheer terror. A palm strike to the chest, forceful enough to induce a violent gush of blood, yet meticulously controlled to avoid fatality. The injury was severe but curable. Any excess force would have shattered Lu Xiaoyuan's stomach and lungs, ensuring certain death. Moreover, the strike landed without causing Lu Xiaoyuan to stagger a single step. This was the pinnacle of distance control, where the explosive force was delivered with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting internal damage while leaving his stance utterly unshaken. It was nothing short of artistry. Alas, Ji Luo's art was appreciated only by himself. As he turned back, everyone involuntarily retreated a step. Shi Xian in particular swayed unsteadily, his composure shattered. I won. Ji Luo strolled leisurely toward Tang Ruoshi. The girl seemed to anticipate something, her expression stiffening as she reluctantly lifted her head. You're formidable. Thanks for the compliment. Now it's your turn. Ji Luo gestured with a sweep of his hand, and Tang Ruoxi's face instantly paled. She bit her lip involuntarily. Are you misunderstanding something? I mean, I finished my fight with Lu Xiaoyuan. Now it's time for you to fight him. Ji Luo wore a mischievous grin, the look of a successful prank. Tang Ruoxis had snapped up, her eyes wide with bewilderment. What's wrong? Am I wrong? Look, it was Lu Xiaoyuan who broke your senior brother Xingqian's arm. Your revenge should be against him, right? Plus, Lu Xiaoyuan is still the Grand Master of Shoudao. If you want to challenge the school and restore the reputation of the Thunderclap Fist, shouldn't you fight him too? Finally, Lu Xiaoyuan is a man without martial virtue, deserving of universal condemnation. As martial artists, we must curb such unhealthy trends. So fighting him is only right and just. Ji Luo's words were dripping with sanctimony. Tang Ruoxi's eyes bulged as if she had never encountered such a shameless person. Lu Xiaoyuan is already lying on the ground, spitting blood from your beating. If I go over and hit him a couple more times, he'll probably die on the spot. Then I'd be a murderer taking the fall for you. Not now. Let's wait until he's out of the hospital. Tang Ruoshi had no intention of laying a hand on the wretched Lu Xiaoyuan now. The girl, using a pretext steeped in martial virtue, called off her challenge for the time being. She would let him heal first and fight him when he recovered. Then you'll have to wait a while. Ji Luo shrugged, a look of exaggerated regret on his face. Then he turned and extended his hand toward Shi Xian. Boss Shi, I look forward to working with you. Look forward to working with you. Shi Xian was thoroughly intimidated by Ji Luo's ferocity, his speech now faltering. Under normal circumstances, as the owner of Shoudao Fitness Club, Shi Xian would never agree to let anyone who merely defeated Lu Xiaoyuan become the Grand Master of the traditional martial arts section. Their establishment wasn't electing a leader of the martial world, it was a business meant to turn a profit. One needed not only fighting prowess, but also the ability to teach students and manage the operations. Yet staring at the pool of blood on the floor and the unconscious Lu Xiaoyan, and recalling Ji Luo's terrifying momentum and fighting style from moments ago, Shi Xian ultimately couldn't muster the words to refuse. Honestly, Shi Xian wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but although Ji Luo was smiling, the grin was profoundly unsettling. It was as if Ji Luo was threatening him. If he rejected Ji Luo's kindness, he would face his ferocity. Haha, don't be so tense. I'm not a good person, no. I'm not a bad person. Ji Luo's face broke into a radiant smile as he watched the disintegrating Shi Xian. Shi Zhen's instincts were correct. Ji Luo was indeed threatening him. For the sake of his plan to get close to Su Qinghan, Ji Luo had to secure the position of Grand Master here. Even a month would do, but he had to have it. Ji Luo. They'll go draft the contract now. They'll find you later. Shi Xian was drenched in cold sweat, his smile contorted with tension. He was truly terrified of Ji Luo. This man was utterly brutal, a walking danger. Ill trouble you, manager Shi. Ji Luo retracted his imposing aura, reverting to his harmless-looking demeanor. Shi Xian nodded and limped out the door. Tang Ruoshi, am the Grand Master of Shoudao now. How about coming over to be an instructor? Ji Luo was genuinely interested in Tang Ruoshi, especially curious about her state. What was the final step in her transformation from an ordinary person to an evolver? How would she take it? The answer might provide Ji Luo with valuable insights. I'm still in my third year of junior high. I don't have time now. Tang Ruoshi reflexively refused, but then a thought crossed her mind. She frowned, pondering for a moment. Wait until winter break. If I have time, then I'll come and do some part-time work. No problem. Which school are you from? Let's exchange numbers. Ji Luo's enthusiasm toward Tang Ruoshi was palpable. The girl, slightly uncomfortable, stepped back, but still answered his question and gave him her phone number. Done. Ji Luo dialed Tang Ruox's number, and they saved each other's contacts. Feeling it was getting late, Tang Ruoxi decided to take her leave. Alright, be careful on the way. Call me if anything comes up. Ji Luo waved goodbye to Tang Ruoxi without detaining her. The girl bowed her head in a slight salute and turned to walk out of the dojo. Brother Ji. Sui approached Ji Luo, sheepishly, still dazed that his plan had actually succeeded. Don't worry, I've got your back. Ji Luo shot Sui a meaningful glance, then clapped his hands twice to draw everyone's attention. Attention, all instructors. This is Sui, our new spear arts instructor. Please take good care of him. As the newly appointed leader, Ji Luo's personal introduction commanded respect. All the instructors applauded enthusiastically, giving Sui a warm welcome. Indeed, how could they not be welcoming? Ji Luo had just beaten their former leader half to death. Anyone who dared to show him a sour face would be courting death. Of course, judging by the outcome, it was clear that no one had a death wish. Their attitudes were perfectly respectful. As dusk approached, the noise and turmoil gradually subsided. Lu Xiaoyuan was taken away by an ambulance accompanied by several of his disciples. Shideo's business was inevitably affected, closing its doors early. Shi Xian spent over half an hour in the office. When he emerged, he had regained his composure. True to his word, he only made minor adjustments to the contract with Lu Xiaoyuan, leaving the key terms unchanged. Ji Luo reviewed it, and finding no issues, signed his name. Judging by his demeanor, Shi Xian showed no signs of displeasure. He summoned all the employees of the Shoudao Fitness Center, solemnly introduced Ji Luo to them, and as promised handed over all matters related to traditional martial arts to Ji Luo. Ji Luo himself hadn't expected Shi Xian to be so generous. Shi Xian was unaware of the terms of Lu Xiaoyuan's contract, and it would have been easy for him to alter Ji Luo's share. Moreover, given Ji Luo's youth, it would have been a simple matter for Shi Xian as the boss to assert control over him in certain aspects. Yet he did not. After going through the entire process, Ji Luo couldn't help but regard Shi Xian with newfound respect. After all, he was an evolver. He had acted so recklessly on this trip only because he had a trump card. If all else failed, he could simply use death regression to fix everything. As for Shi Xian, despite Ji Luo, an intruder, having thrown his business into chaos, he unhesitatingly offered his full support after making his decision. His decisiveness was almost unsettling. After Lu Xiaoyuan was sent to the hospital, all the instructors and disciples who were close to him in the gym were dismissed, leaving in haste and disgrace. Clearly, Shi Xian was no ordinary man. Either he was genuinely terrified by Ji Luo, or he possessed exceptional foresight, sensing Ji Luo's extraordinary nature and placing a heavy bet to reap a thousandfold return. At the end of the affair, Shi Xian personally escorted Ji Luo and Sui downstairs, enthusiastically urging them to start work the very next day. Sui agreed excitedly. But Ji Luo did not answer immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Shi Xian, waiting until the latter's smile faded before nodding in agreement. Afterward, the two parties parted ways. Ji Luo declined Sui's offer to walk together and silently disappeared into the darkness alone. None of them are simple characters. Ji Luo mused over Shizin's stark shift in behavior, feeling a trace of admiration for this wealthy scion. Shizin's invitation before their parting had served a dual purpose. It expressed his welcome and tested their attitudes. Sui had agreed with unrestrained enthusiasm, clearly in dire need of the salary, his heart brimming with eagerness to start immediately. But Ji Luo, without answering, merely stared at him until Shi Xian shed his disguise. This was both a response and a threat. A response that he didn't care about the job or intend to seize his power. A threat that he would be watching him, but as long as Shi Xian didn't overstep, their cooperation would continue. Anyway, no matter what, I could kill him. Ji Luo lowered his eyelids, indifferent to Shizin's thoughts. This world was too deep and vast. No matter how high one stood, a single wave could sweep them under to drown. They were all merely surviving. The night was gentle, the towering buildings like beautiful lanterns. The shops along the street grew crowded with people. Ji Luo, in a somber mood, avoided the throngs and headed toward the dimmer, older streets. The old street wasn't truly old, yet it served as a clear dividing line, sharply separating the towering skyscrapers from the aging neighborhoods. Compared to the brilliantly lit commercial streets, the shops on the old street were mostly small and shabby, but their prices were significantly lower. Ji Luo wasn't hungry yet, but by the time he got home by bus, it would be quite late. He had to start work tomorrow and needed to sleep early, so there was no time to cook dinner. Grabbing something to eat was the best option. There weren't many foods that could be taken home without losing their flavor. Ji Luo wandered for a while without finding anything he craved, so he ventured deeper into the old street. At a secluded corner, Ji Luo spotted a tiny shop with a narrow front. It had a three-tiered glass counter displaying bread cakes and even some cookies. On the rain-washed, faded sign, he could make out the words Spring Cake Shop, a name so simple it evoked childhood memories. Yet, the aroma wafting out was sweet and inviting. "Anyone here?" "Yes, someone's here." From the back room of the shop, a voice responded, followed by the sound of a stool being moved. A young girl in a light apron stepped out. Under the dim yellowish glow of a low-wattage incandescent bulb, the tall, slender girl walked out of the room. When she saw Ji Luo's face, she froze for a moment, but she didn't show any unusual reaction. She simply walked to the counter and opened a bag. "What would you like?" Ji Luo pressed his lips together, his eyes wide, momentarily at a loss for words. What a coincidence. He had unexpectedly run into Su Qinghan here, completely unprepared. Under the warm yellow light, Su Qinghan, who was always cold and aloof, seemed to shed her frosty demeanor, exuding a gentle warmth. The girl's hands were dusted with flour. Her apron, washed to a faded white, was clean. Perhaps for the sake of work, she had tied her hair into a ponytail, with a few stray strands playfully escaping, forcing her to tuck them behind her ears, leaving smudges of flour on her face. Su Qinghan's appearance, so full of the essence of daily life, completely dispelled her usual aura of aloof transcendence. She seemed to have stepped out of a rare, timeless painting tainted by the mundane necessities of life, transformed into a virtuous wife and loving mother. At this moment, her gaze held no killing intent or chill, only a serene tenderness. My name is Ji Luo. You. What's your name? Ji Luo had lost all his usual composure. He rubbed his cheeks, wiped his hands on his clothes, and his voice trembled with nervousness. Ji Luo remembered clearly in this timeline, he had never asked Su Qinghan's name. They were still strangers to each other. Su Qinghan didn't answer. She stared at Ji Luo, scrutinizing his expression until his confidence crumbled and he lowered his head, cowering like a quail. Look up there. Su Qinghan pointed at the shop sign. Ji Luo looked up and saw the word Spring Cake Shop. His lips moved, but he didn't know how to respond. Spring. The last two words. Cake shop. You know this is a cake shop, so why ask my name? What do you want to buy? Su Qinghan had already figured out that Ji Luo had genuinely encountered her by accident. His shocked and bewildered expression didn't seem feigned. He'll buy a cake. Under Su Qinghan's intense gaze, Ji Luo felt a shiver run down his spine, behaving as obediently as a scolded schoolboy. Just pack me some randomly, I don't know what's good here. Ji Luo cautiously lifted his head to gauge Su Qinghan's expression. After confirming that the girl harbored no misunderstanding or suspicion, he breathed a sigh of relief. How much do you want? Su Qinghan, as if oblivious to Ji Luo's surreptitious glance, skillfully began scooping up cakes. Not limiting herself to one type, she took one or two of each variety, and also included some bread, though not much. Is this enough? Enough, thank you. Ji Luo looked at the 2 or 3 of cakes Su Qinghan had packed, not daring to say it was too much. He just timorously watched as the girl weighed them and handed him the bag. How much? Ji Luo held out a 100 yuan bill, not daring to ask why Su Qinghan hadn't weighed them. Unexpectedly, Su Qinghan didn't take his money, but simply handed the bag to Ji Luo. Consider this your payment for helping out this morning. My name is Su Qinghan. Thank you. Ji Luo was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered. He smiled warmly at Su Qinghan, not refusing her kindness. What time do you open in the morning? From now on, I'll have breakfast here. You plan to keep freeloading my cakes? No. He'll pay properly. Ji Luo shook his head vigorously, afraid Su Qinghan might misunderstand. But when he looked up, he found Su Qinghan smiling at him. Ji Luo immediately realized she had teased him. I usually open at 8. If you come too early, there might not be fresh cakes. Okay, I'll remember. Ji Luo nodded emphatically. Su Qinghan's attitude truly surprised him. The Su Qinghan who had transformed into a cake shop owner seemed to come alive, blending into the mundane world like an ordinary person. Ji Luo wondered if Su Qinghan was deliberately putting on an act, or if this was her true nature, with her former coldness merely a heavy, impenetrable armor. By the way, if I'm not open by 8:30, that means I overslept, and I'm taking the day off. Ji Luo naturally understood what Su Qinghan meant by taking the day off, but he didn't probe further. Now, the reason Su Qinghan's attitude had improved was likely because she realized that since Ji Luo had inadvertently encountered her, it was highly probable he would draw closer in the future. There was no need to treat him like a mortal enemy. Ji Luo, do you work nearby? Do you know Shodao Fitness? It's in that building. Ji Luo pointed behind him. Coincidentally, the building directly opposite Su Qinghan's small shop housed Shodao Fitness. When Ji Luo went to work, he might even catch a glimpse of Su Qinghan selling cakes. Oh, I know it. Su Qinghan nodded, dusted the flour off her hands, and didn't ask further. Well then, goodbye. Goodbye. Ji Luo, carrying the cakes, waved at Su Qinghan, walked a few slow steps, then turned back to look. Beneath the old street lamp, the cake shop stood like a silent old man. The counter was empty. Su Qinghan must have gone back inside to prepare. Ji Luo stood watching for a while before reluctantly leaving. The word fate is truly marvelous and beautiful. Today, Ji Luo had experienced it 3 times over, and his first meeting with Su Qinghan had also repeated thrice. The third time, their first encounter, they cooperated to save someone. Ji Luo had created an opportunity by feigning self-harm. Through these 3 meetings, Ji Luo had seen different facets of Su Qinghan. Her coldness, her madness, her kindness. Such a contradictory and unique image left him both puzzled and heartbroken. Yet most miraculously, at an unexpected time beyond his plans, he encountered her again. This time, she had shed the mystery and coldness of an evolver becoming the owner of a cake shop. During their chat, she even teased and joked. Why has it come to this? Ji Luo didn't know what he was thinking. His mind was a jumbled mess. Carrying the bag of cakes, he didn't even realize when he had boarded the return bus. 10 years. It had been 10 years since Ji Luo awakened his innate ability. He had completely forgotten who he was before becoming an evolver. He had drifted through countless cities, changed innumerable jobs, and met an endless array of people. He was like a homeless wanderer searching and waiting. Until today, he met Su Qinghan and finally found his place. Deep down, Ji Luo was overjoyed, but that joy was overshadowed by more negative emotions. But everything was worth it. He had found a job close to Su Qinghan, seen her in her daily life, and gained an opportunity to approach her. What the future held, Ji Luo didn't know and couldn't see. For now, he wanted to approach Su Qinghan gently and steadily as an ordinary person. Don't rush, absolutely don't rush. Ji Luo rested his head against the bus window, watching the distant lights fade away. His heart was a mix of excitement and unease. Now he was still far from Su Qinghan, far from the darkness of Xinxi Group. As an insignificant, powerless third party, he could only hide himself and wait quietly. Originally, Ji Luo had planned to move immediately after finding a job, but now he changed his mind. He intended to work for a while first to let Su Qinghan get used to having him in her daily life. Undoubtedly, Su Qinghan would thoroughly investigate everything about him. But once he passed this review, he would gain her trust, and everything else would fall into place. Anyway, Ji Luo's lease was up next month. Rushing to find a new place would also arouse suspicion. It was better to lie low and wait for an opportunity. After all, nothing was happening that quickly. The Xinxi Biopharmaceutical branch had already lined up 30 logistics companies, but after signing contracts and paying deposits, there was still no definite date for transportation. Wang Zilin guessed it might not happen until after the Spring Festival, which would be next year. Mu Yingluo's transport wasn't that urgent, Su Qinghan wasn't in a hurry, so Ji Luo had even less reason to rush. Just focus on work. At least I have to live up to Shi Zin's generous salary. Even now, thinking about the salary in his contract, Ji Luo couldn't help but smile happily. Lu Xiaoyuan had some reputation, otherwise Shi Xian wouldn't have offered such favorable terms for their partnership. But unfortunately, now all those benefits belong to Ji Luo. This world is not fair. Exhausted, Ji Luo returned home to his empty apartment. He warmed up a pack of milk and ate his dinner alone at the table. Outside the window, the myriad lights of homes shone brightly. In December, the weather turned cold, making getting out of bed as agonizing as enduring torture. Su curled up in his blanket for a while before hastily dressing himself to face the new day. Compared to the well-equipped new residential areas, older houses always had various problems. However, Su was not a delicate person. The hardships he had endured since childhood were far greater than these minor inconveniences. Su was not in the habit of cooking his own breakfast. He chose an affordable steamed bun shop. As a martial artist, he ate a lot. A poor breakfast would leave him feeling off for the entire day. Prices in the old street were slightly lower. A steamer of vegetable buns cost 2 yuan less than meat buns. 10 days ago, Su would definitely have bought chive and egg buns. They were bigger and more economical. However, after starting his new job, considering the impression he wanted to make on the students, Su no longer ate strong-smelling foods like chives or garlic. Although time was not pressing, Su was accustomed to eating quickly. He devoured 3 steamers of meat buns in just a few minutes, then drank 2 bowls of soy milk. After paying, he felt completely refreshed. Even now, it still feels like a dream. In the past few days, Su would occasionally wake with a start while sleeping, not out of fear, but from sheer excitement that made him have wild dreams. He was just a simple village boy who had come to work as a laborer on construction sites, dealing with cement and bricks all day. He sent part of his earnings home and saved the rest, reluctant to spend on food or anything else. But 10 days ago, he had unexpectedly met Brother Ji, and everything that followed went smoother than he could have imagined. A clueless fellow like him with no education whatsoever could actually work in a high-rise building, interacting with wealthy and cultured people. How impressive. Of course, none of these people were as remarkable as Brother Ji. Need I say more? Just Brother Ji's intellect and methods were truly astounding. After taking over the traditional martial arts division of Shoudao Fitness Center, Brother Ji directly used a test as an excuse to spar with all the instructors. Everyone immediately went from being convinced to following his lead wholeheartedly. Moreover, Brother Ji was generous. He directly linked the number of students to the instructors' salaries, with a portion of the commission coming from his own share. It had to be said, just as Brother Ji often said, when the money arrives, everything else follows. Brother Ji allocated a portion of the commission to subsidize the instructors. With the money in hand, all the instructors became even more supportive of him. Everyone was now very dedicated, teaching with care and recruiting with enthusiasm. However, due to the commission, the relationship among the instructors gradually became tense. A couple of days ago, 2 instructors nearly came to blows over a few students. Fortunately, Brother Ji mediated and kept the peace, resolving the matter perfectly. After that, the 2 instructors became adversaries, constantly exchanging sarcastic remarks and clashing heated. But it wasn't without its benefits. They now competed fiercely to recruit students, aiming to prove themselves through their salaries. What worried Su was that this situation seemed to be spreading. For every additional student an instructor gained in a month, they would receive a commission of 200 to 300 yuan. If someone recruited dozens of students, their salary would double. Who wouldn't be envious? With so much money at stake, even Su was tempted, let alone the other instructors. The situation was quite dangerous. Su had even mentioned it to Brother Ji yesterday, unable to hold back. But to Su's surprise, Brother Ji was not uneasy at all. Instead, he laughed with satisfaction. Later, although Brother Ji explained it to him, Su still didn't understand what he meant. However, Sui knew that Brother Ji's position as head instructor had become more stable. With more students in the traditional martial arts division, they were earning more money. Boss Su Qinghan was delighted and treated Brother Ji even better. Sui didn't fully grasp these things, but he occasionally overheard other instructors chatting saying that Brother Ji as head instructor was ruthless. His open schemes were mercilessly clever. At this rate, none of the instructors could form a clique. To stay on, everyone would have to align with Brother Ji. By employing the art of balance and his overwhelming martial prowess, it wouldn't be long before Brother Ji's word might carry more weight than the boss in the traditional martial arts division. By then, even Su Qinghan would have to negotiate with Brother Ji. If he tried to force a change and replace Brother Ji as head instructor, he would have to be prepared for the complete collapse of the traditional martial arts division. Brother Ji used his commission to subsidize the instructors. His martial skills were comparable to Xiangyu Reborn, and he treated everyone with kindness and fairness. Without his authority to keep things in check, the conflicts in the traditional martial arts division would inevitably explode with instructors fighting tooth and nail. Brother Ji is perfect in every way except his methods for pursuing women are a bit clumsy. By this time, Sui had reached the entrance of Shodao. As he walked, he greeted everyone, and they all responded warmly. Sui was well aware that as the only person Brother Ji had brought along, he was seen by everyone as Brother Ji's eyes and ears. And indeed, that was exactly what Sui did. He saw no problem with it. Brother Ji was so good raising everyone's salary and resolving conflicts. Why should anyone slander him? Anyway, Sui was not afraid. With Brother Ji around, no one dared to treat him with disrespect. Sui also knew that he was just an uneducated simpleton. In his first few days at work, the receptionist at the entrance often teased him. Later, Brother Ji took him along to treat all the receptionists to a meal. After that, these beautiful girls no longer teased him and always spoke to him softly. Sui was not an ungrateful person. He remembered all these things. Being able to work here, avoiding exclusion from other instructors, and receiving so much care, all thanks to Brother Ji's help. Alas, but I can't help Brother Ji in return. Standing in the empty corridor, Sui looked down at the scene on the other street and couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, at a secluded cake shop on the old street, their head instructor of Shidao's traditional martial arts division, the righteous and affable Brother Ji, was joyfully taking a bag of freshly baked cakes. It was an open secret that Brother Ji had a crush on the owner of the cake shop on the neighboring street. The usually calm and composed Brother Ji turned utterly flustered in front of that girl, surnamed Sui. To be honest, Sui also felt that Brother Ji was being a bit too eager, lacking any reserve or dignity. Some people in the company even gossiped, saying Brother Ji was like a lovesick puppy. Sui was furious when he heard this, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the person who said it, or else he would have beaten them up. However, it was true that Brother Ji's behavior was not ideal. Every morning, he would wait outside the cake shop, knowing full well that the cakes weren't ready yet, but he would still wait, just to have a few more words with the girl surnamed Sui. And every time he bought a huge amount, far more than he could eat himself. So he distributed cakes daily. Why did Sui eat steamed buns today? Because he had been eating cake for breakfast for 10 days straight. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Indeed, it's a bit unbearable. Ji Luo walked along the desolate street, carrying a bag of steaming hot cakes. He felt hungry, but the scent of the cakes made him not want to eat them. Instead, it made him feel like vomiting. There was no other way, truly no other way. To establish a connection with Su Qinghan, since that evening, Ji Luo had been arriving early every morning, waiting for the first batch of cakes to come out of the oven, then buying more than half of them. Men generally don't have a strong liking for sweets, and Ji Luo could tolerate them to some extent. But after 10 days of eating cakes every morning. Moreover, as an evolver, Ji Luo had a large appetite. He was thoroughly sick of cakes and craved something spicy, something that made his mouth water. Forget it, he'll use the cakes to win people over. Although Ji Luo was a bit reluctant before entering the building, he bought a few meat buns. With one hand carrying the cakes, he used the other to hold a meat bun and began to devour it. Ah, so delicious. Brother Ji, Master Ji, Boss Ji. Upon entering the Shodao Fitness Center, everyone who saw Ji Luo treated him with great respect. Ji Luo was not one to put on airs. He responded to each person and even handed out the freshly baked cakes. By the time Ji Luo sat down in his office, only one piece of cake remained in the bag. He finished off the remaining meat bun and savored the cake slowly as a dessert after the meal. It must be said, Su Qinghan's skill was truly remarkable. Her cakes were soft, sticky, sweet, and fragrant. Every time the female receptionists and accountants in the company ate them, they gave a thumbs up, and most of the girls even went to her specifically to buy cakes. Of course, their deeper motive might have been to see what the person who had captivated Master Ji so deeply actually looked like. Thus, another wave of amazement. If Su Qinghan weren't entangled in so many karmic ties, she could really run a shop well and definitely develop it. After finishing the cake, Ji Luo began to worry again about his mission to win over Su Qinghan. Ji Luo also knew what was being said about him outside. Love at first sight, clumsy method, simp. Most of it was not complimentary. Of course, his behavior didn't warrant kind words either. But Ji Luo had no choice. Although he wanted to get close to Su Qinghan, he dared not act too urgently. If he pushed Su Qinghan too hard, it could lead to death. Moreover, he had made some progress. At least now, when he arrived early every morning and waited before the first batch of cakes came out, Su Qinghan was willing to chat with him. Good heavens, do you know how wonderful this news was, how much of a morale boost it was? Never underestimate this small step. It indicated that Ji Luo had passed Su Qinghan's preliminary screening. For several days now, when Ji Luo returned home at night, he felt someone was watching him. On one particular day, he even sensed that someone had broken into his home, though nothing was stolen. This confirmed that Su Qinghan had regarded him as an ordinary person who otherwise she wouldn't have made such a crude intrusion. Of course, it could also be said that this break-in was a test. A gentleman is open and above board, a petty person is full of cunning. Ji Luo was such a gentleman that he had nothing to fear, and the result was most gratifying. To be honest, Ji Luo had already been very restrained. Normally, when pursuing a girl, one needs to understand her and do some research first. But did Ji Luo dare? He could only revolve around the cake shop, eating cakes every day until he felt like he was going mad. Why? Wasn't it because he bought cakes for breakfast in the morning and had to buy the leftover cakes for dinner at night? Anyway, Ji Luo also felt that doing this indeed made him look like a simp. But every coin has two sides. Wasn't this also a benefit? Such simp-like behavior could solidify his persona and put Su Qinghan at ease. However, this phase was almost over. Ji Luo couldn't take it anymore. If he continued eating cakes twice a day, he might not get diabetes, but cavities were highly likely. Moving house. It's about time to bring it up. Ji Luo's lease expired on December 13th, and he had already told the landlord he wouldn't renew. The landlord had already posted the rental information and even brought people to see the house. Regardless of the public opinion, Ji Luo himself felt that his interactions with Su Qinghan had been handled quite well. After all, he wasn't really trying to pursue Su Qinghan, he just wanted to get to know her in an ordinary way. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ji Luo collected his thoughts and raised his head again. He pushed open the door and entered, his footsteps very light. Brother Ji, I have some good news to tell you. What good news? Ji Luo thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out what good news Sui could have. Although Sui could be considered his top lackey and ear to gather information from subordinates, everyone knew Sui's identity, and no one was foolish enough to gossip in front of him. As for the traditional martial arts side, Ji Luo had skillfully dismantled and smoothed over all the pride of the instructors. These people were as obedient as fish on a chopping board. Our rebellion was out of the question. They all gravitated toward Ji Luo, hoping to latch onto him. With such a favorable situation, what good news could there be that would excite Sui? Brother Ji, I know the address of the spring cake shop owner. Hiss. Ji Luo knew that Sui was trying to surprise him, but it only brought shock, not joy. How did you investigate? Did you follow her? Ji Luo looked Sui up and down, trying to confirm if he had been secretly poisoned and would die inexplicably later. Given Su Qinghan's temperament, if anyone dared to investigate her, especially such sensitive information as her address, she would likely kill them on the spot and then move away to disappear. No, the Baozi seller outside my neighborhood lives in the same building as her. Sui had no idea he had just walked through the gates of hell. Instead, he was thrilled to be able to help Ji Luo. The owner of Spring Cake Shop is called Su Qinghan, isn't she? Yes. She's good-looking, so the Baozi shop owner wanted to introduce her to his son, but she didn't take a liking to him. Sui had gathered quite a bit of information. Why else would he always eat Baozi? The low price was one reason, but more importantly, it was worth visiting frequently. Tell me, what have you found out? Ji Luo hadn't expected such a breakthrough from Sui. He didn't immediately reveal his plans to move, but first asked for the information. Su Qinghan is an orphan and has always had a tough life. When she was young, she was sickly and often bullied in the orphanage. So when she got a bit older, she ran away and suffered a lot. What Sui knew was all hearsay, but Ji Luo listened intently. Even if these stories were fabricated by Su Qinghan, they would be a mix of truth and falsehood, containing real information that required his careful thought and judgment. Su Qinghan moved here 2 or 3 months ago. At first, she rarely went out, seemingly focused on writing novels at home. Later, the owner of the Spring Cake Shop passed away, and Su Qinghan took the opportunity to purchase the shop, beginning her career as the proprietress. However, she didn't seem short of money, often closing the shop to go out. Sui was hardly a private detective, so the information he gathered was mostly ambiguous, yet Ji Luo still listened attentively, committing all the news to memory. Sui thinks this info is really useful. Ji Luo rose from his chair with a smile. Only he knew the danger Su Qinghan posed. Sui's reckless behavior couldn't be allowed to continue. But he couldn't think of a good reason on the spot. However, you don't need to dig up any more information on Su Qinghan. It's not appropriate. I believe with my sincere heart shall surely be moved. Ji Luo thought long and hard, finally coming up with this flimsy excuse. It was a reason, albeit a lame one. All right. Sui looked at Ji Luo's confident expression, barely suppressing the urge to laugh. Everyone in the company knew that Brother Ji had no clue how to pursue a girl. Only Ji Luo himself was under the illusion that simply hovering around her would win her over. Then good luck, Brother Ji. Sui knew he was also a novice in this area, and couldn't help, so he could only offer his blessings. By the way, Ji Luo wanted to bring up renting a place. Since Sui already knew Su Qinghan's address, it would be logical to ask him to help rent the apartment opposite hers. But for some reason, the words caught in his throat. It still wasn't the right time, the moment wasn't ripe. Doing this now might cause trouble. Brother Ji, what's wrong? Sui saw Ji Luo hesitating and thought it was something serious. He stepped forward, showing his readiness to take the lead. Nothing, it's not a big deal. There are 2 trainees today who want to learn shooting. Keep an eye on them, they might bring in a lot of people. Ji Luo ultimately didn't mention the rental. He handed the 2 files on the desk to Su Yi, signaling him to arrange for these students properly. No problem. Though Su Yi was a straightforward country boy, his advantage was his earnestness in everything he did. He was patient when teaching, and though he had few students, his reviews were excellent. Go ahead, good luck. Ji Luo patted Su Yi on the shoulder, and the young man straightened his back as if encouraged. Then Su Yi bid Ji Luo farewell and left the room. Sigh. Such a dilemma. Ji Luo could feel his own anxiety. He had just made some progress with Su Qinghan, and he feared that a wrong move would ruin everything. This anxious state dampened Ji Luo's mood for the day. The other instructors noticed and spoke to him in hushed tones. As the head traditional martial arts instructor at Shoudao Fitness Center, Ji Luo was second only to the boss Xie Xian. Now that Shoudao was on track, Ji Luo had few tasks, leaving him quite idle. Originally, Ji Luo was supposed to teach a special class for the biggest spenders, but he had no such plans for now. Instead, he delegated commissions and students to his subordinates. As for Ji Luo, he spent most of his time in the office watching videos, various traditional martial arts videos. After watching, he would practice in the dojo, earnestly discussing any unclear points with the other instructors. In modern society, the role of martial arts was greatly diminished. As the leader, Ji Luo's willingness to exchange ideas with the instructors was seen as a sign of trust. No one dared hold back. They were almost obsequious. This made Ji Luo's learning and exchanges very smooth. To be honest, Ji Luo had never practiced any martial arts or boxing techniques. As an evolver, his physical abilities far surpassed ordinary people. He relied on overwhelming strength and speed, making even wild swings effective. But since encountering Su Qinghan, his mindset had changed. Against ordinary people, he could win effortlessly, but against other evolvers, his lack of technique became a fatal weakness. Recently, Ji Luo had been delving into true combat techniques. He had experience in Sanzhou and hadn't let it go, but he was still undecided on which weapon to use. Because of this indecision, he happily conversed with every instructor. Ji Luo's willingness to communicate not only failed to displease the instructors, but instead earned their genuine respect. After all, Ji Luo was already invincible. For someone of his caliber to humbly seek advice did not diminish his authority, but rather showcased his humility and lack of arrogance. The workday passed quickly in pleasant idleness. Ji Luo made a final round of the dojo's second floor, and after confirming everyone had left, he ambled out of the fitness center. Ji Luo's habit of being the last to leave was noticed by many who mostly admired his dedication and diligence. In contrast, Liu Xiaoyuan, the previous instructor, would have already left leisurely after finishing his 3-hour class. However, no one realized that Ji Luo stayed last not for work, but specifically to wait until dark when Su Qinghan's cake shop had no customers, so he could buy all the remaining cakes. How what a simp I am. Ji Luo himself felt that going this far was too pathetic, but what choice did he have? If not for truly wanting to be close, who would willingly be a simp? In the chilly north wind, Ji Luo walked alone on the street. Winter solstice was near and darkness fell earlier. Most small shops along the street were already closed. Ji Luo walked slowly, perhaps his last shred of pride. Even if he was about to be a simp, he couldn't appear too hasty. Being too hasty would mean losing all dignity, and the goddess would look down on him. Clouds drift by in the myriad forms of beings between my fingers. How many moments who says you're one in a million to shake heaven and earth? Ji Luo softly hummed an ancient-style song, strolling leisurely down the old street. Su Qinghan's shop was in a poor location deep inside. At this hour, the streets were empty, and the cake shop surely had no customers. Yet when Ji Luo caught sight of the cake shop silhouette, he was surprised to find that at this late hour there were still 3 people standing at the counter. Under the dim street lamp, a dilapidated cake shop stood forlornly in the darkness. The incandescent light was faint, and many loaves and cakes remained in the glass display case, yet a sweet aroma still lingered. Su Qinghan stood quietly inside the small shop, her brow furrowed. Her expression showed no fear, only a hint of disgust and annoyance. At that moment, 3 ruffians stood before the shop, their faces wearing expressions that practically begged for a beating. Miss Su, this is the 3rd time. As the old saying goes, first and second times can be forgiven, but not the 3rd. Today I'm still the one talking to you, but next time it won't be me. To be honest with you, my brothers aren't as easygoing as I am. A pretty girl like you is rare. If something unfortunate were to happen, it would truly be a pity. This rundown shop. How much can you earn in a day? We're all flesh and blood. Nobody wants to make things ugly. Sell me the shop. I won't promise a fortune, but 100,000 is doable. With that money, you can do anything you want, can't you? The leading thug deliberately revealed the knife at his waist. His words weren't particularly harsh, but his eyes roamed over Su Qinghan's body without restraint, as if he had her completely under his thumb. This shop was half given, half sold to me by Grandpa Chiu. His dying wish was that it would continue to operate. I asked for nothing more. Just that this shop can stay open. As if deaf to the thug's threat, Su Qinghan repeated the same words she had already spoken twice, her tone utterly flat. When the thug heard Su Qinghan say I asked for nothing more, he let out a snicker, assuming she meant she was begging him to let her keep the shop running. Miss Su, that's not the right attitude for begging. You need to show some appreciation, you know. The knife-wielding thug's implication was clear, and his 2 underlings chuckled. Su Qinghan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, but remained silent. She wanted to fight, but she couldn't. She had always projected an image of frailty and quiet composure to everyone. If she shattered that disguise herself, the risk of exposure would skyrocket. Not only would she lose the shop, but she would also have to flee immediately. Su Qinghan wanted to keep the shop. Setting aside Grandpa Chio's dying wish, she herself had grown fond of this life. As a child in the orphanage, Su Qinghan had loved cakes the most. It was a craving, a dream. Later, she deliberately learned to make pastries. It was this very passion that helped her endure those unbearably harsh days. And now, truth be told, she was tired, truly exhausted. She couldn't stop yet as she had to keep running. But occasionally she wished she could find a place to rest. But now it seemed her simple, beautiful dream was about to shatter. Miss Su, let me lay it out for you. You must have heard of our boss, Brother Ming 5. He's the undisputed ruler around here. This territory was won by the blood of us brothers. Now our boss wants to develop this area. Everyone must step aside. 100,000 for such a tiny cake shop is more than generous. If you're greedy and want a storefront or building, that's a death wish. This is my third visit, and the last time we'll talk nicely. Next time it won't be like this. Don't say I didn't warn you. Girl, have you counted how many shop owners have left this street? Don't court death. The knife-wielding thug's expression turned fierce. He hadn't expected Su Qinghan to show no fear at all, making the negotiation difficult. He had to make his stance clear. Su Qinghan pursed her lips and glanced up at the three thugs. If she acted now, within 3 seconds, all three would be on the ground, their lives hanging in the balance, but at the very least, they would be paralyzed for life. But to conceal her true nature, Su Qinghan couldn't do that. She could only clench her fists and suppress the icy killing intent. These three couldn't have anything happen to them now. Even if she were to kill them, she would have to wait a few days in a different place in a way that wouldn't trace back to her, regardless of whether they lived or died. For now, she could only endure bearing the provocation of ants and the ignorant croaking of toads. Miss Su is so shy, not saying a word. The leading thug tapped the glass counter, his gaze sweeping over the cakes and bread. He gestured with his hand. This one, and these cakes. They'll take them. Pack them up. They've been reserved. I can't sell them. Su Qinghan thought about how the cakes she had made with her own hands would be eaten by such people, and it made her sick. Can't sell? Miss Su Qinghan, don't push me. I don't want a falling out. The thug pounded the glass counter with a thud as if he would shatter it. Su Qinghan's hands trembled with anger. Her gaze turned icy as she stared at the three thugs as if looking at three dead dogs. Huh? Staring still? Think we three are handsome, do you? The three thugs felt a chill run down their spines under Su Qinghan's gaze. They were a bit scared, but then they thought three grown men couldn't be intimidated by a little girl, so they immediately turned vicious. If you don't want to do business, just say so. He'll smash your shop right now. He'll sell. Su Qinghan finally chose to back down. She tore open a bag and packed the cakes the thug had pointed at, about 3 Jin or so, filling the bag to the brim. After packing the cakes, Su Qinghan didn't hand them to him, but placed them directly on the counter. If she handed them over, the thug might take the chance to grab her hand, and she would definitely be unable to stop herself from killing them. But if that happened, this hard-won hiding place would be completely lost. Thanks. They'll pay you next time. The thug leader didn't mind Su Qinghan's look of disgust. In fact, seeing her icy demeanor only thrilled him more. Come on, Miss Su's treat. Have a good taste. The thug leader grabbed the bag of cakes, tore it open, and gestured for his 2 underlings to help themselves. After they started eating, he took a cake himself and gulped it down in a few bites. Oh, not bad. It's actually quite tasty. Miss Su really knows how to make cakes. Whoever marries her will be lucky. True. Much better than old man Chio's. That old geezer dying was a good thing. The 3 thugs wolfed down 2 or 3 cakes right in front of Su Qinghan. The other 2 ate with relish, but the leading thug still wore a cold smirk. He picked up a 3rd cake, took a bite, chewed, and then suddenly frowned for no apparent reason. This one. Tastes off. The thug leader glanced at the bitten cake in his hand, tossed it carelessly to the ground, then grabbed another. He took a bite, muttered that this one was off too, and threw that cake to the ground as well. What does this taste? The more I eat, the worse it gets. The gang leader, clutching a large bag of cakes, took one out, bit into it, and then casually tossed it aside, as if he had bitten into rotten fruit. One by one, he flung them all over the ground. Tui, tui, tui. A sickening flavor. If I actually swallowed this, it'd probably make me sick. The gang leader threw the empty bag to the ground, deliberately stepped forward, and crushed a cake under his heel, grinding it into crumbs. Miss Su, I sincerely advise you to close this shop. Your cakes taste wrong. They might poison someone. Su Qinghan stood behind the display window, her gaze fixed on the cakes carelessly discarded on the ground. Though her face showed no anger, her hand had already twisted the metal tongs into a spiral. Naturally, Su Qinghan understood the gang leader's implication. This time, he wasn't causing trouble, but next time he returned, he would stage a scene claiming her cakes were spoiled and that customers had fallen ill from eating them. Once the scandal erupted, her shop would be finished. Give up now and take the 100,000 relocation fee, persist stubbornly, and it's a dead end. Miss Su, think it over carefully. The gang leader, seeing her expressionless face, smirked maliciously. He kicked the cake on the ground, turned around, and prepared to leave with his 2 underlings. But just then, from the shadows of the empty street, a resolute young man emerged. Without hesitation or evasion, he walked straight up to the 3 thugs and stopped coldly before them. Hey, are the cakes on the ground delicious? Huh, what do you mean? The gang leader, a seasoned rogue, could hardly miss the blatant hostility. He had never feared a fight. Wasn't the knife at his waist just for show? Want to stand up for her? The gang leader drew his short blade, pointing the tip towards Su Qinghan, the threat unmistakable. I've already reserved all the cakes from this shop for tonight. Throwing my dinner on the ground like this. What's your game? Ji Luo hadn't witnessed the entire scene, but the past few moments had been enough for him to grasp the situation. Since Su Qinghan wasn't in immediate danger, he hadn't acted hastily. Now that they had done their mischief, whether they left, and how they left was no longer up to them. Ha, so you're the kind to lose your head over a pretty face. Let me tell you, I work for Brother Ming 5. Don't court death. This block is getting demolished. Not even the gods can stop it. The gang leader wasn't one to back down easily, but the young man before him was too calm. His gaze, as if looking at a corpse, sent an inexplicable chill down one's spine. So he deliberately dropped his boss name, hoping to make the man retreat. Unfortunately, there was no reaction at all. I asked you, are the cakes on the ground delicious? Ji Luo had no more patience for words. His right hand shot out like a black bolt of lightning, seized the gang leader's knife-wielding wrist, and yanked downward with brutal force. Crack. Ji Luo had recently been delving into traditional martial arts, blending them with modern joint locks. This single yank showcased his skill. With a crisp series of pops, the gang leader's wrist, elbow, and shoulder joints all dislocated. FCKU. Get him. The gang leader felt a jolt of pain, and his right arm went completely limp. His street-hardened ferocity drove him to yell for the other two to attack rather than retreat. Yet such street-born savagery meant nothing against Ji Luo. In the blur of the night, Ji Luo's right hand chopped forward. The thug rushing at him had his left shoulder instantly cave, and the distortion of his arm and shoulder bones made his scream particularly piercing. But Ji Luo didn't stop there. He kicked the man's shin, snapping the bone and sending him to the ground, unable to rise. Ungrateful wretch. Ji Luo slapped the gang leader across the face, knocking half his teeth out. The man didn't even make a sound before collapsing unconscious. Seeing the fate of their leader and the other thug, the last gang member dared not advance. He stared at Ji Luo in terror, wanting to flee but lacking the courage. Ji, great hero, we're just errand boys. Brother Ming 5 wants this street gone. We were just called in to help. We're not the ones in charge. Killing us won't do any good. Are the cakes on the ground delicious? Ji Luo seemed to ignore the thug's excuses, his gaze sweeping over the cakes scattered across the ground. The sole unharmed thug dared not lie, nodding frantically like a nail being hammered. Delicious. Miss Su's cakes are very delicious. Good, then eat them all. WH. The thug seemed not to understand Ji Luo's meaning. He looked up, saw Ji Luo's expression, and realized he wasn't joking. I've already claimed these cakes. You snatched them away, fine, but you must eat every last one. Miss one piece, miss one bite, and you'll die right here. Ji Luo's face wasn't fierce. Instead, he wore an amiable smile. Yet to the thugs, that smile was demonic. He glanced around and finally nodded. Great hero, I can't finish them alone. Can I ask them to help? The thug had already grasped Ji Luo's method of punishment. Having seen ruthless men before, he knew from Ji Luo's tone that he wasn't bluffing. He didn't even dare to run. Fine. Thank you, great hero. The thug cautiously approached the leader, whose face was already half discolored. Fear gripped his heart. A man who could break an adult's leg with one kick and deform a face with a single slap. Someone like that was beyond them. They could only beg for mercy. The thug steeled himself and made a decision. He called out to the unconscious leader a couple of times, but the man didn't stir. So he simply slapped him twice, finally waking him up. Bastard. Ill. The gang leader started cursing as he woke, but the thug quickly covered his mouth and whispered the situation. Eat it all, and today's matter is over. Leave even one bite, and he'll break a bone for each. Ji Luo crouched down, his eyes locked on the gang leader's grotesquely swollen face. Faced with Ji Luo's icy stare, the man finally understood his position. His lips trembling, he nodded. I understand. Force-dictated terms. The three thugs, once arrogant and domineering, were now more docile than sheep. They had seen ruthless men before, but never one like Ji Luo. All three felt that if they didn't comply, he would truly beat them to death. The terror of death, after all, is humanity's most bone-deep fear. The three thugs exchanged glances, yet found no trace of resistance in each other's eyes. In their years on the streets, they had been bullied before, but today's humiliation cut deeper and burned more painfully. Yet, they had no choice. Thus, the uninjured thug supported their leader, while the other two, one with a dislocated shoulder, the other with a broken leg, shuffled together. Trembling, they picked up the cake from the ground and began eating it mouthful by mouthful. Ji Luo certainly took no pleasure in the scene, yet his gaze never wavered. He stood there watching as the three thugs continuously gathered the fallen cake and forced it down their throats, bite after reluctant bite. A cold wind blew and the thugs shivered involuntarily, their heads bowed, not daring to glance sideways at Ji Luo. The cake was dry, and without water it became increasingly difficult to swallow. But none dared complain. Like silent prisoners enduring punishment, they fought back, nausea and gagging, stuffing 3 or 4 gean of cake from the ground into their stomachs, leaving not a crumb. Even the piece trampled into mud was scooped up with dirt and grass and shoved into a mouth. After finishing the larger portions, the three searched the area, picking up scattered fragments and consuming them as well. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Ji Luo, seeing their wretched state, lost any desire to torment them further and simply let them flee. Thank you. Su Qinghan watched the thugs retreating back, her face devoid of vengeful satisfaction, her brow instead furrowed deeper. Ah, thank me, or not, it's useless anyway. Ji Luo walked to the shop window, looked at the pensive girl, and shook his head helplessly. This street, is it going to be demolished? The government has no plans, but this land is too valuable. Many interest groups have their eyes on it. Su Qinghan knew the situation well. If only a single real estate company were eyeing it, she could even eliminate its key figures. However, the old street's predicament was far more complex and dire. Not only had many developers set their sights on it, but even several officials felt the land was being wasted and longed for a grand redevelopment. Demolition and renovation. 4 simple words, yet they spell ruin for countless families and fortune for others. With so many vested interests and greedy onlookers waiting in the wings, the situation was virtually hopeless. Not planning to move, though Ji Luo didn't know the depth of Su Qinghan's attachment to the shop, he understood that this remote storefront and mundane routine were the perfect disguise she needed, and she was reluctant to abandon her current identity. Otherwise, those blustering thugs wouldn't have lasted a second visit. She would have silently erased them. I don't want to, and I want. Su Qinghan suddenly sat down on a stool, gazing at the few remaining cakes in the display case, a slow smile spreading across her face. But what else can I do? Wait until the day I have no choice but to leave. Ji Luo nodded, offering no comment on her words. On the surface, the girl's words simply meant that with the thugs coming daily, the shop would eventually fail, forcing her to leave reluctantly. But to Ji Luo's ears, Su Qinghan wasn't speaking to him. She was speaking to herself. In this situation, she could do nothing but endure. When she could endure no longer, she would bare her fangs, wipe out everyone who had destroyed her life, and then vanish without a trace. I'm sorry, I can't help you much, Ji Luo said, feeling a chill wind. He tightened his collar, as if making a resolve, and exhaled deeply. But until you have to leave, as long as things can still hold on, I'll stand by your side. Su Qinghan looked up, unsurprised by his declaration. She neither agreed nor refused, simply gazing calmly into his eyes. At that moment, beneath the dim sky, the light from the cake shop reflected in Ji Luo's eyes, making them shimmer. Thank you. Su Qinghan suddenly stood up, tore off a plastic bag, and grabbed a fresh pair of tongs. She packed the remaining cakes and bread into the bag. This is a thank you gift. No charge. Su Qinghan handed the half-full bag to Ji Luo, who accepted it without refusal. All right, tidy up and I'll walk you home. Su Qinghan responded softly, untied her apron, switched off the outer lights, and retreated to the back room to close up. Perhaps afraid of keeping Ji Luo waiting, she quickly turned off the backroom light, emerged from the side door carrying a stool, and prepared to pull down the rolling shutter. Let me. Ji Luo didn't bother with the stool. He jumped up, grabbed the handle, and yanked the shutter down to the ground. Sorry for the trouble. Su Qinghan inserted the key, locked the shutter, then ran a hand through her hair, tossing her disheveled ponytail behind her. You're welcome. Ji Luo didn't act overly eager. Though they had known each other for a while, their understanding was still shallow. He didn't want to rush, taking it step by step felt right. Throughout, Ji Luo suppressed his abilities, revealing only the qualities of a long-term martial arts practitioner. Still, his performance was top-notch, befitting a master of the Shoudao fitness gym. In terms of martial prowess, Ji Luo didn't fully conceal his skills. He followed a process of first letting Su Qinghan suspect, then dispelling her doubts. Through this, she would feel more at ease. Ji Luo and Su Qinghan walked one behind the other, with her leading and him half a step behind. They didn't walk side by side, as such impulsive behavior didn't fit his persona. Su Qinghan, which neighborhood do you live in? Ji Luo followed for a while, feeling the timing was right before finally speaking. But Su Qinghan seemed not to hear him, continuing forward without a word. You should already know where I live. Ji Luo was caught off guard by her response. He paused, and she stopped as well, then turned around. Under the pale moonlight, her face was indistinct, but her eyes were bright. So bright, they seemed to glow. Ji Luo let it go. You're a good person. The night was as cool as water, with scarcely a soul left on the old street. Su Qinghan clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze fixed on Ji Luo's face, as if to emphasize the truth of her words. No, I am the villain. Ji Luo never dreamed that he would be given a good guy card by Su Qinghan at this very moment. He hesitated, his palms clenching and unclenching, clenching and unclenching again. Su Qinghan, I am truly the villain, so this cannot end. Ji Luo stiffened his neck and firmly denied Su Qinghan's assessment of him. He spoke these words with utter seriousness, for in his heart, everything he was doing now was nothing but deception and scheming. If judged solely by good and evil, his actions were undoubtedly evil, driven by base emotions like selfishness, covetousness, and manipulation. Su Qinghan looked at Ji Luo's expression of stubborn refusal to back down, and a strange feeling stirred within her. Toward Ji Luo, she supposed she did not dislike him. Over the past few days, she had thoroughly investigated him. This boy who still bore a trace of childishness and stubbornness, now 24 years old. He was alone, having weathered the trials of the world and the torments of human hearts, yet after all these years his chinibyu seemed never to have faded. If a teenager's chinibyu could be somewhat awkward, then clinging to such an attitude at a mature age likely meant a refusal to bow to the mundane world and society. At this age, chinibyu no longer held any trace of fantasy, leaving only a lamentable sorrow. He was probably not a bad person. Without education or family, he had wandered alone through many cities, taken on many jobs, counting every penny for each meal and scrimping every month to scrape together the rent. It was hard to imagine that such a person had not turned to vice. As a worker, he might be considered a master of slacking off. Yet the tasks assigned to him were always completed well. Even after he resigned, his bosses and supervisors still held a favorable impression of him. Ji Luo let it go. I am the villain. Su Qinghan seemed to speak in riddles as she picked up the thread again. She lowered her eyelids and gently shook her head, her answer, still a refusal. Su Qinghan, that's perfect. You're the villain and I'm the villain too. Isn't that fitting? Of course not. Even villains don't want to be friends with villains. Villains prefer to be friends with good people. Then he'll be half a villain, half a good person. At this moment, both Ji Luo and Su Qinghan understood exactly what they were discussing. Su Qinghan was sparing Ji Luo's dignity, not making her refusal sound too harsh, but her meaning was crystal clear. Ji Luo had just saved her, even maiming someone for her sake. As the one rescued, Su Qinghan should by all rights be grateful to Ji Luo. Yet now, at a moment when their relationship should be drawing closer, Su Qinghan spoke words of estrangement. The implication was even more hurtful than being given a good guy card. But Ji Luo, even in this desperate situation, refused to give up. He pestered her relentlessly, pretending not to understand the meaning behind Su Qinghan's words. He had thrown caution to the wind, determined to be a sycophant, one that wasn't clingy. Su Qinghan, don't feel pressured. Just think of me as the guy who bought the cake. Why bother? Su Qinghan didn't know why, but a wave of irritation rose within her. Normally, she had seen plenty of people like Ji Luo, who clung on relentlessly. No matter what they said, she felt not a flicker of emotion. When it came time to sever ties, she could say the most cutting words. But at this moment, Su Qinghan could not bring herself to say such harsh things to Ji Luo. She couldn't explain why, but lately she often recalled the first time they met. On a chaotic street, tangled in a car accident where nearly everyone stood by indifferently. Yet he rushed over without hesitation, stood by her side, and saved her even as blood streamed down. And after saving her, he quietly slipped away from the crowd, his hands still dripping blood, yet without a trace of resentment or reluctance. If she were an ordinary person, Su Qinghan felt she couldn't have done the same, but he had. In this world, there are still such good people holding fast to their kindness. It was truly wonderful. Ji Luo, why put yourself through this? Life's hard for everyone. Cut me some slack. Ji Luo's tone was deeply resigned. In this world, how many things go as one wishes? It's all about making things hard on oneself. Everyone has their struggles, you'll understand that, and don't push anyone to the edge. Su Qinghan could even detect a hint of pleading in Ji Luo's reply. Clearly, he truly didn't want to break things off. By saying this, he hoped Su Qinghan wouldn't utter those final irrevocable words. Words that once spoken would make even friendship impossible. You're courting death. Su Qinghan cast one last glance at Ji Luo, then turned and continued walking toward home. However, Su Qinghan's pace was not particularly fast, clearly showing she had no intention of shaking him off, but allowed him to follow. That'll do. Ji Luo sniffled, unable to suppress a smile. He fell half a step behind her and followed her out of the old street. The old neighborhood where Su Qinghan lived was not far from the cake shop. They soon reached the entrance of the complex. Su Qinghan walked in and Ji Luo followed. But before they had gone far, Su Qinghan stopped and turned to glare at Ji Luo. Seeing me to the gate is enough. It's safe inside. This neighborhood is pitch black. It's not safe. Let me walk you to your door. Ji Luo now wore an expression of utter shamelessness. Since Su Qinghan already knew he had found out where she lived, what did he have to fear? He would just be her persistent sycophant and be done with it. Ji Luo, you really are courting death. Su Qinghan stared at Ji Luo with a cold, stern gaze. She was now certain that Ji Luo was not one of Tang Zujian's people. Yet precisely because she understood this, Su Qinghan was even more reluctant to let Ji Luo get close to her. Too many people around her had died. So many that she was now utterly alone without a single friend. Wielding. Su Qinghan enunciated each word deliberately. This level of warning already went against her principle of concealment, but she said it anyway. Su Qinghan, rest assured, ever since I came into this world, I never planned on leaving alive. Ji Luo puffed out his chest and raised his head, his eyes blazing. Su Qinghan was both amused and exasperated by his display. The young woman sighed, shook her head, and completely gave up on trying to save Ji Luo. Do as you please. Don't regret it. I'm not afraid of regret. I'm afraid that later I won't even have memories to regret. Ji Luo took a step back, then suddenly bowed deeply to Su Qinghan, as if apologizing, or as if saying, please take care of me from now on. Perhaps. Su Qinghan had already realized that she could not dissuade Ji Luo. In the current situation, no matter how she hinted, he would not choose to give up, unless she turned her words into blades, cutting him until he was bruised all over. Yet as an 18-year-old maiden, Su Qinghan, though her heart bore a tint of darkness, still harbored warmth in such a radiant age. Thank you. Ji Luo could already feel that the most difficult step between him and Su Qinghan had been crossed. His persistent and relentless attitude had finally managed to cling to the edge of the wall. Su Qinghan was not the type to turn her back on someone. Everything he had done for her, though she did not show it, she ultimately remembered. Su Qinghan, is the apartment across from yours still vacant? My lease is up, and I'm looking for a place to move. As Ji Luo spoke these words, his palms were drenched in sweat. He was nervous too. The relationship between them had just begun to ease, and Su Qinghan had already taken a step back. For him to say this now felt a bit like taking advantage of the situation. But Ji Luo said it anyway because the timing was indeed right. Since Su Qinghan had already retreated one step, taking half a step back might not be unacceptable to her. Still, it was somewhat of a gamble. Su Qinghan did not reply to Ji Luo's words. Just earlier, she hadn't actually known whether Ji Luo had investigated her address. It was only when she tested him with a trick that he revealed himself. Although Su Qinghan was somewhat reluctant about Ji Luo knowing her address, it was not enough to drive her to the point of wanting to kill him. However, what she hadn't expected was that in this situation Ji Luo would blatantly say he wanted to move into the apartment across from hers. A textbook straight man. To be honest, Su Qinghan had no particular fondness for Ji Luo, at best, she didn't dislike him. Thus, Ji Luo's behavior was utterly foolish. Even if he shamelessly moved across from her and ran into her the next morning saying, "What a coincidence you're right across." To be honest, though extremely fake, it would at least leave some room for each other. How could anyone be as blunt as Ji Luo in asking? "It's vacant." Su Qinghan felt angered by Ji Luo's stupidity, so she answered through gritted teeth, while Ji Luo looked at her in bewilderment, utterly unaware of what he had done wrong. Ji Luo, think carefully. Is someone as shady as Meng Wu someone you can afford to provoke? You think you're tough, but how many people can you actually take on? How many men does he have under him? Don't go looking for death. To be honest, I don't know. Ji Luo truly didn't know what Su Qinghan was so angry about. He had never been in a relationship before. There might have been women among his colleagues, but their anger had nothing to do with him, and he had never cared. But now seeing Su Qinghan's furious expression, Ji Luo felt he was teetering on the edge of disaster, and he desperately wanted to pull himself back. But whether I know or not doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. No matter who he is, as long as he wants to hurt you, I will always stand by your side. You're such a fool. Su Qinghan looked at Ji Luo's earnest expression and was directly amused into laughter. Ji Luo's mind was indeed too straightforward. He thought everything was too simple, and it was all too simple and blunt. Forget it. Do as you please. Su Qinghan seemed unwilling to continue the conversation. She turned and walked into the neighborhood. After a few steps, she suddenly stopped, casually raised her hand, as if bidding farewell. He'll ask about the apartment for you. Don't get your hopes up too high and keep looking yourself. Su Qinghan deliberately made her tone cold. After saying this, she did not linger and disappeared into the darkness. Ji Luo stood still, his face frozen in a daze, as if turned to stone. After a long while, Ji Luo finally snapped out of it. A smile spread across his face, and he cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting loudly, "Su Qinghan, thank you." After shouting, Ji Luo jumped up in joy. He really hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Su Qinghan's final words were clearly just her being tsundere. Not only had she accepted his idea of moving across from her, but she was also helping him find an apartment. It was wonderful. More importantly, Ji Luo could use this as an excuse under the guise of returning the favor to invite Su Qinghan to dinner and then get her phone number. Absolutely perfect. Take off. Ji Luo spun his hands around twice, then struck a pose like an airplane and ran out of the neighborhood happily. Three thugs, thank you for your efforts, thank you for your dedication, thank you for your stupidity and disgustingness. Without them, it would have taken who knows how long for Ji Luo and Su Qinghan to take the next step. But with external pressure, that step was taken so easily. That man named Meng Wu, who wanted to demolish the old street with such an ambitious plan, wouldn't be stopped by just a few lackeys getting hurt. In the future, more and more thugs would come to harass the cake shop, and their methods would even grow more vicious. When Su Qinghan could no longer endure, she would surely kill all these fools and then walk away without a trace. But as long as she could still bear it, as long as things hadn't reached the point of mutual destruction, as long as her current life could still be maintained, Su Qinghan ultimately could do nothing but watch, swallow her anger, and let them run rampant, courting death. In such a situation, Ji Luo's role became evident. Whether as a shield or a love-struck protector, he was indeed very useful. With Ji Luo around, Su Qinghan didn't need to act, didn't need to expose herself, and could still make those who provoked her suffer greatly. Wasn't that wonderful? Useful, kind, love-struck. With these three labels attached to Ji Luo, Su Qinghan ultimately couldn't bear to shut him out. He'll just take this chance to push my luck. Ji Luo was certainly no saint either. He was now willingly being used by Su Qinghan, but later on, he would get back 1,000-fold. Su Qinghan was the key to opening the inner world for him, and death return was Ji Luo's most perfect survival ability. He would never allow anyone to get their hands on it. Moving. Sitting on the bus, Ji Luo's heart was brimming with joy. After today, Su Qinghan would fully accept him. As an ordinary person, a tough ordinary person infatuated with her, the perfect and safe persona. Su Qinghan. To be honest, looking back now, when Ji Luo saw the cake Su Qinghan had made with her own hands being thrown insultingly to the ground by thugs, he had been utterly furious. That anger was not only because of the thug's insult to her, but also the hatred he felt for her and Evolver being reduced to such a state where she had to endure. And also for her life, which had always been unstable. Why? Couldn't even constant endurance and concession bring her peace? We're all fools. That night, after Ji Luo brutally thrashed three thugs, no retaliation came as he had anticipated. The days slipped by one after another, and as December deepened, the weather grew gradually steeped in chill. The Shoudao Fitness Center had also settled into its proper rhythm, and Ji Luo's life amidst its ordinariness had taken on a fixed routine. Every morning Ji Luo would rise early, take the bus to the vicinity of the spring cake shop, and while waiting for the cakes to come out of the oven, chat with Su Qinghan for a while. The topics of their conversations were all prepared the night before. Ji Luo had even prepared a small notebook, jotting down not only the trending news, but also a few set lines of dialogue. After that night, Su Qinghan's attitude toward Ji Luo didn't seem to change much. However, unlike her past aloofness, when truly interesting topics came up, the young woman would still reveal a faint smile. When she laughed, she always liked to turn her body away, not letting Ji Luo see. Then one day, as Ji Luo was chatting about the news, he suddenly forgot his lines. He pulled out his little notebook to take a peek. This foolish act was of course discovered by Su Qinghan. The young woman looked at him with astonishment, and Ji Luo, utterly embarrassed, fled with his head in his hands. That morning he didn't buy any cake, instead opting for the lamb palma he had been craving for ages. Naturally, every evening Ji Luo still made his routine trip to the cake shop for cleanup. Thanks to Ji Luo, Su Qinghan would sell out all her cakes by closing time each day, with revenue far surpassing the past. Whether it counted as a reward or not, at least now in the evenings, Su Qinghan allowed Ji Luo to escort her home. After dark, there were hardly any people on the old street. The two of them would initially walk in silence, but as they truly grew familiar with each other, topics gradually emerged, and the distances that had been deliberately maintained slowly began to close. Regarding the matter of finding a house, Su Qinghan had put Ji Luo off for a few days. Ji Luo, of course, was quite sly. He didn't bring it up deliberately, but every time he bought cake, he would always say that Su Qinghan must be exhausted preparing everything alone and ask if she was offering to work part-time. And so after Ji Luo persisted for several days, Su Qinghan finally arranged for Ji Luo to meet the owner of the house across the way. Due to the well-known demolition issues, the houses on the old street had become extremely difficult to rent out. Apart from those who lived there themselves, most of the houses were left vacant, making the rent very cheap. Ji Luo had ulterior motives, while the landlord wanted to save on heating costs, so the rental matter was settled in no time. The next day, Ji Luo arranged for a move. He didn't call Su, Yi, or Wang Zilin, but directly hired a small moving company to transport everything in one go. Over the years, Ji Luo had drifted from city to city, and his belongings were very few. After moving into the new place, it looked rather bare. In earlier days, this old street had been the most affluent area of Changlin City. The houses were at least two-man living room units, and the one Ji Luo rented was over 100 square meters with 3 bedrooms and a living room, yet the rent was less than half of his previous place. To be honest, Ji Luo was very satisfied. The location and the price were simply too cheap, so cheap that it seemed abnormal. Sure enough, on the evening of moving day, when Ji Luo went out to buy something, he encountered some thugs looking for trouble. These weren't familiar faces this time. Ji Luo loosened his muscles, took their money and phones, and made them watch as he tossed everything into the sewer. Without any deep-seated enmity, Ji Luo didn't want to cripple people all the time. Doing that day in and day out would eventually lead to big trouble. So Ji Luo just gave them some physical pain and a bit of financial loss. Once or twice they might still resist, but after a few times these people would naturally learn to steer clear of him. From these thugs, Ji Luo learned some inside information. The demolition of the entire old street wasn't something a single company could handle. The area hadn't been designated yet, so the struggle was everywhere. Those with status played their games above the table, while below it people like these thugs engaged in their own conflicts. It couldn't be called life or death battles, but there were definitely conflicts among them. Since the demolition hadn't truly started yet and money and interests hadn't been unearthed, these people were still relatively peaceful, merely beginning to deliberately drive away the residents. In modern society, the law was ultimately a high-voltage line. These thugs didn't dare to do anything truly drastic, but even if they did nothing, just hanging around your home all day would be unbearable. In the past, the old street had quite a few residents, but as more thugs appeared, families with daughters mostly moved out. They didn't necessarily sell their houses, but they preferred to leave the place empty rather than risk living there. As a result, not only did property prices drop, but rent also plummeted. Yet there were very few renters. Occasionally someone would come by, stay for a few days, see the situation, and leave. With such poor conditions, Ji Luo naturally had to do his part. On the second day after moving, he got up early, waited at the door, and stubbornly held out until Su Qinghan came out, then accompanied her as she strolled leisurely toward the cake shop. Ji Luo had waited in the stairwell for over an hour, and it was not in vain. Su Qinghan told him the time she left each day and agreed that if she opened the shop, they would walk together. That evening, Ji Luo and Su Qinghan returned home together. At the same floor, they parted ways, one going left and the other right. As soon as Ji Luo entered his room, he was so excited he couldn't help but jump for joy. He could clearly feel that Su Qinghan had begun to accept him. Everything was moving toward a bright future. The next day, Ji Luo got up early, brushed his teeth, washed up, exercised for a while, and left the house full of energy. But unexpectedly, there was a note tucked in his door. The handwriting on the note was elegant. Su Qinghan told Ji Luo that she had to work on a manuscript today and wouldn't be opening the shop. Almost without thinking, Ji Luo immediately realized this might be Su Qinghan discovering something and going out to hunt. Because in the note, Su Qinghan reminded Ji Luo not to knock and disturb her. Ji Luo, complying, didn't knock and went to work in low spirits. Throughout the day, Ji Luo was restless at work. He was certain that Su Qinghan was no writer. If she wasn't opening the shop, she was definitely off to make a big move. But even knowing this possibility, Ji Luo still didn't dare to act rashly. Because this time at this critical juncture, everything pointed to two possibilities. First, Su Qinghan had discovered something, and the situation was so urgent that she didn't have time to reassure Ji Luo, leaving a note and leaving directly. Second, Su Qinghan was deliberately testing Ji Luo. In her note, she specifically wrote that she was writing and didn't want to be disturbed, telling him not to knock. If Ji Luo obeyed her words, he would pass the test. But if Ji Luo were stubborn and insisted on knocking to see her, he would surely find Su Qinghan. However, after that he would likely be cast into the cold palace, never to have a chance to get close to her again. After a day of deliberation, Ji Luo ultimately decided to pretend complete ignorance of whatever Su Qinghan might do in the near future, no matter what. In any case, whether it was a test or not, Ji Luo resolved to simply follow the path that would guarantee success. With this mindset, he skipped dinner and bought some instant noodles from a small convenience store by the roadside, trudging slowly home. In the old building where Ji Luo and Su Qinghan lived, they were the only two residents. After climbing the stairs, Ji Luo searched the corners near his door, but found no note, so he entered his home in low spirits. Everything at home remained as it was. The hidden mechanism he had carefully set remained undisturbed. Clearly, Su Qinghan had not entered his room to investigate, but was genuinely occupied with her own affairs. I hope nothing happens. Ji Luo was in a gloomy mood and had no appetite. He sat by the computer playing a single-player game for a while. Just as he was commanding Sun Su leading Zhou Taisher Ci and Gan Ning to attack Liu Bei, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Who is it? Ji Luo glanced at the time and noticed it was already past 8. Holding his phone, he walked to the door, feeling a bit apprehensive inside. It's me. Outside the door, Su Qinghan's voice carried no particular emotion, though it sounded quite gentle. From Ji Luo's understanding of her, when she assumed the identity of an evolved, her speech was always chilling enough to make one's hair stand on end. But when she disguised herself as the owner of a cake shop, her words rarely showed emotion, yet one could detect a hint of the softness of an 18-year-old girl. Su Qinghan. Ji Luo opened the door, his expression filled with surprise as he looked at the girl who had taken the initiative to knock. Su Qinghan stood before him with a relaxed air, a rare smile gracing her lips. I've been working hard on my manuscript all day and finally met my goal. Have you eaten? Want to join me? Huh, you're treating me. Ji Luo's reaction was utterly foolish, but he couldn't help it. He was too terrified. He had been fawning over Su Qinghan for days, yet he had rarely seen her smile. But now not only did she take the initiative to knock on his door, but she also invited him to dinner with a beaming face. To be honest, Ji Luo's first thought was that Su Qinghan might have discovered something and was planning to lure him out to kill him. Don't blame Ji Luo for overthinking. In ancient times, when someone invited you to a feast, it was always eat and drink well first, then dancers and music, and then 500 axe-wielding soldiers would chop you into mincemeat. Even now, before a domestic pig is slaughtered, the owner treats it kindly, lures it out, ties its limbs, and delivers a swift, decisive blow. Of course I'm treating you. Su Qinghan looked at Ji Luo's dumbfounded expression and was amused by his response. When a girl comes to your door asking you out to eat, the first thing you say isn't "you're treating me." All right, please come in. Ji Luo realized how stupid his answer was, but what else could he say? He awkwardly wiped his face and gestured for her to enter. No, it's fine. Go change your clothes, it'll wait for you outside. Okay. Ji Luo saw that she had no intention of coming in and didn't insist. The girl turned and went downstairs. Ji Luo closed the door and rushed to his room to change. Why did she suddenly come to invite me to dinner? Ji Luo truly didn't understand. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? While changing, Ji Luo analyzed the situation again. If he had failed the test and Su Qinghan wanted to kill him, she wouldn't invite him out to dinner. Restaurants have surveillance cameras. Even if she took him out and killed him, she would be the prime suspect. Therefore, if she wanted to kill him, she would have come straight to his door and stabbed him. Since she didn't, and judging by her attitude, this was clearly a good thing. He had passed the test, affection increased by 1, and the reward unlocked, treating him to a meal. That note during the day was definitely a test. Ji Luo was certain that Su Qinghan had installed surveillance everywhere. In the neighborhood, in the hallway, in her own room. She was watching everything. She must have been fully aware of his movements that morning. Good thing, good thing. Before leaving, Ji Luo encouraged himself. Pushing open the door, his face already wore a cheerful smile. Outside the building, the girl stood gracefully under the street lamp. Ji Luo stamped his feet twice on the spot before walking straight up to her. Su Qinghan, why did you suddenly think of treating me to dinner? I was tired from working on my manuscript today and wanted to reward myself. Besides, you moved here, so this is a welcome dinner. And I also want to thank you for all the help you've given me. Su Qinghan deliberately slowed her pace. For the first time, Ji Luo walked side by side with the girl. Though his face showed no sign of delight, his heart was already bursting with joy. All along, Ji Luo had been walking behind Su Qinghan, maintaining distance to keep her at ease. But now Su Qinghan had taken the initiative to close that gap. With this gesture, Ji Luo no longer had to follow behind her. He had earned the right to walk shoulder to shoulder. How could Ji Luo not be happy about such a good thing? Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, using 1 meal for 3 purposes. You're quite the clever one. Ji Luo wasn't very good at chatting with girls, but after more than half a month of interaction, he had noticed that Su Qinghan wasn't particularly adept at talking to boys either. The two of them stumbled through awkward exchanges equally matched in their shortcomings. Of course, in the future, I'll still rely on you to deal with those thugs who vandalized the shop. You let yourself be used by me fighting and risking your life. It wouldn't be right not to treat you to a meal. Su Qinghan didn't hide the fact that there was an element of using Ji Luo by having him move in next door. Nowadays, there were more and more thugs and ruffians in the old neighborhood. This indicated that certain power struggles at higher levels had already concluded, interests had likely been compromised, and the spoils were about to be divided. In such a situation, if she wanted to continue hiding her identity, she either had to endure the losses or find a shield. Those thugs probably wouldn't dare do much right. I see they just flirt verbally with women. Of physical harassment is rare. It's all about compromise. Su Qinghan kicked a pebble listening to its clattering sound as it disappeared into the grass. Those thugs aren't afraid of the law, they're afraid of someone ordering them not to break it, because that would cause trouble. The top administrators of Changlin City aren't afraid of the law either. They're afraid of problems escalating, of someone reporting it to the provincial level, which would bring them all down. So the administrators set the rules to prevent things from getting out of hand. The diners at the table aren't afraid of the law either. They're afraid of the administrators coming down on them, so they have to restrain themselves and order the bottom feeders to be careful. Su Qinghan was undoubtedly a pessimist, or rather, after living here for a few months, she had come to understand the filth and corruption, and now she was naturally very angry. In the end, those who abide by the law are not actually the ones protected by it. Isn't that rather lamentable, eh? Ji Luo couldn't discern whether Su Qinghan's words carried any implication, yet he had to admit there was some truth to what she said. Still, that reasoning wasn't necessarily correct. I wouldn't call it lamentable, just less than ideal. Ji Luo scratched his head, feeling that the topic Su Qinghan had broached was far from superficial. He was uncertain whether he should continue this line of thought, or if the world as he perceived it was even real. I recall someone once told me that the most fundamental truth of this world is the survival of the fittest. Predators hunt their prey, and humans drive away beasts to establish their own cities for survival. That is the primal form of civilization. With civilization and heritage came contrasts in human differentiation. Some were crushed to the bottom, while others climbed to the top. Humans, differing in birth experience and temperament, constructed a hierarchical society based on recognition, exploitation, and subjugation. The root of law is to stabilize this hierarchy, meaning those at the top create norms to ensure a baseline of compromise, granting everyone a tolerable life. Thus, the harvested and exploited masses accept their fate and provide the resources for societal operation. Ji Luo could no longer recall who had spoken these words to him, but they had always been etched in his memory, like grains of sand piling up to shape his worldview and values. Though Ji Luo's words were somewhat disjointed, Su Qinghan understood. The girl turned her head, gazing at him with astonishment. A novel theory, but I find it quite apt. Stability and peace are the most coveted lives for the weak. Yet once one gains power, the heart grows restless, yearning to climb higher and seize more resources rather than creating them through hard work. Su Qinghan raised her hand high, making a grasping motion upward. Ji Luo saw a look of confusion on the girl's face for the first time and suddenly realized that her words were not a test. She was likely just puzzled why humans, all of the same species and class, would tear and devour each other like a nest of venomous insects. At 18, her thoughts were as soft as clouds. To an evolver like her, all ordinary people were essentially the same. Beggars, tycoons, officials, all merely ordinary in her eyes. Money, power, and force were to her just varying amounts of resources. After all, with her ability to return from death, she could amass wealth enough to rival nations with ease. She could ascend to the pinnacle of power effortlessly and hone her combat skills through countless battles to dominate the world. If not for the enemy InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceutical, and without an evolver faction targeting her. To ordinary people, Su Qinghan was practically a demigod. She could foresee the future, discern hearts, and understand cause and effect. Though she stood at a higher plane capable of exploiting and enslaving anyone she chose not to. Instead, it was the equally ordinary people who within their own ranks stratified themselves into tiers, contentedly committing base and ugly acts, a perplexing and laughable sight. This is the deep-rooted flaw of humanity. Desire, ego, and internal strife. Ji Luo quietly turned his head, gazing at the girl's flawless profile, gaining a deeper understanding of her. Su Qinghan had always been so aloof, likely because she had witnessed too much filth and ugliness through countless time loops. She wasn't truly devoid of emotion, she was simply afraid of being hurt, unwilling to see familiar faces twisted in madness again. Thus she began to shut everyone out, harboring deep wariness and vigilance toward anyone who tried to approach her. Su Qinghan, what are you planning to treat me to? Barbecue. Ji Luo didn't want to dwell on such heavy topics, so he deliberately changed the subject. Su Qinghan showed no surprise, merely taking 2 big steps forward and pointing at a shop to the side. Hot pot. Ji Luo was quite fond of hot pot too. After all, it was December, and the weather was chilly. A steaming meal was just right. Good. Great. Su Qinghan led Ji Luo into the hot pot restaurant. She was clearly a regular as the waiter greeted her familiarly and guided them upstairs. Ji Luo, do you eat spicy food? Yes. Lamb or beef? I'm fine with anything you order as you see fit. Ji Luo declined the menu Su Qinghan offered, letting her order. She didn't stand on ceremony and quickly selected a pile of food. Ji Luo, what would you like to drink? Alcohol. Anything works if you choose. Ji Luo wasn't much of a drinker. In fact, he rarely drank. But since Su Qinghan asked, what could he say? A man couldn't admit weakness. At this point, Ji Luo sensed something was off. Su Qinghan had invited him to dinner, ordered so much food, and now mentioned alcohol. This was likely a setup. Ji Luo wasn't worried about Su Qinghan taking advantage of him when he was drunk. He feared that if he got drunk, she would question him and had let something slip. That would be the end. Su Qinghan was far too vigilant. Surveillance, tailing, searching. She had done it all. She had tested him this morning, and now she wanted to get him drunk for the truth. Her mind was truly devious. I don't drink much either, my tolerance is low. But since we're happy today, I'll have a little. Su Qinghan had clearly never engaged in a drinking contest. Though she tried to mask it, her tone was off. But what could Ji Luo do? He nodded along. Same here. Let's keep it light. Ji Luo saw through her plan. Su Qinghan was baiting him. She said she couldn't drink, so he should seize the chance to get her drunk and do something. Right. Huh. An evolver who can't hold her liquor. As if I believe that. You sly old fox, you're full of tricks. The restaurant served quickly. Amid Ji Luo and Su Qinghan's casual chatter, the hot pot and ordered ingredients began to arrive along with 5 bottles of baijiu. Good heavens, was she aiming for a perforated stomach? Ji Luo looked at Su Qinghan's warm smile, feeling his scalp tingle. But what could he do? He'd have to see it through. But damn, this hot pot was insanely spicy. Unbelievably spicy. Ji Luo was certain that this pot of broth as red as ink was the result of Su Qinghan splurging on the finest ingredients. This wasn't just hot pot soup, it was a concoction of chili oil and beef bone broth. It might be a bit spicy, but eat a few more bites and it gets more delicious the more you have. Su Qinghan truly loved chili peppers. She dropped a few plates of meat into the pot, cooked them, and began eating. Ji Luo took 2 pieces, and the spiciness made his eyes go wide. This was utterly insane. Ji Luo even suspected that if they weren't evolvers, an ordinary person eating something this spicy would probably end up being rushed straight to the hospital. But what could he do now? What else could he do but stick with his companion through thick and thin? Su Qinghan had invited him to dinner, and the hot pot was already on the table. If he said the broth was too spicy and asked for a new pot, that would be too embarrassing. A man had to be tough on himself. Ji Luo was determined. He didn't care how spicy it was, he just stuffed it into his mouth. But strangely enough, it was truly delicious, and the more he ate, the more he savored it. If not for the pain on his tongue from the chili, Ji Luo would have genuinely fallen in love with this flavor. How does it taste? Delicious. The more Ji Luo ate, the more exhilarated he became. The spicier it was, the more aromatic it seemed. He was sweating profusely as if he were in a sauna. That's good. Whether it was the effect of the chili or not, Su Qinghan's cheeks were flushed, and when she spoke, her voice was no longer icy cold. But that was only natural. Even the calmest person, when eating something this spicy, would become fiery. Moreover, Su Qinghan grew happier the more she ate, even directly picking up a few chili peppers to munch on. If it's too spicy, have something to drink. It's fine. Su Qinghan's words were considerate, but her actions were truly shocking. The young girl raised her hand, opened 2 bottles of baijiu, and poured a full glass for Ji Luo. Just as Ji Luo was about to wave his hand and say he couldn't drink, he saw Su Qinghan pour herself an entire glass as well. Faced with the girl's fair and impartial demeanor, what could Ji Luo say? There was nothing else to say. He would accompany her through thick and thin. To your housewarming. Cheers. The usually aloof Su Qinghan had finally warmed up. Her face was flushed and her eyes shimmered with a moist luster. Anyone who devours spicy food like there's no tomorrow would end up looking just as radiant. All right. Ji Luo felt his smile was a bit strained, but he couldn't argue. Su Qinghan stood up, clinked her glass against his, and downed it in one gulp. Ji Luo looked at the full glass of baijiu, a joyful smile spreading across his face, and then he too drank it all in one go. Excellent wine. Ji Luo couldn't really tell if the wine was good or not. The chili had nearly numbed his taste buds, so drinking baijiu was like drinking water. No flavor, not even a sensation. He had been duped, thoroughly duped. Ji Luo's heart felt cold and empty. He knew he was in trouble. Su Qinghan had come prepared. With such a spicy hot pot, after a few bites, drinking alcohol felt just like drinking cold water. What alcohol tolerance? He was done for. Eat more? There's plenty. Come on, bottoms up. Su Qinghan pointed at the spread on the table and generously poured Ji Luo another glass. Ji Luo blinked, took a bite of meat, raised his glass, his eyes glistening. Su Qinghan, I won't say much. Everything is in this drink. Ji Luo knew he couldn't avoid it. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well go down together. It was nothing but mutual destruction. All right, everything in the drink. Whether it was due to something she remembered or the sting of the chili, Su Qinghan's eyes seemed to sparkle at that moment, beautiful enough to make one's heart flutter. And so, Ji Luo truly seemed drunk. Whether it was throwing caution to the wind or indulging in reckless abandon, he kept pouring the fiery red broth in glass after glass of baijiu down his throat without any refusal. You should drink less. If you really can't handle it, it's okay. After more than an hour of drinking, Su Qinghan no longer intended to pour Ji Luo another glass. Although he was a seasoned martial artist with a strong physique, this high-proof liquor was still quite harmful. Ji Luo had a strong constitution, so he could drink glass after glass. Someone weaker would have already collapsed. I'm fine. I can still drink. Ji Luo's speech was already slurred. Seeing that Su Qinghan wasn't pouring him anymore, he reached out to pour himself, but stumbled and nearly fell. Fortunately, Su Qinghan caught him. Let's stop here for today. No more drinking. I'm fine. I can still drink. Ji Luo bent down to pick up the bottles on the floor, only to find all four were empty. He swayed as he straightened up, took the bottle from Su Qinghan's side, and poured her a full glass. By now, Ji Luo's hands were trembling slightly. He poured the wine a bit too full, spilling quite a bit, but he didn't mind. He then tried to pour himself some, but only managed half a glass before the bottle was empty. Waiter, bring us 2 more bottles of baijiu. Ji Luo felt a bit lightheaded. His reason was still intact, but his emotions had inexplicably surged. The waiter pushed open the door and entered. Su Qinghan had wanted to stop ordering, but Ji Luo insisted on 2 more bottles. Unable to dissuade him, she ordered just 1 more. And so the glasses were filled once again. Ji Luo, drinking too much is bad for you. This is the last glass. As an evolver, Su Qinghan's mind was still very clear. Her original intention had been to get Ji Luo drunk and subtly question him, but she never expected him to drink so ferociously, as if he wanted to drink himself to death. Earlier, Su Qinghan had been urging Ji Luo to drink with the intent to get him drunk, but she never truly wanted to harm him. But now, seeing Ji Luo's face flushed with intoxication, the girl couldn't help but worry that something might happen to him. After all, she was the one who started all this. I'm fine. I can still drink. Ji Luo raised his glass and clinked it against Su Qinghan's, then tilted his head back to drink. But his hand trembled, spilling half of it, so very little actually went into his mouth. Stop drinking. No more. Su Qinghan pushed her chair aside and walked over to Ji Luo. She reached out a hand, then hesitated to pull it back, but Ji Luo grabbed it firmly, holding it tightly. Su Qinghan, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping me find a place. Ji Luo shook his arm wildly like a child begging a parent for a toy. Su Qinghan instinctively wanted to pull away, but Ji Luo's grip was strong. Afraid that struggling might hurt him, she didn't resist. You're welcome. You've helped me too. Su Qinghan looked at the drunken Ji Luo, a frown of guilt creasing her brow. Just then, a restaurant waiter, apparently hearing a commotion, pushed the door open and asked if they needed any help. We're done eating. The bill, please. Su Qinghan didn't want to stay any longer. With one hand still held by Ji Luo, she pulled out her phone with the other and paid for the meal. Your companion seems quite drunk. Shall I call a taxi for you? No need. Su Qinghan declined the waiter's offer of assistance, supporting Ji Luo carefully as she walked out of the private room on her own. You brought this upon yourself. Su Qinghan was unaccustomed to having her hand grasped by another, especially a man. Yet at this moment, Ji Luo was truly drunk, his face flushed red as he gripped her hand tightly, grinning foolishly. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Ji Luo's palm burned with heat. Su Qinghan let him hold on. Even as her own hand grew sweaty, she didn't pull away. Drunkards were troublesome when stirred up, and keeping Ji Luo docile with her hand in his wasn't such a bad thing. Oh, it's hot. Ji Luo seemed thoroughly intoxicated, swaying like a Roly-Poly toy as he walked, yet his spirits were high. As he passed through the restaurant corridor, he kept muttering incomprehensible words. Today I watching snow drift in the cold night, carrying a chilled heart drifting afar. Ji Luo suddenly broke into song as he walked, his voice loud and horribly off-key, degenerating into an irritating cacophony. Not stopping there, Ji Luo abruptly halted, bending over, as if to vomit, startling a waiter into rushing over with a trash bin. Yet instead of throwing up, he merely belched loudly and resumed his raucous singing. People are trying to eat. What the hell are you shouting for in the middle of the night? Unable to bear the noise at the door, a man emerged from a neighboring private room. He too had drunk heavily and spoke aggressively. Ji Luo looked up, belched again, then abruptly released Su Qinghan's left hand and swung a slap, smack. Ji Luo's slap carried tremendous force. The man, though burly, didn't even have a chance to react before being struck to the ground, lying there stunned and motionless. Who the hell do you think you're messing with? I heard you yelling when I was in the bathroom. Think you're tough. Let's go. Ji Luo shook his head, letting out another loud belch. Then he released Su Qinghan's right hand, positioned his body in front of her, and charged toward the thugs emerging from the private room. Who the fuck are you? What's your problem? The thugs inside the private room had no idea what was happening. They followed their boss' orders daily to patrol the territory, and hungry late at night, had gathered for a meal. They frequented this restaurant and had never encountered trouble. Why then had a man this ferocious suddenly appeared, demanding a fight? I'm sick of seeing you lot every day. Ji Luo's physique wasn't imposing, but as he advanced, his momentum was like that of a raging bull. The two thugs nearest the door approached, and Ji Luo shot out his hands, grabbing them both by the hair and yanking hard. The two burly men, each over 6 feet tall, had their hair seized by Ji Luo's single hand. They clutched at his arm, trying to pry his grip loose, but couldn't budge it an inch. They were forced to bend over, dragged by their hair. Come on, they'll play with you. Ji Luo brought his hands together in front of his chest, and under his tugging, the heads of the two thugs collided with a dull thud like 2 leather balls. A human skull is partly hollow, so the sound of impact is usually muffled. But these two, subjected to an immense force, produced a surprisingly crisp crack when their heads met. Without a doubt, both thugs, now suffering at least mild concussions, were instantly dazed. Ji Luo released his grip, and they toppled stiffly to the ground like knocked-over glass bottles. Let's have some real fun. Ji Luo seemed to have lost all reason in his drunkenness. A grin spread across his face, appearing particularly eerie. Su Qinghan stepped in from the doorway to stop him, but he shoved her back out. Su Qinghan couldn't reveal herself, so she was powerless to stop Ji Luo. She could only stand in the corridor watching him unleash his divine might. Hearing the commotion and curses, the restaurant manager and several waiters rushed over, but were stopped by Su Qinghan. None of them dared to approach. Meanwhile, during the moment Ji Luo pushed Su Qinghan away, the 7 or 8 thugs in the private room had already drawn their knives. Ji Luo, undaunted, grabbed the nearest stool and hurled it sideways. Crash! By now everyone realized Ji Luo's strength was terrifying. None dared to take a direct hit from anything he threw, and they could only dodge. Ji Luo was utterly reckless. After throwing 2 stools, he yanked the serving table, lifting its heavy solid wood top as a weapon. The foremost thug, his knife still raised mid-swing, had his face smashed by the table. Teeth flew like shattered pomegranate seeds, half his face a bloody mess. He collapsed and couldn't get up. A bunch of losers. Ji Luo seemed addicted to taunting. He discarded the table, which crashed into an air conditioner, shattering half its casing before clattering to the floor. Kill him. Seeing Ji Luo unarmed, the thugs charged like madmen. Ji Luo, instead of retreating, lunged forward, crashing into the nearest one's chest, then used the man as a projectile, flinging him away. Amidst a cacophony of shattering sounds, the flung thug smashed onto a table. Red oil from a hot pot splattered everywhere, and bowls and plates shattered across the floor. Fuck. By now the thug leader, who had been seated at the head of the table, was seeing red. Already fueled by alcohol, he was driven past reason by humiliation. He swung his blade with all his might, intent on killing the man before him. After his burst of might, Ji Luo seemed disoriented, shaking his head groggily. The thug leader seized the opportunity, charging forward and slashing his knife across Ji Luo's chest. A blade half a foot long, swung with full force, could carve a deep gash even into a wall, let alone human flesh. Unsurprisingly, Ji Luo's chest was split open from his left shoulder down to his ribs. Skin tore, flesh parted, and blood began gushing out instantly. The wound sent Ji Luo roaring in agony. But instead of cowering in fear, the injured Ji Luo became even more terrifying, like an enraged beast. At that moment, seeing Ji Luo's ferocious expression, the thug leader who had struck him was startled, a hint of sobriety returning. He was no stranger to violence, and had a fair estimate of the force behind his own strike. That blow had been aimed at the man's neck. If it had landed true, it would have severed the carotid artery, a certain death blow. Yet in the instant before the blade fell, this man had inexplicably thrust out his chest, evading his destined demise. Thus, the knife didn't reach his neck, but carved a bloody path down from his chest, leaving a trail of gore. How is that possible? The gang leader had slashed countless men before. He could swear that the strike he had just delivered with all his might aimed at the young man's chest should have cut deep enough to expose bone, perhaps even the organs within. Yet at this very moment, the flesh on the young man's wounded chest was indeed split open, the gash appearing horrifyingly severe. But that was all. It was merely a terrifying sight, far from a grievous injury. Driven by fear, the gang leader, confronted by Ji Luo's maddened, beast-like expression, forcibly suppressed his own terror and swung his blade diagonally toward Ji Luo's neck. If that blow landed true, it would be a decapitation. No amount of superhuman ability could save him then. But the gang leader had overestimated himself. The moment he raised his arm, before he could even bring it down, the figure before him had already seized his right hand, the one gripping the long blade. Crack! Ji Luo clenched the gang leader's hand with a single squeeze, and the man's 5 fingers twisted out of shape. The tightly held knife clattered to the ground. In the next instant, Ji Luo grabbed the gang leader's arm with both hands and twisted it violently, like wringing out a soaked towel. The arm contorted and deformed instantly, flesh and bone tearing apart, until the shoulder joint at the end snapped with a crisp sound, breaking cleanly in two. Die! Ji Luo released the gang leader's arm, grabbed his head with one hand, and his shoulder with the other, pressed him downward, and drove his knee upward with brutal force. A sound like a heavy hammer striking a drum rang out. The gang leader spat out a mouthful of sour fluid, his face frozen in a twisted expression of agony. Then, Ji Luo let go, and the gang leader crashed to the ground with a dull thud. It was not the fall of a conscious person, but like a discarded sack, the impact heavy and muffled. Lying on the floor, the gang leader didn't even cry out in pain. His chest was visibly sunken, and his breathing had grown shallow, the rise and fall of his body barely perceptible. The scene was utterly chilling, far removed from the chaotic frenzy of a brawl with blood splattering. In an instant, a grown man had gone from violent motion to absolute stillness. The immense power behind it left every thug in the private room frozen in shock. As if a pause button had been pressed, the remaining 7 thugs stood frozen, knives raised, scattered across the room. Their faces still wore fierce expressions, but none dared to move forward anymore. They all stopped. Meanwhile, the waitstaff and manager who had rushed over were also stunned. They no longer thought of intervening. Instead, they instinctively backed away. A few customers who had stepped out of their private rooms out of curiosity now dared not peek at the fight, turning their gazes elsewhere. Only Su Qinghan, having weathered countless grand scenes, made the most correct choice in that instant. Are you alright? Su Qinghan had never expected the situation to take such a sharp turn. She could no longer stand by. The young woman rushed into the room, grabbed the panting bull-like Ji Luo by the hand, and began dragging him out. It hurt so much. At that moment, Ji Luo seemed to have vented half his fury, his strength waning. Held by Su Qinghan's hand, he couldn't break free and was pulled out of the restaurant like a disobedient child. The wound is manageable. Nothing serious. As soon as Su Qinghan dragged Ji Luo out of the restaurant, she pulled him into a spot without surveillance. She took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, and examined him, finally breathing a sigh of relief. At least it hadn't come to the worst. Though Ji Luo's chest had been struck, he must have instinctively dodged, so the gang leader's blade hadn't cut deep. Only the tip had torn a large gash. The blood flow was alarming, but it was merely a flesh wound, nothing life-threatening. This probably won't be too much trouble. Su Qinghan glanced back at the restaurant, now in chaos. The manager was calling an ambulance while the thugs were contacting their boss, seeking a solution. Su Qinghan had hurt so much. Ji Luo seemed deeply uncomfortable and reached to touch his wound, but Su Qinghan grabbed both his hands, pushed him forward, and pinned him against the wall. Don't move. Su Qinghan shot Ji Luo a reproachful look, but couldn't abandon him. She quickly pulled out bandages, roughly wrapped his wound, and led him home. Mindful of potential risks, Su Qinghan took detours, choosing paths without surveillance. Fortunately, the development group had smashed most cameras during their harassment campaign, so the detour didn't waste much time. Su Qinghan tugged at the stumbling Ji Luo, her thoughts still clear. Reflecting carefully, she was almost certain the gang leader wasn't dead, but would be crippled for life. Ji Luo had snapped one of his arms, and that final elbow strike had caved in the man's chest. Extensive fractures of the sternum and ribs were inevitable, but the internal organs were likely only ruptured. He could be saved. As long as he could be saved, the situation changed drastically. One couldn't view things in isolation. The conglomerate's plan to redevelop the old street relied on thugs harassing residents. A dirty tactic in itself, a significant problem. Now, with the thugs severely injured, if they pursued the matter, their own dirty deeds might come to light through the investigation, eventually escalating into a societal issue. If that happened, the government, as the guardian of order, would have to intervene. The conglomerate's troubles would go far beyond a beaten subordinate. A single misstep could cost them hundreds of millions or billions in investments and profits. Thus, in this scenario, the most likely response from the other side would be to hush things up and then seek revenge later. They embodied the dark side of society, relishing an eye for an eye, blood for blood. Perhaps in the eyes of the gang leader and their boss, letting the law judge Ji Luo would only result in a few years for severe injury. But if they handled it themselves, the minimum was crippling, the maximum death, far more satisfying than prison time. At this thought, Su Qinghan felt no worry. Or rather, she had never been worried, only hoping to avoid the worst path. After all, Ji Luo in his drunken rage had beaten a man like that. Why should she have to die once to undo it? I hope it turns out this way. Otherwise, if you're sentenced, I don't know if I should go back and save you. Under the clear moonlight, Su Qinghan couldn't help but reveal a reproachful expression as she looked at Ji Luo's drunken state. She raised her hand and lightly punched his shoulder, but Ji Luo turned his head, flashing a silly grin. Then, the girl couldn't hold back, and a radiant smile blossomed across her cheeks. On ordinary days, Su Qinghan seemed to encase herself in a thick shell, always maintaining an unreachable distance from others, as well as a relationship that required no concern. In front of others, the girl rarely showed any expression. Most of the time, her expressions were feigned performances meant to disrupt the other's judgment and probe for the information she sought. But now, with no one around except the drunken Ji Luo, Su Qinghan had no need to disguise herself. No matter what she did, Ji Luo wouldn't know or remember. Of course, he would never know just how adorable and gentle the girl was at that moment. In the silent night, Su Qinghan dragged Ji Luo for nearly half an hour before finally returning to the old building they rented. The staircase was narrow, making it cramped for two to walk side by side, but letting a drunkard go either ahead or behind seemed equally dangerous. Ji Luo, time to go up the stairs. Be careful. Su Qinghan stomped her foot on the ground to activate the sensor light in the hallway, then carefully supported Ji Luo as they began to ascend. Su Qinghan, no one knows drinking better than me. Ji Luo started climbing the stairs with Su Qinghan's help, but he was far from steady. He either muttered incessantly or swayed and fidgeted, his clothes brushing against the handrail and gathering dust. Behave yourself. Su Qinghan was utterly exasperated with Ji Luo, who was like a hyperactive child. Since no one was around, she didn't hold back and used her true strength to hoist him up the stairs. Hurt my chest aches. Ji Luo leaned bonelessly against Su Qinghan. She caught the reek of alcohol on his breath, rolled her eyes, tapped his head, and dragged him to the doorstep. Stand still. Su Qinghan let Ji Luo grip her left hand while she held his chin with her right, straightening him up. Then she patted his clothes clean of the dust from the handrail. Where are your keys? I don't know, Ji Luo drawled, laughing foolishly like a child. Su Qinghan sighed, fumbled in his pocket, and pulled out the key to the door. I really brought this on myself. Stand still. Su Qinghan supported Ji Luo with one hand and opened the door with the other. As soon as the drunken Ji Luo saw the door open, he immediately tried to walk in, but he didn't notice the threshold and nearly fell flat on his face. You're hopeless. Su Qinghan was at her wit's end with Ji Luo. She glared at his staggering figure, then simply picked him up, dashed into the bedroom, and tossed him onto the bed. Stay put and don't move. Su Qinghan freed herself from Ji Luo's grip, took off his shoes to make him more comfortable on the bed, then quickly left the room and headed to her own. Half a minute later, Su Qinghan returned to the bedroom, carrying a first aid kit. This time she closed the door behind her, as if she didn't plan to leave anytime soon. So thirsty. Water. Ji Luo lay on the bed, groaning again. Su Qinghan set down the first aid kit and shot him a fierce glare, but she had no choice. She went to the living room to fetch a glass of water and returned to the bedroom. Time to drink. Su Qinghan sat on the bed and helped Ji Luo sit up. As soon as his lips touched the water, he began gulping it down, finishing it in one breath. Ji Luo, want more? Yes, all right. Su Qinghan felt utterly unlucky. She had planned to get Ji Luo drunk, then question him to see what he thought and whether he could be trusted. But now it seemed like a complete self-inflicted ordeal. There were so many ways to test and question someone. Why had she resorted to listening to drunken truths? It had made everything so troublesome, even risking her own death and regression. What a curse. Su Qinghan felt both physically and mentally exhausted, yet she didn't abandon Ji Luo. Instead, she brought another glass of water and helped him drink it. Fortunately, this time Ji Luo didn't want any more. At least he didn't throw up. Su Qinghan set the glass on the bedside table, gently supported Ji Luo's head to help him sit up, then carefully removed his jacket. The jacket was stained with blood. Su Qinghan didn't toss it on the floor, but went to the bathroom, filled a basin with water, and soaked the bloodied garment. After soaking the clothes, Su Qinghan returned to the bedroom, opened the first aid kit, found a small pair of scissors, carefully cut open Ji Luo's undershirt, and unwrapped the bandages. Ji Luo had been injured for over half an hour, and the blood had not only soaked through his clothes, but also stained the bandages red. Frowning, Su Qinghan tossed the long bandages into the trash and carefully examined his wound. Ji Luo wasn't overweight, but years of martial training had given him good muscle quality and resilience. The knife wound had grazed his left shoulder and slanted down from his chest to his ribs. The entire wound was about half a centimeter deep and less than 40 centimeters long. It might heal with medication and bandaging, but it would take a long time and leave a massive scar. Su Qinghan turned on the bedroom light, took out specialized needle and thread from the first aid kit, and prepared to stitch Ji Luo's wound. However, the process of tearing off the bandages nearly ripped open Ji Luo's scabbing wound again. Though still drunk, he could feel the pain and writhed on the bed like a worm, his limbs uncooperative. I'm so done with you. Su Qinghan had already threaded the needle, but seeing Ji Luo's state, she knew she couldn't stitch him directly without a huge struggle. The girl wasn't one for hesitation. She found 2 ropes, tied Ji Luo's hands and feet securely, and fastened them to opposite ends of the bed, forcing him into a one shape. Bear the pain and don't scream, or he'll gag you. Su Qinghan couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Ji Luo squirming on the bed like a worm. She had considered gagging him, but thought it would be too twisted and perverse, so she gave up the idea. As for disturbing the neighbors, Su Qinghan wasn't worried. Only 2 households lived in this building, so there was no one to disturb. Disinfecting now, Su Qinghan clamped an alcohol swab and began wiping Ji Luo's wound. Feeling the pain, Ji Luo started struggling, but since he was tightly bound, it didn't affect her much. Moreover, unexpectedly, Ji Luo didn't shout or scream. He just kept murmuring something softly. Though Su Qinghan appeared harsh toward Ji Luo, at this moment the young girl was meticulously disinfecting his wounds with utmost seriousness. Blood ceaselessly flowed from the torn flesh, quickly staining the alcohol-soaked cotton red, a gruesome sight. Yet Su Qinghan remained unfazed, her movements professional and gentle. Mindful of the risk of bacterial infection, Su Qinghan disinfected the wound twice before picking up specially crafted needles and thread to begin suturing Ji Luo's injury. Su Qinghan had clearly studied needlework, wielding the needle and thread with practiced ease, especially her fine and orderly stitches, which surprisingly held a certain aesthetic charm. This should suffice. Su Qinghan examined the sutured wound, then picked up another alcohol-soaked cotton ball to disinfect the entire area thoroughly. Subsequently, she began carefully applying her specially formulated ointment, wrapping the wound layer by layer with bandages. By the time Su Qinghan had completely finished treating Ji Luo's wounds, it was already deep into the night. She gathered the blood-stained debris, picked up her first aid kit, and left the room. Not long after, Su Qinghan returned with medicine. She untied Ji Luo's hands and feet, then meticulously massaged the areas where blood flow had been restricted. The young girl was experienced in binding, so it was not strictly necessary, but she did it anyway. Ji Luo, it's time to take your medicine. Su Qinghan shook him awake, helped him sit up, and fed him several medications she had brought. Only then did she lay him back down, watching until he fell asleep again. Logically, having finished treating Ji Luo's wounds, Su Qinghan could have left without a second thought. Yet she did not. Instead, she pulled up a chair beside the bed, sat down, and began scrolling through her phone. Su Qinghan considered her wound-treating skills to be at a professional level. Even minor surgeries were well within her capability. However, Ji Luo's room was ultimately not a sterile operating theater, and the most common issue after suturing was bacterial infection. Although she had already administered anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medication to Ji Luo, considering the worst-case scenario, the young girl decided to stay the night. If Ji Luo did not develop a fever or only had a low-grade one, it would be fine. But if a high fever set in, she would have to take him to a hospital and entrust him to professional doctors. Of course, going to the hospital was also troublesome. First, the wound would be difficult to explain, and second, it might leave a trace. If Tang Zhujian managed to follow the trail, this hard-found hiding place would be compromised. Nevertheless, no matter what, human life is paramount. Su Qinghan's hands were already stained with far too much blood. She never spared those who deserved death, and she never showed mercy when striking. But precisely because she had taken so many lives, Su Qinghan valued every single life all the more. Every person is born from their parents' essence and blood carried for 10 lunar months. From opening their eyes to standing upright, from babbling to the dawn of youth. It takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 to nurture a person. Each individual consumes vast resources and emotions before finally being planted as a seed in their era. Killing takes but an instant, yet it destroys the accumulation and growth of a decade, or even decades. Countless karmic ties are severed, and the butterfly effect triggered can mean the collapse of several families. Because she was an evolver, because she possessed power, Su Qinghan was all the more cautious and introspective. And through countless death loops, she had the chance to see herself more clearly and understand herself more profoundly. She had already messed up far too many things, caused the deaths of far too many people, and committed far too many irreparable mistakes. From a long, long time ago, Su Qinghan understood that one day she would die a horrible death, a very miserable, very sorrowful end. Because she was a person steeped in sin and karma. They'll consider it my atonement. Su Qinghan put down her phone, reached out to feel the temperature on Ji Luo's forehead, then touched her heart, settling slightly. Now Su Qinghan believed she understood Ji Luo quite well. His feelings for her were also plainly evident. She had encountered such attitudes and actions far too many times before. But unlike before, Su Qinghan had made up her mind to accept him, or rather, to use him. As for the secret research lab of InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceutical, which belonged to Tang Zhujian in Changlin City, Su Qinghan had spent months searching before finally finding some leads. Yet before she could continue her investigation, Tang Zhujian had already severed all connections, temporarily sealing it off. Uncovering its exact location would be impossible within a few months. Moreover, Tang Zhujian had now constructed an even larger and more tightly secured research institute in Shanghai City, which could also be seen as an even more formidable prison. If Muing Luo were transferred there, Su Qinghan was certain that no matter how many times she looped back, she would never be able to rescue her from that inescapable net. Therefore, the transportation process would be Su Qinghan's best chance to save Muing Luo. Su Qinghan had already made plans to leave Changlin City. According to her estimates, Muing Luo's transport would depart shortly after the Spring Festival, as traffic would be lightest then, with no worries about congestion. So, at most 2 months, Su Qinghan gazed at Ji Luo's sleeping face, a pang of guilt and sorrow in her heart. Long ago she had sworn never to drag anyone else into her war. Yet this time she had still involved him. Fortunately, in 2 months, she would leave, quietly vanishing completely from his life, from his very existence. Perhaps, she would leave him a brief letter of apology. She wondered if after reading her letter he would hate her or cry and accept her apology. Would he cry? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps for a day, 10 days, a month, 6 months, a year, he would still remember her, even cherish her memory. Yet even in those days of his remembrance, she would gradually be forgotten by him. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Perhaps not even that long would pass before he grew distant from her memory, or even forgot her entirely. He would meet another girl who made his heart flutter, would treat her with the same devotion, would do the same foolish things he had done for her. Perhaps they would part, perhaps they would stay together. Then they might start a family, have a lovely child, support each other, and grow old together. Perhaps one day he would remember her telling his wife and his child about her. A story of meeting, yet parting. What am I thinking about? Su Qinghan laughed softly and tapped her own head. She looked down at her phone only to suddenly notice water droplets on the screen. So, she was crying too. It was not sentimentality nor idle fancy. Though she was only just 18, through her death loops, she had experienced far more than 18 years. Her body was young, but her heart was already battered and scarred. She yearned for a warmth of flame she could preserve. Unfortunately, she had none, nor could she have any. Ji Luo, we are both fools. The first sensation upon waking from a drunken stupor was often thirst. Ji Luo groggily opened his eyes, propping himself up to sit, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in his chest and lie back down. Awake. Thirsty. Ji Luo's mind was still in a fog. Hearing the voice beside him, he nodded without much thought. Then the figure in the room left and returned with a glass of water. She approached the bed and helped him sit up. Thank you. Ji Luo tilted his head back and drained the water, his brain feeling as if it were being moistened, gradually regaining clarity. Ji Luo looked up at the delicate face of the young woman before him, and the cup in his hand suddenly fell. But fortunately, Su Qinghan reacted swiftly, catching it midair and ensuring not a drop spilled. What's wrong? Dazed? Su Qinghan, how are you? Ji Luo rubbed his head, his expression tightening. The hangover was truly unbearable, making his head feel as if a hammer were pounding it whenever he tried to recall. Remember now, eh? Su Qinghan swirled the cup in her hand, her expression unexpectedly soft. Ji Luo blinked slowly, recalling everything that had happened, but before he could ask, she had already left the room with the cup. After a moment, Su Qinghan returned with another cup of water, this time warmer, due to added hot water. Thank you. Ji Luo took the cup, but didn't drink it all at once. Instead, he held it and sipped slowly. Under the warmth of the water, his body began to feel comfortable again, much better indeed. No need to rush, take your time. Su Qinghan sat back down on the chair by the bed and slipped her phone into her pocket. Ji Luo leaned against the headboard, sipping hot water and organizing his thoughts. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere gradually settled into a quiet calm. Need more? Thank you, no need. Ji Luo hadn't intended to trouble Su Qinghan repeatedly, but when he finished, she naturally reached out, took the still warm cup, and placed it on the small side table. What time is it? Ji Luo glanced out the window, seeing the pitch-black sky, and knew he had slept through the day into night. 7:30. Slept until this hour. I did a lot of foolish things last night. Ji Luo rubbed his forehead, seeming to regret his actions. Su Qinghan, however, didn't dwell on it, and instead shared her thoughts. The people you beat up were injured, but won't die? I suspect for the sake of the old street development, they won't call the police, but retaliation is certain. Fair enough. I can accept that. Ji Luo nodded lightly at her analysis. He wasn't a fool who believed everything he heard. Ji Luo had already anticipated the situation in the old district. The outcome didn't surprise him. If they don't call the police, let them do as they please. Throughout, Ji Luo's greatest fear regarding this matter was the police being called. The state's machinery of violence was something no individual, not even a single evolved being, could shake. No matter how Ji Luo thought, when faced with absolute power, he would retract his fangs and accept the judgment of the law. But both parties were drunk, and the other had drawn a weapon with intent to kill. After being injured, Ji Luo fought back to stop the attack. Though the result was severe injury to the other, it was at most excessive self-defense, entirely reasonable. Ji Luo had thoroughly studied the law. This rule, designed to maintain social stability, governed the lowest moral line. As long as no one died, there was always room for negotiation. And Ji Luo had always handled this balance well. Like this time. Su Qinghan, thank you. What Ji Luo truly thought, Su Qinghan naturally didn't know. All she saw was his sincere apology. He looked down at his bandaged chest, his smile bitter. You're welcome. Consider it a return gift. What return gift? The one for using you as a shield. Su Qinghan was not one to stoop to any means. She indeed needed Ji Luo's protection to continue her peaceful life amidst the thug's harassment, but she disdained pretending to be touched like a schemer. Instead, she laid everything bare. Not at all, really. I was just helping the helpless or saving a damsel in distress, thinking of a reward in return. Ji Luo looked at her serious expression and broke into an embarrassed laugh. He wasn't a good person, but neither was he one to act saintly while being otherwise. Su Qinghan, as I said before, am not a good person either. To be blunt, if you were ugly, I'd have stayed far away and never helped you. People all have desires. I am one who is true to my desires and willing to fight for them. That day I beat those 3 thugs was not just to avenge you, but also for the justice and righteousness in my heart. Besides, I'm aware of the consequences of my heavy-handedness. And this time my drunken rage left those men badly beaten. Retaliation will come, and possibly from more than one group. To put it bluntly, regardless of helping you or not, I'm at odds with them. Ji Luo spoke with utter frankness. Su Qinghan, hearing his straightforward confession, couldn't help but roll her eyes before breaking into a faint smile. Your skill at arguing is impressive. I can't help but want to nod. Not bad, I guess. In the past, when I didn't do homework, the teacher would ask why, and I always had an excuse. Ji Luo shrugged his banter, finally easing the tension between them. Of course, no matter what excuse I gave, I ended up being made to stand as punishment. Oh, no wonder you're not short at all. Su Qinghan no longer dwelled on the earlier topic, and instead joked lightly. Ji Luo didn't catch on at first, staring wide-eyed for a moment before realizing she was making a dry joke. Standing every day makes you grow taller. What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face? Su Qinghan noticed Ji Luo staring at her blankly, but didn't avoid his gaze or blush. Her beauty was something she was used to, accustomed to being the center of attention. No, it's just nice talking to you like this. Ji Luo wanted to say she was more beautiful than a flower, but held back. Their relationship had finally taken a step forward, and he didn't want to overstep. Su Qinghan, how long have you been watching over me? A whole day and night, without sleep. I'm fine. I often write novels late at night, so I'm quite good at staying up. Su Qinghan had been awake for over 30 hours, yet she showed no signs of fatigue. Her skin remained fair and moist, and there was no trace of alcohol on her, as if it hadn't been her drinking with Ji Luo the night before. Thank you. Ji Luo truly hadn't expected Su Qinghan to stay awake all night, watching over him by the bedside. Right after drinking, he had still possessed some clarity, but once he lay down on his bed, his consciousness vanished, leaving not a trace of memory. You're welcome. This time Su Qinghan didn't decline. She smiled, accepting Ji Luo's thanks, then pulled out her phone to check the time. It seems it's time for your medicine. What medicine? Antibacterial and anti-inflammatory drugs, along with some vitamins. Su Qinghan got up to pour Ji Luo a glass of water and placed a pile of Chinese patent medicines before him. Now that Ji Luo was awake and no longer feverish, the most critical phase had passed. However, he still needed to take many medications, and special nutrition was necessary for his wound recovery. So many. Ji Luo stared at the mountain of pills and tablets, half suspecting Su Qinghan was trying to poison him. Swallowing all of this, wasn't it like having a full meal? That's right, all of them. Don't leave any. Su Qinghan picked out a few dark-colored pills from the medicine mountain, placed them in Ji Luo's left hand, and pressed the water glass into his right. They're expensive. All right. As soon as Ji Luo heard that the medicine was costly, he nodded immediately. He was a child from a poor family and couldn't bear waste. With Su Qinghan watching nearby, Ji Luo couldn't cheat or slack off. He had no choice but to tough it out, chewing down several pills in one go. The taste was strange, not good, but not terrible either. Since you've taken the medicine, I'll go make some food. After confirming had taken the most crucial pills, Su Qinghan decided not to hover. Ji Luo looked up at her, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Su Qinghan seemed to understand what Ji Luo wanted to say. She shook her head, stopping him from continuing, and turned to leave the room. I'm such an adult, what am I afraid of? Ji Luo watched Su Qinghan leave, grabbed a handful of pills, and shoved them fiercely into his mouth. He gulped down water and swallowed them all. Vaguely, Ji Luo felt a chill on his cheek. He wiped his face, only then sensing the wetness. He seemed to have cried. Since the age of 14, Ji Luo had always been alone. He had no memories from before awakening his talent. The farthest thing he could recall was the morning he became an evolver. He opened his eyes to see a large mosquito on the ceiling. Later, he searched for it for a long time, but never found it. Letting it suck so much blood and escape alive, it was a lifelong disgrace. Ji Luo wasn't afraid of cruel or vicious people. What he feared most were gentle people, those whose kindness wasn't for self-gratification, but truly genuine. Because gentle people seldom speak much. They don't claim to empathize with you or call you pitiful. They simply look at you with light in their eyes. Gentle people have a warmth in their gaze that can touch hearts. They look at you full of hope and encouragement, hoping you'll stand up on your own, urging you to face the pain and never yield. They don't lecture you endlessly. They act silently, showing care through deeds. They're like family or friends, close yet not so close as to make you uneasy. Gentle people possess an indescribable power in their words and actions, like a summer breeze or winter sun. They don't offer lavish comforts, but make you feel the beauty of being alive. Truly gentle people have backs as imposing as a mountain. They walk ahead, letting you watch them blaze a trail through thorns. Not to shield you from storms, but to show you that if they can advance, you don't need to retreat. Such people are rare in this world. But whenever Ji Luo met one, he was terrified. Terrified, he'd rush into their arms, hold them, and sob hysterically, pouring out all his grievances, efforts, persistence, and regrets. A gentle person is like a mirror. They let you see yourself clearly and all that is past. Facing them, you feel as if you're confronting the one you love most, the one who treated you best. You can act spoiled or grateful because they always accept it, stroking your head, saying they've heard, understood, and acknowledged it. Seeing them, you also recall those you've hurt, those you've regretted all your life but could never apologize to. Looking at them, you can confess all your sins and remorse, apologize loudly, cry, and say you're sorry. Tell them that on that day you didn't mean to speak or act that way. You were just too cowardly to break free. When you break down, a gentle person will always hold you, pat your back, and tell you they've heard, remembered, and accepted it. They won't forgive you on behalf of those you've hurt, but they're willing to listen, to wait until you've said everything, and then quietly stay with you until you fall asleep. This world is far too cruel and cold. Everyone is battered and scarred, adrift in darkness, stumbling along the way, covered in bruises and swollen faces. But because they keep walking, they don't stop. They only wipe away tears, endure the pain, and limp forward. In the hearts of such people, gentle souls are always frightening, because they offer the most precious understanding and empathy. They're like a beam of light in the darkness. After witnessing such beauty, moving forward into the dark becomes even more painful. Having felt it, it's hard to forget. Remembering it always brings deeper despair, for they may never meet such a person again. I'm starting to get scared. Ji Luo stuffed the pills into his mouth one by one as if he couldn't taste the bitterness, swallowing them without pause. Ji Luo wiped his tears, pursed his lips, and made no sound. When people break down, it can be over the smallest things, and tears fall silently. At that moment, Ji Luo felt a sense of family from Su Qinghan. Truly like family. Countless nights Ji Luo would wake from dreams feeling lost and empty. He always fantasized that when he opened his eyes, someone would touch his forehead, say his fever had broken, hand him a glass of water, and ask what he wanted to eat. Then, he would rattle off a list of cravings, lie in bed, pull the blanket up to his neck, and wait in warmth. Soon the kitchen would fill with aromas, sunlight would stream through the window, time seemed to slow, and everything felt beautiful as a dream. But alas, it was truly just a dream. I was too young, didn't even know how to love her. That day, Ji Luo tasted Su Qinghan's cooking for the first time. With limited ingredients, the young woman stir-fried only beef with green peppers and a plate of torn cabbage, then cooked rice and made a light seaweed and egg drop soup. Despite having taken a large dose of medicine, Ji Luo still ate a great deal when the meal was served, eventually lying on the bed, too stuffed to move, his expression utterly comical. After the meal, Su Qinghan stayed with Ji Luo for a long time. Due to his injury, Ji Luo remained curled up in bed, without moving, while Su Qinghan sat on a chair playing a card game of cat fishing with him. Both of them had a wonderful time. At first, they stuck paper strips on each other's faces, but when Ji Luo's face was completely covered, they switched to flicking foreheads. In the end, Ji Luo, utterly defeated, sported a reddened forehead. When night fell, Su Qinghan watched over Ji Luo as he took another round of medicine, measured his temperature, boiled a pot of water, and placed it on the side table. Then, after Ji Luo fell asleep, she left. After that day, their relationship seemed to take no further step forward, reverting to how it was before. Ji Luo still rose early every morning to accompany Su Qinghan as she went out. But unlike before, they now had breakfast together. Su Qinghan chose the eatery, and Ji Luo followed her taste. After breakfast, if time permitted, Ji Luo would accompany Su Qinghan to her shop. The young woman would start making cakes, while Ji Luo chatted with her by her side. Later, Ji Luo volunteered to help. Su Qinghan could not dissuade him and let him handle some pre-opening preparations. In the first few days, Ji Luo was still flustered, but after getting used to it, everything became second nature. Because of Ji Luo's assistance, Su Qinghan no longer made him pay for cakes every morning. If Ji Luo wanted some, the young woman would give him plenty after the cakes came out of the oven, even preparing a portion for him to share with his colleagues. In the evening, Ji Luo always got off work first. The business at Shoudao Fitness Center was thriving, especially in the traditional martial arts division, where all instructors were increasingly enthusiastic about recruiting students. Compared to before, everyone's salary had doubled. Now, sitting in his office every day, Ji Luo's mind was filled with the revelry after receiving his salary. After so many years, he was finally seeing such a large amount of money. Every day after work, Ji Luo would stay with Su Qinghan at the cake shop until around 8 or 9 o'clock, when they would start closing up. Then, carrying the remaining cakes, the two would leisurely walk home. Whether Su Qinghan had deliberately reduced the quantity was unclear, but the number of leftover cakes was dwindling day by day, though there were always at least two. On the way home, Ji Luo and Su Qinghan each held a piece of cake, looking like two little squirrels nibbling on hazelnuts. After December, the weather grew colder and nightfall came earlier. Considering safety, Su Qinghan fixed the cake shop's closing time at 8 o'clock. Ji Luo had no complaints about this. Once home, the two would be completely separated, but at the cake shop they could chat together. Even the cold was enjoyable. Unfortunately, Su Qinghan had made up her mind, and Ji Luo did not press further. After all, she might have important matters to attend to at home, and he did not wish to put her in a difficult position. In terms of time spent together, their relationship seemed unchanged, their interactions following the same old pattern. Ji Luo always initiated the topics, and Su Qinghan responded or listened. Everything was so calm and uneventful, as if Su Qinghan's tenderness toward Ji Luo that day was merely his own illusion. However, when they were alone together and the conversation turned to interesting topics, Su Qinghan would reveal a faint smile. Her eyelashes were long, and when she lowered her gaze, it brought an inexplicable sense of tranquility. In Ji Luo, his words were no longer as many as before. In the small cake shop, the two would each be busy with their own affairs. Sometimes when they crossed paths and their eyes met, both wore smiles. No words were needed, as both already understood that they were gradually drawing closer to each other. It was not about gender or romance. They were slowly accepting one another, accepting the other's approach. They were gradually becoming friends. Two evolvers hiding themselves from each other and from everyone in the world, fragile and vigilant like young animal cubs. Now, after several rounds of probing and scrutiny, they had finally let down their guard, shed their heavy armor, and begun to show each other their true selves. As Ji Luo counted the days on his fingers, time passed. On the 20th, Ji Luo finally received his salary. As the master instructor of traditional martial arts, his base pay was second only to the store manager, and with the profit share, his salary for that month exceeded what he used to earn in a whole year. Ji Luo's nearly depleted savings ballooned to 6 figures. That day after work, his entire gait changed. He looked down on everyone, feeling superior. It wasn't that Ji Luo had become arrogant, rather he had been poor for so many years that he still couldn't adapt to the reality of being able to eat meat freely. With money in hand, Ji Luo considered buying a gift for Su Qinghan. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about such matters, so he called Wang Zilin, who suggested buying a handbag. For women, any problem could be solved with a handbag, if not then by another one. Ji Luo wasn't entirely convinced by Wang Zilin's advice, but after wandering through the mall, he found none of the women's handbags appealing, or rather they all seemed too ordinary for their price, offering extremely poor value for money. In the end, Ji Luo failed to find a gift, and instead received a call from Su Qinghan. It was the first time she had ever called him. He answered, stammering an explanation, and was immediately ordered by Su Qinghan not to buy anything and to come straight to the cake shop. In the chilly night, Ji Luo walked alone back to the old street. Su Qinghan had already closed the shop and met him halfway. To Ji Luo's surprise, when they met, Su Qinghan did not scold him further, but instead asked him to accompany her for a stroll. It was already late, and there were few shops on the old street, so they didn't wander for long. Su Qinghan picked out a very cute keychain and had Ji Luo pay for it. Afterward, they went for a meal hosted by Ji Luo. It wasn't at a restaurant, but at a street-side mutton soup shop. On the cold night approaching winter, the mutton soup was warm and comforting. The two sat by the street, gazing at the dazzling lights of the myriad homes, exchanging no words. Yet, it felt wonderful. On the way back, Ji Luo and Su Qinghan encountered another group of thugs. Strangely, upon seeing them, the thugs immediately fled far away, as if terrified of the pair. This situation put both Ji Luo and Su Qinghan on high alert. They hadn't forgotten the earlier conflict, and retaliation from the thugs was bound to come sooner or later. And now they endured and hid, not out of fear of Ji Luo, but because they were preparing for a more brutal retaliation. However, their revenge came much later than Ji Luo had imagined. After the winter solstice, the weather had noticeably turned cold. Ji Luo, renting an old house, felt this change acutely. Every morning, crawling out of his warm blankets had become a battle of mind and body. I just want to stay in bed, I don't want to go to work. Ji Luo pulled the covers tighter, gazing at the dimly lit sky outside the window, his body feeling heavier by the moment. He was supposed to have one day off each week, but last month, in his relentless pursuit of Su Qinghan, he hadn't taken a single break. It was far too great a loss. This month, he absolutely couldn't continue working unpaid overtime like that. Then, take a day off. Ji Luo picked up his phone, checked the time, and confirmed he had 10 more minutes to agonize over the decision. In 10 minutes, he had to make a choice: take the day off and stay snug in bed, or go have breakfast with Su Qinghan and continue his life as a corporate slave. Hey, today is December 24th, Christmas Eve. Ji Luo had never celebrated Western holidays before, so he never paid them any mind. But recently, after chatting extensively with Wang Zilin about tips for winning a girl's heart, he had started to take these festive occasions seriously. His relationship with Su Qinghan was much better than before, but it was still only that of good acquaintances. They weren't even close friends, let alone bosom buddies or romantic partners. That was still far, far away. This is a golden opportunity. Rubbing his hands together under the covers, Ji Luo decisively sent a message to the HR department at Shou Dao, securing his day off. As the Grand Master of the traditional martial arts sect, Ji Luo wielded far more influence than the HR personnel, and requesting leave was a simple matter. But when it came to Su Qinghan, he turned into a coward. After endless deletions and revisions, Ji Luo finally crafted a message. With a nervous heart, he sent it to Su Qinghan. In less than 3 seconds, her reply arrived. Got it. Ji Luo had been fantasizing about her caring inquiries. Would she worry he was sick? Would she knock on his door, touch his forehead to check his temperature? Or perhaps would she make him breakfast, letting him relive that day's warmth? Women are all heartless creatures. Feeling deeply wounded, Ji Luo curled back under his blanket, intending to sleep the day away. Yet after tossing and turning for 10 minutes, he found himself wide awake. Why couldn't he sleep? He was too excited. Ji Luo's mind was now completely consumed by the evening's party. What snacks to buy, what signature dishes to cook, what gift to give Su Qinghan. He also needed to buy a huge cake, the kind laden with cream and strawberries. After years of drifting and hardship, Su Qinghan surely had never experienced such a wonderful Christmas. She would be so moved. And then, they would become kindred spirits, forge an alliance, and scheme great things together. As the saying goes, otaku waste paper, otaku girls waste electricity. But really, after 24 years of solitude, Ji Luo's ability to fantasize had reached perfection. He rolled around hugging his blanket, and before he knew it, it was past 8 o'clock. Damn, I need to get ready. Ji Luo could no longer afford delays in bed. He hurriedly dressed, dashed out of the house, and rushed off. Wanting to surprise Su Qinghan, Ji Luo deliberately skipped breakfast at Old Street. After a quick bite to fill his stomach, he embarked on a massive shopping spree. This time, Ji Luo truly experienced the joy of being wealthy. He no longer had to pick and choose, hunting only for discounted items. He bought whatever he wanted to eat, grabbed whatever caught his eye. His blissful shopping spree lasted over an hour. Then he took a taxi home with his haul, but before he could even settle down, a text message suddenly arrived. The electricity bill for the incubator room. The balance is only 3,900 yuan left. That fast. Ji Luo set his purchases on the table, pulled out his laptop, and calculated the time since his last payment. When he inhaled, it felt like a toothache. No way, 5,000 yuan gone in less than 2 months. Is it eating electricity? Ji Luo felt he had been thoroughly swindled. All his savings over the years were being poured into this bottomless pit. It was a terrible loss. Could someone be stealing my power? Maybe I should go check. It had been over a month since Ji Luo last visited. He felt the urge to go, but he had finally taken a day off, and now he needed to prepare the surprise for Su Qinghan. Time seemed too tight. Forget it, that place is so remote. By the time I get back, it'll be dark. Ji Luo hesitated for a moment, then decided to let it go. The industrial electricity rates were higher, it probably wasn't theft. There was no need to worry. Ji Luo wasn't overly concerned about the money. Over the years, he had poured every cent beyond his living expenses into this, and he had long grown accustomed to it. The real issue was that the secret there must never be discovered. Don't scare yourself. Today is Christmas Eve. Ji Luo sat in his chair for a while, then quickly cast aside all these troubling thoughts. He took out the things he had bought and began preparing the ingredients. It was Christmas Eve, so business should be good for Su Qinghan. A couple of days ago, she had even made a trial Christmas cake. She was probably busy now and wouldn't be home early tonight. Considering freshness, Ji Luo didn't start killing fish or cooking shrimp right away. Instead, he just processed the meat and vegetables, marinating the steaks that needed grilling. After finishing most of the food preparation, Ji Luo felt a bit hungry. He initially planned to go out to eat, but as he looked at the spread on the table, a sudden thought struck him. Su Qinghan has never tasted my cooking. If I bring her lunch, wouldn't my affinity with her skyrocket? Ji Luo didn't touch the supplies for the evening banquet. Instead, he made 2 simple dishes: honey-glazed roasted pork and stir-fried Chinese broccoli, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, along with a glass of sweetened lemon water. Carrying 2 insulated lunchboxes filled with food, Ji Luo felt incredibly clever. He deliberately didn't eat at home, choosing instead to bring lunch to Su Qinghan. Soon the two of them would be face to face in the cake shop, warmly enjoying the meal he had cooked with his own hands. The atmosphere would be absolutely perfect. Plus, it would send a clear message to the customers who came by the cake shop owner is already taken, so you flies can buzz off and find somewhere else to cool your heels. Oh right, and the big cake. Halfway there, Ji Luo remembered he hadn't ordered a cake yet. Normally, since Su Qinghan was a cake maker, he would buy one from her. But he wanted to surprise her. If she knew everything in advance, where would the surprise be? Ji Luo thought for a long time, finally deciding not to buy the cake from Su Qinghan. He planned to order one from a famous cake shop. If Su Qinghan was unhappy, he would just say he wanted her to taste someone else's craft, and if necessary, she could learn a trick or two to improve her own skills. Perfect. I'm such a little genius. As expected by Ji Luo when he arrived at the cake shop, Su Qinghan was in a very busy state. Compared to the mass baking of cakes and bread, the production of cream cakes required much more time and effort. Due to their price, cream cakes were rarely requested unless it was someone's birthday. However, with the arrival of Christmas, many people wanted to celebrate more romantically, so the young customers, usually rare, were now obediently lining up. There are really quite a few people. Ji Luo walked into the cake shop with a thermal container. Hearing his strange tone, Su Qinghan glanced at him and then focused on piping whipped cream. Su Qinghan, you're working hard. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I brought it for you. At that moment, Ji Luo's tone was incredibly gentle. It wasn't that he was being silly, but when he entered the cake shop through the side door, the gazes of the people outside felt like they were pricking him like a hedgehog. Buying a cake for his girlfriend on Christmas while eyeing the shop owner, huh? That's right. I am that pig wanting to root for the cabbage. Unlike you, who can only exchange a few words with Su Qinghan when paying for something, I can talk to her anytime and even gently express my concern for her. Staring at me won't help. You losers should give up on your daydreams. To be honest, Ji Luo really didn't expect that Su Qinghan's loyal fans would be so. Cough cough, no, that's not right. What he should say is that there are so many people who like to eat Su Qinghan's cakes. Ji Luo usually bought cakes for breakfast in the morning and came in before closing to help her sell out, so she could close early and go home to rest. Actually, Ji Luo was going for a subtle, caring approach. This was his first time coming to the cake shop at noon, and it completely startled him. A bunch of handsome young men were lining up outside, and those who knew were there to buy cakes, those who didn't would think they were there to apply for jobs. What were they all thinking? Who doesn't know? Why act so tough? Did you come to buy cakes in a sports car? And that one in a suit, are you here to be a groom? The shop is a bit busy right now. Oh, I don't have time to eat. Let's wait a bit. Su Qinghan understood Ji Luo's intentions, but unfortunately the girl had no interest in anyone, so she didn't pay much attention to it. However, Su Qinghan still wanted to give Ji Luo some face, so when she spoke to him, her tone intentionally softened. Ji Luo, you haven't eaten either. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat first. If not, wait for me for a bit. Looking at the two thermal containers Ji Luo brought, Su Qinghan understood his thoughts and went along with him. It's fine, I'm not hungry. Let's eat together later. Although Ji Luo suppressed his laughter, he felt delighted inside. Su Qinghan's attitude towards him was ultimately different from that of others. Look, when she needed a shield, she didn't look for anyone else but me. This indicates that her fondness for me is clearly much higher than for others. I must say, during this period, Ji Luo has truly discovered the joy of being a loyal admirer. Even the slightest change in the goddess attitude made him feel it clearly, and he could even eat a couple more bowls of rice because of it. You focus on making the cakes, while I'll handle the payments. Ji Luo instructed Su Qinghan and walked out of the back room of the cake shop. In front of a bunch of young and handsome male customers, Ji Luo smiled brightly as he sat down at the counter, perfectly embodying what it meant to have a boss's charm. Unfortunately, his smile was a bit nauseating, and none of the young male customers waiting outside found him pleasing to the eye. Hello, welcome. What cake would you like? My cream cakes are being made right now. Oh, don't worry, customer, the cake will be ready soon. Please stand a bit further to the left to avoid blocking those who want to buy cakes. Ji Luo was quite sarcastic. The first young man who walked over to provoke him was immediately disgusted by his sickly sweet smile and hypocritical words. He couldn't say a word and could only sulkily return to his original position. Naturally, Ji Luo's ugly behavior didn't scare everyone away. Soon a young man dressed unusually well walked over. Although the other party was in casual, were just based on the logo on the top, Ji Luo knew that this person's shirt was more expensive than that person's entire suit. An obvious wealthy person. Hello, may I ask? Ji Luo wasn't the kind of person who looked down on others. He treated everyone equally with the same disgusting attitude. Unfortunately, before Ji Luo could finish his line, the handsome guy disdainfully waved his hand and interrupted him. I just ordered a cake, it's not enough. I want more. Sorry, we're out. Ji Luo still wore a smile, but his replies were equally quick, cutting him off as well. The handsome guy stared at Ji Luo, surprised by the answer. He was about to retort Ji Luo, but Ji Luo took the initiative and directly shoved the words into his ear. There are too many requests for cream cakes right now, and the shop owner can't keep up, so we're temporarily not taking orders. Of course, you can make a reservation and wait until she finishes her meal and rest before making it. Ji Luo maintained his smile, but at this moment it had become very fake. He squinted, his eyes fixating on the wealthy, handsome guy, and when he was about to speak, Ji Luo pressed on. Of course, you can reserve in advance, but I estimate you won't be able to pick it up until 4 or 5 o'clock. So what do you think? Do you still want it? I don't want it. I won't wait. The wealthy, handsome guy was indeed unique. Angered by Ji Luo's retort, he directly turned around and left, even giving up on the cake he had already paid for. Ji Luo smiled and said it was no problem, showing no intention of refunding him. Take care, no need to see you off, you wait for me. The wealthy, handsome guy clearly felt he had lost face, but as Ji Luo kept staring at him, he felt uneasy and didn't dare to say much, driving off in his sports car. Tisk, boring. Ji Luo looked at the taillights of the departing sports car, disdainfully curling his lips. It was all show on the outside but hollow within. Ji Luo had thought the other party would be furious and confront him, but unexpectedly, they were so cowardly. If a fight broke out, it would be most to Ji Luo's liking. He would land a blow and then pound him mercilessly, not only humiliating that person, but also making those who were eyeing Su Qinghan realize, this wild boar of mine has tusks, and if you little piglets dare to compete with me for cabbage, you'll know why the flowers are so red. Bald donkey dare to compete with me for the nun. Ji Luo rested his elbow on the table, propping his chin on his palm, his head motionless, his gaze sweeping around. The young man who wanted to come over to stir up trouble was made to feel uncomfortable under Ji Luo's glare and gradually settled down. Ji Luo was like a wild boar charging into a vegetable patch, guarding the cabbage he had his eye on and treating others with extreme hostility. Not only did he glare at anyone who coveted his cabbage, but he would even bare his teeth if they came a little too close. Ji Luo, are you here to help or to cause trouble? Su Qinghan emerged from the inner room, carrying a finished cake. The moment Ji Luo saw her, he immediately rose from his chair, a sheepish expression spreading across his face. No, I was just worried you might be too busy. Ji Luo was thick-skinned, completely unfazed by the subtle mockery in Su Qinghan's words. Instead of feeling ashamed, he took it as a compliment. Su Qinghan looked at his utterly unrepentant expression, sighed, and couldn't help but smile. Thank you. If you hadn't come, I really wouldn't have had time for lunch. Don't mention it. It's us. Friends help each other. Ji Luo eagerly took the cake from Su Qinghan's hands. The girl shot him a glare, but said nothing more, simply retrieving her notebook and beginning to hand out the cakes according to the order numbers. Su Qinghan hadn't opened this cake shop primarily to make money, so even on the busiest customer day, she remained restrained, rejecting custom orders. All the cakes she gave to everyone were her newly developed Christmas specials, which saved her a lot of effort in preparation. After handing over the cakes, the waiting young people reluctantly departed. Before leaving, each of them shot Ji Luo a look as sharp as a knife, their attitudes extremely hostile. Looks like I've become public enemy number one. Ji Luo watched the last customer leave, putting on an exaggeratedly worried expression. Su Qinghan was amused by his comical face and raised her hand to punch him, but Ji Luo caught her fist with his palm. Return date, death, return. In this unintentional contact, Ji Luo's talent ability transformed once again. Su Qinghan, whose superpower had been taken, felt nothing at all, her face still bearing a cheerful smile. What are you trying to do? Ill scream. Ji Luo's face still held its playful expression. After so many days of contact with Su Qinghan, he had grown accustomed to their accidental touches. The change in his talent ability had become a norm for him. Compared to that, it was the occasional gentle warmth in Su Qinghan's smile that made Ji Luo's heart flutter even more. Stop fooling around. Time to eat. Su Qinghan didn't hit Ji Luo again. She walked back into the inner room and brought out a small folding table. Ji Luo familiarly moved two small stools, placing one on each side of the table. Come try my cooking. Ji Luo opened two thermal containers, laying out dishes layer by layer. Then he unscrewed the lid of a thermos and poured a glass of lemon water for Su Qinghan. It's good. Su Qinghan didn't use a spoon, but instead found two pairs of disposable chopsticks from the shop. She tasted both dishes and nodded in approval. The girl wasn't the type to be effusive, as she wouldn't deliberately heap on praise. Even if she thought the taste was excellent and she liked it, she wouldn't overstate it. Ji Luo understood Su Qinghan's personality, so getting this answer from her was already satisfying enough for him. Without a particular interest, cooking is actually a tedious and troublesome task, especially since it has to be repeated every day, sometimes even 3 times a day. Ji Luo had once learned culinary skills at a restaurant. Not a big one, but a street-side stall. After a few months of practice, the taste of the food he sold was just about passable. Street stalls weren't really about exquisite flavors. With more practice and experimentation, along with looking at recipes and online cooking methods, his skills gradually improved. Later, Ji Luo quit his job as a prep cook and became a chef at a small eatery. His salary increased significantly, but the work was also more exhausting. After a few months, he resigned again and switched to selling insurance. Although Ji Luo had some cooking skills when living alone, he rarely bothered with elaborate meals. He would just make do because cooking was actually quite a draining and troublesome affair. But today, as he cooked, Ji Luo's spirits were exceptionally high. Even when preparing the meat, he strove for uniformity in the slices and shreds. It could be said that this was the first time in many years he had put so much heart into cooking. And it was for someone else. Ji Luo ate his meal deliberately, trying to avert his gaze from Su Qinghan, but unconsciously his eyes would still drift towards her. Su Qinghan had a hearty appetite, so Ji Luo had deliberately filled her bowl to the brim. The taste was good and the portion was generous. The girl ate happily, not even noticing a grain of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth. Hey, is anyone here to buy a cake? Just then a customer's voice came from outside. Su Qinghan put down her chopsticks and was about to go when Ji Luo suddenly called out to her. She paused and turned to look at him. Ji Luo reached out and gently removed the grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. There was a grain of rice. Thanks. Su Qinghan hadn't expected Ji Luo to not just tell her, but to personally remove the rice. The girl's expression froze for a moment. She nodded, then stood up and hurriedly walked outside. You let your guard down. Didn't dodge. Ji Luo looked at the grain of rice on his finger, a strange conflict stirring in his heart. But after 2 or 3 seconds, he still tossed the rice into his mouth and chewed it up. Fearing the ensuing awkwardness, Ji Luo stopped hesitating and began wolfing down his food. After a few bites, he inexplicably reached out, picked up another grain of rice, and placed it on the table. This way, it should be less awkward, right? To be honest, Ji Luo also felt that his earlier action had been a bit rash. But his hands were impulsive and his heart was too. He just couldn't resist. If it happened again, the result would definitely be the same. Ji Luo racked his brain for a way to ease the tension, all while speeding up his eating. Since he couldn't figure out how to resolve the awkwardness, he would just eat quickly and make a run for it. Time heals everything. See her again in the evening, act as if nothing happened, have a joyful party. Perfect solution. While Ji Luo was still agonizing, Su Qinghan had already walked back. There was little expression on her face, though her muscles were a bit stiff. She sat down and continued eating. Inexplicably, an awkward tension hung in the air between them. Neither spoke a word until the meal was finished. After the meal, they packed up with practiced ease. Ji Luo picked up his thermal containers, intending to head straight home. Su Qinghan didn't ask him to stay, but saw him to the door. Ji Luo, it's Christmas Eve tonight. Don't cook too much, they'll bring a cake home. Okay. Ji Luo hadn't expected Su Qinghan to still speak at this moment in this atmosphere. He let out a long sigh and nodded firmly. In truth, both Su Qinghan and Ji Luo understood that this little matter wasn't really anything at all. It was just that. Each thought the other would care about it. And so they ended up being awkward together. Under Su Qinghan's farewell gaze, Ji Luo leisurely left the cake shop. But once he was far away, he immediately transformed into a restless, fidgety figure. Is this what they call a telepathic connection? Love it, love it. Ji Luo was truly both excited and delighted. After all, today was Christmas Eve, and it was Su Qinghan who had proposed they have dinner together. See, as it turns out, the persistent suitor who grovels to the end ends up with everything. Su Qinghan must have sensed his sincere heart, though in truth his heart was neither sincere nor pure. But in any case, Su Qinghan paid no heed to others, and only for Ji Luo did she show a care akin to that for a little cat or dog. What was this if not true love? After all, who would be kind to a cat or dog without a hint of fondness? After his elation subsided, Ji Luo's mood grew somewhat listless. He couldn't quite articulate it, but his heart felt as tangled as overgrown weeds, not unhappy but uneasy. Perhaps this was guilt and a prick of conscience. This fit of melodramatic introspection came and went swiftly. By the time he returned home, he had successfully cast aside his sense of remorse. Time December 24th, 3005, 1347, so fast. It's almost 2 o'clock. Ji Luo washed his hands, came out, and glanced at his watch only, then realizing the afternoon had slipped away. He had dawdled quite a bit at the cake shop, or if he didn't act soon the shrimp and fish might die. Su Qinghan didn't say she'd come back early, but she shouldn't be too late. Let's set it for 7. Oh well, start dinner at 7. Ji Luo harbored a little scheme in his heart. He planned to finish cooking a bit early, and then go pick up Su Qinghan. At that time, he could find an excuse to take a detour looping back home via North Street. During these Christmas days, both sides of North Street were adorned with shimmering light strips, breathtakingly beautiful at night. With such a romantic scene, the two of them strolling down the street, Ji Luo would seize the moment to give her the gift. Su Qinghan would surely be deeply moved, and her affection for him would skyrocket. Perfect. Ji Luo had already preloaded the future scene in his mind. Afraid he might forget the gift later, he first tucked the gift box into his coat pocket. He would wear this coat to pick up Su Qinghan, and with a reach into the right pocket, it would be there. Cooking, let's solidify my place in Su Qinghan's heart. Go for it. With a surge of energy, Ji Luo charged into the kitchen. He first checked the ingredients he had prepped earlier, and after confirming everything was fine, he began to work on the live seafood, carefully deveining each shrimp and pre-treating the stubborn heads to ensure Su Qinghan's dining convenience. For the steamed turbot, the fish's weight was crucial, neither too big nor too small. The steaming time couldn't be too long either, or the flesh would fall apart and lose its perfection. The final masterpiece was a pancake-making technique Ji Luo had secretly learned. Rice flour, cornmeal, and wheat flour mixed with eggs in the right proportions required precise heat control during frying. It had been a long time, many years in fact, since Ji Luo had cooked with such earnestness. Without distractions, and not even about moving Su Qinghan, all he sought was to see her smile. Has time flown by this fast? Ji Luo placed the last pancake onto a plate and stretched only, then noticing that the sky had darkened. Everything is basically prepped, just the cooking left. The steak and turbot can't sit around, they must be served fresh. The rest can wait. Ji Luo glanced at his watch and saw it was nearly 6 o'clock. Without bothering to clean up the mess from the pancakes, he immediately put a pot on the stove and started stir-frying. The shrimp had to be done first, followed by the cold dishes that didn't mind waiting. The stir-fried greens couldn't sit too long either. The turbot could go into the steamer just before he left, and he would sear the steak when he and Su Qinghan returned. Ji Luo's plan was flawless, and though execution was a bit frantic, everything was finished on time. He placed the fish in the steamer just as the clock struck 7. Time is money, my friend. Ji Luo was immensely satisfied with his speed. He took off his apron, hurriedly put on his coat, and dashed out the door. Compared to the brilliantly lit high-rises, the old street felt far more desolate. Most of the houses had their lights off, and the lit windows were mostly scattered, shining in lonely clusters of 2 or 3. However, there was a silver lining today. Ji Luo hadn't encountered any thugs along the way, or presumably those ruffians were celebrating Christmas too, out at bars having fun, a good deed in its own right. Huff! Ji Luo exhaled, and his breath turned to white mist in the cold. The weather forecast had predicted snow today, but unfortunately not a single snowflake had fallen so far. In the distance, shimmering fireworks soared into the sky, tracing brilliant arcs before bursting into magnificent patterns in the pitch-black night. Christmas Eve, a Western holiday, yet when celebrated by locals, they still love to set off fireworks. At this moment, countless people must be looking up at the same sky adorned with fireworks, each experiencing their own joys and sorrows. Fireworks don't stop. I'm going to watch them with my girlfriend soon. Ji Luo hadn't expected anyone to set off fireworks this early. He could no longer bear to walk slowly and broke into a wild, ungraceful sprint. Hurry faster. Ji Luo wanted to see Su Qinghan right now to watch the fireworks with her walking side by side on the street like countless other couples. Oh! In that moment, as if struck by sudden enlightenment, Ji Luo saw clearly into his own heart. What getting close to Su Qinghan, what approaching the world of evolvers, what investigating everything as a third party. He admitted he had gradually forgotten his original purpose. It couldn't be helped. Su Qinghan was just too beautiful. Who could meet her and not be smitten? He did indeed covet her beauty, but he was equally enticed by the entanglements and tenderness in her eyes. Having known Su Qinghan for over a month now, he was truly captivated by her. Not the evolver who had mercilessly killed him at their first meeting, nor the avenger who had destroyed the Xinchi branch burying over 100 people in the ruins. The real Su Qinghan was just an 18-year-old girl, somewhat mature, somewhat timid, somewhat stubborn. Though she put on a front of wanting nothing to do with anyone, in truth, she too yearned for someone to approach her. Her frowning face, her hesitant face, her smiling face, her sad face, her stubborn face, her defeated face. Each visage, each expression. Ji Luo ran through the cold night, feeling no chill at all. In that moment his mind was filled with her. He wanted to see her smile, to watch the fireworks with her, the moonlight truly beautiful. And so Ji Luo sprinted through the long street, eagerly anticipating the expression on Su Qinghan's face. When she saw him, his joy so intense, he couldn't contain his smile. Finally, Ji Luo spotted the lonely spring cake shop in the darkness. He waved excitedly, hoping Su Qinghan would see him immediately. Yet, she didn't. There was nothing. On the dimly lit old street, where street lamps were as sparse as an old woman's teeth, Ji Luo sprinted past shuttered shops, taking a shortcut, brimming with anticipation, eager to see Su Qinghan this morning. Ji Luo's heart raced uncontrollably, his face breaking into a wide grin without effort. His gaze fixed on the direction of the cake shop, imagining Su Qinghan's sudden surprise at seeing him, a mix of secret delight and smugness swelling within him. Amidst the flickering fireworks, Ji Luo waved his arms, hoping she would spot him sooner. Like lovers reunited after a long separation at a train station, he waved, not just to greet her, but to let her know he had arrived. Yet when the spring cake shop truly came into view, the smile on Ji Luo's face abruptly froze, then slowly faded, his waving hand gradually lowered, and his sprinting steps slowed to a walk. There, nothing was there. No lights, no Su Qinghan, no cake shop. It was no joke, nor an attempt to ascertain some situation. Before Ji Luo's eyes, it was literally nothing at all. Where's the cake shop? Ji Luo felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. His earlier excitement and anticipation vanished, instantly replaced by confusion and panic. The more joy Ji Luo had felt moments ago, the more unsettled he was now. What had happened? Where was the cake shop? Where was Su Qinghan? Who was it? Was it InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceutical? Tang Zhujian. Standing where the cake shop used to be, Ji Luo's hands trembled uncontrollably, not from anger, but from sheer bewilderment. He had no idea how to think, let alone what to do. Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan. Ji Luo shouted her name loudly, but received no response at all. Ji Luo felt as if he had fallen from a cliff into a deep pool. All he saw around him was darkness, and all he felt was an overwhelming chill. In a daze, a gust of cold wind blew, sending a shiver down Ji Luo's spine. He looked up and saw snowflakes drifting down from the sky. As promised on Christmas Eve, it was snowing. Ji Luo took a deep breath, slowly calming himself. He pulled out his phone and with trembling fingers dialed Su Qinghan's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call went through, but no one answered. Ji Luo waited until the automated voice message began, then hung up and redialed. After 3 attempts, he had to accept helplessly that Su Qinghan's phone was unreachable. It's okay, it's okay. Su Qinghan has death returned, she must be fine. Ji Luo muttered, trying to comfort himself, but he froze mid-sentence. At noon, he had touched Su Qinghan and taken away her innate ability. Now she could no longer return from death. If she died, she would truly be gone. He might lose her forever. Ji Luo opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. He had no idea what had happened or what to do, but he was certain that if Su Qinghan died, the culprit would be no one but him, because he had taken away her life-sustaining ability without telling her. Su Qinghan might have been killed by someone else, or in a critical moment, she might have chosen to end her own life. In any case, in her mind, she had no need to fear death. It was merely a reset for her. But now it was different, and she didn't know. No, it can't be that coincidental. Don't think the worst. Ji Luo rubbed his cheeks with both hands, forcing himself to calm down. Things might not be that dire. He couldn't let his mind wander. He had to analyze the situation at hand. The current situation was this: Su Qinghan had vanished, and the cake shop was gone. Ji Luo had no idea why or how Su Qinghan had disappeared, but such a large cake shop, even if erased by an evolver's ability, would surely leave traces. Moreover, the cake shop hadn't been erased by an ability. The scattered marks on the ground clearly showed that a forklift had been back and forth. So, the cake shop was bulldozed flat. To be thorough, they even hauled away all the rubble and bricks. In the snowy cold wind, Ji Luo's forehead was covered in sweat. He crouched down to carefully examine the tire tracks on the ground, finally confirming that at least one forklift and 2 dump trucks had been there. This was no longer just blatant. It was arrogant, vengeful, and a deliberate show of force. Clearly the ones who dismantled the cake shop were that gang of thugs. Only they would go to such lengths to tear it down and clear the lot, leaving it empty and bare. Demolition, then removal. They had been thorough. Not InvincibleRewindSkill biopharmaceutical. That's good. That's good. Once Ji Luo confirmed the culprit behind the cake shop's removal, he felt much relieved. As long as it wasn't related to evolvers, Su Qinghan was absolutely fine. Despite her gentle and delicate appearance, she far surpassed Ji Luo in both physical and combat abilities. Against ordinary people, she was like a one-person army. Even guns were useless. Tang Zhujian has always been researching evolver-related matters and operates discreetly. He wouldn't create such a chaotic scene. Ji Luo was analyzing and comforting himself, almost praying that the thugs were just doing demolition work and not getting involved with evolvers. I still can't confirm Su Qinghan's situation. The only clue now is the thugs who did the demolition. With a lead, Ji Luo's mind became clearer. Although he had encountered many thugs, he hadn't had much interaction with them. At present, the most likely suspects were 2 groups. The first was Meng Wu, whom Ji Luo had clashed with during a previous interview for a bar security job. Also the 3 thugs who had thrown Su Qinghan's cake to the ground that day, only to be forced by Ji Luo to eat it all, were his underlings. The second group was the thugs Ji Luo had beaten up while drunk at a hot pot restaurant with Su Qinghan. At the time, Ji Luo had deliberately created a scene of injury to make her feel guilty. Those thugs were the victims and surely harbored deep hatred for Ji Luo, likely seeking revenge sooner or later. Both groups were part of demolition syndicates operating in the old district, but their territories differed. One controlled this commercial street, the other the residential area. In terms of profit, the commercial street was undoubtedly more lucrative. But since Meng Wu could hold this area, it meant he had greater influence, or perhaps the people backing him were more powerful. With this analysis, the conclusion was clear. Although both groups of thugs were involved in demolition and had motives to retaliate against Ji Luo on this old street, the only one with both the motive and the means to pull off such a grand spectacle was undoubtedly Meng Wu. If she dies, everyone involved today won't live to see tomorrow. The cold snowflakes danced wildly in the air as Ji Luo stood on the empty street, gazing up at the increasingly fierce wind and snow. His expression was subdued, his demeanor akin to a deep pool of water. After piecing together clues, Ji Luo finally calmed down, pulling out his phone to capture the surrounding hints and photographs. Before putting away his phone, Ji Luo cast a deep glance at the time. December 24th, 3005, 1919. Before leaving, Ji Luo circled around the vicinity once more. After ensuring he hadn't overlooked anything and hadn't found new clues, he began his journey home. Indeed, Ji Luo's primary plan now was to return home first. Although the chances were slim, if Su Qinghan returned home safely while he was still out causing a ruckus, that would truly be courting death. On the way back, everything was the same as before. The shuttered shops remained untouched, while the few stores still open struggled to stay alive. The entire street was deserted by nightfall. Those thugs, like the scourge of the streets, must have seen this street bustling in the past. It's no surprise for such a prime location to have a night market, but now, everything was gone. On Christmas Eve, though it was an unpeaceful night, the snow arrived as expected. Ji Luo pressed forward through the falling snowflakes, remaining as silent as a statue. At the entrance of the community, the elderly security guard had already finished his shift. The first few streetlights were out, making the walk eerie in such darkness. It wouldn't be surprising if someone suddenly jumped out from behind. Yet none of this affected Ji Luo's pace. He hurriedly ran into his rented building, bounding up the stairs to the door, and then he knocked loudly on Su Qinghan's door. Su Qinghan, are you there? Are you there? After knocking for a while without receiving a response, Ji Luo pressed his ear against the door, checking around, but ultimately found no simple way to open it. Although Su Qinghan lived in a rundown community, her security door had been deliberately replaced, and it was very likely rigged with traps. If Ji Luo barged in recklessly, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Since she left in the morning, she probably hasn't returned. Ji Luo checked the footprints at the door once more, and in despair he realized that all clues related to Su Qinghan had been severed. Ji Luo opened his own door in a daze, turned off the stove where he had been steaming fish, and then sat down at the table staring at the meticulously prepared dishes, feeling unexpectedly heavy-hearted. If I can't find Su Qinghan, then I have to find Meng Wu. If I can't find Meng Wu, I'll have to seek out the bar manager who knows him. A smile slowly appeared on Ji Luo's face, a bitter smile, tinged with a hint of madness. His perfect Christmas Eve and Christmas Day had been spoiled by a bunch of idiots. They had no idea they were dancing on the edge of death. Now they had finally crossed the line. Ji Luo pulled out his phone using the kitchen light to review the photos he had just taken. After finishing, he set an alarm on his phone, silently marking a time. December 25th, 3005, Ji Luo would see Su Qinghan's death return around 1:00 p.m. and return at 12 hours later, right on Christmas, just after midnight. Thus, when this alarm rang, if Ji Luo still hadn't found any trace of Su Qinghan or confirmed that something had happened to her, he would have no choice but to turn back time. Or in other words, as long as Ji Luo could not ascertain Su Qinghan's safety, he would choose to activate Death Return. This time would mark Ji Luo's countdown to death, as well as the final ultimatum to everyone. Jingle bells, jingle, all the way how joyful it is to go skiing. We sit on the sleigh in the empty room. Ji Luo sang the Christmas song in a strange tone, turning his wardrobe inside out to change into dark clothing. Then Ji Luo took out his travel backpack, stuffing it with several hidden short knives, hemostatic agents, bandages, an anonymous SIM card, spare clothes, and a simple makeup kit, among other things. This feels a bit like going on a trip. Ji Luo slung the backpack over his shoulder, checked himself in the mirror, then pulled down the hood to cover half of his face. After confirming that he wouldn't be clearly captured on camera, he put on thin gloves, grabbed a steel pipe over a meter long that was leaning against the door, and stepped outside. Although the community where Ji Luo lived was quite old, some areas still had surveillance cameras. However, Ji Luo had scouted the place early on, avoiding the long way around. He easily dodged the monitored areas and finally climbed over the wall, slipping quietly into the darkness. Now it was almost 8 p.m. With 5 hours until midnight. The time was tight, and there was much to do. Ji Luo had no other choice but to take the fastest shortcut. The sky is blue outside. There are 1,000 paper cranes. Ji Luo sat in the back seat of a taxi, his gaze lost in the fleeting shadows outside the window, when suddenly a chill brushed against his cheek. The world is so vast, the city so bustling, yet almost everyone has a home to return to, someone waiting for them. Those people have hope, anticipation, and persistence. No matter what happens after being bruised and battered, they can cry and return to their parents. Yet Ji Luo has none of this. He has nothing. In this world, Ji Luo has always been alone, solitary, and isolated. No one holds expectations for him, and he never harbors expectations for others. He was just himself, living and dying as himself. Over the years, Ji Luo has walked this path alone, and he no longer cares much for his own life or death. The reason he has persevered through it all is likely due to his stubbornness. I refuse to believe that in my lifetime I can't find another evolver. Later, Ji Luo's dream came true. His stubbornness brought him hope. He met Su Qinghan and other evolvers, successfully activating his superpower. Look, everything is so beautiful. Ji Luo, filled with vigilance, curiosity, and desire, wanted to step into the world of evolvers, putting all his effort into getting closer to Su Qinghan, thinking he could treat her as a mere tool, using her until he was done, and then discarding her. However, Ji Luo did not expect that he had miscalculated. He had fallen into a trap. Su Qinghan was too beautiful. Although her personality was cold and indifferent, she was actually very considerate. The most terrifying part was that, like Ji Luo, she was also solitary. Their thought processes and behavior patterns mirrored each other, and as they interacted, it felt like a soul connection. Therefore, Ji Luo liked her. He truly liked her. Irrelevant to evolvers, irrelevant to superpowers. Who wouldn't adore an 18-year-old vibrant, understanding, and lovely girl? Men are always consistent in their tastes, whether at 30 or 50. The affection for an 18-year-old maiden never changes. Ji Luo was 24 years old. Was there any fault in his fondness for Su Qinghan? Having found no fault after an initial pang of guilt, he grew emboldened, fawning over her with increasing fervor and blatancy. But suddenly the wife he had lavished with adoration vanished, perhaps even shattered by another. Having been single for 24 years, he had finally met a suitable girl. Was it so easy for him? Once such an aloof person, he now toiled tirelessly for Su Qinghan, cooking for her with more care than for himself. How arduous it was. After drifting for so long, Ji Luo had finally found someone who resonated with him. He had even experienced the feeling of being family with her. Truly. Until this moment, as he closed his eyes, he could still faintly sense, lying half awake in bed, Su Qinghan cooking in the kitchen, the aroma of food wafting over, bringing an inexplicable warmth and peace. Such a wonderful wife. If she died, could there ever be another girl like her in this world? There would not be, never again. So, even if it cost him his life, even if he was drenched in blood, even if he was burdened with sins, he would still save her. Whoever wants her dead, I will make dead. At worst, we'll go to hell together. Since witnessing the cake shop vanish and Su Qinghan disappear, a surge of anger had been festering in Ji Luo's heart, a fury aimed at this world. For 10 years, he had tread carefully, never overstepping a single boundary. Why had he fallen to such a state? And Su Qinghan, how did she deserve this? Ji Luo took a deep breath, wiping the tears from his cheeks with his hand. The taxi driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and let out a helpless sigh. Young man, breakups happen. She wasn't good enough for you. You'll find the right one. Huh. Young man, don't be upset. I see you have a backpack. Did you come from out of town by train just to see your girlfriend? Ji Luo nodded, amused by the taxi driver's assumption. He probably thought Ji Luo had traveled a long way to see his girlfriend, only to find himself cheated on Christmas Eve, now heading to a bar to drown his sorrows. It's fine out with the old in with the new. Go have some fun at the bar and tomorrow take the train back home. The taxi driver flashed a knowing smile, shifted gears, smoothly slowed down, and pulled over at the side entrance of the bar. Here we are, young man. Take my advice. Go home tomorrow. We'll go back tomorrow. Ji Luo smiled and nodded, handing the fare to the driver. He stood at the intersection, watching the taxi disappear into the distance, then slowly pulled out the steel pipe wrapped in newspaper. There are still good people in this world. Ji Luo pulled down his hood, gazing up at the heavy goose feather snow, exhaling a plume of white breath. His mood was unexpectedly light. If I could start over, would you love me? Love brings joy, but also torment. Ji Luo hummed a tune, walking alone on the street. Dressed in black with a large backpack slung behind him, he held the meter-long steel pipe in his hand, dragging it lazily along the ground, leaving a long trail. Beneath the dark night, amidst the clamor, the Christmas Eve nightclub blazed with fervor. Small groups of people milled about the bar entrance. Ji Luo's bizarre appearance naturally drew many glances, but he paid no heed, striding straight toward the bar's door. The two doormen at the bar were among the first to notice Ji Luo. In places like this, all sorts of customers showed up, and some couldn't be admitted. Security was often ineffective, so two doormen were usually stationed. Without a moment's hesitation, the doorman notified security via walkie-talkie. But Ji Luo walked swiftly, and by the time security responded, he was already nearing the steps. The crowd around sensed something amiss. Patrons approaching the bar halted to watch from a distance, while those exiting retreated back inside. No one dared to get near Ji Luo, who brandished the steel pipe. Sir, please wait. The doorman was terrified of Ji Luo, but he had to stop him. Thus a comical scene unfolded as Ji Luo set foot on the first step. The doorman at the top called out for him to wait from afar, while Ji Luo continued upward, and the doorman stealthily backed away. I'm looking for your manager, the one named Qi. I want to ask him about my girlfriend's whereabouts. Ji Luo climbed the steps slowly, his voice low but clear. The doorman froze, evidently assuming that manager Qi had cuckolded Ji Luo, and now Ji Luo was coming to settle the score. Wait here, I'll go fetch him. The doorman, quick-witted, saw Ji Luo's stance and knew a fight might erupt. He turned and dashed into the bar, calling out on his walkie-talkie as he ran. Just a moment. He's gone to get him. The other doorman was utterly baffled. How had it gone from two of them to just him alone in an instant? With all the patrons watching at the entrance, he had to block the way. But how could he dare? The man was advancing with a steel pipe, his aura as if he intended to kill. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Fortunately, the bar's security finally arrived. Perhaps due to Ji Luo's disturbance, this time 4 security guards showed up, all exuding a fierce air, clearly seasoned brawlers. However, Ji Luo ignored them entirely. He merely stepped onto the platform and walked through the main entrance. The remaining doorman had already slipped away. The bar's external security, mainly responsible for the parking lot, had rushed over, but now encircled Ji Luo from behind. They were not hesitant. Seeing Ji Luo refuse to stop, one of them immediately reached for the steel pipe in his hand. I told you to stop. The security guard likely didn't expect his target to not even dodge. He grabbed the weapon easily. Seeing that Ji Luo wasn't very sturdy, he had no concerns. With one hand on the pipe and the other on Ji Luo's shoulder, he intended to drag him out of the bar. Yet, he exerted all his strength, but the steel pipe remained as immovable as if set in concrete. Ji Luo, a head shorter, didn't seem to use any force. With a shrug of his shoulder, the guard's grip slipped loose. Step aside. I'm looking for someone. Before Ji Luo lay a dazzling realm of neon lights and revelry, behind him a night of wind and snow. He shrugged off the hand on his shoulder, allowed the security guard to seize the steel pipe in his right hand, and pushed forward like a plowing ox. If you're looking for someone, wait outside. They'll call them for you. The guard nearest to Ji Luo sensed something amiss, his tone softening. He no longer tried to seize Ji Luo, but gripped the steel pipe with both hands, realizing that letting the man in was inevitable, but he had to wrest the pipe away. The 3 guards trailing behind caught up. Seeing that Ji Luo showed no intent to harm, they refrained from striking, instead reaching out chaotically to grab hold of his limbs and subdue him completely. Step aside. Ji Luo finally grew annoyed with the 4 men behind him. He thrust his left hand backward, sending the 3 men tumbling to the ground like crashing waves. Then with a yank of his right hand, he wrenched the steel pipe free from the guard's clenched grip. The fierce friction of the pipe tore the skin from the guard's palms. He stumbled forward and fell flat, watching Ji Luo advance unhurriedly, lacking the courage to scramble back to his feet at once. Brother Qiao, are you okay? Seeing their comrade injured, the other 3 hastily rose from the ground and helped Qiao Junian to his feet. On a snowy night, who would willingly work as an outdoor security guard? It was their lot as newcomers assigned to the worst posts. I'm fine. Nothing serious. Qiao Junian spread his trembling hands, now regretting his earlier grip on the pipe. The skin on both palms had been torn away. Seeing that Qiao Junian was not badly hurt, the other 3 felt relieved. By then, Ji Luo had already entered the bar's main hall. Having taken money to handle trouble, the 3 intended to charge in, but Qiao Junian stopped them with a gesture. Don't go. Why not, Brother Qiao? They had all been hired as security together, hoping to work hard and earn a decent wage. If they shirked their duty now, they might lose their jobs. Use the radio to tell Manager Wang to call the police. Xiao Junian pulled the walkie-talkie from his pocket, wincing from the pain in his injured hands. He tossed it to his companion, signaling him to notify the manager immediately. Brothers were from the same village, so I won't lie to you. That man is off tonight. Something big is about to happen. I'm not going in, and if you want it, that's your choice. Even now, Xiao Junian's heart raced. On Christmas Eve in the snow, a man carrying a steel pipe walks into a bar. If this were a novel, it would be either a love triangle confrontation or a crime of passion. Brother Xiao, we've only been here a week. If we quit now, we won't get paid. Most bar security guards were desperate for money, especially in the Old Street area, where bars straddled the line between black and gray. Internal fights there were far more brutal than those against ordinary people. Trust me, don't get involved. That man is here to kill. Xiao Junian had witnessed murder before. When a person was truly ruthless, they were silent. No shouting, no yelling. Such a person wasn't driven by anger or revenge, they came solely to kill. Moreover, there was something Xiao Junian didn't tell the other three at that moment. He inexplicably thought of Lin Chang's snowy night at the Mountain Spirit Temple. A man in such a situation, cornered with no way out, would surely kill. Brother Xiao Junian was the leader of the four, but the others were also short on cash. The group was divided. Just as someone tried to persuade Xiao Junian, a deafening crash erupted from inside the bar. Something big has happened. Xiao Junian exchanged glances with his three companions, and they all began to head inside. Xiao Junian wasn't going to fulfill his duties. He wanted to assess the situation and call the police if necessary. Xiao Junian dared not voice his fear aloud. That smooth steel pipe. One man gripping it tightly, another pulling it out with force. Just how much strength did it take to yank it free and tear the skin off a man's palms? Xiao Junian had practiced Sanda for years. He was the core of their group because he dared to fight and could fight. But the man they now faced was nothing like the hardened thugs they knew. To put it bluntly, once such a man started killing, he wouldn't stop. Kill 2, get a pair, kill 10, get a bundle. No one could stop him. They had to call the police, who had guns. What's going on? What happened? What was that noise? As Xiao Junian stepped into the bar's main hall, all he could hear was a chaotic uproar. Without a second thought, he jumped onto a table, scanning the room in search of that figure. Thud. Another deafening crash. The large speaker embedded in the wall was shattered, and the music that had been playing throughout the bar finally stopped. Who is that? What does he want? Is the mafia here to trash the place? Amid the bewildered gazes of the crowd, a figure clad in black, a hoodie, a backpack, looking like a vagrant, stepped onto the stage carrying a steel pipe. What are you doing? The bar's resident singer, a pretty young woman, turned to look at the figure approaching. Her voice, amplified by the microphone, echoed through the hall. Looking for someone. The figure, whose face was obscured, spoke softly, but his words were heard by all through the microphone. He still bore snow on his clothes as he walked step by step to the center of the stage. The singer had already retreated far away. Young, judging by his build and voice, under 25. Xiao Junian held his phone, the emergency number already dialed, but not yet connected. He wanted to see how things unfolded before deciding his next move. Brother Xiao, the manager, is calling on the radio. Ignore him. Don't reply yet. Xiao Junian had always trusted his instincts. Tonight's incident would not end peacefully. The new manager, a relative of the boss, was greedy and tactless. He had probably never considered calling the police, relying instead on the security guards to suppress the situation. He's still cursing, saying we newcomers are useless. I'd like to see how competent his oldemers are. Listening to the manager's tirade over the radio, Xiao Junian fumed. The man had been drinking before his shift, his mind muddled. Instead of rallying the team, he was busy berating them. What a fool. Xiao Junian had already given up on this job. He felt that tonight's events would spiral out of control, and this bar might not survive the night. As if to confirm Xiao Junian's premonition, the figure on stage picked up the microphone. The hood obscured half his face, revealing only a beardless chin. That's enough for tonight. Everyone leave. On Christmas Eve, everyone wants peace and safety. I do too, but there's no helping it. Since I'm not safe, then none of you will be safe either. At this moment, the young male voice sounded rather pleasant, and compared to his actions, he appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any hysterics typical of a crime of passion. Those who've already paid, take your drinks and leave. Go to another bar, another street stall, anywhere. Those who haven't paid, consider yourselves lucky. Grab your stuff and run. Don't thank me. He foamed. As if finishing what he wanted to say, the figure on stage plugged the microphone back into the card seat and picked up the steel pipe beside him. Oh, pretty cool, dude. Bro, are you robbing the rich to feed the poor? Since it's free, can I grab a bit more? The bar patrons had come to party. Initially, such a scene would startle anyone, but now it seemed the man had no intention of harming anyone. Wasn't that just a show worth watching? Many whistled, while others, sensing danger, began retreating with their companions. Some thrill-seekers even tried to edge closer, but regardless, the area before the stage had cleared. It was only then that the bar's security guards finally pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front of the stage. What do you think you're doing? 7 or 8 guards armed with rubber batons began charging onto the stage. Last month, 4 diligent teammates had ended up in the hospital, so now everyone was cautious. They only moved in when numbers were on their side. How you think I'm joking around with you? On the stage, the figure's voice suddenly turned icy. He twisted his neck, leaned forward, gripped the steel pipe with both hands, and swung it fiercely. No one expected such brutality. The foremost guard had barely stepped onto the stage when the whistling pipe crashed onto his arm. Like a heavy axe cleaving a withered tree trunked the scene, and sound possessed an eerie crispness. The guard let out a tremendous scream, his body collapsing backward as his arm snapped like a broken branch. The bone shattered completely, flesh tore open on one side, exposing red bone splinters, and blood gushed out like a fountain spraying far and wide. In that instant, no one whistled or joked. The atmosphere fell into a suffocating silence for a moment. Then many women let out piercing screams. Yet none of it affected the figure on stage. He wore a cold smile as if he had just swung a baseball bat and hit a perfect pitch. Without hesitation or pause, the figure twirled the steel pipe, leaned back, then thrust forward with immense force. A flawlessly executed middle-level spear thrust. The middle-level spear, king of spears, its central point hardest to guard against. The spear strikes in a line, its momentum like an arrow. The targeted guard had almost no time to react. Though the steel pipe had no tip, the immense kinetic energy drove it straight through his chest. Up. Then, as if performing a show, the figure on stage gripped the short remaining end of the pipe, lifted the man directly, and flung him away with tremendous force. The body pierced clean through, now bore 2 gaping holes. Blood flowed horrifically. The remaining 4 or 5 guards dared not approach, keeping their distance. Witnessing such terror, the men and women in the bar went mad, scrambling to flee as if for their lives. Xiao Junian watched in silence, phone clutched in his hand. Several times he thought of calling the police, but in the end he never made the call. At that moment, Xiao Junian's 3 companions who had earlier urged him to stop the man were now tugging at him to run. Yet unexpectedly, Xiao Junian shook his head and refused to leave. Earlier, Xiao Junian hadn't even wanted to enter, only to call the police and leave immediately. But now, even though the man had already injured someone, he chose to stay. He doesn't want to kill anyone right now, or rather the person he wants to kill isn't here. Xiao Junian was a man of both reason and recklessness. Reason meant he always calculated gains and losses, choosing the optimal outcome for himself. Recklessness meant Xiao Junian often gambled. For immense benefits, he didn't mind taking risks, especially when the rewards were enormous. Relax, it's fine. This man is incredibly strong. If he wanted to kill when he first swung that pipe, he could have aimed anywhere on the torso instead of the arm, and the first person would be dead. He's definitely trained with a spear. That middle-level thrust was exquisite, breathtakingly beautiful. Look at the wound on that man. It didn't hit any vital organs. It's just a flesh wound, gruesome to look at, but not fatal. When he came in, he said he was looking for someone. I thought he was here to settle a score with someone in the bar, but now I realize I was wrong. This man is indeed looking for someone, but that person isn't here. He wants to find that person through the bar manager. Xiao Junian spoke rapidly with an almost anxious urgency. Yet his 3 companions hadn't actually asked him anything. Perhaps all this talk wasn't to explain to them, but to convince himself and muster his courage. To choose risk for greater rewards. At the very least, even just knowing someone this formidable is a gain. After all, this too is a resource. Xiao Junian didn't speak this last sentence aloud. He jumped down from the table, letting the surging crowd pass him by. His 3 companions still by his side were tempted to leave, but Xiao Junian showed no sign of moving. The 3 recalled Xiao Junian's usual good judgment, hesitated, and ultimately stayed by his side. On stage, the figure grabbed the microphone again. Earlier, he had faced a reveling crowd. Now only 11 guards remained, some standing, some lying down. Now that the riffraff are gone, go call your manager over. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Go call him. No one dares. Ha, grown men, needing me to point fingers, huh? The perpetrator seemed intent on pressuring everyone present. His gaze swept across the room, and almost no one met his eyes, except for Xiao Junian. That guard who grabbed my shoulder, you're staring at me like that. Wanna go? I can go. Ignoring his companion's attempts to stop him, Xiao Junian stepped forward. He was far from the stage and couldn't actually lock eyes with the perpetrator, but his gaze never wavered. All right, then go ahead. As if oblivious to the implication in Xiao Junian's words, the figure didn't pursue the topic, insisting instead on seeing the manager. Fine. Xiao Junian paused for a moment, then nodded heavily. As he turned, he signaled to his 3 companions with a glance, instructing them to follow him. On the stage, the ferocious figure pulled a stool over and sat down with chilling indifference. A few meters before him, the 2 injured men screamed in agony. Among the security guards present, someone tried to pull out a phone to call an ambulance, but a murderous glare immediately turned their way. Without even needing to utter a threat, everyone shoved their phones away, shrinking back in place like prisoners awaiting judgment. Xiao Junian was likely the only one present with a mind of his own. Without sparing a glance at the wounded on the ground, he led his 3 companions directly toward the second floor of the bar. Brother Xiao, what are you trying to do? The 3 young men following behind Xiao Junian had been trembling with fear as they left, and only now on the second floor did they dare to speak. Something I want to do. Xiao Junian wore a contemplative expression. He had volunteered to find the manager, but in truth, he had words to say to that man. He had already roughly guessed the man's purpose, and he wanted to show his sincerity. He could be of help, a useful person worth cooperating with. Huh. Brother Xiao, what do you want? To do something big. Xiao Junian licked his lips, the ambition in his heart blazing like a growing fire. He wanted money, big money. Working as a security guard at the bar earned him only a few thousand a month, and he was ridiculed as a watchdog never looked at with respect. A man lives for face, a tree for bark. He was actually a man of strong pride, but now just starting out he had no choice. He needed money, so he had to endure. But now Qiao Zhenyan saw an opportunity. This man bold enough to storm into a bar and cripple people with impunity was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Qiao Zhenyan's plan was to take it step by step, even willing to serve as the man's underling. But above all, he had to show his worth, earn the man's recognition, and slowly build a connection. In this society, knowing a truly powerful person is a resource in itself. Anyway, we haven't done anything wrong. Even if we gain nothing, we lose nothing. Walking through the luxuriously decorated second floor, Qiao Zhenyan's mood had already shifted entirely from before. He had heard that the owner of this bar was once a small-time thug who served as an enforcer. He dared to fight to kill and resolved many problems for his boss, gradually rising through the ranks. After earning enough money, the man turned legitimate, running nightclubs and supermarkets. Now he was a prominent figure in Changlin City, even nearly becoming a city representative last year. A true man should be like that. So can I. Remember, we stick to the same story. No matter how the police question us, we say we were terrified and forced to find the manager. Qiao Zhenyan's expression had changed entirely. His three companions who had known him for years felt a chill of fear. Brother Qiao, let's run now. He won't come after us. No, I'm not leaving. You can go if you want, but I'm going to take a gamble. A big one. By now Qiao Zhenyan had reached the door of the manager's office. He stopped, turned to look at his three companions, his gaze fierce enough to terrify. Remember what we talked about before applying for the security job here? Coming from our village to rise above, we have to be ruthless. Ruthless to others and to ourselves. Otherwise, without education or brains, we'll never make big money in a lifetime. All four of them were desperate for money, their eyes red with need. Why else would they take such a job? They had agreed before to make money, they had to dare to fight. At Qiao Zhenyan's words, the three fell silent. He didn't ask again, taking their silence as consent. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door to the manager's office. Hey sis, something's happened here. What should I do? Should I call brother-in-law? On the sofa, the drunken manager was utterly panicked, not even daring to call the bar owner directly. The sound of Qiao Zhenyan kicking the door startled him so much he didn't hear the reply on the phone. What are you doing? The new bar manager looked up, saw Qiao Zhenyan's grim expression, and instantly panicked. But before he could think of a way out, Qiao Zhenyan charged at him and punched him square in the face. The punch was brutal. The useless manager was stunned, senseless, his phone clattering to the floor. Faintly, a voice could be heard from the other end, asking questions. Qiao Zhenyan picked up the phone, hung up, and then held down the power button to turn it off. Manager Wang, sorry about this. I'm forced to do it. Qiao Zhenyan grabbed Manager Wang by the collar and yanked him up. Though his words were polite, his actions were anything but. He shoved the man into his companion's arms, letting two of them hold him. Let's go, time to report. Qiao Zhenyan glanced sideways at the street, now painted white with snow. The reveling crowd had already fled, as someone among them might have called the police. They had to move fast. Don't dawdle. Move quickly. Qiao Zhenyan pocketed the manager's phone, then waved his hand, leading his three companions downstairs. To ensure his own safety, Qiao Zhenyan kept running through the man's plan in his mind, trying to find a safe position. In theory, if the man was really after the manager, he didn't need to cause such a commotion. He could have just grabbed a security guard, held a knife to his throat, and gone upstairs to find the manager. But why did he choose the most troublesome approach? In full view of everyone, he shattered one man's arm, stabbed another through the chest, scared off all the customers, and forbade anyone from calling an ambulance, setting up this scene of execution to force the manager out. What if all of this was intentional? Qiao Zhenyan began to understand. This man was likely being driven by something desperate, very desperate. So he created this scene to either make the manager lead him to his target or force the target to come and save the situation. Clearly, this man's target was definitely lower in status than the bar owner and might even be afraid of him. So if his actions caused huge losses for the bar owner, the target would have to come and settle things. After all, the bar owner was an innocent victim suffering the consequences of another's deeds. The target would have to provide an explanation. What if I lead the way for him? Qiao Zhenyan was now like a man trapped in a well, his pride too strong to beg for someone to pull him up, yet the water in the well was too cold for him to bear, so he sought the help of any passerby to lift him out. Yet, even when he humbled himself to beg, no one was willing to help him. A simple pull of the rope would have brought him up, allowed him to rise. But it was merely a matter of a rope, yet no one extended a hand. Now Qiao Zhenyan had been driven mad by life at the bottom of the well. He wanted to climb out at any cost. As long as there was an opportunity, no matter how ruthless the act, he would not hesitate. I've brought the man. Qiao Zhenyan walked at the front, grabbing Manager Wang by the collar and taking him from his two companions. He stepped forward 2 paces and hurled the manager down from the stage. This is your manager. Yes, Wang Xiaochuan, our manager. Hearing this, Qiao Zhenyan understood. He was looking for the original manager. This Wang Xiaochuan couldn't solve his problem. But what if he did solve it? Where's the original manager, Qi? He made a mistake and was fired by the boss. He might know the phone number. Qiao Zhenyan gestured at Wang Xiaochuan on the ground, hinting that he could take over the task. At that moment, whether because Wang Xiaochuan was too weak or Qiao Zhenyan's punch too fierce, the great manager Wang lay on the floor, still dazed. He's gone. Well, he deserved it. You. What's your name? Xiao Junyan. Xiao from the arch bridge, Jun from the fine horse, Nian from the rings of a tree. Xiao Junyan introduced himself clearly, as if to leave a lasting impression. The figure on stage remained indistinct, yet his gaze fixed on Xiao Junyan's face. Do you know Meng Wu? Yes, Fifth Master Meng. He's well connected around here. Xiao Junyan had specifically inquired about this, and answered swiftly without hesitation. How do you know? I needed money. I initially thought of getting into that scene, so I looked into it. Then why didn't you? Because they weren't short on men, and demolition work doesn't require fighters. Xiao Junyan knew the other was assessing his worth, so he spoke without delay, laying everything out. Most importantly, their demolition jobs involved dirty tricks. Afterward, even they looked down on it, paying just enough to throw to a dog. You're quite ambitious. How far do you want to go? The figure on stage finally took an interest in Xiao Junyan. He tapped his steel pipe twice on the ground, leaving scattered spots of blood. I want money. How much? As much as possible. How far are you willing to go for money? Anything but my life. As Xiao Junyan said this, he gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He had sworn to become a wealthy man in this life to make everyone see. Then, Xiao Junyan, let's make a deal. Now use whatever means to take me to see Meng Wu. He'll give you 30,000. Just for meeting? Just for meeting. You don't need to get involved in anything else. But it must be fast. The faster the better. If you're slow, you'll pay the price for delaying me. From the stage, the man pointed at the two half-dead security guards on the floor, his tone carrying no threat, merely stating an obvious fact. Deal. Xiao Junyan agreed without a second thought, just leading the way for 30,000. This deal was a steal. Moreover, with this contact, he could leave a deeper impression on this man. If he truly managed to connect, the gains would be immense. Then give it your best. As if genuinely believing Xiao Junyan could do it, the figure on stage lowered his head, seeming to close his eyes and feign sleep. Though he should have been in a hurry, strangely, he no longer seemed so anxious. Xiao Junyan didn't hesitate. He pulled out Wang Xiaochuan's phone from his pocket, turned it on, walked over, and unlocked it with his fingerprint. Then he rummaged through Wang Xiaochuan's pockets and pulled out the car keys. As he scrolled through the contacts, he walked to his companion and handed him the keys. You know which car is Wang Xiaochuan's, right? Go drive it to the entrance. All right. Since they were old acquaintances, the man took the keys and left without a word. The other two, however, looked at Xiao Junyan, their eyes questioning if he really intended to go through with it. Xiao Junyan nodded silently, then used Wang Xiaochuan's chat account to send probing messages to several people. Some messages directly asked for Meng Wu's address, others inquired indirectly, and some carried a mix of questions. Within minutes, replies came in, all converging on the same location. Xiao Junyan deleted the chat history, turned off the phone, and tucked it back into Wang Xiaochuan's clothes. By then, Wang Xiaochuan was mostly awake, but he lay still like a dead pig, pretending to know nothing. As for the two injured security guards, they had gone silent, now possibly unconscious. Whether they would survive was up to fate. Xiao Junyan had already located Meng Wu's whereabouts. He could have reported back, but instead he pulled out his own phone and called a minor boss he knew. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Junyan flattered him. Before he even asked, the minor boss, eager to show his closeness to Meng Wu, blurted out the address. Bai Wei Zhai, that's a grand restaurant. Fifth Master Meng is generous to treat so many of you. Xiao Junyan listened to the noise in the background, added a few more compliments, and hung up. Address confirmed. Xiao Junyan put down the phone and looked up, his expression shifting. It was hard to say if this was natural talent, but he could always control his emotions while possessing a remarkable gift for acting. Good. He'll give you the money when we get there. If you meet Meng Wu, 30,000, not a cent less. If you don't, you're in trouble. Understood. Xiao Junyan nodded, seemingly accepting the terms of the deal. Then, let's go now. Thus the figure from the stage strode down, not sparing a glance at the people on the floor, walking slowly through the hall toward the entrance. Xiao Junyan, if you were being used, how would you feel? Honored. Why? Because I get paid and realize my worth. Fair enough. Under the dark night sky, snowflakes fell like willow catkins. Xiao Junyan drove steadily. Despite the urgency, he never exceeded the speed limit. In the back seat, the young man who had just committed a heinous act leaned against the window, phone in hand, seemingly browsing something. The cabin lights were off, and the glow from his screen cast an eerie shadow across half his face. Since getting into the car, neither had exchanged a single word. Their relationship was peculiar, neither cooperation nor dependence. After all, they had just met, knowing nothing of each other, only probing and using one another. Besides, Ji Luo had paid a hefty sum. Yet if viewed as an employer-employee dynamic, Xiao Junyan had placed himself far too low. From the start, he had no room to bargain, obeying Ji Luo unconditionally, even committing crimes. Nor could it be coercion or blackmail, for Ji Luo never demanded anything of him. Even now, he remained aloof, unwilling to speak more than necessary. Instead, Xiao Junyan seemed eager to serve. Naturally, Ji Luo saw through all his efforts and understood his thoughts clearly. This was a ruthless man, one who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. To climb higher and seize more resources, he had no sense of good or evil, right or wrong. He would do anything. Xiao Junyan's true purpose was simple: gain power and exact revenge. Whenever Ji Luo met his gaze, he could feel the fire of vengeance burning within him. Most importantly, Xiao Junyan was clever. Even now, though Ji Luo had said they were in a hurry, he still didn't speed. Why? Speeding would indeed get them to Meng Wu faster. But with snow making the roads slippery and traffic police out, it might invite trouble and delay them further. Yet by driving so steadily wouldn't he irritate Ji Luo, who was pressed for time? Wasn't he afraid Ji Luo would take it out on him? It was all a test. Xiao Zhenyan's greatest wish was to make Ji Luo speak to him first. Anything would do. He would listen to anything. But if Ji Luo initiated conversation, it meant he had value. Xiao Zhenyan was anxious, deeply so, because before getting into the car, Ji Luo's final question had struck a chord within him. Xiao Zhenyan wanted Ji Luo to use him, for he had made it clear he welcomed being used as long as the payment was sufficient. It didn't have to be money or material goods. Even if Ji Luo acknowledged his abilities, that would be a gain. Because Xiao Zhenyan saw an opportunity in Ji Luo. Like an investor or a gambler, he was trying to place a heavy bet, hoping for a reversal of fortune. Ji Luo, of course, denied him the chance to reveal his heart. He was stringing him along, tempering him. Why? Because Ji Luo sensed that this Xiao Zhenyan might prove useful. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and Su Qinghan's phone was still unreachable. Ji Luo had a feeling she might really be in trouble. Yet Meng Wu, this underworld boss, didn't have the power to harm Su Qinghan. The fact that she was completely silent suggested that evolvers might be involved. The reason Ji Luo was desperately seeking Meng Wu was simple. He was the only lead. If nothing else, beating him up would at least vent his anger. Regression had become inevitable. Since Ji Luo knew he must die tonight, he no longer needed to care about the time ahead. Meeting Meng Wu was just to get an answer. What truly mattered was what to do after the regression, especially regarding Meng Wu. Ji Luo had met him once, caused him to lose face, and later beaten up his underlings, naturally putting himself against Meng Wu in the demolition dispute. Conflict was almost inevitable. Figuring out how to deal with him was what Ji Luo needed to consider before he died. And this Xiao Zhenyan, he might be of use. We're almost at Baiwei Zhai. Meng Wu is hosting a feast for many of his men tonight. Looks like something big is brewing with the demolition. Xiao Zhenyan appeared focused on driving, but his eyes kept shifting to the rearview mirror. He was warning Ji Luo. Meng Wu had many people around tonight. Though Ji Luo was formidable, he shouldn't court death. Isn't that perfect? Ji Luo turned off his phone. His expression was hidden in the dim cabin, but his voice carried a hint of frivolity. Xiao Zhenyan maintained his caution, refraining from asking questions he shouldn't. At that moment, the car entered a wide street lined with brilliantly lit hotels. We're almost there. Can you transfer the money to my phone? Xiao Zhenyan handed his phone to Ji Luo. It wasn't just for the money. He also wanted Ji Luo's contact information. Ji Luo did as he wished, transferring the money. Xiao Zhenyan took back his phone, glanced at Ji Luo's chat account, and quickly pocketed it. They had arrived. Xiao Zhenyan pulled over directly, turned off the engine, and removed the keys. After all, it wasn't his car. Points and fines didn't matter, and parking here made it easy to flee if needed. Need any help? Xiao Zhenyan perfectly expressed his stance. Even in this dangerous situation, he offered assistance, though only from a safe distance. Sure, light me a cigarette later. Ji Luo gave Xiao Zhenyan a deep look. His answer sent a chill through Xiao Zhenyan. In his view, Ji Luo had come alone, clearly prepared. A lone hero like him should have said, no, it's fine. It wasn't that Xiao Zhenyan feared Ji Luo would ask him to do something dangerous. He wouldn't risk his life. What worried Xiao Zhenyan was that his understanding of Ji Luo might be off, that he couldn't grasp the man's true intentions. All right, I'll wait behind you. Xiao Zhenyan didn't show his concern. Instead, he calmly agreed to Ji Luo's request, reiterating that he would stay far behind. Ji Luo ignored Xiao Zhenyan's petty schemes. He pushed open the door and stepped out. The wind and snow suddenly lashed his face, the chill clearing his mind. This is actually a kind of nice weather in its own way. Ji Luo took off his backpack, holding a steel pipe in one hand and the bag in the other. He walked forward a few steps, ascending the long staircase outside the hotel. Murder and arson lead to riches. Ji Luo looked up at the grand, lavishly decorated building before him. The tension, anger, and unease inside him all vanished. He wasn't here to uphold justice. He was just looking for someone. Hello, do you have a reservation? Contrary to the cliché of arrogant confrontation in novels, the hotel receptionist was exceedingly polite to Ji Luo. Ji Luo nodded and mentioned Meng Wu's name. The receptionist seemed to understand and led Ji Luo to the second floor. At this moment, although Xiao Zhenyan followed behind Ji Luo, the distance between them was a good 20 to 30 meters, far enough that even a grenade blast wouldn't reach him. Ji Luo naturally knew Xiao Zhenyan was unreliable, so he didn't expect much from him. He let him follow along. There would be plenty of opportunities later to make him useful. The hotel attendant had clearly undergone specialized training. After leading Ji Luo to the door, he stopped and made a gesture of invitation. Noisy, raucous, chaotic. When Ji Luo pushed open the door, what greeted him was a disorderly crowd in the hall. Meng Wu was either rewarding his men or flaunting his power to someone. Today he had rented out the entire 1,000-square-meter hall, setting up 40 or 50 tables. 400 to 500 drunkards were thoroughly enjoying themselves, arms slung over each other's shoulders, boasting of their glorious pasts. In short, the banquet was a resounding success, with the entire hall in utter disarray. As if to prevent any unpleasant incidents, Meng Wu hadn't called in the waitstaff. The door was attended by a few young lads who were decent enough. They had likely never seen such a bigwig set up a scene, so they kept their attitudes humble. Hello, you are. I'm looking for Meng Wu. Ji Luo pulled down his hood, revealing his face, then set his backpack and steel pipe aside, showing no sign of hostility. Looking for Master Meng Wu. The young man had probably never been in close contact with his boss. Suddenly encountering someone who dared to address Meng Wu directly by name, he was completely stunned. Yes, I'm looking for him. Where is he? Ji Luo took off his snow-covered coat, revealing a thin fleece underneath. The fleece was a bit old, something he had worn long ago with a cartoon lion embroidered on the chest, a striking contrast to the situation. Master Meng Wu is at the table in the farthest corner. All right, thanks. Ji Luo smiled and patted his shoulder. The young man was now uncertain about Ji Luo. Who was this person not much older than himself? Why did he dare to address Meng Wu directly and walk in to see him? If he wasn't a big shot, he wouldn't dare do this. But if he was, why was he dressed so shabbily? Kid, it's cold today. Head home early. Ji Luo was usually fierce toward common thugs, but toward this ignorant young man his attitude was surprisingly kind. After all, men have two great pleasures. One is to drag a decent woman into depravity, and the other is to persuade a prostitute to return to virtue. In this situation, this young man in his early 20s had already stepped into murky waters. He was 2 or 3 years younger than Ji Luo, but so naive. A perfect contrast that made one feel an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Okay, thanks. The young man stared blankly at Ji Luo. On the other side, a few others responsible for reception thought he was in trouble and walked over together. The young man was indeed decent. He stopped the others from clashing with Ji Luo, exchanged a few words with his companions, and they all looked at Ji Luo with confusion but kept their distance. Facing their scrutinizing gazes, Ji Luo remained unfazed, still smiling warmly like a benevolent old man. These people were all slightly younger than Ji Luo. Standing there as greeters, they felt immensely proud because they had met various big shots and witnessed the glory of their supreme leader. In their hearts, there was undoubtedly a sense of envy and longing. They too wanted to live a life of glory and ease, to have a band of brothers who would go through thick and thin, indulging in a life of luxury and revelry. Are you all together? 1 or 2 are my acquaintances, the rest are not. The young man, after being spoken to by his companions, began to doubt Ji Luo's identity. After all, everyone who came was impeccably dressed, while Ji Luo was in tatters, carrying a backpack and a steel pipe, clearly out of place. But Ji Luo showed no urgency, instead chatting amiably with him, and the young man responded in kind. However, he wasn't foolish. Someone had already gone to fetch the boss to confirm Ji Luo's identity and deal with him accordingly. What were you thinking? How did you end up in this line of work? Ji Luo pretended not to notice they had sent for someone and continued chatting idly. For some reason today, he felt an urge to teach these kids a lesson. A proper lesson, a life lesson. They were still not deeply entrenched and could still walk away right. There were even some 17 or 18-year-olds among them who could go back to high school and have a bright future. To teach them this lesson, Ji Luo abandoned his original plan. He had intended to approach Meng Wu, quietly subdue him, and force out all the information. That would be too unchallenging and lack impact. This world isn't all glory. These people, however glorious they seem now, will meet a miserable end. Except for those who successfully switched careers, few who walk the crooked path live to see the end. Let me tell you, being in the underworld won't work. You're still young, go learn a trade and change your path. Ji Luo now patted the young man's shoulder, looking earnest, as if he had been through it all and deeply regretted it. Yet Ji Luo appeared to be about the same age. Where would he have such experience? By now the surrounding young men realized Ji Luo was here to cause trouble. On this day, with over 400 members of their organization at the banquet, picking a fight was practically suicide. Or perhaps he was mentally unstable. The young man turned to look at Ji Luo, his gaze as if he were looking at a lunatic. But the kid was still salvageable. He didn't directly call Ji Luo crazy. Of course, it could also be that he was cautious, waiting for the boss to arrive and confirm Ji Luo's identity, after which he would give Ji Luo a good beating to avenge his wasted sympathy. An old man's words are not to be ignored, or suffering will come knocking. Is that your boss? Ji Luo didn't mind the young man's attitude. He pointed to the side, indicating someone was coming. At that moment, the young man who had left earlier returned with a fierce-looking middle-aged man. Although the man had drunk quite a bit, he was not drunk and still carried an air of authority. Who are you? As a notable figure under Meng Wu, the middle-aged man's manner of speaking was distinctly different from that of a petty thug. He frowned and stepped closer to Ji Luo. I am Retribution. I am Retribution. When this answer was given, not only did the middle-aged man who asked the question freeze, but even the young men nearby were utterly bewildered. What was this man saying? Was he insane? Today, Master Meng Wu was hosting a banquet with 400 to 500 people drinking and enjoying themselves. Why would he barge in alone? Was he here to assassinate someone or to go on a rampage? Don't believe me. The smile gradually faded from Ji Luo's face, replaced by a hint of regret. He took a step back as if retreating and let out a long sigh. What a pie. At that moment, the spot Ji Luo retreated to happened to be where a steel pipe lay. His right hand reached back and, like plucking a flower, silently grasped the pipe. And then a storm erupted. From utter stillness to explosive motion, from light-hearted conversation to brandishing a weapon, Ji Luo's transformation was utterly, without warning, swift as lightning and thunder. Weapon in hand, Ji Luo leaned forward, taking 2 short steps. In a fraction of a second, he closed the distance he had retreated, slightly narrowing the gap. Then with a twist of his wrist, he swung the steel pipe horizontally like a baseball bat. What a pity. Amidst the whoosh of the swinging pipe, Ji Luo's voice was barely audible. His eyelids drooped slightly, and his gaze was as dim as if he hadn't woken up. In that instant, the immense kinetic energy applied to the steel pipe transformed into a blur of motion. Because it was too fast, the expression on the middle-aged man's face hadn't even had time to shift from mockery to terror before the pipe struck his head. Crack! The sound of the steel pipe colliding with bone was surprisingly crisp. The middle-aged man's head, like a baseball hit by a bat, flew sideways, spraying blood. His body seemed yanked by the head, his neck twisting to an extreme angle before he crashed to the ground with a thud, falling silent and still. Because Ji Luo's actions were so swift, even with the middle-aged man lying there his fate uncertain, the surrounding young men hadn't yet reacted. In their worldview, before a fight, people always exchanged pleasantries, discussed interests, postured, and issued warnings before engaging. But this man had no martial ethics. One second, he was smiling and chatting, the next, he was attacking, and with lethal intent. What a pity. All of Ji Luo's actions were completed within these 7 words: a step back, grabbing the pipe, 2 steps forward, and a fierce horizontal swing. For movements in 3 seconds. When strung together, they formed a suffocating display of ruthlessness and madness. Kids see this. Those in the underworld never come to a good end. Ji Luo, holding the bloodstained pipe in his right hand, gently patted the young man beside him with his left. The youth flinched in fear, staring at his boss lying in a pool of blood, unable to utter a word. The man who had been talking and moving moments ago was now lying motionless on the ground, his skull caved in, his breathing reduced to a mere bodily reflex. How could anyone survive that? This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. This world is full of threats. A smile spread across Ji Luo's face, but to the young men beside him, he looked like a demon. They trembled, forgetting even to breathe. They had seen people fight before, some had even witnessed death. But they had never seen a man so ruthless, killing someone with a single blow of a pipe. What was more terrifying was that he was still smiling calmly, lecturing them about lessons. A man like this, either a lunatic or a psychopath, kills without reason. Kid, don't waste your life anymore. Go to school, go to work. You all have a bright future ahead. Ji Luo couldn't quite explain why, but ever since meeting Su Qinghan and using the death rewind ability twice, he felt his heart growing older. He found himself sighing and lamenting more often. Perhaps having died himself, he understood the preciousness of life all the more. Seeing these young people on the wrong path, he couldn't help but give them a lesson. Honestly, they still had hope. They could still return to a normal life. That was something Ji Luo envied. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back. Ji Luo had walked too deep into the darkness. The reason he hadn't noticed was simply that he had been walking slowly. But now when he finally realized it was already too late. All he could choose was to keep walking. Kid, it's cold today. Go home early. Ji Luo shook his head with a sigh. By now, people farther away had noticed the commotion. A wave of violent unrest was beginning to spread. Oh, okay. The young man standing before Ji Luo's legs were trembling uncontrollably. He felt the urge to pee, but he didn't dare. He glanced at the steel pipe in Ji Luo's hand. It was clearly stained with old blood, not completely wiped clean, with some patches turned blackish red. What's your name? Zhao Pingxing. Zhao Pingxing. A good name. Your parents must care for you deeply, hoping you'll succeed in peace and safety. Success is hard, peace and safety are even harder. Keep it up. Ji Luo was like a nagging old man. Before meeting him, Zhao Pingxing would have ignored someone like this and walked away. But now he not only listened attentively to Ji Luo's words, but also nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding and obedience. My name is Ji Luo, Ji of the era Luo of the Luo River. I'm not here to uphold justice. I'm just looking for someone. Ji Luo removed his hand from Zhao Pingxing's shoulder and took a step back, signaling that he meant no harm. To uphold justice, one must be righteous. But I'm just here for Meng Wu. I kill without needing to be righteous. Ji Luo gripped the steel pipe in his right hand and turned toward the restless banquet. More than a dozen people had noticed something was wrong and were approaching, chairs in hand, undeterred by Ji Luo's pipe. Kid, leave. While you still can. Ji Luo waved at Zhao Pingxing. Zhao Pingxing, looking into Ji Luo's seemingly glowing eyes, nodded as if possessed. At that moment, Zhao Pingxing saw envy in Ji Luo's eyes. Why would such a formidable man look at him with envy? What did he envy? His status? His position? His youth? No, none of that. He simply envied that Zhao Pingxing could still leave, could still turn back. All right. Zhao Pingxing's train of thought was completely shattered by Ji Luo's actions. He didn't even know what he was thinking, but at that moment he truly began to walk backward. It was a short distance, just a few steps. Zhao Pingxing reached the door, pulled it open with effort, and stepped out. Then he stood outside the door and turned to look at that figure. Only then did Zhao Pingxing finally have the chance to properly examine this stranger. Charitable, yet ruthless, mad, yet kind-hearted. This man who called himself Ji Luo bore a countenance that was both delicate and resolute, yet his age was difficult to discern, possessing the stubbornness of 18 or 19 mingled with the serenity of 24 or 25. His clothes were plain and evidently of little worth, especially the fleece garment he revealed, adorned with a knitted lion pattern, was somewhat aged, likely something a high school student would wear. At this moment, the banquet-goers had already noticed the situation. A dozen or so people grabbed stools and surrounded him, while in the distance a dense sea of figures approached. A mere glance at them stirred fear in one's heart. Yet this man merely carried a steel pipe, standing there with an air of indifference like a lone warrior charging into a vast army. What was even more absurd was that his gaze was now fixed on him. After confirming that he had walked out the door, he even smiled with relief. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhao Pingqing stood outside the door, feeling a sense of relief at having escaped danger mixed with an indescribable complexity. He looked at the man who had taught him a lesson, and for some reason suddenly felt a pang of sorrow at the thought that he might die. Like a final farewell, the man inside the door nodded at him, then turned around facing the oppressive crowd and began to advance. Zhao Pingqing had wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. He felt his legs trembling violently. He bent down, rubbing his calves forcefully with his hands, and then he straightened up again, suddenly finding courage. "Run, hurry and run," Zhao Pingqing shouted at the top of his lungs, probably heard by half the hotel. Yet that man did not turn back or flee. He merely strode forward without hesitation. A straw cloak through mist and rain. "I'll roam my life." Ji Luo's voice shifted from a murmur to a roar. He started walking, then quickened his pace until finally, like a cannonball, he crashed into the crowd. The seasoned brawlers, having drunk heavily and surrounded by their comrades, felt no fear. A dozen of them formed a circle carrying chairs as they advanced. Yet they never anticipated, or had never encountered, a lone man facing such a siege, not retreating, but charging forward so swiftly and fiercely. Ji Luo didn't even dodge the chairs swung at him. He shielded his face with his left arm and charged straight into them. The chairs struck his body with dull thuds, but he didn't falter a step, and his expression remained unchanged. He simply pressed forward relentlessly. Bang! Ji Luo crashed into the encircling crowd. The 2 or 3 nearest were sent flying, tumbling to the ground like rolling gourds. These men wielding restaurant chairs couldn't maneuver freely. In such close quarters, Ji Luo began a performance of slaughter. Like a cold arrow in the clamor, a chilling blade in the night, Ji Luo dodged a chair swung at him, then thrust his steel pipe through an opening. With savage force, the pipe pierced through the left chest of a burly man standing 1.85 meters, straight through the heart. Ugh! The weathered brawler, bearing countless scars from battles, having both cut others and been cut himself, looked down at the pipe piercing his heart. His mind wasn't filled with awe at Ji Luo's strength or the terror of impending death. He was merely puzzled. Why in this peaceful world would someone dare to kill so casually? Why was that? Yes. Why? With a searing pain, the steel pipe was yanked from the brawler's chest. The pierced heart, under arterial pressure, spurted blood like a fountain rising 2 or 3 meters high. The nearest few were drenched in blood. They stared at their fallen comrade as if struck by a cold wind, suddenly sobering up. A man dead. This man is killing. He's not fighting, he's murdering. Because Ji Luo struck with such ruthlessness, dispatching lives as casually as slaughtering pigs, even the most hardened brawlers who had fought their way through countless battles were terrified. At that moment, Ji Luo gripped the blood-soaked steel pipe. The red fluid dripped onto his hands, sticky and slippery, a loathsome sensation. "Today I only wish to beat you all to death, or be beaten to death myself." Ji Luo seemed to have no concept of martial virtue. As those around him hesitated, he didn't pause. He kicked the nearest chair away, then gripped the iron pipe with both hands and swung it toward a man's neck. Crack! Like the sound of crunching cartilage, the man's neck twisted at a 90-degree angle. Without even a scream, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The next second, Ji Luo kicked another man's shin, causing him to lurch forward. Ji Luo caught him supporting the 200 weight with one hand, then slammed him headfirst to the ground with a back throw. Kill him. At this point, as if jolted by death or fearing they'd be slain by Ji Luo, the thugs finally erupted in frenzy. They held nothing back, aiming to beat Ji Luo to death. That's more like it. Between us, one must live and one must die. Ji Luo reached out, grabbing a chair aimed at his head. With a yank, he pulled the man, gripping it toward him, then kicked him square in the face. His inhuman strength flattened the man's features, sending his head flying like a bowling ball. It slammed into a pillar with a thud, and he never got up again. "I'm about to die, comrades. Won't you accompany me on this journey?" Ji Luo's smile was both excited and manic. His eyes glistened as if he were about to cry, but he held back the tears. Tonight, in 2 or 3 hours, he would die. Su Qinghan might also be dead. Why should the 2 of them good people perish while these wretches continue to live in joy? What they did to Su Qinghan, they would inflict on every merchant on Old Street. They profited from the blood and sweat of others, shamelessly flaunting their gains. Why in this world, this peaceful world, could some still indulge in sin without restraint? Enjoying the money you've wrung from tormenting others, are you happy? Ji Luo was about to die, so he had plunged into utter madness. The events since meeting Su Qinghan had changed him forever. Those who draw near the abyss will surely be consumed by it. A man's words are kind when his end is near. That's why Ji Luo treated Zhao Pingqing well. He taught him a lesson in the most unforgettable way. After today, Zhao Pingqing would surely never touch the dark side again. He would wash away the filth and step back into the light. How wonderful to still have a chance to turn back. Alas, he himself had no such chance. All he could do was ensure that future generations would not lament the fate of their predecessors. So today he made some redeemable youths turn back and then sent the damned to hell. Meng Wu, am coming for you. In this peaceful era, few have witnessed true slaughter. In earlier years, thugs would fight to the death for money and territory, but now everything is about strategy, contending within the rules. Killing has become the last resort, even injuring others is considered extreme. Yet there are still those who have seen 100 men brawling on the streets where blades and blood intertwine into a gruesome scene. Those at the very bottom climbed to positions where they could lay down their weapons through sheer ruthlessness and desperation. They survived, and thus they succeeded. But at this moment, they were finally reminded of humanity's most primal fear. In the true battlefield, money and status became utterly meaningless. If they wanted to live, they had to either kill their enemies or flee. Feudal resistance. Ji Luo muttered, effortlessly dodging a bowl of soup hurled at him. Then he tripped a short, fat man beside him, sending him stumbling toward the ground. But Ji Luo didn't let him fall. Instead, he pressed forward, hooking a steel pipe around the man's throat. Using his body as a shield, he blocked a wine bottle coming from the side. Then, gripping both ends of the pipe, he strangled the man from behind until he was dead. "Help me." The fat man could no longer speak clearly. His eyes bulged as if desperately longing for something. He clawed at the steel pipe with all his might, trying to loosen its grip on his neck. But his struggles were futile. Ji Luo's gaze swept across the faces around him, and the terrified thugs instinctively halted their movements. "My name is Ji Luo. Tell Meng Wu to come out." As if demonstrating something, Ji Luo pressed his knee into the fat man's back and yanked the pipe with all his strength. A grinding teeth-like crunch sounded. The fat man's eyes widened and his struggles finally ceased. Then Ji Luo casually pulled the pipe free. The 200-pound man collapsed to the ground like a sack of bones, blood frothing from his nostrils. A horrifying sight. Block kill. Among those who had risen from nothing to wearing suits and ties, there were always ruthless individuals. In the moment fear spread, a gaunt man grabbed the glass turntable from the table, held it before him, and charged at Ji Luo without hesitation. Not bad. Ji Luo was already surrounded by corpses, yet this man charged forward knowing he would die. That was a ferocity rarely seen in ordinary people. As a token of acknowledgement, Ji Luo didn't dodge. Instead, he met the attack head-on, kicking the glass turntable into 1,000 pieces. His foot then struck the man's chest, sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd. But at that moment, a square-faced brute suddenly lunged from behind Ji Luo, wrapping his arms around him in a death grip. "Get him." The square-faced man seemed to know he couldn't control Ji Luo for long, so he put all his strength into the initial hold. He had clearly trained in jiu-jitsu and joint locks, and he was willing to sacrifice his limbs, stubbornly refusing to let Ji Luo shake him off. Ji Luo didn't bother dropping the steel pipe to use both hands. Instead, he grabbed the man's arm with his left hand and twisted it violently, snapping the forearm at a 90-degree angle. Then as he grabbed the other arm, the man he had kicked earlier charged at him. The gaunt man's face was now covered in blood. He picked up a shard of the broken plate, wielded it like a knife, and stabbed straight at Ji Luo's eye socket. Impressive. Ji Luo nodded in approval. He admitted he had underestimated these people. To avoid failure, he finally used his true strength. Gripping the square-faced man's left arm behind him, he crouched, and then yanked with all his might. In the face of absolute power, all techniques become a joke. The joint locks the square-faced man relied on shattered under Ji Luo's pull. Before he could react, he was flung backward like a child tossing a cat or dog. Whether by design or accident, the flying square-faced man crashed into the charging gaunt man. They fell to the ground like bowling pins, the shards' edges cutting bloody gashes into both their arms. "Brothers, he's just one man. Kill him." As if encouraged, the coordination between the square-faced man and the gaunt man finally gave the others hope. All were hardened men who had spilled blood. Being cowed by a young kid like this made fury boil within them. Now they began to fight for their lives. After all, in their minds, they were the victims. A perfectly good gathering had been interrupted by someone who burst in and started a massacre. If they didn't kill him, what face would they have left in the underworld? They had fought tooth and nail for half a lifetime to build their reputation and status. If they chickened out today, they would lose everything. Their businesses, their followers. So they had no choice. Like Ji Luo, once a person steps into the darkness, they can never return to the light. For darkness corrupts not only the body, but also the soul. Now it begins. Ji Luo rolled his neck and slammed the steel pipe against a nearby table, shattering half the tabletop. "Today I will break your spines. Everything you believe in, everything you have, you will give it all back." Ji Luo gritted his teeth, the last shred of compassion in his heart extinguished. These people had wreaked havoc for years, walking the wrong path, yet they were so twisted that they believed they were right. So today Ji Luo would openly and honorably break their spines, making them understand that they had chosen the wrong path. And for that mistake, they would pay the price, sooner or later. Everyone here will die a miserable death. Ji Luo moved like thunder, a blur, as he crashed into the crowd. He thrust his pipe through a man's neck and flung him upward. Blood sprayed in a long arc. The screaming man crashed into the glass chandelier above, and amidst the shattering sound, he fell with countless glass shards onto the banquet table. Broken dishes scattered everywhere. The man lay on the table bleeding like a slaughtered pig. Thus ended the feast of wine and laughter. The carnage and chaos that had begun at the entrance now surged through the entire hall like a tidal wave. 300 or 400 bloodstained thugs finally converged, their intent to kill and desperation merging. They launched a wolf-like assault on the lone figure. Why? Why did it come to this? Outside the hall, Zhao Pingxing knelt in terror. As both a participant and an observer, he understood the entire process. Yet precisely because he understood, he was even more bewildered. How had it come to this? Yes, why did it come to this? Xiao Zhenyan stood not far behind Zhao Pingqing, and through the open door, he had already seen everything in the hall. Xiao Zhenyan had expected Ji Luo to be formidable, but he never imagined he would be so inhuman. Indeed, the carnage in the hall could only be described as inhuman. Ji Luo alone wielded a steel pipe over a meter long, facing over 400 hardened ruffians stained with blood. Yet he alone charged forward, relentlessly striking down one after another as people fell dead around him. In Xiao Zhenyan's eyes, it was a massacre. Every move Ji Luo made was lethal. The hard bones of men crumbled like clay in his hands, and he killed with an air of casual detachment devoid of any trace of violence. But this was murder. Murder. From Ji Luo, everyone could sense a despair so profound it numbed the heart, of madness so cold it bordered on apathy, of fervor so intense it became calm. From the moment he killed his first man, those who died by his hand became mere numbers devoid of meaning. After all, they were just sacrifices before his own death. Yes, it was plain to all Ji Luo wanted to die, and he would surely die. Having accompanied Ji Luo all the way, Xiao Zhenyan never expected him to reach this point. No one knew what had driven him to this. Why? It had to be this way. In the early stages of the fight, Ji Luo had still dodged and evaded, but now he often took the brunt of attacks, then dispatched his opponents with the most ruthless efficiency. Those whose necks Ji Luo had twisted had their heads turned a full 180 degrees. He had started unscathed, but now he too was bleeding, though thankfully his blood was red. In Xiao Zhenyan's eyes, Ji Luo at this moment was like a cornered beast pushed to the edge, perhaps stripped of all humanity, driven only by a single breath. A breath that swore to tear a piece of flesh from his enemies, even in death. Nearly 400 men. At first Ji Luo was still visible, but as he charged into the center, he was completely surrounded. Everyone had gone mad, or rather, if they didn't kill this man, they might truly lose their minds. If today, right now, this man did not die, everyone present would be haunted by this nightmare forever. He was like a god of death, an executioner, taking not only lives, but also the cruelty and ruthlessness ingrained in the bones of all who witnessed this. Because too many had died, truly. Too many. Every moment more bodies fell, staining the entire banquet hall with blood. Many of these ruffians had blood on their hands. They were the most vicious of men, yet today they had seen a demon. These people are finished. Xiao Zhenyan closed his eyes, listening to the screams and roars in the hall. He was certain that after today 90% of these men would suffer from hemophobia. They wouldn't just quit the gangs, they might not even dare to kill a chicken. Their spines had been broken. They would never stand tall again. These were the most ruthless men in the city who had clawed their way across social divides in that gray era, priding themselves on their mercilessness. Yet today a young man, just over 20, had stripped them of their courage and arrogance. It's almost. Xiao Zhenyan shook his head several times, tempted to utter the word invincible, but knowing Ji Luo would die today, he lost interest. The hotel staff had already called the police. Such a scene could not go unreported. Thinking of the ensuing complications, Xiao Zhenyan couldn't help but sigh, yet at the same time, he felt a hint of pride. To have encountered such a man and walked alongside him for a time was a kind of honor. No matter how his future unfolded, no matter whom he met, he could recount this experience. Others might think it was boasting, but they would never know that the truth was even more staggering than the tale. Hey kid, what's your name? Xiao Zhenyan didn't know the young man frozen at the door, but he felt he should do something. My name is Zhao Pingqing. Zhao Pingqing. Good name. Got a cigarette? Xiao Zhenyan's legs were also a bit weak. He crouched down, while Zhao Pingqing was still kneeling, though he didn't realize it himself. His tongue felt stiff as he spoke. Yes. Give me one. Xiao Zhenyan remembered he had finished his own cigarettes and hadn't bought more. He had promised Ji Luo that when it was all over he would light a cigarette for him. He couldn't break that promise. Take them all. Zhao Pingqing's hands trembled so violently that he could barely open the pack, so he handed it all to Xiao Zhenyan. Oh, nice cigarettes. My boss gave them to me. Zhao Pingqing wiped his face, his head hanging low. He dared not look up, for if he did, he would see his boss' corpse. Truth be told, if he could, Zhao Pingqing would have fled home immediately. Yet his legs were too weak to stand. What a useless coward he was. Zhao Pingqing, you're lucky, really lucky. Xiao Zhenyan opened the pack, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, steadying his own nerves. Today you should have died. Zhao Pingqing didn't reply, he just nodded. Zhao Pingqing didn't know Xiao Zhenyan, but anyone who could smoke and speak calmly amidst the screams and slaughter in the hall was no ordinary man. Look how many have died in that hall, and more are dying. Do you think this can go on? Xiao Zhenyan preferred to keep his hands clean. He would only persuade others while staying out of trouble himself, especially now. He couldn't afford any more complications, so the best person for the job was this kid before him. There's only one person who can resolve this. Guess who? Meng Wu. Zhao Pingqing's voice was hoarse. This time, he didn't call him Brother Meng or Master Meng. He called him Meng Wu, just like Ji Luo. Exactly. Only he can. This all started because of him. Where is he now? He was at the main table in the center earlier. Now, Zhao Pingqing had been assigned as a greeter, so he knew where the host was. He looked up, seeing the dense crowd like soldier ants, but their leader had vanished. He ran. Xiao Zhenyan phrased it as a question, but the answer was obvious. Zhao Pingqing looked up, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at Xiao Junyan, seeming to understand what he intended. Don't misunderstand. I just think you could give him a call. See, call him. Zhao Pingqing stared at Xiao Junyan in horror, utterly baffled by his meaning. Logically speaking, since Meng Wu had already chosen to flee, what good would a phone call do? Exactly. Call him and tell him the guests he invited are about to die. Xiao Junyan genuinely wanted everything to end quickly now. Too many had died today, and only Meng Wu could provide Ji Luo with an explanation to stop this monster from devouring more lives. Thus he had to return. He had to give everyone an account. A phone call. Will it work? Just call quickly. He probably just fled and is likely only at the bottom of the building now. If he gets too far, he won't make it back in time. Xiao Junyan wasn't sure if the call would help, but unless Meng Wu was truly a fool, he would have to come back. A celebratory banquet had turned into this. With so many dead, surviving today would be worse than dying for him. In this world, one must honor loyalty and responsibility. A boss who causes such trouble leading to so many deaths and then flees. His standing in the underworld would be utterly destroyed after today. Then his enemies would emerge, taking advantage of the fall to crush him, and his fortune would likely be lost as well. Only death, his death today, could bring an end acceptable to all. Xiao Junyan didn't explain these things to Zhao Pingqing, and Zhao didn't ask. He simply trembled as he pulled out his phone and dialed the number had gotten at the banquet. In truth, even Xiao Junyan felt the call wouldn't go through. How could Meng Wu, who had fled with his tail between his legs, still answer a subordinate's call? Yet things took an unbelievable turn. Zhao Pingqing's call actually connected, and before he could even say a word, Meng Wu spoke to him on the other end. Zhao nodded, and the line went dead. What happened? Where did Meng Wu run to? Boss Meng is in the underground garage. Now, he's heading to the rooftop. Zhao Pingqing was terrified. At barely 20, he was utterly green, having joined just to make a living. He was practically a temp, yet had stumbled into this nightmare. What did he ask you to do? Xiao Junyan could tell Meng Wu had given Zhao instructions. Given Meng Wu's route, it wasn't hard to guess what task had been entrusted to Zhao. Frankly, in this bloody chaos, any message was a death sentence. He told me to tell Ji Luo that he's waiting on the rooftop. Zhao Pingqing took a deep breath, wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, stood up from the ground, and suddenly straightened his back. Too many have died already. No more. Zhao's decisiveness surprised Xiao Junyan. In his place, Xiao would have refused without a second thought. Who would dare get involved in such a lethal situation? Thanks for the warning. Zhao turned to Xiao Junyan, expressed his gratitude, then stepped resolutely into the banquet hall. There he shouted the message Meng Wu had given him. Ji Luo, Meng Wu is waiting for you on the rooftop. If you don't go up in 3 minutes, he'll jump. You'll get nothing but his death. Zhao Pingqing yelled with all his might, his voice hoarse. He shouted it 3 times, his voice echoing through the hall. Just as Zhao thought it was useless, the distant sounds of wailing and chaos suddenly ceased. Haha, a clever scheme. No wonder he reached that position. In the center of the crowd, the blood-soaked monster let out a hearty laugh, as if amused by something pleasant. Then he dropped the steel pipe in his hand and strode out. The crowd that had been desperately trying to kill him parted silently, like sheep before a tiger, making way for the monster they couldn't slay. These people had had their spines broken, their courage slaughtered. They had only kept fighting because he hadn't stopped. Now that the monster had ceased, though many had died, they hadn't so. They truly didn't want to continue. Of the nearly 400 attendees, a third lay on the ground. In an ancient battlefield, an army would have collapsed. These thugs hadn't broken only because they were heavily drunk, their minds numbed by alcohol. Once they saw blood, they became frenzied. Yet the drunken fighting spirit had been crushed by a single man. The corpses and blood everywhere had even the intoxicated terrified. Zhao Pingqing, you're quite something. In the silence, Ji Luo walked out of the crowd with a smile. He casually pulled a tablecloth off a table, wiped his hands, found a clean spot to clean his face, and winced when he touched a wound. Mr. Ji Luo. Zhao Pingqing looked up, tears streaming uncontrollably. Though Ji Luo was a murderer, sensing the deathly aura around him, Zhao found himself speechless. Over 100 lives had fallen to Ji Luo. Though he was an evolver with 4 times normal physical ability, in the end, he had to trade wounds for kills, adding many injuries to his body. Besides his own blood, Ji Luo was covered in the blood of others. His black casual pants were soaked through, completely saturated with blood, making them appear much darker. His thin fleece sweater embroidered with a lion motif was tattered, especially at the chest, where blood had clotted into scabs, making him look both pitiful and fearsome. Zhao Pingqing, hey, race your last lesson. Ji Luo pointed to the ground, then to himself, his expression deadly serious. In this world, those who do evil can never turn back. No matter how they try to whitewash themselves, they'll die a miserable death in the end. Remember that. I remember. Zhao Pingqing nodded emphatically. Ji Luo patted his shoulder and walked past him with long strides, never looking back. Mr. Ji Luo, I've come as promised. Outside the door, Zhao Pingqing took a cigarette from a pack and offered it to Ji Luo as he stepped out. Ji Luo looked up at him, didn't take the cigarette, but smiled and nodded. Next time, you're a good man. Next time, they'll give you the choice you want. Next time. Xiao Junyan sensed the peculiarity in Ji Luo's words and couldn't help but frown. He wanted to ask Ji Luo how there could be a next time after he had killed so many people, but Ji Luo didn't pause. Without a backward glance, he stepped into the elevator, all the way to the rooftop. When Ji Luo set foot on the hotel's roof, the swirling snow had already thinned considerably. A pristine white blanket covered everything in sight, and a crooked trail of footprints stretched into the darkness. Mengwu, I'm glad you came back. Ji Luo walked calmly into the wind and snow. Most of his clothes were soaked, and now with the cold wind biting at him, his entire body was freezing. Yet Ji Luo wore a serene smile as if bathed in a spring breeze. Ji Luo, you're insane. Mengwu had clearly drunk a lot today. Despite the bitter cold, his face was flushed with heat. This middle-aged man, who had already achieved a measure of success, sat on the edge of the building. With just a lean backward, he would plummet from 100 meters high, becoming a flattened mess beyond any god's salvation. Is that so? I think I'm pretty normal. It's just that I've lived too cautiously. Ji Luo actually liked snow. In this vast, elevated place, watching the snowy cityscape had a unique charm. So Ji Luo watched with great pleasure. Mengwu lifted his head, observing Ji Luo's expression of pure enjoyment, and let out a long sigh. I've also lived too cautiously. Is that right? Maybe so. Just a bit unlucky. Ji Luo shrugged, not denying Mengwu's words, but expressing regret. In this world, this era, even this city, there are many who do evil. Many of them have climbed to high positions through wicked means. You must be deeply resentful. Why are they fine while you, who have always walked on eggshells, end up falling for no reason? And falling so bloodily. Don't worry. You're neither the first nor the last. Those people running rampant in this era will one day meet a bad end. Many will end up worse than you. As an evolver, the only one who could see the giant pupil in the sky, Ji Luo, was certainly qualified to say these things. But Mengwu couldn't understand. Of course, whether he understood or not didn't matter. Mengwu, you've enjoyed plenty. Be content. Look at me. Am I not ruthless? Am I not strong? But what's the result? I still live timidly, more cautiously than you. How miserable I am. Have I complained? Mengwu looked at Ji Luo covered in blood and nodded. Indeed, who would have thought that Ji Luo, with such an ordinary background, could be so ruthless, so formidable? Was it that he had hidden himself too deeply, or that this era forced him to conceal himself? Compared to him, these thugs who only knew how to brandish knives and fight for dominance were like roosters pecking in the grass, utterly ignorant of the world as seen by an eagle. Usually they could peck ferociously at each other, but when they truly angered the eagle, it meant nothing but unresisting death. Mengwu, your thinking is too simple. You think being a good fighter isn't enough, but look at me. Fighting to this level, isn't it something? Ji Luo casually sat on the edge of the building, patting his chest with a proud expression. Whoever crosses me will die. So, rest assured to die. A smile spread across Mengwu's face. He looked up at the wind and snow, his alcohol-clouded mind growing clearer. Truly unfortunate. This game has no solution. If I wanted that money, I was bound to die. You've killed so many, you won't survive either. What you said. I accept. Ask what you want, I'll tell you everything. Mengwu, was it you who raised the spring cake shop? The only reason Ji Luo was chatting so amiably with Mengwu was to extract information. Otherwise, did he think Mengwu, the crime boss, was so easy to handle? He was sitting on the edge, now ready to die in a second. Moreover, Ji Luo had noticed that Mengwu had a gun in his pocket. Though it posed limited threat to him, it was more than enough for suicide. Yes, I took my men to raise it this afternoon. What time? Around 2 or 3, when we went, finished around 5 and left. Mengwu hadn't actually gone himself, but he had paid special attention to the matter. In his memory, Ji Luo was a formidable fighter, someone to be wary of. And demolishing the cake shop was only the first step of revenge. Next would be a ruthless strike against Ji Luo, crippling him and showing no mercy to Su Qinghan either, going all out. But, unfortunately, Mengwu had thought he was shearing a sheep's wool, never realizing he was tugging on a tiger's whiskers. A flurry of moves barely begun with an opening strike, and his heart had already been pierced, leaving him to bleed out and wait for death. To be honest, at this point, Mengwu felt a bit aggrieved. Since you were a winged tiger, why not act dominant and let them know your might? But now, thinking he had everything under control, he had only plucked one of Ji Luo's whiskers, and Ji Luo showed no restraint. Too reckless. Ji Luo, I didn't do much. Just tore down a cake shop. It's just a matter of money, easily solved. Let's talk properly. Rebuilding the shop is no problem. Why bring it to this point? You've killed so many, you won't survive either. Mengwu, a crime boss, spoke these words with a pitiful tone. Who does that? Not showing strength before, now refusing to negotiate, just killing everyone, leaving no room for compromise. Ha, really done nothing. Ji Luo deliberately avoided asking about Su Qinghan, wanting to see if Mengwu would mention her. But throughout the conversation, Mengwu showed no sign of deception. Or perhaps he had no reason to lie. To be honest, I didn't get the chance. Even the law says an unimplemented crime isn't a crime. Mengwu wasn't stupid. He had made it to the underground garage. Why would he come up to the rooftop to die if he could drive away? Why? For his family. Mengwu knew that with today's events reaching this point, if he didn't die, things would never end. So many were dead. If he ran, it would only make things worse. The most terrifying part was, Ji Luo might never be caught. Having someone like Ji Luo hunting him would haunt his dreams, and his wife and children would become targets. Ji Luo, having killed so many, had become a monster devoid of humanity. So today, right now, Mengwu had to give Ji Luo an explanation to let him leave in peace. Ji Luo, I swear, aside from demolishing the cake shop, I did nothing. You can say I didn't have time, I admit it all. But Su Qinghan. She's gone. Ji Luo could not truly read hearts, yet Meng Wu's demeanor did not seem like a lie. If everything Meng Wu said was true, then Su Qinghan had already left the cake shop before 3 o'clock this afternoon. Ji Luo could not pinpoint the exact time he left the cake shop, but it must have been around 1 o'clock. Arranging the timeline, Su Qinghan likely closed the cake shop after he left and went off alone without a trace. Choosing to leave on Christmas Eve, the busiest day for business, Su Qinghan must have had something very important to do, which ultimately led to her disappearance. Clearly, it was connected to InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceutical. Su Qinghan, the female owner of the cake shop. I specifically asked my subordinates, she wasn't there, and the shop was closed. Meng Wu watched Ji Luo's contemplative expression, feeling an unspeakable frustration, yet utterly helpless. If someone disappears, go find her, call the police. Why didn't you investigate first before coming straight to kill me, leaving a river of blood with no room for negotiation? What kind of mind do you have? Are you insane? Too much resentment and anger accumulated in Meng Wu's heart, but now that everything had happened, words were useless. Ji Luo, I'm about to die now, there's no need to lie to you. I really don't know where Su Qinghan is. As Meng Wu spoke, his tone carried a hint of pleading. His only concern now was his wife and child. As long as Ji Luo spared them, he would agree to anything. Ji Luo was not swayed by Meng Wu's attitude. He carefully recalled the scene with Su Qinghan at noon, but found nothing unusual about the girl. Mr. Ji Luo, to be honest, I'm just a gang leader in charge of demolition, not a construction company. Building has nothing to do with me. Although I have people backing me, they treat me like a tool. I wouldn't dare take on major matters. Meng Wu noticed the change in Ji Luo's expression and, holding nothing back, revealed the whole truth about the demolition of the old neighborhood, even exposing the construction company that backed him. Meng Wu was certain he was about to die. After his death, these matters would no longer concern him. Telling Ji Luo cost him nothing, and if it could serve as a bargaining chip to satisfy Ji Luo, he would say anything. Ji Luo listened as Meng Wu laid his heart bare, breaking down the entire affair piece by piece. The inner workings were not particularly shocking, just the usual tricks of construction companies. After all, making money often requires unscrupulous means to profit more. Meng Wu, you've told me everything I wanted to know. Rest assured, I have no intention of troubling your wife and children now. Don't think about revenge either. Soon, I will die a miserable death as well. Everything Ji Luo had done was to find Su Qinghan, but since Meng Wu knew nothing, other information held little meaning for him. Let it be. Ji Luo sighed, looking down at the building below. Over a dozen police cars and ambulances arrived together, their chaotic lights illuminating the entire area like the last uproar before silence. Let it be then. In our line of work, we've done too many evil deeds. Retribution was bound to come sooner or later. This way, it's not so bad. Meng Wu caught the implication in Ji Luo's words and relaxed his body. As long as his wife and child were not implicated, he could accept this outcome. Ji Luo, I'm sorry. Meng Wu's apology sounded genuinely sincere. A man's words are good when facing death. At this moment, Meng Wu had finally let go. When you go down, ask for their forgiveness. Ji Luo closed his eyes, refusing to accept Meng Wu's apology. The things he had done were too twisted. A simple apology could never make amends. More importantly, over the years of wrongdoing, Meng Wu had committed countless heinous acts, ruining innumerable innocent lives and destroying countless families. Such a man did not deserve forgiveness. He should not even die so easily. He should have suffered torment, died in pain and despair. Unfortunately, Ji Luo had already killed too many people today, and he was tired. Truly tired. If there is a next life, I want to be a good person. Meng Wu's whisper seemed like a plea to heaven. He closed his eyes, leaned back, and fell without resistance toward the ground. Thud. A long moment later, a loud crash came from the ground. Meng Wu's body slammed into a car, crushing the roof into a dent, scattering blood and glass everywhere. In the dark night, snowflakes danced wildly in the howling wind. Meng Wu, the ruthless gang leader who had terrorized for a time, died so simply and hastily. Justice, arriving too late, never had the chance to judge him. What drove him to death was a purer, more brutal evil. Because it was evil, it had no limits and no scruples. Even someone like Meng Wu had always lived under the shelter of social rules. He thought he had broken free, but that was precisely the sign of his impending doom. Those who believe they are above all and unrestrained are actually crawling closer to death. Breaking the rules demands a price. Meng Wu was no exception, and neither was Ji Luo. Su Qinghan, Christmas Eve has passed. Christmas has come. Ji Luo straightened up and stepped onto the edge of the rooftop. Below, Meng Wu's death had caused chaos. Above, swirling snow seemed to narrate a long story. Su Qinghan, I like you. Ji Luo spread his arms and shouted loudly. At that moment, it felt as if only he remained between heaven and earth, the world suddenly growing still. In his mind, Ji Luo imagined Su Qinghan's reply, picturing her smiling at him, telling him the same. What a beautiful dream it was. So beautiful that one would not want to wake up. But time was up. The alarm Ji Luo had set began to chime softly. The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear the loneliness and sighs of those who look up? The brightest star in the night sky, can you remember the figure who walked with me, vanished in the wind? I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that can cry. Give me the courage to believe again, to embrace you beyond the lies. Whenever I can't find the meaning of existence, whenever I'm lost in the night. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky, please guide me close to you. The season song grew louder. Ji Luo lowered his hands, covering his face, tears streaming down. Thud. At that moment, the rooftop door was kicked open. Several people rushed forward with guns. Ji Luo turned to see the blinding glare of flashlights. "I'm sorry." An apologetic expression crossed Ji Luo's face. He stepped forward and plunged into the pale earth below. Time calendar 3005, December 24th, 1600 time anchor NL. 10016. First retrograde Ji Luo, like a drowning person awakening from suspended animation. Ji Luo's body jolted violently, and the knife in his hand fell downward, missing his finger by a hair's breadth. Back. What time is it? Ji Luo threw the cleaver and beef onto the chopping board, rushing toward the living room as if possessed. But when he saw the exact time, his face crumpled in near breakdown. Why isn't it morning? It's 4 in the afternoon. A foreboding feeling crept into Ji Luo's heart, yet how could he abandon the last shred of hope? Sure enough, when he dialed Su Qinghan's number, no one answered. Is it already too late? Ji Luo slumped to the floor in despair, his mind a chaotic mess. He clutched his hair, desperately trying to organize his thoughts. Based on known information, after he left the cake shop around 1 o'clock, Su Qinghan should have closed up and departed. Around 3, Ming Wu's subordinates came knocking. Not seeing Su Qinghan, they didn't think twice and simply demolished the shop. As for Su Qinghan, who had left, she must have been preparing to do something dangerous or faced a critical decision, which is why she set the retrograde time anchor to the current moment. The question circled back to its origin. Where did Su Qinghan go alone? Whom was she meeting, and why? Ji Luo had been in close contact with Su Qinghan recently, and he hadn't noticed any worries weighing on her. Moreover, she had been frequenting the cake shop daily, managing it with great dedication, hardly appearing to be gearing up for anything major. So, whatever Su Qinghan encountered must have been a sudden emergency, prompting her to leave without a word and hastily close the shop. Furthermore, as to why Su Qinghan didn't leave Ji Luo a message, there were 2 possibilities. First, the threat was significant, and she didn't want to involve him, fearing he might recklessly intervene and bring harm upon himself. Second, the threat was minimal, and she felt no need to inform him, believing she could resolve it quickly. Strictly speaking, the first possibility was most likely, the second was possible, but less so. After all, as things stood, Su Qinghan's primary enemies were all evolvers, those with innate abilities, none of whom were easy to deal with, and the danger level was extremely high. On the other hand, Su Qinghan had few enemies among ordinary people aside from Meng Wu, who wanted to tear down the shop. And Ji Luo had confirmed that Meng Wu hadn't seen Su Qinghan today, ruling out his involvement. So, has Su Qinghan encountered some formidable foe? Ji Luo frowned, deeply feeling that the most likely scenario was that Su Qinghan's identity had been exposed. The new Genesis Biopharmaceuticals had discovered her and launched a siege, leaving her no choice but to flee in haste. But if it was an attack from New Genesis, why would Su Qinghan set the save point to now? If she were in trouble, she should have chosen to load an earlier save, giving herself time to move. What exactly happened? Why set the save point to now? Ji Luo still couldn't quite grasp the reason behind Su Qinghan changing the save time. This might be linked to her departure. Clarify one, and the other would fall into place. What now? Ji Luo had formed a rough understanding of the situation, but how to break the deadlock required careful thought. The trouble was time was running out. Every passing minute brought Su Qinghan a second closer to danger. If he didn't act immediately, the outcome would surely be the same. No news at all. At this hour, the cake shop was probably already being demolished. Stopping it was impossible. He would have to find a way to make Meng Wu compensate later. As he had said before, if the cake shop was torn down, he could pay to rebuild it. It was just a matter of money, easy to resolve. What truly matters is Su Qinghan, but her location. Despite scratching his head in anxiety, Ji Luo had sorted out his thoughts. Abandoning any thought of cooking, he threw on his clothes and rushed out the door. To be honest, he still had no clue how to find Su Qinghan. The best he could think of was to head to the cake shop and then check the surrounding surveillance cameras. There weren't many cameras near Old Street, but there were some. If Ji Luo checked each one, he should be able to determine the direction Su Qinghan had taken. The biggest pity was that the cake shop had no cameras. Ji Luo had no way of knowing who Su Qinghan had met or what expression she wore when she left. For now, the only thing to be grateful for is that the death return ability is still here. This was Ji Luo's third death return, but the previous 2 times he had reverted to a point before he had seized the ability, so he returned with the Gike ability. This time, however, Ji Luo reverted to a point after he had seized death return. Strangely enough, after the reversion, his ability remained death return. Yet the time to return death return to Su Qinghan remained unchanged, deep at 1 in the morning. If Ji Luo couldn't find Su Qinghan by then, he would still die. I can't guarantee Su Qinghan's safety, and I absolutely cannot return death return before that. Ji Luo had made up his mind if he didn't see Su Qinghan before 1 o'clock tonight, he would have to trigger the reversion again. He had to prepare for the worst. Su Qinghan might be dead. He had to use death return to bring her back, or else he would lose her forever. Moreover, this time, driven by panic and unease, Ji Luo deeply felt the limitations of the Gike talent. Ji Luo had seized Su Qinghan's death return ability, but he lacked the power to set the retrograde time anchor. Undoubtedly, this was the first time Ji Luo had discovered a flaw in his talent. Death return was Su Qinghan's innate ability, allowing her to reverse time upon death. However, setting the retrograde time anchor did not seem to be part of the death return ability, or rather it was unique to Su Qinghan's soul, something only she could do. Unseizable, unimitable, unreplicable. This was likely the difference between innate abilities and acquired skills. Skills could be learned later, but innate abilities were born with, unique and unparalleled in the world. Now I should first ask the neighbors near the cake shop. Ji Luo sprinted frantically, his explosive speed rivaling that of a professional runner. Amid a trail of astonished gazes, he reached the cake shop in a quarter of the usual time. And at that moment, a massive bulldozer was toppling the last wall of the spring cake shop. With a deafening rumble, the colossal bulldozer advanced like a lumbering beast. The cake shop, already reduced to rubble, crumbled entirely in the billowing dust without any resistance. Tables and chairs snapped like matchsticks, the display counters shattered across the ground, and the most precious oven was overturned and twisted out of shape. Meng Wu's men, perhaps already prepared to gang up on Ji Luo, numbered 20 to 30 individuals armed with steel pipes and long knives, watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Ji Luo's anger had already dissipated during the earlier slaughter. He had no intention of doing anything about the demolition of the cake shop. Yet when he actually approached the site and saw the place where he had first met Su Qinghan reduced to a pile of debris, his mood inevitably plummeted beyond control. During the past month, in the early mornings, he had walked here with Su Qinghan, together rolling up the folding door of the cake shop, together preparing the dough and egg batter for baking. At night, as soon as Ji Luo got off work, he would rush over, immediately gazing at the girl's serene face in the darkness and dim lamplight until it was time to return home and part ways. Su Qinghan clearly valued this cake shop greatly, but now it had been torn down. We shouldn't just take Meng Wu's word for it, we need to verify it as well. Ji Luo's face was cold, his expression betraying no anger, yet he strode straight toward the group of thugs. On the old street, every household had its doors and windows tightly shut, though there were surely prying eyes peeking through, with 20 to 30 thugs present who would dare step outside to watch. Thus Ji Luo, standing alone, became extremely conspicuous. He neither avoided nor evaded any gaze, walking straight into the crowd. It's him. That's the guy. He's here. Among the crowd, the thug leader, who had been forced by Ji Luo to eat cake off the ground, instantly recognized his face. Half of his face was still wrapped in bandages, looking utterly miserable. Good for you, kid. You actually dare to show up. This time Meng Wu had a range for all capable fighters. He clearly still harbored a grudge from their first encounter at the tavern. Now, intending to display his power and intimidate the entire street's residents, he decided to go all out. Because the bulldozer was demolishing the building, the thugs kept their distance. For Ji Luo to approach them, he would have to take a detour, otherwise he would have to cross the ruins of the cake shop. After spotting Ji Luo, the 20 to 30 thugs began to encircle him. Sensing something amiss, the bulldozer stopped its work. At this moment, Ji Luo chose not to take the detour. He walked straight across the cake shop's debris. Along the way, he casually grabbed a protruding steel rebar and yanked it hard. With an unknown amount of force, he pulled out a tumter-long, severely twisted rebar with a large chunk of concrete attached at the end, wrenching it free from the rubble. Ji Luo pressed his lips together, his gaze slightly lowered, dragging the tumter-long rebar with one hand as he advanced toward the crowd. On the thug side, there were nearly 30 men, all tough and ruthless, armed with steel pipes and long knives. Naturally, they were brimming with confidence. A tumter-long rebar with a 100-gene concrete block at the end. Was that even considered a weapon? How could anyone swing that thing with enough force to hit someone? However, everyone underestimated Ji Luo's ferocity. He didn't immediately reveal his strength. Instead, as the two sides closed in when they were about 10 meters apart, the thugs accelerated and charged toward him. Only then did Ji Luo grip the rebar with both hands and swing it fiercely. His motion was far from textbook, incomparable to hammer-throwing technique, but his strength was immense. As he heaved the rebar, the 100-gene concrete block sliced through the air with a whistling sound. The thugs charged forward with fierce and brutal expressions, but when they saw the concrete block hurtling toward them, their courage instantly shriveled like frightened quails. Those at the front instinctively tried to flee, but it was too late. Crack, crack, crack. When the concrete struck the men, the sound was like a hammer smashing chicken bones. The two hit directly had their chests caved in, flying backward like volleyballs. Compared to the two who died instantly, and the 3 sent flying, those struck by the rebar were luckier. They tumbled to the ground, none with intact ribs. Whoosh! Ji Luo swung the rebar in a full circle, quickly turning behind him. He crossed his hands, grabbed again, and swept forward once more. By this time, having witnessed Ji Luo's brutality and terror, the remaining thugs threw down their weapons and ran without looking back. When Ji Luo swung the rebar for the third time, not a single thug remained near him. He then released the rebar. Under centrifugal force, the 100-gene concrete block flew like a meteor hammer, smashing through the bulldozer's cab with a loud crack. The driver inside was struck in the upper body and fell silent instantly. Ji Luo watched the fleeing dozen or so thugs, but had no interest in chasing them. He walked over to the thug who had charged the farthest and lifted him up directly. Who sent you? Brother Meng Wu. Sent us. To be honest, the way Ji Luo had just acted was far too vicious. Anyone caught in his attack was left in a dire state. Fortunately, the thugs at the very front, having rushed too far ahead, were only knocked down by the rebar with a few broken bones, but they would certainly survive. When did you arrive? Around 250. Where's the cake shop's owner? We didn't see her. We don't know where she is. The thug was now utterly submissive, not daring to conceal anything. After all, 7 or 8 meters away, the 4 or 5 thugs hit by the concrete were barely breathing, their lives hanging by a thread. Saving his own skin was the priority. Without a doubt, Ji Luo confirmed once again that Meng Wu had told the truth earlier. He hadn't lied. Su Qinghan's disappearance had nothing to do with him. Moi. Ji Luo suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. He released the thug in his hand and abruptly looked up. In the distance, a furtive glance quickly averted. Almost instinctively, Ji Luo gave chase without hesitation. The person clearly had something to hide, hastily retreating. Not far behind him, a fiery red sports car was parked. In his panic, he nearly tripped while opening the car door, but scrambled into the seat and frantically started the engine. Yet, just as the car was about to ignite, Ji Luo had already rushed to the side. Without any hesitation, he punched through the driver's window and yanked the man's head out. "It's you." To be honest, although Ji Luo sensed someone's gaze, he didn't pay it much mind. In fact, had that person not turned and fled, Ji Luo might not have even given chase. But now as Ji Luo caught sight of the gaze's owner, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Ji Luo had only met this man once. That very afternoon, when he drove up in a sports car to buy a cake. He had taken a disliking to Ji Luo and tried to stir up trouble, only to be thoroughly humiliated and then slunk away without daring to throw a punch. "Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I mean no harm. I'm just here to find Su Qinghan. No harm." The rich second generation had truly just arrived. He was actually puzzled, wondering why the cake shop was open in the morning but demolished by afternoon, so he got out of his car to ask what was going on. But he never expected to witness Ji Luo unleashing his divine might. Over a dozen thugs collapsing instantly, 4 or 5 sent flying clearly beyond saving. How could he not be terrified? In such a situation, no one would dare to linger. They'd flee immediately. He did the same, but to his dismay, Ji Luo spotted him, chased him down, and grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. "Who are you?" Driven by anxiety, Ji Luo's voice turned bone-chillingly cold, as if he would kill the man on the spot if he didn't give a satisfactory answer. My name is Yu Jing. I came to find Su Qinghan." The rich second generation, his head held firmly by Ji Luo, dared not move. Fearing Ji Luo wouldn't believe him, he hastily pulled out his ID card and handed it over. "I came to give Su Qinghan some flowers." Feeling the grip on his head loosen slightly, Yu Jing cautiously looked up, studying the expression on Ji Luo's face. "Flowers?" Ji Luo released Yu Jing's head, reached out to turn off the car engine, and clenched the key in his hand. "Yes, 99 carnations." Yu Jing pointed to the back seat. Ji Luo opened the car door and indeed saw a large bouquet of carnations along with a greeting card for Su Qinghan. "Why are you giving her flowers?" Though burning with anxiety, Ji Luo's face remained impassive. The lead from Meng Wu had gone cold. Now any clue about Su Qinghan Ji Luo would pursue to the very end. I was really annoyed after you scolded me this morning, so I decided to pursue Su Qinghan. Of course I had to bring flowers." Yu Jing didn't dare say he wanted to cuckold Ji Luo. In his view, Su Qinghan and Ji Luo were already together as a couple, but why couldn't he interfere? After all, for a wealthy man, chasing a girl was just a matter of thick skin and spending money. He drove up in his sports car, presented roses, and then invited her to the most expensive restaurant. He didn't believe she wouldn't be tempted. Why carnations instead of roses? Ji Luo scrutinized Yu Jing's expression, finding no signs of deceit. His heart grew even more frantic and his tone turned fierce. Yu Jing flinched at Ji Luo's intimidating demeanor. He now regretted trying to steal Ji Luo's girl, but time couldn't be reversed. It was already too late. "Because Su Qinghan likes carnations." "She likes carnations? How do you know?" "Because this afternoon I saw her go to a flower shop and buy carnations." Yu Jing stole a glance at Ji Luo, afraid he might misunderstand and think he was stalking Su Qinghan. But to his utter surprise, Ji Luo's reaction was extremely intense. "What? You saw her go to a flower shop?" Ji Luo grabbed Yu Jing by the collar, yanking half his body out of the car window. His eyes bulged wide as if he wanted to devour Yu Jing whole. "Yes. That flower shop 2 streets away." Yu Jing pointed in the direction, feeling the painful pull, but not daring to cry out. Around 2:30. 2:30. Hearing the time from Yu Jing, Ji Luo's heart soared with joy. He finally had a lead on Su Qinghan's whereabouts. There was still hope. "What did you see?" Repeated in detail, not a single word less. "There's a cake shop across from that flower shop. I was coming out with a cake when I saw Su Qinghan buy a bouquet of carnations and take a taxi away." "Was anyone with her at the time? Which direction did she go? What was her expression?" "At that time, she was alone, heading toward the cake shop. I thought she was coming back to open for the afternoon." "Her expression?" "She had no expression." Yu Jing's heart began to race. Judging by Ji Luo's expression, it seemed Su Qinghan had ditched him and vanished without a trace. He was desperately searching for her. Well, no wonder he was so frantic. Su Qinghan had run off with someone else. Yu Jing felt a flicker of glee, but dared not show it. Ji Luo, however, paid him no attention, his mind consumed by the situation. Arranging the timeline a little after 1 o'clock, he left the cake shop. Before leaving, Su Qinghan told him to cook less for dinner, that she would bring a cake home. Then around 2:30, she went to the flower shop, bought a bouquet of carnations, and took a taxi heading west. Yu Jing thought Su Qinghan was returning to the cake shop, but in reality, she was going somewhere else. Analysis first. When Ji Luo left, Su Qinghan agreed to bring a cake home for dinner, indicating she planned to close early and return home. Then after Ji Luo went home, Su Qinghan didn't continue business, but started packing up, closed the shop, went out, and headed to the flower shop. What if Su Qinghan never intended to open in the afternoon? She probably planned to run the shop only in the morning, leave a cream cake in the fridge, go out at noon, and set a time to return early in the evening, pick up the cake, and go home to spend Christmas Eve with Ji Luo. If so, what happened to Su Qinghan might not have been so sudden. It was very likely that Su Qinghan had planned to do something she thought was trivial, and that she could return from safely. But then just at 4 o'clock an accident occurred. Su Qinghan hastily saved her progress, intending to solve the problem by rewinding time. However, Su Qinghan's innate ability, Death Return, had already been stolen by Ji Luo. If she died, it would be permanent annihilation, no more coming back. Carnations. Ji Luo was no stranger to them. When he was a child on Teacher's Day, their class would use the class fund to buy a bouquet of carnations for the teacher. The flower's language was love, charm, and respect. Ji Luo suspected Su Qinghan had gone to visit someone bringing flowers specifically, very likely a patient. Having known Su Qinghan for over a month, Ji Luo wasn't aware of any important person she had in the hospital. In fact, aside from Muing Luo, Su Qinghan might not have anyone important. But today was Christmas Eve. It was possible Su Qinghan went to visit an acquaintance with flowers. Then in the hospital, she encountered something or someone that forced her to set a time anchor. Drive to the flower shop. Yu Jing was surprised to find that Ji Luo did not show any anger upon learning of his actions. Instead, he seemed eager to pursue Su Qinghan. Of course, many thoughts raced through Yu Jing's mind, the foremost being a desperate urge to flee. Yet with Ji Luo watching him closely, he was like a fish on the chopping block. He had no choice but to obey. Thus, Yu Jing drove his sports car with the shattered window, taking Ji Luo to the flower shop. He had planned to make a quick escape while Ji Luo got out, but Ji Luo was ruthless. He pulled out the car keys, locked Yu Jing inside, not even allowing him to follow. He was nothing more than a tool summoned at will and dismissed at will. Ji Luo chatted with the florist for a while, but it seemed he gleaned little useful information. He walked out with a dark expression. Yu Jing carefully started the engine, yet had no idea where to go. Where are we going? Yu Jing doubted he had ever spoken so softly in his life. Ji Luo sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, offering no answer to the question. Yu Jing, on holidays like Christmas Eve and Christmas, do people rarely buy carnations? Of course, roses are the usual choice. Yu Jing felt in his heart that Su Qinghan buying carnations must mean she was visiting some acquaintance. But the question was, why today? Carnations are a versatile flower. They can be given to elders or friends, but very few people buy them today. I think so too. Let's head west. Well, check every hospital in the western part of the city. Ji Luo was at his wit's end. The florist knew nothing, and Su Qinghan was so cautious that she hadn't even engaged in small talk when buying the flowers. In the end, all Ji Luo could gather were mere guesses. Since nothing was certain, he had to take the most likely path. Piecing together all the information, he still felt Su Qinghan might have gone to some hospital to visit a friend. All right. Yu Jing had nothing else to say. He simply stepped on the gas and drove off. Meanwhile, Ji Luo in the passenger seat pulled out his phone and set an alarm for the dead of night. After navigating, they found that the western part of Changlin City had 3 large public hospitals and dozens of smaller ones. For the sake of speed, Ji Luo abandoned the small hospitals and focused all his energy on the large ones. Changlin City Third People's Hospital were here. Yu Jing had now realized that Ji Luo bore him no hostility, but neither did he show any kindness. He merely needed him as a means of transport. Escape was out of the question, but as long as he didn't cause trouble, Ji Luo wouldn't harm him. Park the car in the lot. Ji Luo naturally didn't expect the investigation to end quickly. The hospital was vast, and even if Su Qinghan had come to visit a friend, it would take time to find out. This would take a while. Okay, Yu Jing had finally learned his lesson. He no longer thought of running. He simply followed Ji Luo and obediently did as he was told. After parking, Yu Jing followed Ji Luo into the hospital. They first inquired at the information desk, but unfortunately, no one remembered seeing Su Qinghan. If only I had a photo of Su Qinghan. Ji Luo was deeply frustrated. He had described Su Qinghan in detail, but the nurse at the desk had no concept of what she looked like. A photo would have made the inquiry much simpler. However, Ji Luo had never dared to take a picture of Su Qinghan, especially not to keep one on his phone. If she ever found out, the trouble would be immense. Ji Luo, I have a photo of Miss Su. Yu Jing hadn't expected Ji Luo to be without a single picture of Su Qinghan. He pulled out his phone and scrolled to a candid shot he had taken. It wasn't from any scandalous angle, just a shot of Su Qinghan packing a cake, her head slightly bowed, but her features were clearly visible. Excellent. Ji Luo looked at the photo, and for the first time since their meeting smiled at Yu Jing. Then he showed the photo to the nurses at the desk, but their answer remained the same. No. Ji Luo led Yu Jing out of the lobby. He surveyed the hospital's layout, and then headed toward the administrative building. Yu Jing had thought that after questioning the reception, Ji Luo would leave with him. Instead, Ji Luo led him through a maze of twists and turns, secretly slipping to the back door of the administrative building. Ji Luo, what are we? Looking for the surveillance room. Ji Luo had planned this all along. Hospitals have a dense network of surveillance cameras, so any visitor would surely be captured on film. Check the surveillance. Will the hospital allow that? Yu Jing was about to say that the hospital would never permit it, but Ji Luo gave him a cold glare, and he immediately shut his mouth, daring not to say another word. Does everything require someone else's permission? Didn't they tear down the cake shop? Did those thugs today ask for Su Qinghan's consent? Ji Luo had now shed all restraint. He took Yu Jing's phone, sent the photo of Su Qinghan to his own device, and then deleted it from Yu Jing's gallery. Follow me. Ji Luo tossed Yu Jing's phone back to him. Yu Jing caught it hastily and followed closely beside Ji Luo, treading with extreme caution. Logically, in a hospital this large with dozens or even hundreds of surveillance cameras, the monitoring room would be spacious and difficult to locate. But surprisingly, Ji Luo seemed to have a built-in radar. He went straight to the top floor of the administrative building, then casually descended 2 floors and found the surveillance room. Don't be so shocked. Ji Luo turned and whispered to Yu Jing before the door. Yu Jing nodded without hesitation and cautiously covered his mouth. Knock knock. Ji Luo gently rapped on the door of the surveillance room, then pushed it open and stepped inside. The 4 security guards inside, bewildered, turned to look at him. Hello, what can I? Ji Luo didn't answer. He directly struck the nearest guard on the head, sending him collapsing to the floor. Then, with a flicker of movement, he struck the necks of 2 guards sitting in chairs with a knife hand chop, rendering them unconscious. The last guard was the only one with time to react, but he managed only 2 words before Ji Luo rushed over and punched him in the chest, knocking him out instantly. They aren't dead, are they? Yu Jing cautiously stepped into the room, looking at the 4 unconscious guards, his face turning pale with fear. If Ji Luo had actually killed them, then Yu Jing was a witness. Would Ji Luo let him live to keep the secret? No, they're just unconscious. Ji Luo was still adept at handling such situations. He sat down at the computer, pulled up the surveillance footage from the hospital's front and back gates, and began watching it at triple speed. In the vast surveillance room, only Ji Luo and Yu Jing remained conscious. Ji Luo sat intently reviewing the footage while Yu Jing sat helplessly on a chair, terrified by the sight of the 4 unconscious people. As a rich second-generation heir, Yu Jing fancied himself bold and daring. He was no saint, having dabbled in misdeeds and even crimes. Yet compared to Ji Luo, his exploits were but fireflies next to an artificial sun. Su Qinghan was beautiful, but merely a cake shop owner. Who exactly was this boyfriend of hers? An assassin? Or a war hero? His methods were far too ruthless. However, unlike Yu Jing's restlessness, Ji Luo calmly examined the footage. He didn't skim through the entire day's recording, but focused on all entry and exit videos between 3 and 5 o'clock. It was an arduous task. Watching footage at triple speed demanded unwavering concentration on every individual. Even with an iron constitution, Ji Luo felt drained after reviewing 4 or 5 recordings. But time offered no respite. Ji Luo forced himself to stay alert, scrutinizing every surveillance frame, only to confirm with dismay. Su Qinghan had indeed never come. Let's go. Next hospital. Ji Luo hesitated briefly, choosing not to delete the hospital surveillance. The moment he rose to leave, Yu Jing followed closely. As they stepped out, a doctor passed by. Yu Jing, trailing behind Ji Luo, trembled in fear. Ji Luo, however, remained nonchalant, his demeanor as innocent as if nothing had happened. Don't act so guilty. If we're caught, no big deal. Just knock them out. Ji Luo glanced back at Yu Jing. The once pampered heir, now reduced to a cowering figure, nodded vigorously. He gently closed the surveillance room door and followed Ji Luo out of the office building. Yu Jing had grown accustomed to Ji Luo's rhythm. He ceased his pointless chatter and led Ji Luo to the second hospital further away, repeating the same procedure. This time, the receptionist at the service desk still had no memory of Su Qinghan. They then headed to the surveillance room, knocked out the guards, and reviewed the entrance footage. Perhaps due to mental exhaustion, Ji Luo's pace slowed. Worse, this hospital had 3 entrances, each with 2 cameras, meaning 6 recordings to examine. Yu Jing noticed Ji Luo's fatigue. After a moment's hesitation, he poured him a glass of water. Ji Luo didn't refuse, thanked him, rested for only 5 minutes, and pushed through to finish all the footage. The result? Still nothing. This outcome disheartened not only Ji Luo, but even Yu Jing. After all this effort, there was not a trace of Su Qinghan. Yu Jing realized Ji Luo was genuinely worried about Su Qinghan. This wasn't about catching a cheating lover. He feared she had been kidnapped, driving him to the brink of madness. Faced with Ji Luo's agitation, Yu Jing dared not speak. As they drove away from the hospital, dusk had fallen and the air grew cold. The third hospital was far from the city center, nearly at the urban fringe. Nearby lay a crematorium, and further on a vast cemetery. Overall, the hospital's feng shui was questionable, but its amenities were comprehensive. If cured, one could take the bus home. If not, the crematorium and cemetery offered a seamless service. No need for relocation. Throughout the drive, the car's atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Yu Jing barely dared to breathe, while Ji Luo in the passenger seat fiddled with his phone, searching for the latest news in Changlin City, as if hoping to uncover a miracle. We're at the hospital. Yu Jing felt immense pressure, yet before Ji Luo, he remained as soft as dough. Exiting the parking lot, Yu Jing couldn't help but inhale sharply. Night had fallen, they were in the suburbs, and the temperature had plummeted. More terrifyingly, the crematorium's lights were clearly visible in the distance. Whether it was his imagination, Yu Jing thought he smelled burning incense paper. Shivering from the cold, he followed Ji Luo into the hospital. Compared to the previous 2, this hospital was much smaller. The receptionist was pretty, but her answer was still disappointing. They hadn't seen Su Qinghan. Honestly, Yu Jing was at his limit. He was so exhausted he wanted to cry. The entire afternoon had been spent either driving or sitting in surveillance rooms in terror. His poor heart couldn't take much more. But what choice did he have? He had to follow Ji Luo's orders. Now familiar with the routine, he calmly entered the surveillance room, with Ji Luo unfazed by the two unconscious guards. This time, however, trouble arose. Just as Yu Jing sat on the sofa resting and Ji Luo was engrossed in the footage, the surveillance room door was suddenly knocked on. At that moment, Yu Jing nearly jumped out of his skin. Two men lay sprawled inside the room. If anyone outside saw them, they'd surely raise an alarm. Ji Luo paused the footage and gestured for Yu Jing to stay silent. He walked to the door, unlocked it, and yanked it open. Outside the door, the two guards returning from the restroom never expected a stranger to greet them. Before they could ask anything, the stranger suddenly seized their necks. The guards felt as if iron clamps had gripped them, unable to utter a word. No matter how they pried at his fingers, he showed no sign of loosening. Then Ji Luo lifted both guards with one hand, each dragged them inside, and kicked the door shut. MMPH. Ugh. The guards struggled at first, but soon lost consciousness from oxygen deprivation. Ji Luo casually tossed them onto the sofa and paid them no further heed. Yu Jing was terrified by the two men. He stealthily checked their breathing, sighing with relief when he found they were still alive. Ji Luo, however, never doubted his control over his strength. He resumed reviewing the hospital's footage, but this time his mood grew increasingly irritable. Still nothing. Ji Luo turned off the monitor and slumped back in his chair, exhausted. From mental overexertion, he felt terrible. His head ached and nausea set in. Ji Luo, where to next? Yu Jing had resigned himself to fate. He figured Ji Luo was searching for someone, not killing anyone, so helping wasn't a big deal. The real priority was to keep Ji Luo satisfied. Otherwise, no one could save his life. Let's head out first. Ji Luo walked out of the hospital with Yu Jing, the two of them standing in the biting night wind, as lost as wanderers without direction, without knowing where to go. Yu Jing had thought Ji Luo would be frantic, urging him to drive somewhere else. But at this moment, Ji Luo seemed utterly broken in spirit, standing in the empty parking lot, so dejected that he couldn't even speak. Yu Jing dared not urge him in this state, only rubbing his arms as he waited for Ji Luo to recover on his own. In the cold wind, frost-white snowflakes drifted down. Looking up under the black canopy of the sky, a blizzard swept in, soon becoming dense and relentless. Snow. Again. Ji Luo's head throbbed with pain. He tried to reorganize the clues and continue searching for Su Qinghan, but as he gazed at the endless snowflakes, his heart felt as if it had frozen halfway, and suddenly he lost the courage to go on. He was tired, truly exhausted. Yu Jing, you go? Let me wander alone for a while. Ji Luo no longer needed Yu Jing. Without checking his watch, he knew it was 7 o'clock. In the 3 hours since leaving home at 4, Ji Luo had raced against time with all his might, yet after so much effort the result was nothing, utterly fruitless. All right. Yu Jing hadn't expected Ji Luo to let him off so easily. He felt like jumping for joy inside, but dared not show too much emotion. So Yu Jing slowly got into his sports car, drove steadily out of the parking lot, and then the roar of the engine erupted the red car, transforming into a phantom that vanished into the night. Su Qinghan. Ji Luo exhaled a puff of white breath, rubbed his forehead, and walked out of the parking lot utterly drained. At this moment, Ji Luo truly didn't know where to go. He drifted out of the hospital, wandering aimlessly through the empty streets like a homeless specter. The place where Ji Luo now stood was on the edge of Chonglin City, with mostly single-story houses and only a few scattered high-rises. Farther away, abandoned factories stood desolate and quiet. The falling snow gradually covered everything, making the whole world feel solitary. Ji Luo, alone and shadow-like, walked in the darkness, rubbing his aching forehead, unsure where he wanted to go or which direction to take. He simply wandered aimlessly, whether it helped or not, just never stopping. As if as long as he didn't stop, there was still hope. He hadn't failed yet, and there was still a chance to find Su Qinghan. In a daze, Ji Luo walked onto a quiet street where the surrounding houses were pitch black except for a small shop with its light on. Spring. Cake shop. Ji Luo stumbled to the storefront and suddenly realized it was also a cake shop, and its name was Spring too. What a coincidence, a branch store. Ji Luo knew that Spring Cake Shop couldn't have changed stores, but at this moment encountering this shop was undeniably fate. Boss, how much cake is left? About 3.5 caddies. Behind the counter, a plump, fair-skinned, middle-aged man sat in a chair watching a palace intrigue drama on his phone. Spotting Ji Luo, he immediately paused the video and stood up. Young man, take it all, and he'll charge you for 3 caddies. All right, pack it all up. Ji Luo suddenly felt a strange familiarity. His true encounter with Su Qinghan had also been at night, also to buy cake. Coming right up. The shopkeeper was far more business-savvy than Su Qinghan. He swiftly packed the cake, weighed it on the electronic scale, showed Ji Luo the 3.5 caddies, then handed it over, charging for only 3. Carrying a large bag of cake, Ji Luo slowly left the shop. He didn't go far, but found a place to sit, eating the cake bite by bite. Not as good as Su Qinghan's. No, far from it. Ji Luo ate very slowly, as if savoring every flavor. He watched the Spring Cake Shop turn off its lights, the plump, middle-aged man walk out, pull down the shutter, and disappear in the other direction. Huh, I shouldn't have bought so much. I should have left him some to sell for another hour. Ji Luo finished 2 pieces in one go, deeply disappointed by the middle-aged man's skill. Having grown accustomed to Su Qinghan's cakes, he felt this was a waste of ingredients. Find a place and wait to die. At this moment, Ji Luo had no energy left to search for Su Qinghan. He planned to find somewhere to rest, recharge his spirit, and then when death looped back, continue the search in perfect condition. Stars in the sky shed tears, roses on the ground, whither fireflies fly, who are you missing? Ji Luo hummed a twisted nursery rhyme as he stood up from the bench, staggering forward, ready to leave this dark, run-down street. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. For no clear reason, he turned around and stared at a nearby alley, his expression freezing. He couldn't explain why, but suddenly he felt compelled to go and look. The alley wasn't wide, and on a street without even streetlights, it was terrifyingly dark. Yet his heart began to race, pounding so fast it made him anxious. His mouth felt dry, he moved his lips, glanced around, but saw no place to buy water. Ji Luo took 2 steps forward, then hurriedly took 4 more. Suddenly, he dropped the cake and rushed into the alley. In the pitch black, he pulled out his phone, intending to unlock it with his fingerprint, but his hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground. He bent down, groping in the darkness, so thick he couldn't see his hand. What his hand touched was icy cold. Ji Luo sensed something was wrong. Ignoring the dirty ground, he crouched down, feeling around with both hands. One hand found the phone while the other touched something cold and supple. Ji Luo held the phone, his breathing terrifyingly rapid. He looked up, and the falling snow landed on his face, feeling not cold, but scorching hot, like a burn. Impossible, impossible. His heart pounded fiercely. His legs trembled, and he fell to his knees, but he seemed not to notice. Shaking, he unlocked the phone with his fingerprint and turned on the flashlight. The dark alley was instantly lit. Ji Luo's eyes couldn't adjust immediately. He blinked hard, even as the light stung them, but he refused to look away. At this moment, his only thought was to see the identity of the corpse before him. In the normal course of consciousness, it is almost impossible for one person to sense another or share a telepathic connection. At most, a long-married couple through years of intimate coexistence might come to know each other so well that a single glance suffices to understand the other's needs. Yet inconceivably driven by an inexplicable impulse, Ji Luo stepped into the pitch-black alley and found the person he had been searching for these 4 years. On the weed-covered ground, the girl named Su Qinghan lay sleeping quietly, as still and serene as a pool of clear water. Due to excessive blood loss, the girl's cheeks were terrifyingly pale. Her eyes were closed, and even in her final moment before death, she wore a regretful smile. The girl bore many wounds, most of them long and deep, cruelly tearing through skin and flesh, though few reached the bone. The girl's 2 usual short blades lay quietly beside her, without a trace of blood on them, clearly never having touched Su Qinghan's enemy. Instead, the blood that had flowed from beneath her dyed the entire ground red. The girl had not struggled much before death, so the surrounding grass remained intact. Su Qinghan. Something seemed lodged in Ji Luo's throat. He knelt on the ground, supporting her head with one hand and her shoulder with the other, pulling her close until her head rested on his knee. Ji Luo seemed to have lost his voice. He could utter nothing, only gasping, as if suffocating. Ji Luo's hand brushed over the girl's cheek, meeting only coldness and resilience. She had not been dead long, her body had not yet stiffened. Ji Luo pounded the ground in fury, striking with immense force over and over. The ground trembled, and the skin on his hands split, bleeding profusely. If only I had been faster, just a little faster. Ji Luo truly loathed himself. It was all because of him that Su Qinghan had died here. He didn't need the talent of death return at all. Wouldn't it have been better to let Su Qinghan keep this ability herself? Yet he had taken it from her, causing her to die here in vain. Moreover, if he had been just a little quicker, arriving even an hour earlier, Su Qinghan might not have died. She could still have been saved, and smiled at him again. Who? Ji Luo's gaze swept around, but he saw no traces of battle, no extra footprints on the ground. He examined every inch carefully, but found nothing that could be called a clue. Clearly, this was not the primary scene, not the main battlefield where Su Qinghan had fought someone. She had fled after being injured, eventually reaching this spot to hide, collapsing from severe wounds, and finally dying of blood loss. Ji Luo clenched his teeth, a wounded beast-like sob escaping his throat. He lowered his head, pressing his forehead against Su Qinghan's. Cold, terrifyingly cold. Su Qinghan was dead before Ji Luo could find her. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, painting the girl's corpse white. On this Christmas Eve, this day of celebration, the girl died in a dark alley, never even witnessing the falling snow. What was she thinking before she died? How to defeat the enemy after a regression? How to extract more information? Or just to return home early on Christmas Eve? If Su Qinghan had known the truth, that Ji Luo had taken her death return, this death of hers would be permanent. Would she blame him, hate him, or perhaps thank him? The girl had died countless times, as she was probably accustomed to death. She lay on the ground, as if in eternal slumber, without struggle, without anger, without resentment. In the snowy night, the girl slept before Ji Luo, quiet as a poem. Now, if Ji Luo chose cowardice and did not return to the past through death, he would lose her forever. I will save you. At any cost, I will save you. Ji Luo's heart felt as if it were being torn apart, not only from loss, but more from guilt and rage. He raged at his own carelessness and cursed his own stupidity. He had been far too careless. These peaceful days had made him believe everything was secure, even forgetting the existence of InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceuticals and the evolved enemies Su Qinghan faced. He had found a high-paying job earning in a month what used to take half a year. He had someone he loved living across from her, getting closer to her every day. Everything was so wonderful, like a beautiful dream. Now the dream was over. Ji Luo wept softly, tears streaming as he carefully examined each wound on Su Qinghan's body, not missing a single one. Su Qinghan had no directly fatal wounds. Her heart, neck, brain, and arteries were all intact. The cause of death could be determined as excessive blood loss. From the wounds, it seemed Su Qinghan had been cut by a sharp blade, but strangely the wounds were too wide and uniform from top to bottom. This was abnormal. Noticing this anomaly, Ji Luo took out his phone and carefully examined Su Qinghan's short blades. On the edges, he saw many small nicks, seemingly from blade-on-blade collisions. However, although the nicks were tiny, they were shaped as if from an axe blow. But whose axe was so thin? Ji Luo took Su Qinghan's weapon and struck the wall twice. Without much force, deep gashes appeared on the wall. Looking at the blade again, there was no wear or scratch. Clearly, Su Qinghan's short blades were made of extraordinary material, nearly impossible to damage. Su Qinghan's enemy is someone skilled in close combat. Ji Luo couldn't determine the enemy's weapon, but he could judge that the opponent's close combat prowess was formidable. Otherwise, Su Qinghan, with her exceptional fighting ability, wouldn't have suffered so many wounds. What about poison? Ji Luo had no ability to detect toxins. He merely examined the girl's eye sockets, gums, and jaw, finding nothing unusual. I must check the surroundings. Ji Luo stood up, wiped the tears from his face, and began searching the area. Ji Luo first needed to determine the direction from which Su Qinghan had come. Knowing this would help him locate the main battlefield where she had fought. Moreover, Ji Luo wanted to know whether Su Qinghan's enemy had confirmed her death. Had Su Qinghan escaped from her opponent, but died from lack of timely treatment, or had the enemy found her and delivered a finishing blow? But why? Can I find no trace of Su Qinghan's escape, nor any sign of the murderer? Ji Luo had a profound understanding of Su Qinghan's exceptional combat prowess. If Ji Luo could effortlessly overpower an ordinary person, then when facing Su Qinghan, he was the one who would be effortlessly overpowered. Yet, even Su Qinghan at her level had perished here. However, Ji Luo refused to believe that Su Qinghan's adversary had emerged unscathed. Even if the killer managed to slay her, it must have been after a fierce battle. There had to be traces. Yet Ji Luo found nothing at all. Could it be? Farther away, Ji Luo leaped onto the rooftop in a few bounds, gazing at the abandoned factory in the distance. A different thought stirred within him. Ultimately, Ji Luo decided to investigate the factory. He would not abandon Su Qinghan's body. Holding the already cold young woman, he moved like a specter through the dark night, swiftly reaching his destination. The snow fell heavier, gradually painting the gray-black factory white. Ji Luo walked among the desolate buildings where everything was silent and still. Because no one had visited for a long time, a thick layer of dust coated everything within the factory. Ji Luo inspected many places, but all evidence indicated that no battle had occurred here. How is this possible? Ji Luo pressed his forehead, finding everything utterly incredible. His head throbbed from overthinking, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Su Qinghan, what exactly happened? Ji Luo looked down at the girl in his arms. She lay as quiet as a sleeping beauty. Snowflakes landed on her, no longer melting, but coating her in a layer of silent white. Ji Luo reached out and gently wiped the snow from her cheek. Sitting amidst the wind and snow, he stared at her vacantly, an indescribable pain in his heart. Ji Luo didn't know how long he had been stunned. His hair and eyebrows were covered in snow. His arms grew stiff, and as he shifted his posture, he accidentally touched Su Qinghan's pocket. What's this? Ji Luo reached in and pulled out the object. It was Su Qinghan's phone. He pressed the power button and found it still working. The lit screen displayed a series of his own missed calls and messages. How is this possible? In the wind and snow, Ji Luo shivered violently, feeling an eerie strangeness in everything. Based on the estimated time of Su Qinghan's death, she must have still been alive at 4 in the afternoon. Yet when he called her then, why didn't she answer? Initially, Ji Luo thought Su Qinghan had lost her phone, but now it seemed the phone had been with her all along. So why hadn't she answered his call? Ji Luo felt he had discovered something crucial. If he could resolve this doubt, he might obtain a very important clue. However, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't conceive a hypothesis that explained the situation. After pondering, Ji Luo used Su Qinghan's finger to unlock the phone. First, the contacts. Incredibly, Ji Luo was the only person in the entire phone book. Ji Luo didn't know whether to feel honored or sorrowful. Su Qinghan's phone was pitifully bare. Besides himself, no one had sent her messages or called her. Of course, it was also possible that she had deleted everything else, or that Su Qinghan had another phone. Aside from the contacts, Ji Luo checked all the apps. Su Qinghan had installed almost nothing beyond the pre-installed ones. Her phone was utterly devoid of entertainment. As for app usage history, Su Qinghan had cleaned it thoroughly, leaving no trace. Finally, after scouring the entire phone, Ji Luo found nothing useful. The only thing that piqued his curiosity was a single photo. Su Qinghan had kept only one photo on her phone, taken a year ago. She must have kept it because she looked at it often. But this also meant it held great significance for her. What kind of group photo is this? Despite Ji Luo's efforts to zoom in, the pixelation made every person in the photo somewhat blurry. Ji Luo counted. There were 33 people in the group photo, 32 children and 1 adult woman. It resembled a class photo with the sole adult woman sitting gracefully among the children. Su Qinghan is in here too. Ji Luo stared at the phone, examining each person one by one, and finally managed to identify Su Qinghan. The girl in the photo was younger, at most 11 or 12 years old, appearing somewhat reticent, standing in an inconspicuous corner of the first row. This kind of photo naturally brings to mind a class picture. However, the 32 children ranged in age from 7 or 8 to 11 or 12 and even 14 or 15. They couldn't possibly be from the same grade. This indicated that their commonality stemmed from something else. Ji Luo carefully examined every aspect of the photo, but ultimately gained no further information. He had some conjectures, but nothing was certain. Moreover, even if his guesses were correct, it wouldn't be of much use. It's getting a bit late. Ji Luo checked the phone one more time, but found no other clues. He sent the photo to his own phone, then picked up the cold young woman once again. It was almost 9 o'clock. Ji Luo had found Su Qinghan. Though the girl was dead, his journey could indeed come to a temporary end. Now, with no other distractions, there was only one thing he wanted to do: bury the girl. Leaving a body exposed in the wilderness was truly too cruel for a nation that believed in finding peace in the earth. The person who killed Su Qinghan hadn't even bothered to conceal the body. Ji Luo wondered if it was because the killer was confident no evidence would be left, or if it was meant to be the most vicious punishment for Su Qinghan. Ji Luo pondered these fragmented possibilities as he carried Su Qinghan through the wind and snow. Fortunately, the cemetery wasn't far. Land on the city's outskirts was cheap, and the hospital, crematorium, and cemetery were conveniently located in a row, saving a considerable journey. On a cold, snowy night, the cemetery felt even more solemn and lonely. Ji Luo sneaked in quietly. Looking at the neat rows of tombstones, even with his boldness, he couldn't help but shiver. What's there to fear? They'll be joining you soon. Ji Luo took a deep breath of cold air and circled the cemetery, searching for a good spot. But to his surprise, before a certain tombstone, he saw a very fresh bouquet of carnations. Could it be that Su Qinghan came to see her? Ji Luo couldn't determine Su Qinghan's intention just from a bouquet of flowers, but the possibility wasn't impossible. From here to where Su Qinghan died, it would take about 15 minutes to walk. Calculating the timeline from the beginning, around noon, at 12 o'clock, Ji Luo went to the cake shop to deliver food to Su Qinghan, then left home around 2 in the afternoon. Around 2:30, Su Qinghan closed the shop, bought some carnations, and took a taxi all the way here. If Su Qinghan's destination was indeed the cemetery, then the time it would take from the city to this place at a normal speed should be about an hour and a half. That is, almost exactly 4 o'clock. And that was precisely the time Su Qinghan set her save point for death return. Ji Luo met Su Qinghan around 7:30. Based on the condition of the corpse, he estimated the time of death to be between 1.5 to 2.5 hours prior. In other words, Su Qinghan must have died between 5 and 6 in the afternoon. If that's the case, it's entirely possible. Ji Luo crouched down, moved Su Qinghan's body aside, and carefully examined the inscription on the tombstone. The photo on the tombstone was of a round-faced girl with a lovely smile named Jiang Yuanyuan. She was 1 year older than Su Qinghan, and she was only 14 when she died. The date of death was exactly December 24th. That's about 4 years ago. Ji Luo roughly calculated the time, pulled out his phone, enlarged the group photo Su Qinghan had kept, and meticulously identified each person. In the end, Ji Luo did find a girl in the group photo who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yuanyuan. However, this girl appeared to be only 8 or 9 years old. It's certain that this Jiang Yuanyuan knew Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan came here today to pay respects to her friend. Ji Luo had finally unraveled the reason for Su Qinghan's presence here, and everything fell into place. Someone knew about the relationship between Su Qinghan and Jiang Yuanyuan, knew she would come to sweep the grave today, so they lay in ambush here and killed her. Ji Luo turned his head and followed the row of tombstones to the end where a pine forest stood, now blanketed in white snow. But it was easy to imagine that hours ago someone had been there watching this very spot. It waited for Su Qinghan, confirmed its target, and then killed her by unknown means. But the question is, why did Su Qinghan set her save point at 4 o'clock? Ji Luo had never been able to figure this out. Su Qinghan had come to pay respects to Jiang Yuanyuan. She must have understood the danger and must have known someone might be lying in ambush. Given that, would she have come unprepared? Probably not. Even if all of Su Qinghan's countermeasures had failed, forcing her to fight desperately and ultimately choose a death reset. But the problem remains: Su Qinghan could have set the reset time to this morning, or even further back to yesterday or the day before, to prepare better. Why didn't she? Why, for no apparent reason, did she walk into an enemy ambush and squander her trump card? The time coordinate for death return was set at 4 o'clock, and Su Qinghan's death occurred 1 to 2 hours later. If the enemy had prepared thoroughly enough, they could have created a sure-kill scenario. No matter how many times Su Qinghan reset, she would be endlessly camped, eventually dying completely when her soul could no longer endure. Could it be the enemy's doing? At this thought, Ji Luo couldn't help but shudder violently, a creeping sense of dread rising in his heart. Su Qinghan's death his return date could be seized, but the ability to preserve the reset beacon was something Ji Luo could never take away. It was a singularity in Su Qinghan's soul that no one could erase. Therefore, Ji Luo believed that the enemy couldn't have any special ability to influence Su Qinghan's time beacon setting unless Su Qinghan had done it willingly. Mind control, or an illusion. Ji Luo couldn't determine the truth. Everything at this point was merely his conjecture. But the one thing Ji Luo could be certain of was that Su Qinghan was not so easily defeated or killed. Su Qinghan was wounded that badly, yet there was no trace of a fierce battle. Ji Luo had reason to believe that the battle Su Qinghan faced was anything but ordinary. To understand the truth, I must rush here immediately after the reset. At this moment, Ji Luo was no longer lost. Since he had found Su Qinghan, no matter what happened or who he faced, he would save her. Of course, Ji Luo was also deeply worried about what kind of enemy Su Qinghan faced and what methods he could use to counter it. Su Qinghan, no matter how many times I die, I will make sure you live. Ji Luo held the cold Su Qinghan in his arms and walked along the row of tombstones until he found a flat, open space. To be honest, these graves only held urns, so the actual space they occupied wasn't large. But burying a body required digging a much bigger hole, and it had to be deep to prevent wild animals from digging it up. Ji Luo paced back and forth for a long time before finally choosing a spot that looked decent enough. He didn't know feng shui, so he just went with it. After all, Su Qinghan had no family left, and neither did he. It didn't matter. There's not even anyone to burn incense. Ji Luo didn't care about that. He initially wanted to put Su Qinghan's body down and look for a shovel, but seeing how remote the area was, he feared stray cats or dogs might come. So he simply held her and quietly took a shovel from the cemetery. Snowflakes drifted down, covering the cemetery in a sheet of silver. The ground was already frozen hard. Ji Luo dug vigorously, shovel after shovel. With his great strength, it wasn't long before he had dug a half-meter deep grave. No coffin either. Ji Luo rubbed his hands together, resigned to the situation. In ancient times, even the poor had at least a straw mat, but he had nothing now. After thinking for a while, Ji Luo took off his coat to cover Su Qinghan, then gently placed the girl into the grave and silently filled it with soil. Finally, Ji Luo patted the ground around it. He could vaguely tell that the spot where Su Qinghan was buried looked different from the rest, but it was snowing now and it would all be covered. By the time the snow melted, enough time would have passed and the color of the soil would have blended in. So be it. Without his coat, Ji Luo was pitifully dressed in just a thin shirt. Even as an evolver, it was still a bit cold in this weather. But it was all worth it. Ji Luo didn't know if his and Su Qinghan's death resets would create parallel worlds. Although he thought it probably didn't, to be safe, Ji Luo always made sure to handle the aftermath properly. Su Qinghan, don't be afraid. He'll be with you soon. Ji Luo had also considered being buried together with Su Qinghan, but he had things to do now. There were still 2 or 3 hours until midnight. He would make the most of this precious time. Soon, the 4th reset. At 1530 on December 24th, 3005 time marker no. 10016, second retrograde. Ji Luo. As if awakening from a weary dream, Ji Luo collected his thoughts and set down the kitchen knife, already accustomed to the disorienting sensation of death's regression. That's the 4th time I've died. Ji Luo took a deep breath, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and stared at his lifeless reflection in the mirror. He wiped the mirror with his wet hand. Let everything begin once more. Ji Luo turned and walked out of the room, put on his jacket, and slipped out of the house without a sound. Now that he knew where Su Qinghan was, Ji Luo naturally wouldn't wander aimlessly. He hailed a taxi on the street and rushed towards the outskirts at the fastest possible speed. Under normal driving conditions, it would take about an hour and a half to go from the city center to the cemetery. Ji Luo paid 10 times the fare, ran 2 or 3 red lights, and barely managed to compress the time to 1 hour. At exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji Luo was nearing the place where everything had happened. He had 2 choices: go directly to the location of Su Qinghan's corpse or rush to the cemetery. Going to the cemetery would be a slightly longer route, but it wouldn't cost him more than a few minutes. However, Su Qinghan's time of death was approaching, and they might have shifted positions during the battle. If he approached the site of Su Qinghan's death, Ji Luo would likely witness her battle with the enemy and have a chance to rescue her. Everything seemed perfect, but the unease in Ji Luo's heart lingered. Thinking of Su Qinghan's eerie death scene, he grew increasingly tense. Spring Cake Shop. Where Ji Luo got out of the car was the shop where he had bought cake that evening. As he ran towards the alley, he confirmed his surroundings and found no suspicious individuals. The taxi drove away, and Ji Luo cautiously entered the alley. As expected, he didn't see Su Qinghan. She clearly hadn't hidden here yet. Ji Luo pressed his lips together, put on the mask and hood he had prepared, and gripped 2 short blades as he walked lightly to the other side of the alley. Perhaps due to urban-rural renovation, this block was nearly deserted. Everywhere were dilapidated single-story houses long devoid of any human presence. Ji Luo's heart raced like an ant on a hot pan. He leaped onto the rooftops and scanned the area, but still saw no trace of Su Qinghan. Head towards the cemetery. After a moment of hesitation, Ji Luo swiftly jumped to another rooftop. Fearful of missing Su Qinghan, he didn't rush too recklessly. Judging by the wounds on Su Qinghan's body, Ji Luo sensed her battle must have been fierce. Yet no matter how intently he listened, he heard no sounds of combat. How can this be? Ji Luo jumped down from the roof, checked his surroundings, and continued forward. Even as he was about to leave this area, Ji Luo still hadn't caught sight of Su Qinghan or heard any battle noises. Ji Luo began to suspect he had misjudged everything. Frustrated and anxious, he dared not sprint at full speed towards the cemetery. Bang! Just as his mind was in turmoil, Ji Luo suddenly heard a dull, muffled impact. He stopped immediately, pricking up his ears, and indeed heard another sound of a low wall being kicked down. Su Qinghan. A wave of relief washed over Ji Luo. Without further hesitation, he dashed in the most direct line towards the source of the noise. And there, he did see Su Qinghan. Only, the situation was eerily bizarre. In the midst of the wreckage, Su Qinghan staggered like a drunkard. Clutching twin blades, she swung wildly at the air, as if besieged by countless monsters. Withered trees and mud brick walls crumbled before her like paper. Relying on the sweep of her blades, she confirmed something was near her. Then with a sudden burst of force, she demolished an entire wall of a decrepit house. Though Su Qinghan's eyes were open, she seemed blind, wandering aimlessly among the scattered ruins. Occasionally she stumbled on uneven ground, her body lurching, but she always managed to steady herself before falling. What is going on? Ji Luo watched Su Qinghan's frenzied, slashing, a tremor running through his heart. He didn't approach her immediately, but kept a distance of 40 to 50 meters, moving behind her. Yet, Ji Luo detected no enemy at all. Even when he widened his search radius, he found no suspicious figures within 100 meters. Su Qinghan seemed as if a ghost had blinded her, stumbling along, ceaselessly brandishing her blades. An illusion. To avoid being accidentally struck, Ji Luo maintained a distance of over 10 meters. He observed the girl carefully and was almost certain she had encountered an ability that countered her own. Shu Yuqing. Auntie is already dead. She's never coming back. We can't live in the past. We have to move on. As if dragged into a world of ghosts, Su Qinghan wandered senselessly through the broken buildings. She kept fleeing forward, destroying everything in her path. Shu Yuqing, let it go? Everyone has grown up. You can't be trapped by a single oath. Su Qinghan seemed to be pleading with someone. Her face was drenched in sweat, and her voice had grown hoarse. But her words could never reach them. How can I save Su Qinghan? Ji Luo was now certain she was trapped in an illusion, but he didn't know how to free her. Recalling the fatal wounds Su Qinghan had suffered, Ji Luo suspected the culprit was watching from afar, waiting for her to exhaust herself physically and mentally, losing all resistance before approaching to kill her. After all, so far, Su Qinghan only had a small cut on her right hand, though elsewhere she was unharmed. Should I follow her? Ji Luo watched Su Qinghan's erratic movements, torn between following and protecting her or expanding his search to find the killer. No matter what, if the enemy wants to kill Su Qinghan, they'll have to get close. Ji Luo quickly made his decision. He quietly trailed behind Su Qinghan, not only refraining from intervening, but hiding even deeper. Su Qinghan wasn't in immediate danger yet. Ji Luo would use this opportunity to understand her situation, identify the killer, and then strike decisively. Su Qinghan. Ji Luo carefully stayed behind her. The girl's condition seemed to be deteriorating. At first she had swung her twin blades violently, but as time passed she grew weaker, as if about to fall asleep. Strangely, Su Qinghan's open eyes gradually closed. But with her eyes shut, she no longer collided with walls, only moved slower and slower. As if guided by the interlocking of gears and the predestination of fate, Su Qinghan in a daze stumbled into the alley and collapsed silently onto the ground, never to rise again. Although Ji Luo followed behind Su Qinghan, he kept a certain distance. In the first few minutes after she fell, he did not rush over, but waited patiently. However, after several minutes, Ji Luo still saw no sign of the perpetrator, and Su Qinghan remained silent in the alley. Could it be? A sense of dread crept into Ji Luo's heart. He rushed out from his hiding spot and ran into the alley. The scene before him sent a chill down his spine. Su Qinghan lay quietly on the ground, as if in a deep sleep. There was no one around her, nor any sharp weapon. Yet, invisibly, it seemed a blade was cutting across Su Qinghan's body, wounds tearing through skin and flesh deep and long. Su Qinghan. Ji Luo was filled with remorse. He rushed to her side, desperately throwing himself over her, trying to block the invisible blade. But this method was futile. He watched as a wound suddenly split open on the shoulder he was trying to shield, even tearing through her clothes. Yet, Ji Luo's clothes pressed against Su Qinghan's remained intact, merely stained with blood. Ji Luo held Su Qinghan helplessly, wrapping his body around hers in protection, but the wounds that kept appearing seemed to mock his powerlessness. In Ji Luo's arms, the sleeping girl was as quiet as a poem. A dozen wounds covered her body, crimson blood seeping out like a countdown to death. What in heaven's name is happening? Ji Luo's trembling hands pressed against Su Qinghan's wounds. Red blood stained his clothes and palms like ink. He tried to stop the bleeding, but the wounds were too deep and too long. Though no bone was visible, wounds of such width and depth could hardly be saved without first stopping the bleeding and then stitching them up with needle and thread. And now Ji Luo had nothing in his hands. He could only hold Su Qinghan, watching her blood slowly drain away. He had come to save her, yet he was utterly powerless. He could do nothing. He was helpless. The girl's blood was warm, yet to Ji Luo's touch it felt terrifyingly cold, as if it were freezing or perhaps burning like fire. Su Qinghan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ji Luo grasped the girl's hand tightly as if by holding her hand like this, he could keep her prevent death from taking her away. At this moment no new wounds appeared on the girl's body, but such a battered state had already sealed Su Qinghan's fate. In a daze, Ji Luo suddenly felt a faint squeeze in return. He raised his head in disbelief, looking at the girl's fingers in his palm, stirring slightly. Su Qinghan. Ji Luo turned his head, his eyes wide open. As if sensing his gaze, the sleeping girl's eyelashes fluttered, and slowly she opened her eyes. Due to the after effects of the illusion and the loss of blood, Su Qinghan's eyes only opened a slit. In her haze, she saw Ji Luo before her. Strangely, the girl smiled. Merry Christmas. Su Qinghan might not have known whether what she saw was illusion or reality. She tried to open her eyes wider, but ultimately failed. Ji Luo, what a heartbreaking dream. Su Qinghan's eyelashes trembled. Silently, tears slid from the corners of her eyes. Then, she closed her eyes and rested peacefully against Ji Luo's chest. The world seemed to fall silent. Ji Luo sat on the ground holding the girl who was growing cold. Each breath he took was as labored as a bellows. Su Qinghan, I'm sorry. I failed again. Ji Luo lowered his head, pressing his cheek against the girl's. He listened to her breathing like the sound of a spring breeze brushing past his ears, growing fainter with the passing season. Finally, it dissipated like smoke. Ji Luo still could not keep her. What he had done was only natural, and her death was as it had always been. It was neither laughable nor lamentable for such as life. What is gained must be lost, or what is held tight will also scatter. In Ji Luo's senses, the girl's body grew cold. He sat on the ground in a daze, feeling not much sorrow in his heart. Only a terrifying emptiness, as if a hole had been bored through him. It was so empty he could hear an echo. No one can escape without paying a price. Ji Luo whispered into the girl's ear as if speaking a secret. He took a deep breath, removed his shirt, and placed it under her head. Then, he laid her on the ground. Su Qinghan, whoever it is, wherever it is. Ji Luo slowly stood up from the ground. Having sat for so long, his legs faltered, and he nearly fell, but with a surge of will he managed to stand. I swear I will find it. Oh, is that so? Suddenly a voice dripping with mockery sounded behind Ji Luo. He spun around and saw a girl with a very androgynous appearance. And the dark muzzle of her gun. Bang, bang, bang. The androgynous girl wasted no words or hesitation. The moment Ji Luo turned and saw her face, she pulled the trigger, firing 3 shots in quick succession. The large-caliber modified pistol from a distance of just 4 or 5 meters almost instantly pierced Ji Luo's chest, leaving no time for reaction. The girl's aim was true, not a single shot missed. 3 holes were torn in Ji Luo's abdomen and chest. He tried to clench his fists, but he couldn't muster the strength. Then, the world spun. With a thud, Ji Luo fell to the ground right beside the recently deceased Su Qinghan. Crimson blood flowed uncontrollably from Ji Luo's body, mingling strangely with Su Qinghan's blood. The earth and ground was stained red and damp. Everything was silent. Sorry, I'm used to being cautious. The androgynous girl walked up to Ji Luo without a hint of remorse. Though she was apologizing, her smile was radiant. You really like Su Qinghan, don't you? See, I've let you die together. Isn't that nice? What is your name? Ji Luo felt death approaching. His gaze was fixed on the girl's face as if he wanted to remember her forever. Faced with Ji Luo's question, the androgynous girl nodded cheerfully, meeting his gaze without flinching, as if accepting all his resentment and hatred. My name is Shu Qinghan. I'm a good child who loves to linger in the past. At 1530 on December 24th, 3005 time anchor no. 10016. Third retrograde. Ji Luo, like the jolt awakened by a resonant bell, Ji Luo broke free from the retrograde of death, yet the lingering pain still made his hand tremble, causing the kitchen knife to clatter to the floor. Shu Qinghan. Ji Luo bent over, clutching his heart, feeling as if he could hardly breathe. Aside from the first death, when Su Qinghan pierced his heart, this gunshot wound was the longest he had ever endured in death. The numbing pain gnawed at his nerves, and the unceasing despair of bleeding out nearly drove him mad. I must go. Ji Luo ignored the kitchen knife on the floor and didn't bother washing his hands. He threw on his coat and rushed out the door. Now Su Qinghan was in danger. Every minute earlier he arrived, the greater her hope of survival. Ji Luo took the shortest route, scaling the wall of the residential complex to reach the street where he could hail a taxi. Soon Ji Luo was in a taxi, still paving his way with money. He didn't care how much it cost, he only wanted to reach the cemetery as quickly as possible. Yes, this time Ji Luo decided not to wait for Su Qinghan, but to go directly to the cemetery and find Shu Qinghan. Even now Ji Luo still didn't know exactly what Shu Qinghan's talent ability was, but based on Su Qinghan's behavior, he had a rough guess. First, she would drag people into an illusion, launching a continuous barrage of phantasmal attacks. Then once the target's mental energy was exhausted, they would fall unconscious, and certain originally illusory attacks would become real, truly manifesting on the victim. The mechanism that cost the number of targets. Ji Luo knew none of these. He could only prepare for the worst. Since he didn't know how to dispel Shu Qinghan's ability, he might as well kill her outright. Then Su Qinghan would surely be freed from the illusion. But Ji Luo was not at all confident about killing Shu Yueqing. At worst, he'll die a few more times. Ji Luo leaned his head against the car window, watching the scenery flash by. A dull ache throbbed between his brows and his thoughts were fraught with exhaustion. This was already the third death retrograde, and all three had occurred within such a short span. To be honest, Ji Luo hadn't felt much before, but now he truly sensed the cost of retrograde. He didn't understand much about the soul, but he knew it was extremely important. Each activation of death retrograde consumed the power of the soul, and such consumption would intensify with consecutive retrogrades in a short time. This, in fact, was Su Qinghan's greatest constraint. Ji Luo couldn't feel his own soul, nor did he know how much each death retrograde consumed, or how long it took to fully restore the soul's power. This uncertainty filled Ji Luo with both urgency and fear, yet facing Shu Yueqing's sinister abilities, he could not afford to be stingy with death. It's time to consider coming clean with Su Qinghan. She should know best about the details of death retrograde. Ji Luo certainly wasn't going to reveal everything to Su Qinghan immediately, but he needed to consider the possibility. Not just the questions about death retrograde, but also Su Qinghan's enemies and Muing Luo. Of course, Ji Luo wanted to protect Su Qinghan and stand by her side, but he had to confirm whether she was wrong. Even if everything Su Qinghan did wasn't righteous, it must not be mistaken. Otherwise, Ji Luo would rather remain a third party observing from the sidelines. And my ability. Ji Luo looked at his own palm and silently clenched his fist. Honestly, he now truly felt the limitations of his power. The most serious problem was that he couldn't control return date. As soon as he touched Su Qinghan, it would automatically seize her superpower, not only endangering her, but also putting Ji Luo at a disadvantage. For instance, if Ji Luo met Shu Yueqing now, could he give up the death retrograde he had already seized, pretend to be an ordinary person, walk up to her, and touch her? Then, their positions would instantly reverse. Killing her, or imprisoning her, would be effortless for Ji Luo. But death retrograde would stay with Ji Luo for exactly 12 hours. During those 12 hours facing other evolvers, he would be no different from an ordinary person. His only value lay in dying. How can I break through my current state? Ji Luo lowered his hand and closed his eyes, his thoughts a tangled mess. To be honest, his physical condition had remained unchanged for 6 or 7 years. All this time, Ji Luo had not grown stronger at all. What he could sense was that his realm was already complete. As long as he took that one step, he would reach a new level. Whether it was evolving from level 0 to level 1, or whatever the name, it didn't matter. What Ji Luo wanted to know was how to take that step forward. Only by elevating his rank could he possibly control his talent ability. Before, Ji Luo dealt with ordinary people, and he could remain unchanged. But now he had stepped into the world of evolvers, and he had to become stronger than anyone else. For himself, and also for Su Qinghan. What on earth should I do? Ji Luo opened his eyes, watching the taxi run through red lights as it sped toward the suburbs. His heart grew more anxious by the moment. In the current situation, Ji Luo had no good solution. In fact, the objective had shifted from rescuing Su Qinghan to figuring out how to kill Shu Yueqing. Ji Luo repeatedly pondered Shu Yueqing's behavior, mentally confirming the details of his previous encounter. In the last retrograde, he arrived at the spring cake shop at 5 o'clock, saw Su Qinghan about 20 minutes later. Su Qinghan collapsed and lost consciousness around 5:40, and Shu Yueqing appeared around 6:10. By comparing the times, Ji Luo guessed that Shu Yueqing might not have left the cemetery at first. She had probably already set up a fatal trap for Su Qinghan and only went to confirm her death later. After all, with such a powerful ability, Ji Luo didn't believe Shu Yueqing could act without cost. An evolver's talent was an equal exchange, twisting the world's rules with one's own power to create a personal miracle. Energy consumption and effect generation. This itself was a conversion. A method capable of directly killing Su Qinghan could not be without a price. Normally, to maintain the illusion, Shu Yueqing should be unable to move at all. She might even need to concentrate fully to sustain the illusion, trapping Su Qinghan. So what I need to do now is find Shu Yueqing and kill her before she can react. Amid Ji Luo's anxiety and urgency, the taxi slowly came to a halt at the cemetery entrance. Ji Luo pushed the door open, stepped out, took a deep breath, and then strode in with a steady gait. Compared to the cemetery at night, during the day, it lacked its eerie horror. Instead, a solemn gravity weighed upon every mourner who visited. Ji Luo clearly remembered the path in his mind. His pace was unhurried, no different from other visitors. If not for the barely concealed tension, no one would have guessed he was there to kill. Row upon row of tombstones, each bearing a name. A person from birth to eternal rest, having weathered decades of trials, life, and death. Everyone eventually ends up here, yet people always hope to be remembered by more. Ji Luo's footsteps were so light, as if afraid to wake the sleeping. His eyelids drooped, his gaze unfocused, scattered, as though he had lost his mind. Yet all this was but a prelude to approach. The androgynous girl resting with closed eyes by the pine grove. Many doubt the existence of mental power, but often an intangible gaze can indeed be sensed. This spiritual perception is even more pronounced among evolvers. Not just a glance, even the faintest hint of killing intent nearby is keenly felt. Ji Luo strove to conceal himself. His eyes swept the surroundings, confirming no one was watching while his mind rehearsed the upcoming moves. In truth, upon seeing Su Qinghan dozing lightly, Ji Luo knew his suspicions were correct. For Su Qinghan, Sake, regardless of who was around, Ji Luo would go and kill her. In the final dozen meters, Ji Luo suppressed his breath, his steps growing lighter. He gripped the short dagger in his hand, mentally simulating a lethal strike over and over. At the last 5 meters, Ji Luo abandoned all pretense of hiding his killing intent. At this distance, Su Qinghan would surely detect his approach. All he could do was unleash his full speed, striving to drive the dagger into her neck. Yet Ji Luo's plan for a fatal blow ultimately failed. When the blade was still half a meter away, Su Qinghan's eyes snapped open. Undoubtedly, Su Qinghan, like Su Qinghan, surpassed Ji Luo by at least 1 realm in evolution, perhaps more. In half a second, or even less, Su Qinghan jerked backward, causing Ji Luo's full-force thrust to embed itself into the tree trunk behind her. TCH. Ji Luo knew his ambush had failed, and things would now get troublesome. Without hesitation, he abandoned the dagger, attempting to close in and overpower Su Qinghan to death. Yet, Ji Luo had miscalculated beyond imagination. "Who are you?" Su Qinghan twisted aside, dodging the lethal blow. Then with a spin, she not only evaded, but also used the momentum to spring upright from the ground. Simultaneously, Su Qinghan's right hand spread and grasped. The ground beneath Ji Luo suddenly erupted. He leaped back to avoid the attack, but lost the chance to grapple with her. Only then did Ji Luo see what had risen from the earth, a massive scythe over 1.7 meters long, like the weapon of a god of death in mythology. The scythe was pitch black, exuding a sinister aura. A scythe. Ji Luo stared at Su Qinghan's weapon, finally understanding the shaped notch on Su Qinghan's short blade. This death scythe was no ordinary artifact. Perhaps Su Qinghan's death was linked to it. Never seen one. This is a genuine silver-grade sacred relic. Su Qinghan grasped the black scythe, her smile radiant, but the killing intent within it erupting fiercely. Just as Ji Luo was distracted by the novel term silver-grade sacred relic, she vanished from her spot, the scythe sweeping out like splashed ink. The large scythe had an immense attack range, and Su Qinghan's speed was overwhelming. Under the suppression of rank, Ji Luo exerted every ounce of strength just to barely avoid being cleaved in half. Yet a wound was carved into his left shoulder. Have you ever had a nightmare? Su Qinghan watched Ji Luo, who had retreated several meters away, showing no intent to pursue. She drew the scythe to her side, wiping her finger along its blade. Ji Luo's blood smeared onto her hand. "Savor it well. The price for interrupting my chat with a friend." Su Qinghan's gaze turned icy as she licked her finger. Ji Luo's blood entered her body. "Nightmare trial." Su Qinghan raised the scythe and pointed it at Ji Luo. A sharp pain pierced his brow, and all thoughts vanished. In a daze, Ji Luo looked up and saw Su Qinghan before him. Her face taut with emotion, her hand gripping the short blade, trembling imperceptibly. "Ji Luo, I cannot trust you, so I must kill you. But I promise next time I will ascertain who you are and whether you need to die. You may curse me, hate me. I accept all." Amid the remorseful whisper, Su Qinghan raised her blade and swung it down with resolve so fierce it seemed to scar Ji Luo's gaze. Ji Luo instinctively raised his arms to block the incoming dagger, desperate to survive by any means, but he had no special tricks. He could only shield himself with his arms. But then the fierce blade light dissipated just before touching his body, vanishing like a gentle breeze, leaving nothing behind. In that moment, Ji Luo suddenly remembered the situation. How could he be killed by Su Qinghan? He had come to save her. Su Qinghan, this person must die. Yet when Ji Luo looked up again, Su Qinghan had vanished. Not only that, the previously solemn cemetery was suddenly shrouded in mist. The bright sky dimmed as if the sun had set in an instant. Is this an illusion? Ji Luo finally understood what Su Qinghan had faced and why she had set the death return recall anchor at 4 o'clock. It all made sense now. Upon entering the illusion, everyone momentarily forgets everything. They confront the most terrifying memory and reflexively use their strongest means to survive. Reason and thought are irrelevant. What they face is the crushing pressure of despair and death. Su Qinghan's ability is far more than just creating illusions. With the aid of that pitch-black scythe, her innate talent might even affect a person's soul. Once entrapped in the illusion, one loses all thoughts and consciousness, rendering the mind utterly vacant, unable to make any judgments when faced with the fears hidden deep within. Su Qinghan was thus deceived, reflexively updating the retrograde marker, while Ji Luo, unable to resist, suffered no significant loss. Is everything just an illusion? Ji Luo reflected on Su Qinghan's state, realizing the challenge he was facing. At this very moment, he was pulled into the illusion by Su Qinghan, while in reality, he hadn't moved an inch. The most terrifying aspect is that Su Qinghan is right beside him. If she wishes to kill him, it could be accomplished with just a casual stroke of her blade. Recalling his previous position, Ji Luo began to move sideways. Although his consciousness was within the illusion, it still remained connected to his physical body in reality. Every movement of his would simultaneously affect both the illusion and reality, and for the time being, the sensations from both realms would also reach him at once. Bang! Although Ji Luo was walking on the open ground of the illusion, he felt the sensation of colliding with something. He cautiously felt around, carefully avoiding the obstruction of a tombstone, trying to increase the distance. In Ji Luo's view, if Shu Yueqing wanted to kill him, there was no need for her to be as cautious as she was with Su Qinghan. There was an inherent gap between them. In a direct confrontation, Ji Luo would undoubtedly lose. However, after cautiously moving for a long time, Ji Luo had yet to feel Shu Yueqing's next move. Is she trying to defeat me within the illusion? Ji Luo recalled the manner of Su Qinghan's death, beginning to understand Shu Yueqing's plan. It is highly likely that after using her innate ability, Shu Yueqing cannot simply cancel it. The entire ritual-like ability activation follows a necessary process and outcome. Su Qinghan was attacked by Shu Yueqing's ability, unable to break free from the illusion. However, in order to maintain this illusion, Shu Yueqing herself was also unable to move. Just now he interrupted this process, forcing Shu Yueqing to break off the ritual, and Su Qinghan must have already regained her peace. But similarly, Ji Luo became Shu Yueqing's next target, and he was already trapped in the illusion. His final fate might be akin to Su Qinghan's before. Silent Hill. The mist rising around Ji Luo had completely engulfed the graveyard filled with tombstones. He vaguely heard faint sounds akin to the amplified noise of an ant swarm moving. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Ji Luo took a deep breath, looking around, but finding nothing that could be used as a weapon. Wait. To maintain this illusion, Shu Yueqing should also be in a state of sleep. If I sneak over and kill her. Ji Luo still remembered Shu Yueqing's last position, but after some thought he abandoned this foolish plan. Shu Yueqing is not a fool. How could she expose such a significant flaw? Now if Ji Luo wanted to break the deadlock, he could only start from the illusion. Maintaining the illusion surely consumes energy. I must persist. Ji Luo encouraged himself, feeling extremely vigilant towards the approaching horde of monsters. Roar. In the mist, a swarm of black monsters suddenly rushed out. These creatures still retained their distorted tenacity, moving on all fours, resembling a grotesque form, but their outer shells were cloaked in black, making them appear even more sinister. There must be thousands of them. Ji Luo was genuinely frightened. Looking around, he was surrounded by these roaring monsters. The scene was far more terrifying than any biohazard crisis. Everything is fake. Everything is fake. Ji Luo was completely surrounded with no place to escape, so he simply decided to wait for them. Desperate for a weapon, Ji Luo could only kick over a nearby tombstone and wield it with both hands as a weapon. Bang. 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 The stone tombstone was hard and heavy, and although Ji Luo's swinging speed wasn't fast, the densely packed monsters surged forward, requiring no aiming or prediction. Ji Luo did not expect that his attacks would be so effective. Although these monsters appeared to be encased in shells, they were actually like balloons being swept away by the tombstone and bursting into a wisp of black smoke, leaving nothing behind. Ji Luo spun in place with the tombstone. Hundreds and thousands of monsters charged at him, without fear, turning into wisps of smoke like rain, wild and fearless, just like moths to a flame. Could it be just an illusion lacking any offensive power? Ji Luo observed the monsters continuously transforming into smoke, feeling a bit doubtful about their offensive capability. When he saw Su Qinghan earlier, she was merely waving her sword aimlessly in the air. Was it possible? He was the same. Ji Luo hesitated for a moment, causing his movements to pause slightly. As he slowed his spin, a monster approached him and clawed at his back. Sizzle. It sounded like water dripping on a hot pan. Ji Luo felt a sharp pain in his back, but it wasn't unbearable. It felt somewhat like an overzealous scratch. As soon as Ji Luo received damage, he immediately increased his strength. The monster that had hurt him was instantly struck by the tombstone, turning into a wisp of smoke. As if encouraged, thousands of monsters began to charge towards Ji Luo even more frantically. The scene would terrify anyone with a fear of crowded spaces. It seems not that serious. The pain on Ji Luo's back had only been slight at first, but soon faded away. In just a few seconds, it felt as if nothing had happened. Could it really lack offensive power? Ji Luo felt a bit hesitant, but still decided to test it. After all, his strength was limited. How could he keep swinging around such a large tombstone? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ji Luo relaxed his grip just a bit, and immediately a monster slipped past his defenses, clawing at his back. Ji Luo deliberately controlled the number, gauging the situation of his injuries. That barely noticeable pain quickly vanished, as if it posed no harm to Ji Luo at all. Everything was really just an illusion. Could it be a trap? After swinging the tombstone for several minutes, Ji Luo, despite being an evolved being, began to struggle, and as his movements slowed, the monster's attacks became even more frenzied. They seemed to possess no awareness of life, but all they desired was to claw at Ji Luo once, and whether he lived or died was of no concern to them. Why am I? The monsters in Ji Luo's sight dissipated like dancing sparks. To sustain his assault, he refrained from exerting his full strength, though his back occasionally bore the brunt of their attacks. As the number of wounds increased, Ji Luo gradually noticed that the duration of pain from each injury was lengthening. Though no physical wounds appeared from start to finish, he sensed something was amiss. Like a frog slowly boiled in water, by the time he realized the problem, it was already too late. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Ji Luo continued his attack, but in his daze his consciousness faltered for an instant. His steps crossed, and he nearly stumbled, yet he managed to steady himself. But in the few seconds of hesitation, over a dozen claw strikes swept across Ji Luo. Damn it! Ignoring the drain on his strength, he gripped the tombstone and swung it fiercely, clearing all the surrounding monsters in an instant. It was at this moment that Ji Luo finally realized Su Qingh's true intent. He was not merely trapped in an illusion. More precisely, he was now in a soul state. Using some technique, she had obscured the connection signal between his body and soul. Though not a complete severance, the senses of sight and hearing were thoroughly blocked. Ji Luo could still control his body, but the illusion cast by Su Qinghan had transformed into a deadly killing ground. Each attack from these monsters left no scars, only weakening Ji Luo's soul. The damage per strike was minimal and didn't affect the overall situation, but once the number accumulated, Ji Luo was not far from death. Earlier, Ji Luo had claimed he couldn't sense his soul, but now he clearly felt his own weakness. The repeated time reversals had already left his soul exhausted, and with the continuous damage, the situation was far worse than imagined. How do I get out? Ji Luo shook his head vigorously, trying to stay alert, but at that moment, a sound like an earthquake rumbled, drawing closer from afar. Though mist obscured Ji Luo's vision, he could still see the surging tide of monsters parting and a colossal figure charging toward him. What's happening? Ji Luo swung the tombstone with all his might, clearing a space around him. He tried to retreat, but in reality his body stumbled and stepped into empty air. At that moment, Ji Luo felt his body lurch, and the stone tablet was flung from his hands. In an instant, within a straight line of over 10 meters, countless monsters turned to dust. But Ji Luo was now unarmed. Ignoring the attacks landing on him, he hurriedly rose, trying to escape by stepping on the surging monsters. Yet, the massive figure was already upon him. Before he could even dodge, Ji Luo was sent flying heathen. It was a gigantic rhinoceros beetle, a horned beetle over 10 meters long. Half its body was buried in the ground, and the exposed part alone was larger than a tank. Cough, cough, cough. Ji Luo flew through the air for nearly 2 or 3 seconds before crashing into a sea of monsters. Countless claws fell upon him as the creatures engulfed him like a tidal wave. Admittedly, the monsters' damage was slight, but their hideous faces were utterly terrifying. Overwhelmed by such creatures, Ji Luo could no longer resist. He could only curl up, covering his head and face, minimizing contact area. Innumerable claws swept across Ji Luo's body. Initially, he felt pain, but after a minute or two, the pain faded, replaced by exhaustion and numbness. As if drugged with a sedative, Ji Luo struggled to stay conscious. He slowly closed his eyes, and the sensation of weightlessness grew stronger. That feeling was like sinking into the deep sea. The light filtering from above gradually vanished. The world turned cold. All touch was replaced by a liquid embrace. The sounds around him fell silent, and everything he sensed descended into darkness. The world was in a constant freefall. With his remaining rationality, Ji Luo understood his situation. His soul's power was being steadily siphoned away, thread by the monsters. Before long, Ji Luo's soul would lose all its strength. Not only would he be unable to escape the illusion, but he might never even wake up. Soul annihilation followed by life being stripped away. The worst part was that Ji Luo would not suffer physical death, but spiritual extinction. After all, death return required soul power to activate. Soon Ji Luo would lose the ability to reverse time. Even if his body died, death return would fail to trigger. His death was already sealed. But thankfully, Su Qinghan had survived. His intrusion had interrupted Su Qinghan's ritual. Su Qinghan must have escaped by now, and once free, she would surely flee far away. Su Qinghan, who had used blood as a medium to cast this illusion, would need to find Su Qinghan again to harm her. Ji Luo believed that with this near-death experience, Su Qinghan would be more cautious and more concealed. Su Qinghan wouldn't find Su Qinghan easily. Even if they met again, Su Qinghan would surely have prepared countermeasures. Just a pity he couldn't stay by her side. The cake shop was gone, and he would die here. Would Su Qinghan be sad when she returned? They had promised to spend Christmas Eve together. When she came back, having narrowly escaped death carrying a cake, would she be disappointed? He had planned to cook her a grand feast. The ingredients were prepped, just needing to be cooked, so she could taste his most sincere culinary skills. But sadly, she would never taste it. With him gone, and the cake shop vanished, would she move to a more hidden place? In the future, would she investigate his whereabouts and realize he was dead? Upon learning this news, would she grieve? If she discovered Ji Luo died in the cemetery, would she guess he died for her? Would she come to collect his body, dig a deep grave? On this day each year, would she bring him carnations, like honoring those important friends? Too many doubts, too many regrets filled Ji Luo's mind. Yet at that moment, he was truly tired, too tired to struggle for survival, content to accept the present tranquility. Silently, falling, sinking into the endless dark depths. The light in his vision had vanished, and extreme fatigue made Ji Luo close his eyes, unwilling to open them again. Unwilling to resist, unable to resist death. Must be like this. Su Qinghan, I truly hope our next meeting comes a little later. In Ji Luo's perception, even his own existence began to wane, as if he were drifting into a deep slumber. His thoughts grew sluggish, his senses increasingly hollow. At least, I have no regrets. Ji Luo had already endured too much disappointment and pain. He did not truly value his own life. Now, as he finally faced death, it felt like a form of release. At least he could find peace. Ji Luo completely ceased his efforts to feel curling up as he slowly descended into the boundless darkness, until he reached the bottom of the abyssal deep. Even Ji Luo himself believed he would be utterly destroyed, his soul scattered into eternal death. Yet as he sank to the depths of his sea of consciousness, he suddenly seemed to pass through a barrier and continued to fall. At last he landed on solid ground. Hey, stop pretending to be dead, you're not dead yet. In a daze, Ji Luo suddenly heard a proud voice. His eyelids fluttered and he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stretched a vast grassland that seemed to touch the horizon, the wind humming a familiar warm melody as it brushed past his ears. Where's this? Ji Luo gradually emerged from his stupor. He lifted his head, and what met his eyes? An endless night, stars scattered like chess pieces. This was the deepest recess of Ji Luo's consciousness. It was not a boundless chaos, but rather a tangible representation of some time, some place. It seemed to be deep night. The wilderness held no trace of human presence or light. Everything was perpetually silent, as if no one had ever set foot here. Gazing into the distance, an infinite darkness spread across the horizon, so profound that it hinted at omens of doom and despair. I think I've seen this before. Standing at the center of this realm, Ji Luo stared at the distant darkness. Though he could see nothing, he suddenly felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him. The stars are like a sea, fate like a tide, a voice like a sigh or a lament sounded beside Ji Luo. He turned his head and was instantly frozen by what he saw. The owner of the voice was a little girl who appeared only 12 or 13 years old. Yet the moment Ji Luo laid eyes on her, he was certain she was absolutely not human. For the beauty radiating from the girl was beyond words. Her features surpassed anything human flesh could achieve or refine. Her form, transcending the limits of physical matter, manifested a perfection that was utterly mesmerizing. She stood about 1.50 meters barefoot, wearing nothing but a worn-out slip dress with no other clothing or adornments. Yet despite such simplicity, the girl possessed an indescribable, profound beauty. Her light purple eyes were as deep as the vast ocean, her pink lips curved in an alluring arc, and her deep purple hair cascaded down to her ankles, unbound by any ribbon. Thousands of silken strands swayed gently, as beautiful as a dream. At that moment, the girl stood just a few meters away from Ji Luo, her expression calm and detached. She bore no stains or dust. The shabby dress seemed merely faded and worn from the passage of an immeasurably long time. Who are you? Ji Luo did not know why he was here, so after a single glance at the girl, he quickly averted his gaze. Regrettably, the girl's appearance was something no natural human individual could ever possess. If Ji Luo continued to stare, he would inevitably fall into a trance. Ji Luo, have you lost your memory? The girl was initially puzzled by Ji Luo's unfamiliarity, but when he asked who she was, she found her answer. Ha, could it be that you've forgotten everything? The girl clearly harbored deep hatred for Ji Luo. Seeing his wretched state, she laughed all the more joyfully instead of showing any sympathy. You deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. A fool as stupid as you deserves nothing less. What are you talking about? Ji Luo could not help himself. He turned his head, looked the girl up and down, and remained utterly bewildered. Where's this? Who is this person? All his memories were intact. He had not lost his memory, and he remembered everything clearly. Where's this? Here. Still don't understand. This is the deepest part of your sea of consciousness. Sensing Ji Luo's distrust, the girl only grew more delighted, laughing even more cheerfully. The deepest part of my sea of consciousness. Ji Luo did not truly understand what a sea of consciousness was, but based on what he had read in novels, this must be the deepest layer of his soul, the core of his personality and deep memories. Who are you? Why are you here? Ji Luo remained suspicious of the girl's identity. Recalling Su Qingh's soul attack, he even wondered if this girl might be part of an illusion, another form of assault. My name is Su Qinghan. The girl, who appeared only 12 or 13, told Ji Luo her name, but seemed unwilling to answer his other questions. Instead, she looked up at the sky. In the clear night, the stars, which should have been chaotic, appeared remarkably ordered here. Like the circular light bands in a conference hall, countless stars formed different constellations, encircling the entire sky. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. The 12 constellations of the zodiac were neatly and clearly arrayed in the sky, with no other stray stars in sight. Why is there no moon in the sky, only the zodiac constellations? Ji Luo finally noticed the anomaly above. A sky so clear yet devoid of the moon. What else could it mean? What else? Because there isn't one. Su Qinghan's gaze fell upon Ji Luo. Though she looked only 12 or 13, her demeanor was remarkably mature, even exuding a beauty that seemed to have weathered the ages. Ji Luo felt increasingly uncertain about why he was here. He turned and met Su Qinghan's eyes, but all he saw was hatred and anger. You hate me. Have I wronged you? You certainly. Su Qinghan seemed about to recall something, clenching her teeth as if to shout, but in the end she suppressed her anger and let out a long sigh. Forget it. You're already in such a state. Oh, what's the point of talking to you? It's meaningless. What state am I in? Why is it meaningless? Ji Luo was of course aware of his condition, but he wanted to extract more information from Su Qinghan. To his surprise, she seemed uninterested in discussing it, and simply passed judgment on him. Ji Luo, you are about to die. Otherwise, why would you have come here? You foolish idiot, you only stepped foot here when faced with death, hoping to reclaim your heavenly soul. Qingyan suddenly sighed, seemingly exasperated by Ji Luo's foolishness. Ji Luo pondered her words, still looking utterly bewildered. Ji Luo had heard that humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, among which the 3 souls are the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and life soul. This seems to be a Taoist theory, but how does it relate to evolvers? Forget it. Perhaps forgetting one's own foolishness and ignorance is a form of redemption. Qingyan shook her head, seemingly unwilling to discuss further. She looked seriously at Ji Luo, as if presenting him with a choice. Ji Luo, within countless universes and timelines there exists a fundamental energy that influences, drives, and alters everything. We call it the primordial source energy. It exists without any bias or attribute, and can be viewed as part of the cosmic evolution, one of the factors that shape time and space. However, precisely because the primordial source energy lacks any attributes, it can also merge with the 12 great source elements, exhibiting an aspect of properties and transforming into a new power source energy. Qingyan seemed to be recounting an ancient and lengthy tale. Her voice was heavy, carrying the weight of the births and destructions of all beings, the formation and shattering of all stars. This world, the home you call Earth, was once filled with source energy in an ancient era that cannot be recorded. However, at some unobservable point, the source energy vanished. I do not know the reason for its disappearance, but it is certain that without the support of source energy, all beings of that epoch perished, their civilizations and creations reduced to dust. Then, after a cycle of death and rebirth, millions of years later, humanity was born again, starting a new cycle of life. Due to the absence of source energy, you do not need to rely on such energy to survive. Consequently, you are weak and feeble. Qingyan extended her hand, raising a finger as a wisp of energy resembling smoke, mist, dust, and light gradually seeped from the tip of the girl's finger. The dark purple radiance swirled around her fingertip, emitting a soul-shaking vibration. This was source energy. Are you saying source energy has returned, and thus evolvers have appeared? Ji Luo still harbored doubts about Qingyan's identity, yet he listened intently to her words. After all, this knowledge was something he had never heard of or understood before. Yes, source energy has returned. Its disappearance marked the extinction of an era, and its return will herald the birth of a new age. Qingyan made no movement, but in a daze the radiance of source energy transformed into a budding flower bud, which then splendidly bloomed. So beautiful. Ji Luo gazed enviously at Qingyan. He couldn't find the right words to describe the resplendent brilliance of source energy. It was the most magnificent sight, and the truest color within a living being's body. Those who could possess such power could indeed be called evolvers. Ji Luo, every life in each world possesses an inherent adaptability to source energy from the moment of its birth. After a long period of nurturing and growth, life becomes complete and the soul takes shape. Then, it relies on its own abilities to unify and integrate its life lineage and spiritual soul, materializing its own truth. Qingyan lightly waved her hand. The flower formed from source energy, dissipating into ethereal and vibrant ribbons. Her gaze turned to him, her words unbroken. That is a unique testament for every life, a symbol of the individual's continued existence and the totality of a being known as primordial talent. Humans who have awakened their primordial talent enter the transformation stage of life, where their life lineage and spiritual soul continuously grow stronger. This growth generally lasts for 3 years until they complete their rebirth, awaken their source energy, and become a realm martial artist, meaning a traveler of life's realm. Of course, you can also call them evolvers. Qingyan seemed to be waiting for Ji Luo to accept all of this. She spoke slowly, and Ji Luo listened earnestly. However, as he listened, Ji Luo finally sensed the oddity in Qingyan's words. It was as if she were saying, she did not belong to this world, yet belonged to humanity. Ji Luo, you who have awakened your primordial talent are currently in the transformation stage. Logically, you should have awakened your source energy long ago and formally stepped into a new realm of life. But Ji Luo, you haven't made any progress for many years, have you? Yes. Ji Luo did not hide his problem, but his gaze was fixed on Qingyan as if trying to discern something from her expression. This knowledge might seem unimportant, but in reality it is extremely crucial foundational knowledge for Ji Luo and for the people of this world. Being foundational makes it even more essential. It can be said that the future cultivation system and Ji Luo's understanding of source energy will stem from this. At this moment, Qingyan casually divulging this information was evidently a statement of intent or perhaps a demonstration of leverage. She must have something to ask for. From the initial contact, Ji Luo could clearly feel that Qingyan harbored great disdain for him or perhaps even enmity. She showed no concealment of this hostility. Yet now she has set aside her hatred to impart this knowledge to Ji Luo. Clearly she had something important to ask of him. Ji Luo, the birth of source energy requires the facilitation of life and soul. You have 1/3 of your soul here. How could you possibly advance to the bloodline of bronze? Qingyan suddenly revealed a smile. She took light steps and slowly approached Ji Luo. In his confusion, she raised her hand, seemingly to touch Ji Luo's cheek. But at that moment, an invisible chain suddenly materialized, locking Qingyan's finger just 1 centimeter from Ji Luo's cheek. What is this? Ji Luo gazed at Xingyan bound by the chain, unable to suppress the shock on his face. The chain resembled purple crystal, neither metal nor jade, its composition indiscernible. It was incredibly long and Ji Luo could not see its edges. One end was locked to Xingyan, while the other end was locked to the heavens. In the sky, the 12 zodiac constellations were arranged in a circular formation, each constellation letting down a chain. 12 chains in total, binding Xingyan tightly here. Her left wrist, left elbow, left shoulder, right wrist, right elbow, right shoulder. Left ankle, left knee, right ankle, right knee. Neck, tailbone. What was even more terrifying were the 12 chains. They were not connected to shackles, but were directly embedded into Xingyan's bones, fixed at 12 points. Ji Luo couldn't even fathom the depth of enmity or the immense power required to confine someone in such a manner. The final restraint, however, differed from the previous 12 chains. It coiled around Xingyan's body, its two ends joined together to form a perfect closed loop. This was the seal meant to imprison Xingyan, 12 chains locking the very sky, and the last one binding her form. Xingyan struggled to take another step closer to Ji Luo, but the 12 chains tightly constricted her bones, preventing her from advancing even a single centimeter. 12 chains are enough. This final binding is quite unnecessary. Take it back. Take it back. Ji Luo gazed at the 13 chains on Xingyan, unable to believe he could influence such a seal. Or rather, Ji Luo couldn't fathom why Xingyan sealed like this would appear in his sea of consciousness. Can I break the seal for you? Of course not. At that moment, Xingyan finally ceased her attempts to approach Ji Luo. She stepped back twice, and the 13 chains that had emerged vanished once more. You cannot break these 13 chains, not even if you break through to the silver rank or reach the gold rank. You have absolutely no chance. But you can undo the 13th chain. This one wasn't meant to seal me, but to restrict my movement. Or rather, you can summon it, call it back. After all, it is a third of your soul. Standing before Ji Luo, Xingyan suddenly revealed a bitter smile. She looked at him and silently shook her head. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Xingyan, what do you mean? Ji Luo watched her expression shift, sensing something ominous, yet unable to pinpoint what was wrong. Come, repeat that melodramatic oath of yours, and let the long-lost soul return to your body. Then you can awaken your source power, step into the bronze rank, and gain control over your original talent. Xingyan's petite form seemed to harbor boundless power. She spread her arms, and the entire world trembled. The girl silently closed her eyes, and the 13th chain wrapped around her materialized. Ji Luo didn't fully grasp the situation, but a voice within him urged him to touch the chain to bring the long-lost soul back. At that moment, the chain on Xingyan trembled, as well as if it yearned to speak to him, to convey something exhilarating beyond measure. So Ji Luo stepped forward, extended his right hand, and slowly placed his palm on the entwined chain. In a daze, he heard a childish voice. He closed his eyes and listened intently. The voice seemed to come from a great distance, from a time long past. Though it was faint, Ji Luo could clearly hear and understand it. In fact, he found himself repeating it. May the stars remain as they are for millennia to come. May the ancient ballads still echo across this land. May the homeland remain as it is for millennia to come. May courage endure when my body decays. May the children remain for millennia to come. May the blade be immortal alongside glory. In that moment, Ji Luo slowly opened his eyes. His pupils shimmered with a dark violet light, a magnificent haze frozen within. Come back, your expedition is over. Ji Luo stepped back and gently waved his hand. The amethyst-like chain suddenly snapped, soaring through the air like a serpent, instantly detaching from Xingyan. Then, the chain soared midair, shrinking and losing its form until it transformed into a streak of light that pierced into Ji Luo's brow. Ji Luo felt no earth-shattering change, no surge of power or awakening. He only sensed an inexplicable clarity, like waking from a grand dream, suddenly enlightened. Where is the proof of enlightenment? Today I know that I am I. Ji Luo had not resolved any of his doubts, yet his heart was immensely free. The unknown truths would one day be revealed. He need not chase them, for the pursuit was meaningless. One day, everything would come to light. Xingyan, I don't know what happened to you, but I feel I owe you an apology. Ji Luo turned his gaze solemn as he looked at Xingyan, then bowed his head slightly. I'm sorry, as you wish. Xingyan shook her head, unwilling to discuss it further. Freed from the 13th chain's restraint, she could finally move without limitation. She stretched widely, her face lighting up with joy, and with her otherworldly beauty, it was enough to stir anyone's heart. You owe me more than you can imagine. What do you mean? Ji Luo sensed there was more to her words, but at this moment Xingyan no longer needed anything from him. The girl waved her hand, as if urging him to leave quickly. Ji Luo, a few final reminders. After a living being awakens its original talent and undergoes the transformation stage, it gains source power and becomes a realm warrior. Source power is born from life and manifests through the power of the soul. Its essence is the fusion of soul power and life force. The process of creating source power involves simultaneously burning a living being's life and soul, transforming, fusing, and sublimating them. And source power continuously nourishes the being, strengthening both its life and soul, enabling growth. A stronger life and soul produce even greater source power. The two reinforce each other in an upward spiral, allowing the being to ascend to higher realms of existence. Qinghan seemed delighted now. If her earlier words to Ji Luo were a transaction, now she was guiding him to prevent him from dying too soon. So the bronze rank is merely the beginning of evolution, the start of transcendence. It only makes you an ordinary person with exceptionally strong physical attributes. As for source power, a bronze rank realm warrior's source power is scarce and weak, flowing only through the internal organs and bones. Its enhancement to a realm warrior is extremely limited. Bones become as hard as steel, internal organs slightly tougher, but nothing else is worth mentioning. So even after becoming a true evolver, you'll still fear blades, guns, and bombs. Your reflexes for dodging and blocking may improve, but if you try to withstand them heating, you'll die. Don't get arrogant. Just think of yourself as a minor thug in a low martial world, like someone with a bit of inner energy. Her resentment toward Ji Luo lent Qinghan's tone a sardonic edge, the girl's pride undisguised on her face, as if someone as weak as Ji Luo could be crushed with a single finger utterly beneath her notice. He'll remember that. Ji Luo sensed no malice from Qinghan. Instead, he found it amusing. This exquisite spirited lowly seemed to be Tsundere. Then, farewell. Qinghan waved her hand, and Ji Luo suddenly felt his body grow light, as if he were a balloon filled with hydrogen beginning to drift upward. Don't die so easily. I really don't want to see you again. Qinghan seemed to recall something stomping her foot in frustration, but in the end, she looked up at Ji Luo and gave him no further trouble. Anyway, your world is about to be destroyed. Revenge or not, it won't matter. When the time comes, you'll be in despair. At this moment, as Ji Luo continued to ascend, he ultimately did not hear the girl's muttering. When she became indistinct below, he once again felt the peculiar sensation of crossing the barrier. Then, he returned to the dark depths of the ocean of consciousness. But unlike before, Ji Luo was no longer falling. Instead, he began to rise slowly, and as time passed faster and faster, like surfacing from the deep sea, he once again sensed a hazy light. The lost sensations returned to him, allowing him to gradually perceive the world. Until he awoke again. In a daze, Ji Luo snapped his eyes open, and now the hideous monsters he had seen before were merely faint wisps of smoke in his sight. They were streaks of black-tinged white smoke, lacking even the simplest form, clinging to Ji Luo, like mosquitoes sucking blood, constantly draining power from his soul. Yet at this moment, Ji Luo was already different. A grand dream. Ji Luo waved his hand casually, and an invisible wind spread around him. The ghostly smoke was instantly swept up, carried away by the gale to disperse into the distance. Thus, a fierce wind arose, and the clouds and smoke followed. A spiral storm whipped up around Ji Luo, then spread and expanded. Countless smoky wraiths, lacking even the most basic resistance, were instantly engulfed, becoming the driving force of the expansion. The mist-shrouded cemetery gradually revealed its true face, and the dim twilight slowly brightened. At this moment, the colossal stag beetle that had loomed so large in Ji Luo's eyes also showed its true form. Impossible. Shu Yueqing, holding a massive scythe, stared at Ji Luo as he stood up again, utterly incredulous. Since acquiring this silver-grade sacred relic, no one had ever escaped her grasp. Killing someone was merely a matter of ritual. Even setting that aside, in every respect her power overwhelmed Ji Luo. Yet at this moment, for some reason, seeing him, now she felt a surge of fear. His soul was so fragile it was about to dissipate. Why has it suddenly become so terrifying? Where did he get this power? And a soul of this intensity? You've got to be kidding. Shu Yueqing too was in a soul state. Her innate abilities specialized in souls, so logically Ji Luo should have been nothing more than a slightly larger insect before her. But now this dying insect had transformed into a man-eating dragon. Shu Yueqing. Ji Luo himself couldn't describe his current state. Though Shu Yueqing appeared as an ordinary humanoid like him in his perception, she was now like a noisy fly. Killing her would require no more than a gentle touch. Are you ready to die? Who are you? Shu Yueqing licked her lips, feeling her own soul tremble. In her vision, the youth seemed unchanged. But now, his pupils shimmered with a starlit purple hue, and the round pupils of a primate had become the vertical slits of a serpent. Are you really human? Shu Yueqing gripped her scythe tightly. It's fine, it's fine. This is a battlefield of souls, and she still had her weapon. This was an overwhelming advantage, no one could defeat her. Impossible, no human could defeat her. Of course, I've always been human. A pleasant smile spread across Ji Luo's face. He slowly clenched his right fist, then smashed it fiercely into the ground. Thump! Like the sound of a morning bell or an evening drum, a tremendous shockwave radiated from beneath Ji Luo's fist, causing the entire illusion to tremble. Shu Yueqing, as if struck by a heavy blow, turned deathly pale. No, Shu Yueqing had never felt such a wound to her soul. Ji Luo's simple punch was like a mountain crashing into her illusion. Crack! The sound of fine fractures echoed from the pitch-black scythe in Shu Yueqing's hand. She stared in horror at her weapon, only to see it shattering. Like specially tempered glass, a single break led to total fragmentation. The silver-grade sacred relic crumbled into grains of sand in Shu Yueqing's hand, then scattered on the wind. It's over. Ji Luo straightened up, clenched his fist, and stamped his foot forward. Like a bullet leaving a barrel, he vanished from his spot in an instant. Then, Shu Yueqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked down at the fist that had struck her chest, her lips trembling twice. You? Monster. Shu Yuqing hadn't even sensed Ji Luo's movement. She stepped back, then slowly sat down, and gradually lay down. If this weren't the soul world, I wouldn't be able to defeat you. Ji Luo sighed, offering no harsh words. He could feel that Shu Yuqing's soul had been shattered by his blow. She could not survive. There is no if. I've grown accustomed to winning here. Shu Yuqing's abdomen did not bleed or show wounds, but was covered in cracks like broken glass. She lifted her head, trying to force a smile, but the pain from her injuries twisted it into anguish. I killed 35 people here. Every soul that died here made me a little stronger. This is just retribution. Shu Yuqing slowly closed her eyes as if recalling something painful. She furrowed her brows and clenched her fists tightly. If you know Su Qinghan, I hope you'll treat her well. She has lived too stubbornly, and that's why she's been so miserable. Shu Yuqing seemed to want to say more, but she couldn't hold on. The cracks spreading from her chest grew larger, covering her entire body in the blink of an eye. Farewell. Farewell. Ji Luo and Shu Yuqing had scarcely exchanged a few words. It was only through Su Qinghan that a faint connection had been forged between them. If given the chance, Ji Luo truly wished to converse with Shu Yuqing to learn more of Su Qinghan's past and prepare for the perils that lay ahead. Yet Shu Yuqing's threat was far too great. Ji Luo dared not hold back and could only strike with lethal precision. Like dispersing dust, Shu Yuqing's soul dissolved within the illusion. Then the mist cleared and Ji Luo returned to reality. Good. No one was watching. He glanced around, finding no onlookers, otherwise his recent antics would have been utterly laughable. In the distance, Shu Yuqing leaned against a pine tree fast asleep. Ji Luo approached, checking her breath. The girl was still alive. Of course, it was merely her body that lived. Bereft of her soul, Shu Yuqing would never awaken again, unless another soul claimed her body, resurrecting it through possession. Otherwise, like a flower severed from its roots, Shu Yuqing would wither away swiftly. This process might take a day, a week, or a month. All things possess spirit. The body is but hardware, the soul the software. Without a soul, life is merely an empty shell. Rest in peace. Ji Luo gazed at the slumbering girl, did not disturb her, merely tended to the wound on his shoulder, then turned and left the cemetery. All was now at peace. No one had died in the cemetery. Only a girl slept, unable to wake. She bore no injury, no poison. The mundane authorities would not intervene. As for InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceuticals, Su Qinghan would surely handle and guard against them. Leaving the cemetery, Ji Luo hailed a taxi on the street. Settling into the back seat, he no longer needed to rush anxiously. Should I make a call? Phone in hand, Ji Luo stared at Su Qinghan's number, his finger hovering over the dial. But in the end, he did not place the call. Without Shu Yuqing, Su Qinghan could surely take care of herself. He need not worry. At worst, if he didn't see her by 1 o'clock, he could die once more. Shu Yuqing must have come alone. Ji Luo leaned back into the seat, recalling the events of recent days. Many puzzles now resolved themselves. Since Su Qinghan had come to pay respects at the grave, she must have prepared other contingencies against InvincibleRewindSkill Biopharmaceutical's encirclement. But Su Qinghan never anticipated that only Shu Yuqing would come to meet her. All her grand preparations were rendered useless. Moreover, judging by the time Su Qinghan arrived at the cemetery and the time of her death, she and Shu Yuqing had spoken for quite a while. The two were certainly acquainted, but Ji Luo knew not what they discussed. He could only surmise that their talk soured, leading to a violent clash. Even at death's door, Shu Yuqing remained deeply concerned for Su Qinghan. Ji Luo could see it was no pretense. She genuinely wished for him to care for Su Qinghan. What kind of relationship did they share? At that moment, Ji Luo recalled the photograph on Su Qinghan's phone. Regrettably, he had no way to copy it this time, and could only hope for another opportunity. He could not remember the faces of all 33 people, but his intuition told him Shu Yuqing was among them. So, what truly happened in Su Qinghan's past? Before the last rewind, Ji Luo had witnessed Su Qinghan's death in the illusion. At that moment, she cried out 2 lines that were etched into his memory. Shu Yuqing. Aunt Li is already dead. She's never coming back. We can't live in the past. We have to move on. Shu Yuqing, let it go. Everyone has grown up. We can't be trapped by a single oath. Aunt Li. Everyone. An oath. Ji Luo slowly closed his eyes, his mind churning over the connections, but with too little information, he could glean nothing useful. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. As long as Su Qinghan is safe, that's enough. Ji Luo tapped his fingers lightly on his thigh, feeling a quiet pride in all he had accomplished. No matter what, he had ultimately saved Su Qinghan. That was sufficient, enough to repay all his efforts. There are still plenty of troubles ahead. Ji Luo thought of what lay ahead and scratched his head in frustration. First, there was the matter of the demolished cake shop. That scoundrel Meng Wu would never yield without a beating. But beating Meng Wu into submission would bring its own messy consequences, no better than the current situation. Ji Luo still had Xiao Junian as a card to play, but he didn't yet know how to use this idle piece. Ji Luo's goal was simple: make Meng Wu compensate for the cake shop and never harass them again, wiping the slate clean. The problem was demolishing the old street was a lucrative prize that anyone would covet. How could Meng Wu simply give it up? And even if he did, someone else would surely step in. Trouble after trouble. Ji Luo still remembered the time Su Qinghan had taken him to the hot pot restaurant. He had nearly beaten a man to death, and retaliation was bound to come sooner or later. With this recent lesson fresh in mind, Ji Luo dared not be unprepared again. His past focus on immediate plans had left lingering hazards. Both matters had to be resolved properly, or Ji Luo would enjoy no peace. I'm exhausted. Ji Luo was drained in both body and spirit. The wound on his shoulder still throbbed, and without medicine he could only tend to it properly once home. And he had to hide it from Su Qinghan, ensuring she never found out. Ought to risk his life to protect her, yet silently conceal everything. What kind of spirit was this? It was the ultimate rarely seen spirit of a devoted admirer. Persevere, and all shall be yours. Ji Luo had confidence in himself. He was not unattractive, he was willing to spend, and most importantly, he offered a sincere heart. Why couldn't he win Su Qinghan's affection? All right, I haven't prepared dinner yet. It suddenly struck Ji Luo that he had promised Su Qinghan a grand feast, but hadn't cooked it yet. He urged the taxi driver, offering an extra 100 yuan for speed. Most of the ingredients were prepped, just not stir-fried. It was barely past 6. If he hurried, he could be home a little after 7. The feast would take about an hour to prepare, so dinner would be ready around 8:30. Perfect timing. Ji Luo figured that even after escaping danger, Su Qinghan would have matters to handle. If she also brought a cake, she'd likely return around the same time. It should start snowing around 7. I can invite Su Qinghan to watch the snow and fireworks. That would be the finest reward. The night was as dark as ink, with drifting snowflakes carrying a chill. In the distance, buildings blazed with lights, and streaks of fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into brilliant sounds. Su Qinghan let out a soft breath, warming her hands by cupping them, then shifted the freshly made cake to her other hand, flexing her fingers to restore circulation. Finally, I'm back. Su Qinghan didn't know why, but even though she was simply returning home as usual, an inexplicable tension gripped her heart. The young girl stomped her feet at the entrance of the stairwell, then climbed the steps one by one. Unlike her usual habit, she deliberately made her footsteps heavier, and the dull thuds echoed through the corridor. Standing before the familiar door, Su Qinghan hesitated, glancing back at her own home. Part of her wanted to go back first, while another part urged her to knock directly. Click! The sound of the lock turning broke her indecision. Ji Luo looked up at Su Qinghan, her clothes dusted with snow, and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. You're back, I've been waiting for you. Though Su Qinghan had entered this room before this time, she felt a sense of unease. She nodded lightly, about to stomp her feet again, but Ji Luo pulled her straight inside. I was wondering why you were so late. If you'd taken any longer, I'd have called you. Something came up what delayed me a bit. Su Qinghan pulled down her hood and was about to brush off the snow when Ji Luo had already fetched a towel and was wiping the flakes from her clothes. What happened? Was it serious? Are you all right? Nothing major. Su Qinghan stood stiffly, letting Ji Luo dry the snow from her clothes. Then she unzipped her jacket, handed it to him, and watched as he hung it up. Are you sure it wasn't something serious? Su Qinghan knew Ji Luo didn't quite believe her. The young man leaned in, scrutinizing her with a serious expression. She bit her lip and forced a faint smile. Don't worry, I've already handled it. Oh, it smells wonderful. What did you make? You'll have to taste my cooking. I made a whole feast of my signature dishes. Ji Luo's face lit up with excitement as he looked at Su Qinghan. He had been waiting for this moment all along. After pulling out a chair for her and making sure she was seated, he dashed into the kitchen to start bringing out the dishes. Su Qinghan sat uncomfortably in the chair, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. She glanced around the room, but saw nothing had changed. Yet for some reason, sitting here, now her emotions shifted. Is it because of today's narrow escape? Recalling the day's events, Su Qinghan couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. She had been far too careless. Lulled by her peaceful days, she had let her guard down. Because the person she met was Shu Yueqing and she was alone, Su Qinghan misjudged the situation. She tried to win her over to her side, but when she failed, she was subdued and all her countermeasures failed. Su Qinghan, what would you like to drink? Soda or wine? Black tea with carbonation, please. Su Qinghan watched Ji Luo busying himself and wanted to help, but he gently pushed her back into her seat. You've been busy all day while I've been lazing around at home. Just relax and be a little princess tonight. Ji Luo's smile was bright and unreserved, showing his affection for Su Qinghan. Yet even in his closeness, he maintained a respectful distance, never making her feel pressured. Su Qinghan didn't argue against his kindness. She sat in the chair watching Ji Luo's retreating figure as he headed back into the kitchen, and a warmth blossomed in her heart. Ji Luo truly is a wonderful person. His goodwill toward her was always open and natural, marked by the ease of friendship and the care of a neighbor. He never rashly confessed his feelings to disrupt their bond, but simply expressed his sincerity in a way that felt effortless. I am so fragile. Su Qinghan knew her emotions were off, but she couldn't help the uncontrollable flood of feelings washing over her. The reason, of course, wasn't fear of death. She had died too many times for that, almost becoming accustomed to it. No, today she was reminded of the deepest fear buried in her heart, the nightmare that haunted her endlessly, once again appearing before her with stark reality. Despair, pain, helplessness, coldness, struggle. Though years had passed, the emotions within her were as raw as ever. Su Qinghan, what's wrong? The food is ready. Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. Ji Luo called her back to the present and nodded with a smile, introducing each dish on the table and even serving her 2 pieces of his best stir-fried beef. Su Qinghan had no appetite, but she couldn't refuse Ji Luo's kindness. She ate slowly and gracefully, though her gaze kept drifting to his face. "Look how skinny you are. Have more meat and some shrimp too." Ji Luo wasn't overly enthusiastic, but he still served her some of his signature dishes. He could feel her gaze on him, but he didn't act differently, maintaining his usual demeanor. Thank you." Su Qinghan picked up her chopsticks and ate carefully. In her eyes, the expression on Ji Luo's face held an indescribable warmth. It wasn't the fawning eagerness of a simp toward a goddess, nor the indulgent affection of a boyfriend for his girlfriend. Ji Luo's attitude towards Su Qinghan felt like they were family, natural and ordinary, sharing a meal that could become a daily routine. "Su Qinghan, how is it?" "Good. Delicious." Su Qinghan nodded, then lowered her head. It wasn't that she dared not look at Ji Luo. She was afraid he would see the tears glistening in her eyes. For as long as she could remember, she had never had a family. But today, with someone she had known for just over a month, Su Qinghan felt the warmth of home once more. Outside the window, snowflakes as big as goose feathers drifted down, while fireworks crackled and burst, their colorful lights weaving together. The lights outside shone bright and warm. Yet Su Qinghan felt that the light she was in now was just as warm. "Is that all you're eating? Want some more?" "I've had plenty, I'm full." Su Qinghan, who initially had no appetite, had somehow eaten more than usual under Ji Luo's gentle urging. The table was still half covered with an abundant spread of dishes. Su Qinghan hadn't expected Ji Luo to prepare so much. He must have noticed long ago that she usually ate a lot, but was too shy to do so in front of him. "All right then. After the main course, it's time for dessert. I've been looking forward to your big cake. Afraid you might not like the cream. I specially asked them to add more fruit." Su Qinghan placed the enormous 20-inch cake on the table. When she opened it, Ji Luo was utterly astounded. This must have been really expensive. Ji Luo truly felt that this cake wasn't something for 2 people to share on Christmas Eve. It looked more like a cake for a grand birthday banquet or an engagement party. It was too magnificent, too thoughtful. How much money did the cake shop make from him putting in so much effort? "It's fine. I wanted to eat it too." Su Qinghan took out the cake knife and handed it to Ji Luo, letting him cut it. "Ho, I love cutting cakes." Ji Luo happily sliced into the cake, but after the first cut, his movements suddenly froze. "Su Qinghan, isn't it a waste to just cut such a big cake straight away? Shouldn't we put candles on it and make a wish?" "It's not my birthday, so there's no need." Su Qinghan shook her head, and seeing Ji Luo's regretful expression, she couldn't help but smile. The young man before her was truly a very warm person. Or rather, when facing someone he liked, he always managed to offer enough tolerance and maintain the right distance. Neither too close to become suffocating, nor too distant to cause unease. In truth, just for the 2 of them, Su Qinghan really didn't need to buy such a large cake. Yet she bought such a big, elaborate one. Deep down, she had her own selfish motives. Su Qinghan wanted tonight, with its enormous cake, to become a deeply etched memory for Ji Luo. Just like her, she would remember this warm night for a lifetime. Thus, Su Qinghan also hoped that Ji Luo would remember today and this moment just as she would. And then, after they parted years or decades later, he would still recall that on this snowy Christmas Eve, he and a girl who had to leave in haste had cut open a huge cake together. "Here, the biggest strawberry for you." Ji Luo picked the best piece for Su Qinghan, cutting it so carefully that the cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. "Thank you." In Su Qinghan's eyes, Ji Luo's gaze sparkled, as if brimming with hope and warmth. "It tastes good." Su Qinghan took a bite of the cake and nodded contentedly, her eyes stinging faintly with glistening tears. In a lifetime, one encounters many things and many people. Yet those who truly click with you, who genuinely make you feel warmth, may be few and far between, perhaps even unique. But tragically, life often leaves you with no choice. Those precious things you want to hold tightly in your palm always seem to scatter inexplicably in the wind, never to be seen again. Delicious. Ji Luo, true to being a guy, had already eaten quite a bit earlier, but he still had a hearty appetite now. Su Qinghan only ate half a slice before setting it down, her appetite gone, while Ji Luo devoured his entire large piece and eyed her leftover half covetously. "Ji Luo, can you still eat? It'd be a waste to throw away my half. You finish it." "I can eat it. Can't let it go to waste." Ji Luo gladly took Su Qinghan's plate and slowly ate the half slice. Su Qinghan sat across from him, fidgeting slightly in her seat, tempted to pull out her phone, but ultimately refraining out of politeness. "Su Qinghan, want to go for a walk later?" "A walk? It's snowing heavily." Su Qinghan turned to glance out the window. The snow was falling fast. In just 2 or 3 hours, it had already piled up half a palm deep. "That's exactly why we should go out and see. We can build a snowman." "All right." Su Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but faced with Ji Luo's expectant expression, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. "Perfect." Upon hearing Su Qinghan's answer, Ji Luo seemed to ignite with energy. He wolfed down the remaining cake in a few bites, and then patted his back in satisfaction. "Su Qinghan, wait a moment. We'll find a thicker coat." Su Qinghan stood up from her chair, looked at the messy table covered with dishes, hesitated briefly, then rolled up her sleeves and carried the used utensils into the kitchen. Not knowing how Ji Luo wanted to handle the leftovers, Su Qinghan didn't take the initiative. She just cleared the trash from the table, emptied the plates, and washed them along with the dishes that had been soaking. In the bedroom, Ji Luo was taking an unexpectedly long time to change. By the time Su Qinghan had finished cleaning, he rushed out in a hurry. Couldn't find a scarf. Took a while. No problem. Perfect timing. Su Qinghan washed her hands, put on her coat and shoes, and just as she was about to push the door open, Ji Luo suddenly came over and draped a scarf around her. You're dressed lightly. Don't catch a cold. Thank you. Su Qinghan clutched the scarf, words of refusal on her lips, but in the end she said nothing. You're welcome. Ji Luo showed no sign of awkwardness. Cheerfully, he put on his shoes and stepped out the door first, even more eager than his guest. Did you bring the keys? Huh, keys. Ji Luo was clearly too excited and had forgotten about getting back inside. He patted his pockets, but found nothing. Close call. I really didn't bring them. Without changing his shoes, Ji Luo ran back into the living room, searched around, and sure enough found the keys. Can't believe you. Su Qinghan shook her head helplessly. Ji Luo came out of the room and slammed the door shut. Let's go. Ji Luo waved his hand like a captain announcing departure and clattered down the stairs. Su Qinghan followed behind him, not in too much of a hurry, but her steps were noticeably quicker than usual. Outside the building, the world was a blanket of white. Countless snowflakes drifted down in all directions. Brilliant fireworks soared and burst between the buildings. The dim streetlights cast a hazy glow, making the snow-covered ground sparkle like gems. Su Qinghan, everything that happened today, you'll never forget it. Ji Luo, like an overgrown child, made an airplane taking off gesture, spun around in the snow, and finally ran back in front of Su Qinghan. Me too. Su Qinghan looked up, her face full of reluctance. Ji Luo exhaled a puff of white breath, fumbled in his pocket, and pulled out a gift box. Su Qinghan, Merry Christmas Eve, and Merry Christmas. Oh, I forgot to buy you a gift. Su Qinghan had originally thought about buying Ji Luo a gift, but too many things had happened today. Buying the cake had already been rushed enough. How could she remember a gift? No, you've already given me a gift. Spending this holiday with me makes me happier than any present. You'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Su Qinghan looked at Ji Luo, whose eyes were sparkling, pursed her lips, and nodded firmly. Then she took his gift, and under his expectant gaze opened the box. In the snowy world, an exquisitely beautiful crystal pendant seemed to glow with flowing moonlight. Do you like it, eh? Ji Luo had never given a gift to a girl before. He had spent half a day choosing this one, hoping his first present wouldn't be a disaster. I like it very much. Su Qinghan nodded gently. She took the pendant from the box and gazed at the shimmering gift, falling into a sudden silence. Su Qinghan, let me put it on for you, okay? Ji Luo was also hesitant about whether to suggest this, but seeing her quiet demeanor, he couldn't hold back. If you don't want to wear it right now, that's fine too. It's cold, so you can do it when you get back. Sure, please go ahead. Su Qinghan's attitude was unexpectedly open. She handed the pendant to Ji Luo, then removed her scarf and took off her hat. Under Su Qinghan's gaze, Ji Luo carefully unfastened the pendant. He had just trimmed his nails that day, and his nervousness made it take a while to open the clasp. Why are you so nervous? Su Qinghan took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them like never before. Ji Luo, looking at her radiant smile, couldn't help but hold his breath. Amid the falling snowflakes, Su Qinghan, usually so aloof, suddenly softened. A smile graced her lips as she slightly lowered her eyelids, her long lashes trembling with a hint of nervousness. At this close distance, Ji Luo could clearly see her natural face. Without any makeup to conceal it, her fair rosy skin showed not a single flaw. Su Qinghan was about 1.7 meters tall, just a head shorter than Ji Luo. At this range, if he lowered his head slightly and she tilted hers up a little, he could have kissed her cherry-colored lips. Unfortunately, Ji Luo didn't have the courage. He could only gaze at her willow-like brows, her clear yet deep eyes, and her exquisitely sculpted features. Her smooth straight hair cascaded behind her, recently trimmed to just below her shoulder blades. She seemed a bit shy, the delicate shell of her ears tinged with a faint pink, half hidden among her strands. Stripped of her usual coldness and indifference, the aura of solitary grace that defined her had inexplicably vanished. At this moment, she was like a girl next door standing before him, one embrace away from being completely folded into his arms. Naturally, such a dangerous thought was just that, a thought. Putting on a pendant was one thing. If Ji Luo dared to make a move, he'd probably end up with a bruised face. Worse still, it could be life-threatening. Ji Luo felt as if he were repairing delicate precision instruments. Carefully, he looped the pendant around her neck, struggling to fasten the clasp before letting out a long sigh of relief. So close, Ji Luo could smell the pleasant fragrance emanating from her. His tension was so great that a thin layer of sweat had formed on his skin. Was the clasp that hard to close? Su Qinghan was also nervous. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. Once the pendant was on, she quickly stepped back, putting distance between them. It was a bit tricky. Ji Luo couldn't reveal his true state. To suppress his unruly impulses, he had exhausted all his willpower, and now his legs were trembling. Do you really like this pendant? I really do. Su Qinghan tucked the pendant into her collar and nodded firmly. Ji Luo blinked, joy surging within him like a tidal wave. Su Qinghan, can we spend next Christmas Eve together too? Next year? Su Qinghan's lips moved hesitantly. She could easily evade the question or simply lie to him. But at this moment, she wanted to give an honest answer. I don't know. If circumstances allow, and if you still want to next your ID, be willing to spend it with you. Ji Luo could sense the unspoken thoughts behind her words. But he felt this answer was enough, so he didn't press further. Su Qinghan must believe they belonged to different worlds, that separation was inevitable, which was why she wouldn't promise him anything. Or rather, the more she cared for him, the more she pushed him away, for the world of evolvers was far too dangerous. If Ji Luo were truly an ordinary person, venturing into it would mean certain doom. So at this moment, Ji Luo didn't want to put her in a difficult position. He didn't need a solemn promise, he just wanted to understand her feelings. Through several death reversals, Ji Luo had fully experienced the terror of losing Su Qinghan, especially when he saw her body watching her die in his arms. Truly, it hurt more than dying himself. Ji Luo could stand tall and say, without hesitation, that he really liked Su Qinghan. It might not be love, but he truly adored her. In all these years, Su Qinghan was the first girl to move his heart. As for her feelings toward him, Ji Luo couldn't quite grasp them, but he sensed it was more than friends, yet less than lovers. Saying less than lovers might be an exaggeration. Halfway to lovers would be more objective. Regardless, it was certain that Su Qinghan had feelings for him. That was enough. Su Qinghan, want to take a walk on North Street? Sure. Su Qinghan naturally wouldn't refuse. She walked beside him, matching his pace, leaving 2 long parallel lines in the snow. Perhaps due to the snowfall there were few cars, but many people strolled about, mostly couples. Ji Luo and Su Qinghan blended in without awkwardness. The lanterns along North Street stretched endlessly, and under the rising fireworks the white world was painted with splendor. In the crowded square, Ji Luo and Su Qinghan stood shoulder to shoulder. Seeing other couples taking photos, he shyly suggested it. Su Qinghan paused in surprise, then actually agreed. Just one photo. Deal. Ji Luo's excitement was palpable. He carefully adjusted his phone, and standing beside Su Qinghan, took their first photo together. After the photo, Ji Luo noticed someone eating candied hawthorns. He dashed off to ask where they were sold, then pulled Su Qinghan by the sleeve and sprinted toward the shop. Slow down. What's the rush? There are so many people today, I'm afraid they'll sell out. Ji Luo chuckled foolishly, not telling her the truth. He just wanted to run with her even once. Su Qinghan, it's past midnight. Merry Christmas. Emma, Merry Christmas. The crisp sound of a lock clicking echoed through the quiet room as Ji Luo pushed the door open and stepped inside. He kicked off his shoes, slipped into slippers, and placed the shopping bags onto the table. So this is the reward for saving someone. I absolutely adore it. Ji Luo was certain that Su Qinghan had no idea of everything he had done. The reason her affection toward him had grown was likely because between them there was a sense of family. No matter how passionate a romance, after spending a long time together, it would gradually cool down. 2 people enduring the passage of time together would eventually come to feel like family. Truly, truly amazing. Sitting on the chair, Ji Luo couldn't help but wear a foolish grin. Perhaps it was the power of love, but he felt unexpectedly energetic, as if a surge of vitality coursed through his entire being. There was even a sensation of fullness, as if a seed buried deep in the soil had sprouted its tender shoots, stretching its limbs ready to break through the earth. What was lacking was not time, but rather a catalyst. A catalyst so simple it could hardly be simpler, and then everything would fall into place naturally. This feeling. Ji Luo suddenly sensed something. He rose from the chair, gazed at his palms, and slowly clenched his fists. After exerting all his strength, he gently released them, as if breathing. It was as if power flowed with the rhythm of his breath. In Ji Luo's perception, an immensely warm energy was seeping out from every part of his body. These strange energies, like converging trickles of water, began to gather, and eventually, after accumulating to a certain extent, transformed into a surging current that started to flow within Ji Luo's body, scouring every bone and every inch of his organs. Is this the bronze rank? In that second, which felt like 10,000 years amidst the violent pounding of his heart, Ji Luo's consciousness momentarily detached from his body. When Ji Luo regained his awareness, it was as if he had undergone some conceptual reincarnation, feeling entirely different from before. Like a rebirth. At this moment, Ji Luo could clearly sense the source energy circulating unceasingly within his bones and organs. As if adapting to something, every muscle in his body began to twitch slightly, continuously adjusting every part of him, bringing him closer to perfection. As if responding to his Buddha's call, Ji Luo slowly closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of his reborn self. In a daze, Ji Luo's consciousness seemed to be cast into an ocean of light. Every sense was filled with warmth and radiance. His body felt as if it had vanished, unable to experience any sensation at all. Time flowed by second by second. Ji Luo, submerged in the deep sea, gradually surfaced. He began to feel his hands, feet, shoulders, neck, and head. The senses he had lost returned one by one. Ji Luo slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the world in his perception was utterly transformed. Ji Luo's eyes widened as he breathed rapidly. Sweat dripped from his cheek to the floor. He watched a droplet fall, and in his vision, that bead of sweat became clearer than ever before. Everything seemed to slow down. Ji Luo saw with exquisite detail the shape of the droplet as it descended through the air, until it finally hit the ground and shattered. Ji Luo slowly raised his head like a newborn, opening its eyes for the first time. The entire world in his perception was now completely different. Sight, smell, hearing, taste, touch. Ji Luo discovered with delight that his five senses had more than doubled compared to before. Moreover, his boda's coordination surpassed all reason. Any posture a human body could achieve, he could effortlessly assume. With just a thought, without any deliberation, Ji Luo's fingers moved at lightning speed under his will, forming the hand seals of ninjutsu from Naruto that he once thought were cool, leaving afterimages in their wake. At this moment, Ji Luo felt every minute detail of his body with unparalleled clarity. His heartbeat, his breath, the movement of every muscle and bone. And this was the perfect understanding of one's body. Bronze rank realm warrior source energy flows within the organs and bones. Upon advancement, the first of the 8 gates within the human body is open, the gate of opening. The evolution it brings is called wandering, the complete cognition of the self. Understanding everything about oneself, constantly perceiving one's own body and soul. Naturally, the changes in the 5 senses have their reasons. Like switching from a telephone line to a fiber optic network, the download speed jumps from 0.5 megabytes per second to 50 megabytes per second. Although the action itself remains unchanged, something fundamental has been altered. With source energy flowing within the bones and organs, the nerves and blood vessels throughout the realm warrior's body are also naturally filled with source energy. Empowered by source energy, the neural network responsible for conscious transmission in a realm warrior has already surpassed the limits of an ordinary human's biological foundation. This enhancement will continue to strengthen and elevate as the realm warrior's rank increases, physical attributes grow, and source energy expands, ultimately reaching a certain concept of infinity. Ji Luo raised his hand and stared at his palm. Upon close observation, he could vaguely see the source energy like dust and mist of light flowing slowly within the bones of his hand. He tried to control the source energy. It was far more natural than he had imagined, feeling as effortless as moving his own limbs. No obstruction, no lag. Ji Luo attempted to seep the source energy out of his bones and into his flesh, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not make the source energy leave the bones. Between the bones and flesh, which should have coexisted and nurtured each other, there seemed to be an impenetrable wall locking all of Ji Luo's newly born source energy within his organs and bones. There's no enhancement to my physical strength, but my reaction speed has undergone a earth-shattering change. To be honest, Ji Luo never imagined that merely taking a single step forward would create such a vast gap. Without exaggeration, although Ji Luo's physical strength was exactly the same as before, if they were to fight, he could take on 3 of his past selves at once. Because his reaction speed and perception were no longer comparable to what they once were. My innate ability. Finally, in his self-examination, Ji Luo discovered with joy that the primal talent named Return Period had undergone a change, and it was exactly the change he had most desired. Return Period. Upon contact with other evolvers, it can seize their innate abilities and return them after a maximum of 12 hours. If described in words, compared to before, Return Period seemed to have only changed a few words. However, the fewer the words, the greater the significance. The greatest change Ji Luo obtained after becoming a bronze rank was the control over his innate ability. From now on, whenever Ji Luo came into contact with Su Qinghan or other evolvers, whether to seize their talent abilities had become an optional choice. As long as Ji Luo wished, he could still take any evolver's superpower, but when he was being intimate with Su Qinghan, he no longer had to worry about return date inexplicably turning into death return. Whether to seize a talent ability was Ji Luo's choice. Similarly, when to abandon the seizure and return the ability to its original owner also became an option. The maximum duration for seizing a talent ability remained 12 hours unchanged. But from now on, Ji Luo could abandon the superpower at any point after taking it. 1 minute, 3 minutes, an hour, 5 hours. It didn't matter how long, as long as he wanted, he could relinquish the ability and return it to its original owner. The greatest benefit of this was that Ji Luo could instantly discard an untimely ability, nullifying the power of the nearest evolver. Even if Ji Luo encountered many evolvers, he could seize a superpower, use it, and then return it. Then switch to another person, seize their superpower, use it, and return it again, repeating this cycle endlessly. The stronger the enemy he faced, the stronger Ji Luo's abilities could become. In a melee, he would be unstoppable. Finally, I can go all out. Ji Luo clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and slowly mobilized the source energy within his body. As he urged it, the originally gentle trickle began to surge violently, bringing with it an enhancement across all aspects of his physique. An increase of about 50%. Ji Luo had never imagined that source energy could amplify physical capabilities to such an extent. Already 4 times stronger than an ordinary person, a further 50% boost could directly double his combat effectiveness. Moreover, with source energy protecting me, my bones are as hard as steel, and my internal organs are no longer weak points. Ji Luo had thought himself formidable enough, but only after acquiring source energy did he realize the vast chasm between his former self and a true evolver. No wonder Su Qinghan had defeated him in an instant. They were simply incomparable. Ji Luo paced around the room, excitedly practicing a few moves. Even empty swings of his swift techniques generated gusts of wind and vibrations, something his past self could never have achieved. My. Ji Luo's gaze suddenly swept across the mirror. As if discovering something unexpected, he stopped and walked over to it. At that moment, Ji Luo noticed that his pupils were glowing with a dark purple radiance. That was the ethereal soft glow unique to source energy. Ji Luo didn't know what attribute his source energy possessed, but it was indeed dark purple, just like the color of Qinghan's source energy. The luminous aura of source energy could never be replicated by human technology. It was a living, dazzling color. The interplay of faint light and mist resembled a purple galaxy in motion. When an evolver uses source energy, does it dye their pupils, revealing its color? Ji Luo firmly committed this to memory. Not only could it help him identify whether someone was an evolver, but more importantly, it would reveal the attribute of their source energy. Moreover, using source energy rashly would clearly expose his identity. Ji Luo had to consider this in future battles. Oh, it's truly beautiful. Ji Luo gazed at the color in his eyes reflected in the mirror, unable to look away. Just as Qinghan had said, source energy was the most magnificent scenery and truest color within a living being's body. Its resplendent brilliance originated from the thoughts, soul, body, and will of a living creature. What it radiated was infinite mystery and an unpredictable future. Alas, what a pitiful amount of source energy. After staring for about 10 minutes, Ji Luo suddenly realized that he had already used up a third of his source energy. Clearly, the enhancement of physical abilities by source energy was not without cost. At present, Ji Luo could only maintain this state for about half an hour. Just enough barely to finish a small-scale battle. Thinking back now, neither Su Qinghan nor Shu Yiqing used source energy when they fought me. Ji Luo had been somewhat inflated before, but after becoming a true evolver, he fully understood his own limitations. The crazy plan against Meng Wu had been erased from Ji Luo's mind. He was now truly a weakling and could no longer afford to be arrogant. Truly, the more powerful one becomes, the more one realizes the unfathomable depth of this world, and thus the more one must keep a low profile. According to Qinghan, Ji Luo had previously been in the transformation stage. Now, having awakened source energy, he had officially become AI Bronze rank realm warrior. Carefully reflecting, Ji Luo felt that if he were to measure these two ranks on a scale, it would be like the different levels of martial power in various novels. Transformation stage realm warriors were roughly equivalent to the legendary peak martial generals of Earth's history, such as Xiang Lu Bu or Shui Ringdui. Their physical capabilities had been developed to the limits of ordinary humans, but they would still be instantly killed by bullets. I Bronze rank realm warriors, on the other hand, were akin to martial artists in low martial arts world settings with internal energy. Their bodies and martial skills were honed through countless refinements, and with the enhancement of internal energy, they could dodge bullets though they couldn't withstand them. However, at Ji Luo's current rank, source energy only strengthened the body, so battles still centered on martial techniques. From now on, I must train diligently in martial arts. Ji Luo was now determined to learn properly, not just simple acquisition, but a systematic understanding of traditional martial arts, integrating them into his own combat style. Since ancient times, this nation's population had been among the largest in the world. In times of chaos, this massive population made wars grand and bloody. Traditional martial arts were ultimately meant for killing. As a killing art abandoned by guns and cannons, it was now regaining its luster due to humanity's new evolution. This world has never lacked war and slaughter. Any effective method will be picked up again. The more I understand, the more I realize how crucial Qinghan's words were. Ji Luo recalled every detail of his meeting with Qinghan, growing increasingly curious about her identity. Where was she from, and why was she at the bottom of his sea of consciousness? While thinking won't solve it. Time to sleep. Ji Luo's greatest strength was his adaptability, or perhaps his carefree nature. He never dwelled on useless matters, he only constantly honed himself and waited patiently for the day everything would come to light. The future has already arrived. January 21st, 3006, 7:33 a.m. After winter arrived, Su's days became leisurely. Though the heating in the old building wasn't very warm, it was no longer cold, and getting up each morning no longer required such a struggle. Time for work, time for work. As if to bolster his spirits, he put on his newly purchased winter coat and thumped down the stairs. At the entrance of the building, he greeted a neighbor he knew, then quickened his pace. After eating steamed buns for a long time, he had finally made a change. Having sampled all the nearby eateries, he now occasionally had rice noodles or noodles for breakfast. Steaming rice noodles, vibrant red chili oil, and a few glistening spare ribs. Su's wonderful day had already begun. Ever since he started working at the Shoudao Fitness Center, Su's life had been steadily improving. After just 2 paychecks, his little savings had swelled considerably. Simply teaching a few martial arts moves earned him over 10,000 yuan a month, a dream come true. Su took his work seriously, earning praise from his students, and even received an award a few days ago. Of course, it was just an ordinary internal award, but the bonus was quite generous. To be honest, Su was thoroughly satisfied with his current life, more than satisfied in fact. His job was both respectable and easy. He sent 5,000 yuan home each month and kept the rest for himself. Afraid of bringing shame to brother Su, he had recently started paying more attention to his appearance. He knew little about buying clothes, but a kind-hearted girl from the finance department accompanied him on 2 days of shopping, picking out several suitable outfits. Su was very grateful to her and planned to buy her a gift, but he didn't know what to get. When he went to ask, brother Ji Luo looked at him with envy and jealousy, then kicked him out the door. He had only asked what gift to give, yet it made brother Ji angry. Su Yi didn't understand why, and even afterward he felt a bit resentful. At a loss, Su Yi bought a bracelet that pained him to spend on. The girl loved it and treated him to a meal. During the meal, struggling for conversation, Su Yi told her about Brother G kicking him. The girl laughed heartily, but offered no explanation. After that, his interactions with the girl increased. His colleagues inexplicably began offering him blessings, and a few days later Su Yi finally realized the truth. So, they thought he was in a romantic relationship. Su Yi had never considered such a thing. He was just a country boy, simple, clumsy, uneducated, and without any special skills. How could such a beautiful city girl ever like him? But Su Yi never voiced this explanation. He was a little reluctant to let it go. Those days, Su Yi couldn't sleep well. Eventually, at his wits' end, he went to ask Brother G, and the answer he received stunned him. Su Yi, don't be afraid. If you like her, go for it. As long as she's willing, anything can be worked out. Don't sell yourself short. You know me, and that alone makes you more than good enough for her. At that moment, Brother J's expression was deadly serious, so serious that Su Yi felt an overwhelming presence. He didn't even know what to say, and could only nod dumbly. After that, Brother G gave him plenty of advice. Su Yi went out with the girl several times, watched movies together, and once by accident even held her hand. Deep down, Su Yi was truly immensely grateful to Brother G. If he hadn't met him, he might have been hauling bricks on a construction site exposed to the wind and sun. Or perhaps working as a security guard somewhere, shivering in the snow, scrimping, and saving every month, afraid to even buy a piece of clothing. These debts of gratitude, Su Yi never spoke of them aloud, but he kept them deep in his heart, forever etched in his memory. His parents had taught him, receive a drop of kindness, repay it with a gushing spring. His master had taught him, repay kindness, avenge wrongs. And when Su Yi brought up repaying his kindness, Brother G always wore a complicated expression. He wouldn't say much, just pat him on the shoulder and urge him to keep pushing forward, to diligently hone his martial skills. Thus, Su Yi began to train his martial arts with fervor. Apart from teaching and spending time with the girl, he devoted every remaining moment to his practice. In traditional martial arts, true skill was valued. Su Yi trained hard for 5 or 6 hours daily, even longer than his actual work hours. Su Yi thought the boss would be displeased, but surprisingly, when the boss named Shi Xian learned of this, he not only refrained from criticizing him, but even gave him a raise. Later, Su Yi became a celebrity in the traditional martial arts circle, and many visiting students were allowed to observe his practice sessions. At first, Su Yi was uncomfortable with the onlookers, but after some guidance from Brother G, he gradually adapted to the noise. A martial artist should focus. One who enters the Tao through martial arts must guard their heart. Su Yi never slacked in his practice, and his once-rough skills grew increasingly refined. Moreover, in the traditional martial arts department, sparring among instructors became more frequent. Su Yi often exchanged techniques with an instructor who used a staff, benefiting greatly. Su Yi had few virtues, but concentration was one of them. In the early days, he often lost to other instructors, but he refused to give in, constantly improving and learning. Now, among all the instructors, Su Yi had become the strongest. Of course, compared to Brother G, he was still worlds apart. But even so, Su Yi was more than content. A few days after Christmas, Brother G hired another instructor who specialized in the spear, a man of true skill. Though the spear type differed, Su Yi felt he had glimpsed a whole new realm. Another peculiar thing was that Brother J's interactions with the instructors increased, but they were almost exclusively about martial arts training. Furthermore, Brother G set up a private training room for himself where no one else was allowed to enter casually. He spent every day alone in there. Su Yi had of course been inside, but there was nothing special about it. Perhaps Brother J's training methods were unique, and he preferred not to be seen. Brother G trained with a ferocity that even surpassed Su Yi's own. Every day at 9:30 a.m., he would lock himself in the training room and not leave until closing time. The office prepared for Ji Luo was practically empty. If anyone needed him, they had to go to the training room. Later, Su Yi overheard that Brother G seemed to have been triggered by something. That small shop called Spring Cake Shop had been forcibly demolished, torn down by the infamous fifth master Meng of the underworld. Since then, for over a month, no one had seen the cake shop's proprietress again. Rumor had it that the girl was killed by fifth master Meng, and Brother G was honing his martial arts day in and day out to avenge her. Su Yi knew the rumor was false, but watching Brother Ji's relentless training, he felt the revenge part was likely true. Su Yi even went to ask Brother G about it, but unfortunately Brother G told him not to worry, not to overthink, and not to get involved. To be honest, Su Yi wasn't afraid that Brother G would suffer a loss. The real problem was, what if things escalated even to the point of killing someone? What would Brother G do then? Su Yi had been truly worried lately. That kid Su Yi is worrying over nothing. Ji Luo sat in the fragrant braised food shop, gnawing on a baked flatbread and sipping the spicy savory broth, feeling utterly at ease. Nearly a month had passed since Christmas Eve, and none of the things Ji Luo had worried about had come to pass. His days were as tranquil as warm water. Originally, Ji Luo intended to resolve the matter with Meng Wu and settle the compensation for the cake shop as soon as possible. However, to his surprise, Su Qinghan told him not to rush and to wait a little longer. At first, Ji Luo didn't understand what they were waiting for. He only knew that Su Qinghan had been occupied with something of great importance. Later, when she occasionally spoke of her recent busyness, Su Qinghan was evasive. But after some probing, she revealed a bit of information. She wanted to attend an auction, and there was an ancient artifact she was very interested in. For some reason, when Ji Luo heard Su Qinghan's explanation, the word sacred relic suddenly popped into his mind. Come on, just hearing the name, he knew it was something formidable. Ji Luo had only ever seen one sacred relic. Shu Yuqing sighed, though it was a pity it had shattered. But Ji Luo hadn't forgotten that Shu Yueqing, using that sacred relic which resonated with her, had killed Su Qinghan without taking a single scratch. If not for the accident, she would have easily killed him too. A sacred relic that made Su Qinghan prepare so thoroughly. How could it be ordinary? It had to be a treasure. At this point, how could Ji Luo not understand? The treasure had many eyes on it. Su Qinghan wanted it, but she didn't have enough money. How to obtain it, and by what means? That was what Su Qinghan had been pondering lately. Knowing the trouble this involved, Ji Luo decided not to get involved. In Su Qinghan's eyes, he was just an ordinary person, and her no-holds-barred plan was certainly something she wouldn't want him to know. Compared to the sacred relic Meng Wu, the cake shop, and that compensation were all trivial matters. At such a critical time, Ji Luo knew that keeping a low profile was paramount. So he abandoned all his plans and focused on developing himself. However, the sacred relic also brought Ji Luo some frustration. After spending a wonderful Christmas Eve together, the distance between them had narrowed. The following period should have been a passionate honeymoon phase, the perfect time to boost their affinity. But infuriatingly, Su Qinghan had poured all her thoughts into the sacred relic, leaving Ji Luo neglected. He was truly angry yet utterly powerless. So Ji Luo channeled his anger into motivation and began practicing martial arts frantically. Thus, sometimes the truth is just this absurd and hilarious. He thought Ji Luo was preparing to fight for his life, honing his will and weapons with sweat. But in reality, Ji Luo was just frustrated in love, wallowing in self-pity, and turning grief into diligence. Like a child. In this world, few problems couldn't be solved with money. If there were, it just meant not enough money. Add more, and it would be settled. Although Ji Luo was the grand master of traditional martial arts, he was generous enough to share a portion of his earnings. As a result, the instructors were very conscientious and held him in high regard. Without the scheming and infighting, Ji Luo's work became simple and relaxed. He had plenty of time to squander, and for an evolver who had just stepped into the I-Bronze rank this time, was incredibly precious. Once it was a hobby, now it was about survival. Ji Luo truly trained with all his might, essentially draining every instructor in the gym. After losing interest in all the instructors, Ji Luo used his authority for personal gain and hired a very skilled spear master, netting a great deal. To be honest, in ancient times these skills were passed only from father to son or from master to disciple, as if the master were a father. But in modern times they are considered useless arts. Few people bother to learn them. The less they are needed, the more humble they become. To make a living, who would hoard their knowledge? The joy of getting something for nothing. Of course, Ji Luo didn't try to learn everything. He knew the principle of biting off more than one can chew. His original plan was to learn some unarmed combat techniques and one weapon. His homecoming required contact to seize superpowers, so close-quarters combat was an area he couldn't abandon. Hence he had to learn unarmed techniques. During a fight, the opponent might wield some bizarre weapon like Shu Yuqing's giant scythe. Without a weapon of his own, he could only dodge. Otherwise, any sacred relic could kill him with just a scratch. Extremely dangerous. So learning a weapon was a must. At first, Ji Luo considered swordsmanship. But the attack range of a sword was a bit short, and it was a restricted item. You couldn't carry it anywhere. After much deliberation, Ji Luo decided to focus on spear techniques. After all, when necessary, he could even fight with a random stick. And who said a spear without a head couldn't kill? When he was a kid, fighting a mop dipped in filth felt like being Zhao Yun reincarnated. With Sui the spear master, who came when available, and some resources online, Ji Luo enjoyed his training. Mastering the skill would just take time, no need to rush. The spear technique was settled, but Ji Luo was still unsatisfied with the unarmed combat part. So he thought of a certain cute and capable girl. Tang Ruashi, a 16-year-old girl with twin tails, a powerhouse in both strength and speed, a big lowly. Her family's 36 paths of thunderclap fists were incredibly fierce. Most importantly, she was about to awaken her primal talent and enter the transformation stage. For Ji Luo, who enjoyed nurturing. Observing, she was an excellent research subject. So without even calling ahead, Ji Luo actually went to wait for her at the school gate. Tang Ruashi, a vibrant high school freshman, had a very serious personality, excelled in her studies, and had always been the class monitor. She entered Chonglin No. 1 high school with the city's top score, firmly secured the position of class monitor, and became the nightmare of every student in the class. However, on that very day, the model student in the teacher's eyes, the prodigy in the neighbor's eyes, the perfect child in her parents' eyes, her flawless golden image was shattered at the school gate. Or rather, her image was ruined. The next day, everyone in Chonglin No. 1 high school knew that Tang Ruashi from class 1 grade 1 had been picked up by a handsome older guy after school. During their interaction, the conversation included, but was not limited to, Tang Ruashi, I really fancy you. Tang Ruashi, I can't sleep at night thinking about you. Tang Ruashi, I truly need you. Let's create a legend together. Tang Ruashi, name your conditions and needs. They'll pay whatever it takes. Tang Ruashi, our relationship will one day be closer than with your parents, so don't be shy. Oh, that bastard. I want to kill him. In the steaming little shop, Tang Ruashi sat on a bench, her fierce gaze locked on the Baozi in front of her. The The chopsticks in her hand hadn't even touched a drop of oil before they snapped with a crack. A lifetime of reputation, a lifetime of reputation. Her Tang Ruox's pristine name and perfect character were all ruined by that Ji Luo. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat him, Tang Ruoxi would have been ready to fight him to the death. However, unfortunately, even if she truly fought him, she would only end up getting beaten up while he remained unscathed. How infuriating. The more Tang Ruoxi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. After eating 2 baozi, she finally couldn't help but cry. Dear girl, what's wrong? Did something spicy get to you? No, I didn't. Tang Ruoxi wiped her tears while continuing to nibble on the baozi. The shopkeeper's aunt patted her back and served her a bowl of porridge. Dear girl, there's nothing you can't get through. Did you break up with your boyfriend? It's a small matter. With your looks, you can find anyone you want. I didn't. Tang Ruoxi took a sip of her soy milk only to find it had gone cold. She then drank some porridge only to burn herself again. Whoa. Angry Tang Ruoxi cried again. It wasn't that she was weak and couldn't handle the blow. She had been practicing martial arts since she was young and emphasized mental fortitude. But as a 16-year-old girl, let alone a boyfriend, she didn't even have any decent male friends. The most she interacted with were some senior brothers, but she was always careful to keep her distance. Countless boys had confessed to her, but she had always turned them down without hesitation. Those who persisted were directly driven away. This year she just started her first year of high school, and she behaved herself, wanting to study hard and not worry her parents. But who knew that the heavens had unexpected storms? A certain bastard actually blocked her at school, and under the gaze of her classmates he dragged her down the street for 2 blocks. Bastard. Shameless. Good for nothing. Tang Ruoxi was really infuriated. Did he even know how the school was gossiping about her? Those sharp-tongued girls claimed she pretended to be pure at school while having a boyfriend outside, and they ran to the school gate to whisper sweet nothings. And those boys who were in relationships were even worse, saying she was allowed to set fire, while the commoners couldn't even light a lamp, showing off in class, while not practicing what they preached, being far worse than her. The most disgusting part was that some people who were on bad terms with him had finally found a breakthrough with her, constantly making snide remarks and spreading rumors, even saying she changed boyfriends every day. What a joke. Her future boyfriend would definitely be tall, handsome, gentle, and steadfast, just like someone like Zhongli. Those bastards. Tang Ruoxi wiped away her tears, her eyes red, yet the girl refused to yield. The more they tried to bring her down, the more determined she became to show them that she was invincible. Let those fools keep spinning their tales. The innocent will clear their names while the guilty will sink in their own filth. She acted with integrity, so what was there to fear? The most regrettable part was that she couldn't lay a hand on those disgusting idiots. Back in elementary school, a little boy always bullied her, infuriating her to no, and so she wanted to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, she used too much force and broke his leg. Since then, her parents had forbidden her from fighting, especially against classmates. For so many years, Tang Ruoxi had endured humiliation and never retaliated against those little bitches. Now they had become increasingly excessive, yet she couldn't take action against those idiots. It was truly frustrating. Just wait, you won't have good results coming from this. Tang Ruoxi picked up her backpack and walked out of the shop, refusing the shopkeeper's kindness and paying for the bowl of porridge. A deal is a deal. Of kindness can be accepted, but debts must be repaid. Tang Ruoxi never owed anyone favors and wouldn't take anyone's goodwill. Similarly, she would remember any malice directed her way for a lifetime. With her backpack on, Tang Ruoxi angrily started walking to school, glaring back at every boy who stared at her. Ji Luo. Tang Ruoxi gritted her teeth, continuing to clench her jaw. That Ji Luo to make her go teach at the Shou Dao Academy was truly unscrupulous. Tang Ruoxi's family owned a martial arts school, so normally she would never go teach at someone else's school. However, that bastard Ji Luo seemed to be out of his mind, making such ridiculous requests. Even worse, he threatened her that if she didn't go, he would block her at the school gate every day, bringing her meals and flowers, rain or shine, until she agreed. Honestly, it was chilling. Tang Ruoxi had never seen someone so shameless, using such despicable tactics. He wanted the school to spread rumors about her until she couldn't take it anymore and surrendered. But who was Tang Ruoxi? How could she possibly yield? However, she had to admit that Ji Luo was quite generous. Although she was just a high school freshman, the salary he offered per class was substantial. If she worked part-time just 2 days a week, she could make enough money to support Zhongli. Recently, her finances were a bit tight, so she could consider it. Ganyu has also come out. She likes it too. A complete life isn't easy to use, but if it were a full one, it would definitely be powerful. Anyway, since it's all money earned from him, it doesn't seem so hard to accept. Tang Ruoxi tugged at her left ponytail, feeling a little less resistant to Ji Luo in her heart. To be honest, the 36 thunderclap palm is indeed a martial art passed down from their family. But in this day and age, practicing martial arts is a tough and tiring endeavor with little reward. Years ago, her ancestors said that the 36 thunderclap palm was passed down to males and not females, yet now her brother didn't practice at all. He was focused on his studies, aiming to get into college and become a great scientist. Yet her father still had to listen to her mother, forbidding her brother from learning martial arts and insisting he focus on his studies. Unfortunately, her brother was too mediocre and ended up with an average undergraduate degree with no future. As for her, she was naturally inclined towards martial arts and had decent talent. After begging her father for a while, she was finally allowed to learn. Later, when her father lost his job and had nothing to do, he switched careers to open a martial arts school, and unexpectedly, the business was quite good, earning a decent amount of money. Times have changed. Many families' secret martial arts have been filmed and gone viral online, yet they haven't lost anything. So the 36th Thunderclap Palm no longer needed secrecy. Even if she went to the Show Dao Fitness Center to teach, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just wait. I will teach those students well and leave halfway, making them all come to my family's martial arts school. Spreading rumors to trouble me. Ji Luo, you won't have good results from this. Ji Luo, you won't get away with this. Su Qinghan softly read the new message on the phone, not immediately reacting. A few seconds later, grasping its meaning, she let out a chuckle. Another fine day. Stretching lazily, Su Qinghan set down Ji Luo's phone, which he had left on the table, and turned toward the kitchen. A new day had begun. Time to make breakfast. Since Christmas Eve, her relationship with Ji Luo had stabilized. Though busy lately, leaving little time for conversation, he still cooked dinner every evening. After closing the cake shop, Su Qinghan found herself with more leisure, her bedtime growing later, and her mornings following suit. Ji Luo had initially offered to make her breakfast, but she declined, though she accepted his invitation to share dinner. Now Ji Luo returned home much earlier than before, constantly experimenting with new dishes, as if determined to spoil Su Qinghan into plumpness. Last night in particular, he had thoughtfully prepared an extra spicy hot pot. Su Qinghan relished it thoroughly, eventually feeling quite stuffed. She had initially refused alcohol, but swept up in the joy of the meal, and at Ji Luo's urging she drank a little. In the end, that fool Ji Luo even left his phone on the table. Still, considering how delicious his cooking was, Su Qinghan chose to forgive him. Ji Luo's phone now had no password left there, almost as if inviting her inspection. Yet by now Su Qinghan had no interest in such things. She had only glanced at it because the phone suddenly rang. That little girl Tang Ruashi must be furious. Ah, Ji Luo, what a tease you are. Carrying a simple breakfast, Su Qinghan returned to the table just as the girl named Tang Ruashi sent another message, every line dripping with anger, toward Ji Luo. Su Qinghan certainly wouldn't reply on Ji Luo's behalf. If it were a serious matter, she might deliver his phone to him, but for something so trivial, she wouldn't interfere. After all, she had far more pressing concerns. Beep, beep, beep. Just then Su Qinghan's own phone rang. Opening a hidden app, she began her breakfast while reading a reply from her contact. Nearly a month ago, while visiting a friend's grave, she had encountered Shu Yueqing. Their conversation had started pleasantly enough. But later, due to ideological differences, it ultimately fell apart. Worse, Su Qinghan had nearly met her downfall from Shu Yueqing's treacherous ambush. Still, the encounter wasn't without gain. Amid their casual chatter, she had gleaned a crucial piece of information, the whereabouts of a sacred relic. This was no ordinary relic. For Su Qinghan, it was an absolute necessity to save Mu Yingluo, and she had to obtain it at all costs. No matter the price. A trap. Of course it was possible. But just because something is a trap, does that mean one should not reach for it? This was a blatant, open conspiracy. Su Qinghan had no choice. As long as the item was genuine, she would go for it. What a hassle. Over the past month, Su Qinghan had spent nearly half the time verifying the relic's authenticity. The remaining time she devoted to crafting a foolproof plan. After so many clashes, Tang Zhujian must have guessed the nature and limitations of her death returnability. He had surely laid an inescapable net to capture her. But even this deadly trap had its upside. At the very least, the sacred relic must be genuine. Handling this alone is getting too troublesome. After reading the message, Su Qinghan cleared the app's history, finished her breakfast in a few bites, and returned to her bedroom. Truth be told, she had been agonizing for days, caught in an excruciating dilemma. Should she, or should she not, ask Ji Luo for help? There was no need to elaborate. She had become a thorn in Tang Zhujian's side. The entire Xinchi Biopharmaceutical was relentlessly targeting her with every means possible. When the time came, the auction house's security would be unbearably strict. Every attendee would likely have their background thoroughly investigated. Su Qinghan had no chance of sneaking in. Moreover, on that day, the auction grounds would be swarming with countless ambushers and surveillance. No matter how well she disguised herself, infiltration would be impossible. Don't forget, among the evolvers serving Xinchi Biopharmaceutical, there were many skilled in tracking and identification. This meant that unless she launched a direct assault, Su Qinghan couldn't even get near the auction venue. Yet without confirming the relic's authenticity, how could she stake everything on a single gamble? Therefore, Su Qinghan needed Ji Luo. She needed someone with an unblemished identity. If Ji Luo attended the auction, he could enter the venue openly, and even bid for the sacred relic with money. Of course, rationally speaking, since Tang Zhujian had somehow obtained the relic, he had no intention of letting it go. No matter how high the bid, Ji Luo wouldn't secure it. So Su Qinghan only needed Ji Luo to verify the item's authenticity. As for the subsequent action, she would handle it herself. This sounded risk-free, but beneath Tang Zhujian's all-encompassing net, how could it not be dangerous? In a critical moment, Su Qinghan could indeed use death return to revert to a time when Ji Luo was safe. Yet once Ji Luo got involved under Tang Zhujian's relentless investigation, his identity would inevitably be exposed. That outcome, that state of being, was utterly terrifying. Su Qinghan had experienced it firsthand. Ji Luo would lose everything he had. Everyone connected to him would be scrutinized, and many of them would meet their end. Faced with such a situation, Ji Luo would have no choice but to follow Su Qinghan, hiding like a rat in the shadows. A bounty would be placed on his head on the black market. Simply stepping out of the house would be a gamble, never knowing when a sniper's bullet might claim his life. There were no exceptions, no other options. This was how Tang Zhujian had always pressured her. Dealing with her alone was already a headache for him. If she had her own team, the threat would multiply exponentially. To prevent this, anyone associated with her was killed without mercy, completely and utterly. What should I do? Su Qinghan truly didn't know anymore. That sacred relic was far too important. She couldn't afford to fail, even if it meant dying countless times. But what about Ji Luo? If she made him pay such a heavy price, what could she offer in return? As an ordinary person under a relentless manhunt, Su Qinghan was certain she couldn't protect him. Bluntly put, should she wager Ji Luo's life as a massive chip in her bid for the sacred relic? One day, I will surely die a miserable death. Amidst the overflowing aroma of braised meat, Ji Luo's appetite was fully awakened. He lifted the large bowl and drained the broth completely, yet still felt unsatisfied. Originally, he had only planned to grab a quick bite for breakfast, but who would have thought this awful stew shop would be so delicious? After devouring a hefty portion, instead of feeling full, Ji Luo found himself even hungrier. Boss, the same again, another serving. Ji Luo was now a man of means. While he couldn't afford luxuries, he could easily order another bowl of stew. The shop owner acknowledged Ji Luo's order, then glanced at his empty bowl, a hint of shock in his eyes. This young man looked so refined and gentle, how can he eat so much? This was Ji Luo's first visit to this awful stew shop, but in truth it was a renowned establishment. Not only were the prices reasonable, but the portions were generous, drawing a constant stream of regular customers every day. As you sleep, your palm gently curls, a shallow dimple graces your cheek. In this moment, I gaze at you, so many words I wish to tell you. Ji Luo sat on the stool, softly humming the tune, his mood evidently light. Ji Luo had deliberately left his phone at Su Qinghan's place last night. Their relationship had grown much closer, and letting her see his phone would further deepen her trust in him. Of course, Ji Luo wasn't being careless. After all, he had two phones, one in his hand and one at home. That wasn't too much, was it? In any case, Ji Luo felt that ever since he officially became a bronze tier evolver, his mind had sharpened. All in all, the future looked promising. After a month of adjustment, Ji Luo had fully adapted to his new self. He used to accidentally misuse his strength, but now, as long as he didn't show it, he appeared just like an ordinary person. Like you, I don't understand what the future holds. I wish I could shield you from the wind and confusion. Let your sky see only rainbows until one day you become like me. As Ji Luo sang, his voice gradually softened. He watched four people enter the stew shop, his fingers tapping on the table like striking piano keys. Boss, the usual 4 sets. Xiao Junian was clearly a regular here. He and his 3 companions sat at a table near the back, chatting about work matters. Without Ji Luo's interference, Xiao Junian was still working as a bar security guard. Whether due to prejudice or their tendency to stick together, it was unclear. Judging by their weary expressions, all 4 had worked the night shift, and the worst kind, the outdoor security patrol. In the dead of winter, being a parking lot security guard was a miserable job. Not only was it freezing cold, but they had to endure all sorts of humiliation. The bar attracted many wealthy and influential young men. When drunk, they parked recklessly, and there was no controlling them. What made it worse was that many had obtained their driver's licenses through connections, making them road hazards. Security guards sometimes had to act as valets, a tiresome and troublesome task. This job is damn frustrating. We've been at it for a month or 2, and they still treat us like rookies. That team leader is really disgusting, but what can we do? He won't schedule us for anything else, keeps us stuck watching the parking lot. What choice do we have? Brother Qiao, think of something. You're the smartest among us. Freezing on night shifts every day isn't sustainable. It's too unfair. The 3 villagers sitting beside Xiao Junian always looked to him for advice. They had been satisfied with the job at first, thinking the pay was good and the work easy. But after nearly 2 months, they realized the bar management was toying with them, forcing them to freeze on night shifts every day. Pure bullying. What can we do? Beat him up. Xiao Junian felt a surge of anger, but the odds were against them. What could he really do? If we hit him, we'll lose our wages. We're short on money as it is. Can we afford to fall out with them? Don't forget we live in the dorms. Switching jobs would mean a huge expense just for housing. Xiao Junian wasn't one to take abuse lightly, but the 4 of them were alone and helpless. Finding a job with satisfactory pay wasn't easy. If they had to endure some bullying, so be it. What else could they do? After hearing Xiao Junian's words, the other 3 lowered their heads. Away from home, a single coin could bring a hero to his knees. They were uneducated, relying solely on their physical strength. What else could they do but endure? But don't worry too much. Hang in there a little longer. They can't keep this up forever. We're not pushovers either. True to his role as their leader, Xiao Junian, after stating the harsh reality, handed each of them a carrot of hope. At the very least, the future seemed promising. That bastard team leader can see we stick together. He knows he can't push us too far. So there's a limit to this. Just bear with it for now and get a firm foothold. Xiao Junian truly understood the art of persuasion. After his words, the other 3 young men immediately broke into smiles. Just then, 4 large bowls of awful stew along with a stack of flatbreads were served. The aroma of the meat broth made the 4 young men smile involuntarily. He erased the money. Without consulting his companions, Xiao Junian paid for the meal. The one sitting next to him tried to stop him, but Xiao Junian pressed him back onto the stool. Brother Xiao, you're short on cash too. We agreed to pay for our own meals. It's just a bowl of stew, don't make a fuss. You all followed me out here, and seeing how things turned out, it weighs on me. Brother Xiao, what are you saying? If it weren't for you bringing us out, we'd never earn this much. Grubbing in the village, how much could we make in a year? All right. Keep it down, we're in someone's shop. Eat up. Xiao Junian calmed his excited companion, adding chili to the other three's bowls before finally adding some to his own. Let's have something warm, then head back to the dorm for a sleep. We've got work tonight. After soothing his three companions, Xiao Junian finally began to eat. He ate quickly as if racing against time. On the other side, Ji Luo sat calmly on his chair. After listening to their conversation, he stopped tapping the table and sat up straight. Sir, your set meal. Thank you. Ji Luo took the meal from the owner, added some chili and vinegar, and ate slowly. His appetite had waned compared to before. It was just past 7:30 in the morning. Many working people didn't cook at home, preferring to eat out, and this stew shop was clearly their top choice. Ji Luo had only taken a few bites when he saw a scruffy-looking man enter. The man found a seat, casually ordered a set meal, and added a small dish of pickles. Everything seemed ordinary. The thug sat on his chair, his gaze habitually wandering. But when his eyes fell on Ji Luo, his expression suddenly changed. Ji Luo naturally sensed the thug's gaze, but he paid it no mind, continuing to eat his meal with leisurely composure, as if oblivious to the other's anomaly. On the other side, after spotting Ji Luo, the thug's casual demeanor instantly shifted. He adjusted his posture, sitting as rigidly as he did during his school days. In the early morning, diner patrons came and went swiftly, and scarcely anyone noticed a particular customer's state. The thug also restrained his attitude, slowly savoring his stewed dishes when the server brought them. The thug was not truly focused on his meal. He remained highly vigilant of his surroundings, one might even say cautious. After a while, he pulled out his phone, sent a few messages, and shortly after his phone rang. Startled, he hastily lowered the ringtone before resuming his texting. The bustling morning at the stew shop seemed devoid of any anomaly. After finishing another half bowl of stew, Ji Luo glanced at the thug. Though the thug was eating, he quickly sensed Ji Luo's gaze and buried his head in his bowl, wolfing down his food. Ji Luo casually averted his eyes as if he had noticed nothing amiss. He lifted his bowl, took a sip of the broth, and suddenly rose to his feet. Hello, may I sit here? Hello. And you are? Xiao Junian never expected anyone to approach him during his breakfast. He scrutinized Ji Luo from head to toe and gestured for him to take a seat. Ever since becoming a bronze tier evolver, Ji Luo's aura had grown profoundly deeper. Standing face to face, one could not discern his background or character. Moreover, Ji Luo had amassed some savings and now wore newly purchased clothes. Previously, without a beloved, he dressed casually, but with Su Qinghan in his life, he grew increasingly mindful of his appearance. Now no one dared to underestimate Ji Luo at first sight, least of all someone from the lower rungs like Xiao Junian. Having already finished his stew, Xiao Junian held the remaining half of his flatbread, too embarrassed to eat it dry, and set it directly on his plate. My name is Ji Luo. I suppose you could say I'm an ordinary man in need of help. The smile on Ji Luo's face was neither distant nor warm. He did not ask for the names of Xiao Junian and his companions, yet his words made it clear that he required assistance. My name is Xiao Junian. Xiao Junian caught the implication in Ji Luo's words, so he only gave his name without committing to offering help. One had to admit Xiao Junian was somewhat formidable, not only adept at rallying people, but also sensitive to others' attitudes. He knew when to approach, but never stooped to shamelessly cling. I apologize for the abrupt intrusion. As a token of my apology, allow me to treat you all to breakfast. Ji Luo waved over a server and ordered 4 bowls of stew, several hearty dishes, and a fine bottle of wine. Xiao Junian did not stop Ji Luo. His 3 companions turned to look at him, their eyes fixed expectantly. Xiao Junian shook his head, subtly signaling them to hold their peace. To be honest, Xiao Junian was also curious about Ji Luo's intentions. He prided himself on reading people, yet before Ji Luo, he could not fathom his depth. But Xiao Junian was certain. This Ji Luo was anything but ordinary. Since the man was no common figure, Xiao Junian was willing to engage. However, Ji Luo's air of superiority and deliberate mystification made Xiao Junian hold back. He came straight out saying he needed help without specifying what kind. He gave his own name, but never asked for theirs. He claimed the meal was an apology, yet ordered everything himself. Clearly, this man had a purpose in approaching them, but wished to maintain the upper hand, thus staging this little drama. If this were his hot-headed youth, Xiao Junian would have thrown down his chopsticks and walked away without a word. Who did this guy think he was putting on such airs? Your wealth and power are your own business, none of mine. If pushed, I'd still take a swing at you. Stop pretending. The old Xiao Junian, still in his rebellious prime, would have done just that. But now he had matured and learned forbearance. Besides, the man's demeanor seemed genuinely benevolent. Compared to some folks back in the village, he was practically an angel. At least he was treating them to stew and a full table of dishes. Life and society had worn down many of Xiao Junian's rough edges. His earlier impatience had faded, and facing Ji Luo, who sat like a fisherman awaiting his catch, he could wait him out. On the other side, Xiao Junian's 3 companions sat quietly waiting for the food. They knew their place, following Qiao Junyan, they wouldn't come to harm. In such situations, they kept silent, knowing their limitations. Moreover, they stole glances at Ji Luo, a hint of fear in their hearts. His gaze was not sharp, yet when it met theirs they felt utterly exposed. Every move laid bare, without even the will to resist. Thus at the table no one dared speak except Ji Luo and Qiao Junyan. During the serving of dishes, Ji Luo showed no intention of talking. Qiao Junyan sat beside him, hands clenched tightly on his knees. Truth be told, the tension was unbearable. Qiao Junyan felt he had already taken Ji Luo seriously, yet he had still been outmaneuvered. Though neither spoke, Ji Luo's mere smile and observant gaze as he studied the four of them made them feel as if thorns pricked their backs, restless and uneasy. Yet Ji Luo maintained an amiable demeanor devoid of any aggression. Rather than saying the atmosphere among the five was off, it was more accurate to say Ji Luo had seized control, shaping it into an oppressive force that bore down on Qiao Junyan, making him deeply uncomfortable. At this table with four of them, and Qiao Junyan taking the lead, only he could speak. The other three were mere extras. But if he spoke now, Qiao Junyan felt he would be conceding to Ji Luo, appearing too eager to ingratiate himself. Yet staying silent under Ji Luo's penetrating scrutiny felt like being a pig sized up by a butcher, utterly agonizing. As for losing his temper and causing a scene, the man had done nothing but sit there, said little, and even treated them to a meal. What grounds did they have to quarrel? Moreover, his very presence exuded the confidence to subdue them. Even if they did start a fight, they would be overpowered. Exactly. Ji Luo's seated form gave Qiao Junyan and his companions precisely that impression. As steady as a mountain, yet swift as thunder. His demeanor was as gentle as a spring breeze, but behind it lay the biting frost of winter. Qiao Junyan tried several times to speak, but the words died in his throat. Ji Luo's ambiguous attitude left him at a loss for what to say. But thankfully, the stew shop was quick with orders. The server laid out a full table of dishes, opened the wine, and set it down. Come, I offer a toast to the four of you as an apology for my abrupt intrusion. Although Ji Luo was offering a toast, he held the wine glass in his right hand, while his left hand rested on his knee, exuding an inexplicable aura of authority. This glass of wine gave Qiao Junyan and his three companions no chance to refuse. Though Ji Luo was the one toasting, the other four at the table were completely overwhelmed by his presence, leaving them no choice but to raise their glasses and drink. The food here is quite good. Don't let it go to waste. Everyone eat up. Ji Luo claimed to be an ordinary person in need of help, yet from the moment he sat at the table, he showed no sign of seeking assistance, instead naturally expressing his goodwill. Qiao Junyan's three companions, clearly aware they had no place in the conversation, simply buried their heads in their food. They also loved this braised offal shop, but for them the prices were a bit steep. A single bowl was enough to satisfy a craving. Eating their fill would hurt their wallets. Now with Ji Luo treating them to so many dishes, these young men in their early 20s at the peak of their appetites cast all etiquette aside. Qiao Junyan refilled Ji Luo's glass, but could say nothing to his companions who were devouring their food. They had no understanding of the subtleties of human interaction. Without his guidance, they'd likely be duped and still count the money for their captors. Mr. Ji Luo, is there something you need help with? Qiao Junyan, feeling oppressed by Ji Luo's dominance, decided to drop all pretense and get straight to the point. You four are security guards, aren't you? Ji Luo asked, fully aware of the answer. He smiled at Qiao Junyan, already certain of the reply. Yes. Qiao Junyan desperately wanted to break Ji Luo's rhythm, but the initiative was firmly in Ji Luo's hands, leaving him powerless. Ji Luo's presence was overwhelming. In any negotiation, letting the other party fire off questions while you can only answer yes and nod is a fatal mistake. This grants a psychological advantage and suppresses the opponent's momentum. If left unchecked, you'll be led by the nose the entire time. Unfortunately, Qiao Junyan recognized this, but facing Ji Luo, he felt like a mouse in a cat's paws, utterly unable to resist. Well, I want to hire you to ensure my safety. Ji Luo raised his glass to Qiao Junyan, then took a half sip. Qiao Junyan quickly lifted his own glass and downed it in one gulp. Hire us as bodyguards. Qiao Junyan was stunned by the request. The five of them were country bumpkins from the village with some rough training in martial arts, but acting as bodyguards. That was a joke. Professional bodyguards were trained to shield others from danger, even taking bullets when necessary. Normal people driven by self-preservation could never do that. And Ji Luo wanted to hire them as bodyguards. Security guards and bodyguards might differ by a single word, but the gap was immense. How much was he willing to pay for the five of them? Mr. Ji Luo, what kind of danger are you facing? No need for Mr. Just call me Ji Luo. Ji Luo picked up the bottle and poured wine for Qiao Junyan, who waved his hands in refusal, but Ji Luo insisted. I know you have doubts, so I want to deceive you. Let's be straightforward. See that thug over there? Ji Luo pointed without hesitation at a gangster eating at the other end of the room, his face calm and composed. I've offended him, or rather his gang. Didn't expect to run into him today. He's definitely called for backup, and I'm honestly panicking. A thug. Qiao Junyan exchanged a glance with Ji Luo for several seconds. Ji Luo spread his hands, openly signaling he wasn't lying. You can go over and grab him now to ask if I'm telling the truth. Why not call the police? Despite his combat skills, Qiao Junyan knew the rules of society. When faced with danger, his first instinct was to dial the authorities. What good would the police do? Have their men arrived yet? Has anyone laid a hand on me? You mean they'll tail you first? Xiao Junian now grasped Ji Luo's meaning. Ji Luo had a grudge with these gangsters and had been evading them, but today he was spotted. The thug had reported in and reinforcements would likely arrive soon. These people wouldn't strike immediately, of course. It was broad daylight, and attacking someone in the street would land them in jail. So they'd probably tail Ji Luo, maybe even find out where he lived, and wait until nightfall. Whether it was a beating in a sack or smashed windows, it would be trouble. How many are they? Xiao Junian mulled it over, thinking that if the price was right, the job might be doable. After all, if Ji Luo hired them, they'd be paid by the day. During the day, nothing would likely happen. At night, they could just flee far enough to escape danger. I don't know the exact number. Why don't you grab that thug and ask? Despite being hunted by enemies, Ji Luo remained utterly composed, as if he just wanted to throw money at the problem and leave everything to Xiao Junian. Xiao Junian neither nodded nor shook his head, but one of his companions secretly tugged at his shirt. Clearly the three others thought this was a good deal and wanted Xiao Junian to negotiate a price. Or perhaps, they wanted to seize the thug and force him to reveal how many were coming to set a fair price. But Xiao Junian wasn't so short-sighted. How could he just grab someone and interrogate them? Now if Ji Luo hired them as bodyguards, they'd be paid for their services by the day, which was perfectly reasonable. But if they grabbed the thug and asked how many were coming, that would be a blatant insult to the gang, showing utter contempt. For these underworld figures, face was sometimes more important than life itself, because it represented money and power. Thus Xiao Junian had two choices: either refuse and stay out of this mess, or accept outright, without trying to find out the number of enemies. So what do you say? Want to go ask? He's all alone. Ji Luo seemed like a demon tempting them into the abyss. Xiao Junian's three companions felt this was a viable opportunity, but they held back their excitement and waited for Xiao Junian to decide. How much will you pay? For the four of you. 500 a day each. How about that? Ji Luo held up 5 fingers, leaving the offer open. Hearing the price, Xiao Junian's companions' eyes lit up. 500 a day meant 15,000 a month, a substantial sum. To be honest, during the day the thugs wouldn't dare do anything beyond tailing them. At night, if the odds were bad, the four could just bolt, leaving Ji Luo behind. The gang wouldn't bother chasing them. And even if they did in the dead of night, how could they catch up? Even if someone gave chase in the pitch-black night, they'd never catch them. Logically speaking, with an unknown number of opponents, 500 for a day's protection was hardly a worthwhile price. Yet Xiao Junian's 3 companions had no intention of risking their lives in the first place. Thus they could accept the offer provided Ji Luo paid up front. If the situation turned dire, they would simply take the money and retreat, losing nothing either way. However, unlike his short-sighted companions, Xiao Junian was dissatisfied with the price, or rather he genuinely wished to protect Ji Luo. Leaving everything else aside, Ji Luo's demeanor and attitude made it clear to any fool that he was no ordinary man. Had they met by chance, Xiao Junian might have glanced at him a few times, but would never have actively sought to curry favor. But now Ji Luo had come to them offering payment. With interests at stake, Xiao Junian had to weigh the consequences carefully. No one was a fool. Ji Luo had named 500 per person per day, without committing fully, clearly leaving room for negotiation. What did that mean? Did he think they were desperate for money? This was a test. You get what you pay for. If they agreed to 500 outright, he would have no trust in them. 1,000 a day for at least 5 days. After assessing the risks and rewards, Xiao Junian settled on this figure. As bodyguards, no matter how rosy the client's promises, they must treat the situation as extremely perilous. Considering the danger and compensation, earning 5,000 in 5 days seemed a reasonable deal. Gangs like these would strike hard at first, but once the initial assault was weathered, they would temporarily retreat and wait for another opportunity. Xiao Junian estimated that the real danger lay only in the first day. However, demanding 5,000 per person per day would be outright extortion, inviting retaliation. So he compromised, asking for a moderate daily rate, but extending the duration, showing sincerity without incurring losses. 5 days, 4 people, 20,000. Ji Luo did not immediately reject Xiao Junian's price. Instead, he glanced with interest at the 3 silent men who, as if their thoughts were laid bare, lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. This price. It's not low. Can you truly bear the responsibility? Ji Luo almost spelled it out. I can pay, but if you take my money, you cannot be half-hearted or think of abandoning me. I'm giving you another chance to think it over. If you take the money and fail to deliver, my retaliation will be something you cannot withstand. For this price, you can pay 2,000 up front and the remaining 3,000 after 5 days. If we are injured, you cover the medical expenses. If we are crippled, you provide compensation. If we die, you pay a death benefit. Xiao Junian locked eyes with Ji Luo, laying out his terms while stating his stance. As long as Ji Luo paid, he was willing to accept injury, disability, or even death to protect him. And what about them? Ji Luo tapped the table, shifting his gaze from Xiao Junian. The other 3, caught between both men, nodded vigorously to signal their agreement. Ji Luo's offer was generous enough to make the job worthwhile. There were ways to flee and ways to hold their ground. If thugs surrounded them at night, they could call the police and fight while retreating, holding out until help arrived. In this world, no one was truly a fool. It was simply a matter of whether they bothered to think. When it came to life and death, no one took things lightly. They accept. Xiao Junian had anticipated this. He hadn't asked them earlier to show Ji Luo how well he led his team. Truth be told, if these three hadn't listened to him, he wouldn't have bothered to keep them. From the moment Ji Luo sat at their table, the test had begun, yet the three remained oblivious, still eating. The money from this job was secondary. Xiao Junian genuinely wanted to establish a connection with Ji Luo, so even if it meant some risk, he decided to take it. After all, he was like a man trapped in a well. Give him a rope to climb out, and he would eventually rise. All right, it's settled. Ji Luo flipped his phone on the table, stopped the recording, then played it back, repeating Xiao Junian's conditions and his final affirmation. Xiao Junian nodded, added Ji Luo's account on his phone, and asked Ji Luo to send the recording file. At this moment, unlike Xiao Junian's calm, the other three were brimming with excitement. Those who had never been in need could not understand their urgency. A poor man's life was cheap. Ji Luo could spend 20,000 in 5 days without blinking for his safety, but if they faced the same situation, they would have to trade a few lives and await death resignedly. Pleasure doing business. Ji Luo did not add the other three's accounts. Instead, he transferred 8,000 directly to Xiao Junian, who showed the phone to the others before pocketing it. Mr. Ji, what are your plans next? No need to call me Mr. Just Ji Luo is fine. You're all older than me anyway. Ji Luo was pleased with Xiao Junian's attitude. Now that he had paid, he was the employer, no longer the one offering apologies. Let's eat first. No matter how many come, having a good meal is what matters. Ji Luo remained modest, even pouring a round of drinks for Xiao Junian and his men. When Xiao Junian tried to take the bottle, Ji Luo stopped him. For the next 5 days, my safety is in your hands. Naturally, Xiao Junian raised his glass with a humble gesture, toasting Ji Luo. The other three quickly followed suit, clinking glasses and drinking in one gulp. The toast seemed to say it all. Ji Luo set down his glass and did not drink again. Xiao Junian also stopped drinking and picked up his chopsticks to eat. The earlier posturing was to maintain equality in negotiations. Now that they had accepted the employment, it was time to follow Ji Luo's arrangements. Since Ji Luo told them to eat, well, Xiao Junian held back no longer. He had a physique honed by years of training and a hearty appetite. The bowl of stew earlier was merely an appetizer. Now faced with a table of fine dishes, he saw no reason to be reserved. However, the remaining half bottle of wine went untouched. One of the men sitting at the far end had a craving, but a glare from Xiao Junian made him think twice. Don't be shy. Eat your fill so you can work well. Ji Luo took in the scene, unconcerned with the other three's behavior, his eyes fixed solely on Xiao Junian. That Xiao Junian. He was a man of talent. As early as Christmas Eve, Ji Luo, who had some contact with Xiao Junian, felt that this man was ruthless and highly ambitious. Coupled with his recent observations, Ji Luo couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration for him. Had he not awakened his primal talent and gained the formidable physical prowess of an evolver, Ji Luo dared to say, he would have been utterly suppressed in the presence of a ruthless man like Xiao Junian. Of course, if it weren't for that cursed ability return date, Ji Luo might have gotten into a top high school, then a prestigious university, graduated with $1 million salary, and directly reached the pinnacle of his life. While Ji Luo and his 4 companions were bustling about, the thug on the other side sat trembling in his chair. Though he was eating, his meal was utterly tasteless. His mind was entirely occupied with fear and eavesdropping. If he could, he would have fled long ago and waited outside for Ji Luo. But the new boss had given him orders. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to steel himself and stay seated. This new boss, who had some distant relation to the old leader, was new to the scene and seemed eager to prove himself. He was bustling about every day and had extremely high demands on them. However, he was also very generous with his spending. Staying under him wouldn't result in a loss. Considering the future, being in his good graces made the risk worthwhile. But this risk was a bit too great. That night he had been part of the Hot Pot group. The impression Ji Luo left on him was too profound, too terrifying. Even after that, he had nightmares for half a month, waking up in fright every single day. As for the former boss, Ji Luo's single knee strike had shattered all his ribs into pieces, a comminuted fracture. The man didn't die, barely survived, and was now lying in bed, likely to remain a vegetable for a year or two. This incident eventually reached the old leader's ears. Rumors had it that the leader was furious and wanted to capture the culprit directly and feed him to the dogs. But coincidentally, the very next day after that night, a piece of land south of the old district ignited a conflict with their rivals. The ensuing fight was brutal. The gang even lost 2 skilled fighters, and they barely managed to cover it up. Fortunately, they secured the territory. For safety, the old leader ordered everyone to lie low for a while, setting aside all grudges to see how things developed. And so they waited until a few days ago. The heat had passed, their gang had emerged victorious, and the time for revenge had come. Especially the new boss, eager to showcase his abilities, had mentioned several times that they needed to find Ji Luo, the murderer. Just yesterday, he was still scouting near the restaurant. Who would have thought that while having breakfast today, they would run right into the very person they were looking for? Finally, the thug let out a long sigh of relief as he looked at the boss message. He quickly went to the counter to pay the bill and rushed out of the door. On the other side, Ji Luo paid no attention to the thug's departure. It was Xiao Junian who deliberately put down his chopsticks and stared at the thug's receding figure for a long time. Ji Luo, their men are here. They're here. Ji Luo sat as steady as a rock without a trace of panic in his heart. At his current level, as long as these thugs didn't use guns, knives, sticks, or clubs were all the same to him. Dozens, or even 100 men were just a matter of how many would die. Over the past month, the more Ji Luo practiced traditional martial arts, the more he felt the fragility of the human body. The neck, throat, arteries, joints. Ji Luo was now hesitant to strike recklessly. It wasn't fear of exposing his abilities, but fear of causing death. He had worked hard to keep his record clean. Even if he had to end up on a blacklist, it should be for something meaningful, not in a street brawl with thugs. He'll have someone go back to the dorm and get the weapons. Since Qiao Junyan had accepted Ji Luo's task, he naturally wouldn't be careless. He had thrived in his early years because he was willing to fight. If you cowered in the face of trouble, you'd never get back up in life. Fine. Ji Luo naturally wouldn't bother with such matters. He just needed to act as the mascot. Qiao Junyan was being paid to handle things. If he failed, it would be his own problem. Eat up quickly. Saner, you go to the dorm and get the stuff. Qiao Junyan gave the young man beside him 2 pieces of meat, signaling him to finish quickly. The dark-skinned young man didn't dawdle. He ate the meat, wiped his mouth, and stood up. He'll go now, not later. All right. Qiao Junyan had actually meant the same thing, but he hadn't said it outright. The young man called Saner flashed a grin at Ji Luo and strode briskly out of the restaurant. Your relative. Ji Luo could sense that Qiao Junyan treated this young man differently from the other two. It wasn't more affection, but a more direct way of using him. A distant relative, a connection so thin it's barely there. His parents don't care for him. If I don't look out for him, he'll never find a wife in this life. You are giving him good fortune by taking him under your wing. Ji Luo's words were nothing short of flattering to Qiao Junyan. Qiao Junyan froze, his breath caught, and he seemed to want to ask Ji Luo something, but ultimately held his tongue. Whether it was Ji Luo's words that stirred something in Qiao Junyan's heart afterwards, he spoke little, slowed down his chopsticks, took a few more bites, and then stopped abruptly. Ji Luo himself wasn't hungry, and eating with this table full of rough men didn't do much for his appetite. He made a show of eating, then sat there chatting idly with Qiao Junyan. Their conversation didn't touch on personal matters, it was just random chatter about everything under the sun. It was partly an attempt to build rapport, and partly a way to probe each other's areas of interest. The ones who enjoyed the meal the most were the other 2 young men. They paid no attention to Ji Luo and Qiao Junyan, simply burying their heads in their food. In the end, they managed to clear the entire table of dishes. Is there enough food? Want to order a bit more? Ji Luo didn't mind spending a little extra to ensure they ate well. The 2 young men immediately waved their hands, saying they were stuffed, so Ji Luo didn't insist. Since he had hired Qiao Junyan and his 4 men as bodyguards, Ji Luo naturally had to consult him on travel arrangements. Qiao Junyan felt that since their weapons hadn't arrived, yet if they went out and got surrounded, they'd be at a huge disadvantage in a fight. So it was better to wait a bit. Qiao Junyan was indeed very cautious. Everyone knew that in broad daylight thugs would be mindful of their image and wouldn't dare act rashly. Yet he remained extremely vigilant, earning Ji Luo's newfound respect. While waiting, Ji Luo had the server clear the table and ordered a pot of tea. The 4 of them sat at one table, 2 huddled at one end in silence, leaving only Ji Luo and Qiao Junyan to carry the conversation. Qiao Junyan's distant relative was indeed quick. Before the pot of tea was finished, he arrived carrying a woven bag. The young man was quite thoughtful. Ji Luo glanced and saw that what was visible in the bag were clothes, and very thick ones at that. In the dead of winter, thick clothes were extremely useful. They could both conceal weapons and provide some protection when worn. Thoughtful. Ji Luo hadn't expected the young man to be so thoughtful. He had brought a particularly thick cotton coat specially prepared for Ji Luo, likely thinking that if a fight broke out, Ji Luo could wear it for protection. Ji Luo had no use for such attire. He waved his hand in refusal, and Qiao Junyan didn't insist. Instead, he rolled up the cotton coat, keeping it ready for immediate use. Ji Luo, we're all set here. Then I'll leave it to you. Ji Luo spoke these words with genuine sincerity. Since he had hired the 4 of them as bodyguards, it wasn't too much to ask them to shield him from some trouble. He'll do my best. Qiao Junyan ultimately refrained from making grand promises. He restrained himself while not vowing to fight to the last drop of blood. This hint of reservation also served as a reminder to Ji Luo not to court death, or they wouldn't accompany him. Let's go. Ji Luo paid no heed to Qiao Junyan's subtle schemes. Since they had already taken the bait, he would find a way to ensure they couldn't escape. 5 days for 20,000 yuan. Someone as impoverished as Ji Luo throwing away such a large sum was determined to hear a satisfying splash. And besides, this money might not necessarily be lost forever. Qiao Junyan and his 3 companions knew nothing about Ji Luo. They still believed Ji Luo was genuinely afraid of the thugs. From the moment Ji Luo stepped out of the restaurant, they stuck close to him, more like fawning lackeys of an ancient profligate than bodyguards. Meanwhile, the number of thugs was considerable. Ji Luo could sense at least 20 people, and these were just the lookouts. When they finally surrounded him, he couldn't even guess the total number. But that was fine too. In Qiao Junyan's imagination, although Ji Luo had hired for bodyguards, he should still be worried about safety. The best course of action now was to find a hotel near a police station and stay put for a day or 2 to see how things developed. However, Ji Luo's carefree attitude was completely unexpected. Instead of trying to shake off the tail, Ji Luo swaggered into the old street, as if afraid his pursuers might lose him. At first, Qiao Junyan thought Ji Luo was creating a diversion, but after following him for a while, he realized Ji Luo wasn't bluffing. He truly wasn't afraid. Not only that, but Ji Luo's subsequent actions seemed utterly insane in Xiao Junyan's eyes. With a gang of thugs trailing him, Ji Luo went from house to house on the old street inquiring about their deeds, the compensation amounts offered after demolition, and whether they had tried to resist or report to the police. He didn't skip a single household on the entire street. Even for those with closed doors, he tried knocking and asking. If a phone number was left, he directly called to inquire. Initially, Xiao Junyan thought Ji Luo was acting on a whim, but as they walked, he realized what Ji Luo was doing was exactly like an undercover journalist investigating illegal workshops. If the thugs discovered Ji Luo doing this, they would surely strike ruthlessly. Wait, weren't the thugs already watching them from behind? They had already noticed. Ji Luo, what are you? Xiao Junyan was genuinely startled by Ji Luo's actions. Offending someone or holding a grudge could still be resolved. But cutting off someone's livelihood was like killing their parents. It would get you beaten to death. Unite all the forces that can be united to fight evil. Ji Luo acted as if he hadn't understood Xiao Junyan's hint. He smiled and waved the notebook he had just bought as if he truly believed in justice, like a child believing in Ultraman. Ji Luo, we brothers are. Xiao Junyan was about to advise Ji Luo to behave, or rather warn him not to court death, or they wouldn't stick with him. But before he could finish, Ji Luo turned his head and cast a cold, piercing glance at Xiao Junyan. In an instant, Xiao Junyan swallowed his words, genuinely frightened by Ji Luo's look. Xiao Junyan had seen many hateful gazes, even the look of someone driven to kill, but he had never seen anything like Ji Luo's. A single glance that made him feel as if he were already dead, a terror beyond compare. Someone with such eyes wasn't just terrifying in status. One had to seriously consider how many people he had killed. Stick with me, and I won't shortchange you. Ji Luo's tone was cold, far from his earlier affability. Xiao Junyan nodded silently, while the other three were so frightened their muscles tensed up. In truth, Xiao Junyan's instincts were correct. In a previous regression, Ji Luo had gone on a killing spree at Meng Wu's banquet, slaughtering nearly a third of the 400-plus attendees. If the old Ji Luo relied on sheer momentum to intimidate, the current Ji Luo had truly crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When he was casual, it was fine, but when he turned serious, he became utterly terrifying. A man of some courage like Xiao Junyan with his constant martial training and vigorous blood might handle it, but a woman or someone weaker would surely have nightmares and wake up in the middle of the night. Ji Luo had said all this merely to remind Xiao Junyan not to overstep. He had hired them with money. Before payment, they could set terms and ask questions, but now that the money was taken, they had to do their job and keep their place. A bodyguard had no right to meddle in what their employer did. Ji Luo's cold demeanor made Xiao Junyan and his men fully understand their position. They no longer stuck so close, falling back about half a meter. The occasional laughter and chatter from before vanished entirely. Auntie, are you busy right now? Sorry to bother you. Ji Luo's attitude shifted as quickly as a mask changed. At the doorstep, he was still exuding murderous intent, but the moment he saw someone else, he immediately put on a fawning smile. Inside the room, a middle-aged woman knitting a sweater was very cautious, clearly having suffered at the hands of the thugs. She looked at Ji Luo, then at Xiao Junyan and the others behind him, and only spoke after determining they weren't with the demolition gang. Not busy, young man. What is it? Annie, do you know about the spring cake shop at the far end of the street? Yes, the girl who made cakes was very pretty. I even thought about introducing her to my son, but unfortunately, she wasn't interested. That was my girlfriend's shop. It got forcibly demolished on Christmas Eve. Ji Luo had grown adept at dealing with these people. He didn't directly state his intentions, but first built rapport through shared experience, then extended the danger to include them. Auntie, you all need to be careful too. So it was a forced demolition. Young man, come in and tell me about it. The middle-aged woman was still reluctant to let Ji Luo into the house, but now upon hearing about the demolition, she immediately pulled him inside. Forced demolitions, once they happen, will surely occur again, and after the second time, they become unstoppable. The middle-aged woman had also heard about the forced demolition of the cake shop. She happened to be away that day and was skeptical of the rumors, but now that she had met the person involved, she naturally wanted to inquire further. Ji Luo considered himself an honest man, especially when speaking with Su Qinghan. He believed he should never deceive someone he loved, so his words were never particularly pleasing. However, when dealing with outsiders, Ji Luo was most adept at avoiding the truth. As for middle-aged women like this, did they enjoy hearing the truth? No, they neither liked it nor needed it. Thus, Ji Luo sat on the chair beside her and fabricated the story into a mess. 3 parts truth, 7 parts falsehood. No matter how absurd the cause and process, the cake shop had indeed been demolished. This crisis that could affect her terrified the middle-aged woman. She had originally not wanted to get involved in the matter Ji Luo was investigating, but now that the situation looked dire, she placed her hopes on him. Ji Luo's questions were all well answered by the middle-aged woman. Moreover, due to her habit of chatting with neighbors, she knew quite a bit about the people around her and relayed everything to Ji Luo. Most importantly, she told Ji Luo that a couple of days ago the hardware store to the north had offended the thugs who came for a talk. According to her, that day the hardware store owner's daughter came after school to get the keys from her father and happened to run into the thugs, causing trouble. The thugs said a few extra words which angered the owner, who then struck them. But the thugs ran fast and weren't seriously hurt. However, before leaving, the thugs shouted that they would bring a bulldozer in a couple of days to tear down his shop, ensuring he wouldn't get a single cent of demolition compensation. Andy, sorry for troubling you. This information is very useful. I have a relative who is a police officer. I'll report this to him and see if the problem can be resolved. Oh, what trouble. If this can be solved, I'll thank you. Your girlfriend has a bit of a cold personality, but she's a good person at heart. Take good care of her. Of course. Andy, I'll take my leave now. No need to see me out. Ji Luo departed amid the middle-aged woman's farewells. Xiao Zhenyan followed silently behind him, deeply puzzled by Ji Luo's series of actions. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhenyan played the role of a bodyguard while refraining from expressing his opinions. In response to this obedient attitude, Ji Luo's coldness also softened. Xiao Zhenyan, I know you're confused and suspicious. I won't lie to you. Things are not as simple as they seem. Ji Luo knew that Xiao Zhenyan lived in the bar's dormitory and rarely visited Old Street, so naturally he was unaware of the true inside story behind the Old Street demolition. To put it bluntly, the entire Old Street district is like a plump steak with countless people holding knives and forks trying to cut off a piece and stuff it into their mouths. The bigger the better. For these visible benefits, various interest groups have fought tooth and nail, nearly spilling their brains out. From 3 years ago until now, it's taken a full 3 years for Old Street to be roughly allocated. Of course, this allocation is rough and vague. Although everyone still wants to snatch food from others' mouths, the most important thing is to first devour their own piece. But to build houses, demolition must come first. Construction companies excel at building, but when it comes to demolition. Ji Luo didn't finish his sentence, but Xiao Zhenyan, who knew about Meng Wu, naturally understood what he meant. Of course, Xiao Zhenyan couldn't help but speculate why Ji Luo knew all this. Was he perhaps representing another interest group aiming to swallow this Old Street? Xiao Zhenyan, don't look at me like that. Though I'm a pauper, I won't get involved in the underworld. Money earned that way soils your hands, and retribution will come sooner or later. As Ji Luo said this, his words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Xiao Zhenyan's heart stirred. He turned to glance at the thugs trailing them from afar and felt increasingly that Ji Luo was no ordinary man. The spring cake shop was indeed forcibly demolished. However, the shop owner isn't my girlfriend. She's the object of my unrequited love. When a man pursues a woman, it's all about persistence and making her heart flutter now and then. So I want to avenge her and restore her honor. The thugs in charge of this Old Street demolition, you've probably heard of them. Their boss is called Meng Wu, known to outsiders as Brother Meng or Master Meng. He's powerful and ruthless. When Ji Luo mentioned Meng Wu's name, he deliberately glanced at Xiao Zhenyan. To Ji Luo's surprise, Xiao Zhenyan remained unexpectedly calm. I've heard a bit. Xiao Zhenyan's heart tightened at the name Meng Wu, but he maintained his composure on the surface. If Ji Luo were truly a wealthy scion, Xiao Zhenyan would have immediately returned the money and fled this place of trouble. But that glance from Ji Luo just now made Xiao Zhenyan deeply sense his extraordinary nature. As the saying goes, without 3 ounces of skill who dares to climb Mount Liang. The more reckless Ji Luo appeared, the more it suggested he had a solid backup plan. Admittedly, Xiao Zhenyan was astute at reading people, but he hadn't realized that Ji Luo's confidence stemmed not from any faction, but from himself. Ji Luo Meng Wu is ruthless and leaves no room for mercy. Be careful. Of course, Ji Luo actually admired Xiao Zhenyan for this trait. Ambitious, yet cautious, always leaving himself a sliver of hope, even when gambling. Meng Wu demolished my future wife's cake shop, so he's my enemy. And those thugs trailing us who once slashed at me with knives are also my enemies. At this point, Ji Luo only mentioned being attacked, conveniently omitting how he had provoked the thugs while drunk to get close to Su Qinghan, beating them half to death, leaving them still bedridden like vegetables. When enemies come together, they often remain 2 enemies. But sometimes, they can become no enemies at all. You want to make them fight each other. That would be very difficult. Xiao Zhenyan was beginning to grasp Ji Luo's plan. No wonder Ji Luo had explained the Old Street demolition issue. This was the setup. These underworld thugs had gathered in Old Street to profit from the demolition, but none were satisfied with their share. Instead, they desperately tried to seize the meat from others' mouths. Now Meng Wu occupied the most lucrative and profitable area, making every gang envious. If given the chance, they wouldn't hesitate to fight for it, even resorting to a bloody conflict. Ji Luo, you said yourself that the territories have been allocated after the higher-ups' negotiations. What Xiao Zhenyan feared most was that Ji Luo would try to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. If it were merely a loss of rice, it would be tolerable, but if he ended up dragging himself and the other 3 down with him, that would be utterly foolish. Exactly. You said it yourself, it was a sign from above. So what business is it of theirs? Ji Luo's plan was far from this simple. Meng Wu, Xiao Zhenyan, and the thugs trailing behind were all about to be drawn into the scheme. Or rather, they were already ensnared. They simply hadn't realized it yet. Ji Luo's pace was unhurried, yet Xiao Zhenyan deliberately restrained his steps, remaining half a stride behind. Ji Luo offered no objection to this, merely explaining the situation to him. When a man like Meng Wu reaches his position, he's actually the most anxious at heart. It's not that he lacks money, but compared to the truly wealthy, his fortune amounts to little. So he craves more. Or rather, deep down, Meng Wu wants to seize a big haul and then step down. It may not bring him glory, but it would surely ensure his survival. Oh, I've heard that Meng Wu's children went abroad years ago and never returned, and his wife hasn't been in the country for a long time either. A man who climbs to the top of the underworld. Could his hands possibly be clean? Meng Wu's reputation looms large, but his early sins were too many, and now he's forced to keep up a front. Against potential vengeance or the reckoning of justice, he hopes to rely on his backers to see him through. So he must appear useful enough. Ji Luo's understanding of Meng Wu was no baseless conjecture. He had spent a considerable sum to investigate these matters, so the veracity of the information was beyond doubt. Having thoroughly grasped Meng Wu's precarious position, Ji Luo realized why he had invited so many to his banquet. He was flaunting his power, both to his patrons behind the scenes and to those within the gang who harbored disloyalty. Recalling his first encounter with Meng Wu, Ji Luo had gone to the Renhai bar to meet the owner behind it, seeking cooperation in certain areas. He had even zealously backed Manager Qi. However, judging by Manager Qi's subsequent dismissal and Meng Wu's ostentatious banquet, the cooperation Meng Wu had hoped for had clearly fallen through. So now Meng Wu was trapped. Unable to retreat for fear of his enemy's vengeance, yet unable to ascend for lack of a path forward. The old street demolition. Every plot yields profits in the hundreds of millions. If Meng Wu had the chance and an excuse to grab a bigger share, do you think he'd pass it up? Could he afford to? A sinister smile crept across Ji Luo's face. Xiao Junyan stole a glance at him and felt a chill run down his spine. A man like Ji Luo. If you could avoid offending him, you absolutely must, or the retaliation afterward would be a nightmare. Ji Luo, how do you plan to stir up conflict among them? Xiao Junyan now understood the foundation of Ji Luo's plan, but whether it would succeed depended on the scheme's execution and design. This piqued his curiosity. How aren't I already doing it? Ji Luo tapped the notebook in his hand, clearly intending to start with the residents of Old Street. That was all Ji Luo was willing to share with Xiao Junyan. Xiao Junyan wanted to continue the conversation, but Ji Luo had already quickened his pace and entered a hardware store nearby. The hardware store owner, a middle-aged man of few words, seemed to fear retaliation from the thugs. At the sound of footsteps, he sprang up anxiously. Hello, sir. You know the spring cake shop at the end of the street, right? Ji Luo greeted the hardware store owner warmly, sticking to his usual approach, first stating his stance, then inquiring about the situation, and finally expressing his gratitude and purpose. The story largely matched what the middle-aged woman had said, though with richer details. The thugs had grown cocky, acting as if they had divine backing. Young man, these people have gone mad. Be careful, and for heaven's sake, don't let your girlfriend come here again. Recalling the incident 2 days ago, the hardware store owner was still seething. He had even called the police, but since the thugs had only used words and not violence, the authorities did nothing. Truth be told, I don't want to be a holdout either. If the demolition compensation were at least average, I'd have agreed. But the hardware store owner was fuming. Finding a kindred spirit in Ji Luo, he wanted to talk more, but then his phone rang. Ji Luo gestured for him to answer. The middle-aged man picked up and his face darkened. Clearly it was bad news. The voice on the other end was chaotic and Ji Luo couldn't make out much, but from the man's angry replies he deduced it was one of Meng Wu's men. Bastards. The hardware store owner slammed his phone onto the table after hanging up. Fortunately, the device was sturdy enough to survive. Ji Luo didn't interrupt, waiting for the man's anger to subside before asking what had happened. The answer was exactly what he had anticipated. It's that thug from 2 days ago. He told me to pack up the shop and move everything out. He's coming today to bulldoze the place. How quite audacious. Ji Luo hadn't expected Meng Wu's men to be so brazen, calling ahead before an illegal demolition, giving the victim time to prepare. This was psychological warfare. Do whatever you want. Call people to resist, gather anyone you can. It won't matter. I said we'll raise it today, and we will. Such blatant self-righteous conduct over an illegal demolition was clearly meant to make an example of someone. This tactic was too crude. Did they really think a single ruthless act would terrify the entire street into submission, speeding up the subsequent demolitions? Did he say what time they'd come today? No. I'm calling the police right now. It's useless. Pointless. Ji Luo waved a hand, signaling the man not to waste his effort. Even now, Ji Luo could think of excuses the police would use to brush it off. The local police station in Old Street had likely been bribed long ago. If the shop owner called now, the police would show up, ask a couple of questions, then leave without lifting a finger. And when the thugs arrived with their crew, if he called the police again, they'd stall for time, showing up only after the demolition was done. Even worse, Meng Wu's men could stir up trouble elsewhere, drawing the entire police force away, leaving no one to spare. Yet it's completely useless. The hardware store owner sighed, recalling the events of 2 days ago. Ordinary people like them lived in trembling fear within the net of the law, yet the evil before them stood outside that net, mocking and humiliating them with impunity, leaving them unable even to mount a desperate counterattack. I really didn't expect them to be so impatient. Ji Luo sighed helplessly as he looked at the shop owner's worried expression. However, contrary to his outward sorrow, Ji Luo was inwardly bursting with laughter at this moment. The reason Ji Luo had agreed to Xiao Jun's hire of the 4 of them for 5 days was precisely his fear that Meng Wu would hesitate, leading to the awkward situation of missing actors when the show began. But who would have thought that Meng Wu would be so cooperative, or perhaps he had grown desperate enough to resort to any means? Regardless, everything seemed as if ordained by fate, amusing enough to make one want to clap and laugh heartily. "Boss, what's your surname?" Ji Luo waited until the moment was ripe before broaching his true purpose. The hardware store owner was momentarily stunned before grasping Ji Luo's intent. "My surname is Zhu Xiang." The hardware store owner was nearly twice Ji Luo's age and well-versed in worldly affairs. Ji Luo asking for his name at this juncture clearly indicated a desire for a deeper conversation. "Uncle Zhu. Uncle Zhu Xiang, what are you going to do now that they've brought people here?" "What else can I do? I'm helpless too." Zhu Xiang wore a pained expression, his words conveying his own powerlessness and despair. However, Ji Luo was no fool. He could see through Zhu Xiang's pretense. Yes, it was true that thugs were coming to demolish the place, and Zhu Xiang was utterly helpless. Yet now that Ji Luo had asked for his name, it was to discuss serious matters. At this moment, what could be more serious than offering help? But this hardware store owner was shrewd. He sensed that Ji Luo's words implied he could help and intended to do so. However, his begging for Ji Luo's help and Ji Luo volunteering, it were two entirely different concepts. If he begged Ji Luo for help, he would have to pay a reward. How great would that reward need to be to stop dozens of thugs and bulldozers from demolishing the place? Thus, Zhu Xiang pretended to be pitiful, hoping Ji Luo would offer help voluntarily. That way, even if Ji Luo kindly saved him from such a disaster, Zhu Xiang would kneel and kowtow in gratitude. It would be a favor, not a transaction. Ji Luo had never intended to ask for money. How much could a hardware store owner have? As an evolver, coming to him for money would be beneath his dignity. But not intending to ask for money and the other party not wanting to give any were two different issues. I may choose not to take it, but you cannot choose not to offer. This wasn't about demanding repayment for a favor, it was about attitude, one's attitude in life. When faced with such a huge matter, instead of being grateful, his first thought was how to avoid paying and how to scheme for favors. Such a person had narrow vision and a narrow heart. Their path could never broaden. As an evolver, Ji Luo unconsciously stood from a higher vantage point. Call it arrogance or elitism, but he could afford to be more tolerant and forgiving toward ordinary people. However, toward those whose temperament clashed with his, Ji Luo became far more difficult to approach. Just like now, the originally harmonious atmosphere was shattered by Zhu Xiang's words. Zhu Xiang continued to wait in silence, shaking his head in agony, wearing an expression as if the sky were falling, helpless, hoping someone kind would come to his aid. Ji Luo glanced sideways at Zhu Xiang, losing all interest in continuing the conversation. If he wanted to direct this play, there would be plenty of opportunities to find actors. There were many shops on this street. How many would be forcibly demolished by Meng Wu and his men? Ji Luo could easily find someone else to help, and they would be grateful. Why bother with someone so calculating? "Boss Zhu, since you're helpless, you'd better find someone else to help you." Ji Luo didn't waste words. He stood up and walked out, not pretending, but genuinely finding such people too troublesome to deal with. A favor too great breeds enmity. He didn't want to help someone only to create a foe. "Hey, young man, don't go. I beg you, please help me." Hearing Ji Luo change his form of address, Zhu Xiang instantly knew his thoughts had been seen through. Seeing Ji Luo about to walk out the door, he was so anxious he wanted to slap himself. He rushed over, grabbed Ji Luo's arm, and fell to his knees with a thud. "Young man, I'm truly helpless. If you have a way, please help me. Name your price, and I want haggle." Zhu Xiang could no longer hold back. He was terrified, truly terrified. His hardware store with 2 storefronts and 4 rooms, if demolished at market price, would not only get him 2 shops, but also at least 1 or 2 million in cash compensation. But if the thugs demolished it today, he'd be lucky to get even 1 storefront, and the compensation would be far from 1 or 2 million, maybe 10 or 20,000 at most. The gap was enormous. Zhu Xiang had initially thought Ji Luo wanted to stop the disaster only to bleed him dry, so he had misspoken. But now that Ji Luo was truly leaving, Zhu Xiang had to stop him. What else could he do? An ordinary person might have some relatives and friends, but how many could they gather? Even if they had numbers, what use was it against 30 to 50 vicious thugs who fought for a living, ruthless and merciless? The day the spring cake shop was demolished, Zhu Xiang had watched. 20 or 30 people armed with steel pipes and long knives looked as ferocious as if they were about to kill. How big was that cake shop compared to his? Today they might bring 40 or 50 people. Where could he go to stop them? If he called acquaintances and they got hurt, how much medical compensation would he have to pay? If someone was crippled or even killed, his share of the liability would cost him half the shop. "Young man, I know I said the wrong thing and upset you. Please help me, give me a way out." Zhu Xiang, nearly 50 years old, had truly abandoned his pride. He had spent his entire life savings on this hardware store. This wasn't just a shop, but it was his life. If demolished at market price, he would get about 5 million. With that much money, he couldn't earn it in 2 lifetimes. For the future of his children, he would sacrifice not just his face, but even his life. Alas, the pitiable always have their detestable aspects. Ji Luo had 1 foot out the door when Zhu Xiang grabbed his arm, forcing him to stop. With Zhu Xiang's strength, if Ji Luo truly wanted to break free, a single flick of his hand would send the man crashing into the wall. But seeing a man twice his age kneeling on the ground begging in utter despair, who could truly remain unmoved? Alas, everyone has their fate. For ordinary people, living is a trial of hardships, especially for parents who desperately strive for their children's future. "All right, stop kneeling. Get up first." Ji Luo was not a cold-hearted man after all. Yielding to Zhu Xiang's plea, he stepped back into the shop and settled onto a chair. At present, Zhu Xiang, the hardware store owner, had no idea how dire the situation truly was, but Ji Luo saw it with crystal clarity. The demolition of the entire old street amounted to the renovation of nearly half the city. Such immense profit. How many people sought to rise to prominence through this opportunity? Having already invested vast resources and connections to carve out their territories, they could no longer afford to wait. Thus, they fanned the flames, seeking a catalyst, someone to break the deadlock. Even if that person were to be discarded after use crushed under the pressure from above. Meng Wu was that person. He was already caught in the game with no choice but to play his part and complete the task. Step back, and he would be shattered. A step forward, and he would enjoy a life of luxury. Regardless of what others thought, this was Meng Wu's belief. So he tore off all pretense, resolved to strike the first wedge with absolute force. To be honest, Ji Luo didn't believe it. How could a mere thug have the power to turn an entire precinct into deaf mutes? Zhu Xiang, let me be straight with you. This matter is anything but simple, and no one here is innocent. Don't overthink or ask too many questions. Just hold your ground. I won't make promises about the future, but today, even if Meng Wu himself shows up, your shop won't be torn down. Ji Luo had no desire to coax Zhu Xiang with gentle persuasion, nor did he have the time to spin tales. So he spoke bluntly, telling Zhu Xiang to mind his own business, keep his eyes open, and keep his mouth shut. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Only then did Zhu Xiang grasp the situation. Even a big shot like Meng Wu had many enemies. This Ji Luo, though seemingly refined, might be even more ruthless than Meng Wu. Ji Luo undoubtedly had backers, perhaps even a vested interest group. He was now set to clash with Meng Wu, and the reason he came to Zhu Xiang was simply to turn his place into a battlefield. Brother Ji Luo, as long as my house isn't forcibly demolished, name your price, and I want haggle. Don't set me up. He'll protect you only this once. Ji Luo didn't have a good impression of Zhu Xiang, and his tone was merciless. Yet Zhu Xiang seemed to appreciate it. The harsher Ji Luo was, the more deferential Zhu Xiang became. Seeing Zhu Xiang's fawning expression, Ji Luo felt both irritated and angry. Zhu Xiang, my goal isn't money, so let's not talk about it. Go find a restaurant and order several tables of good food. If it's 10 per table, get 6 or 7 tables. Tell them we want eat at the restaurant. Today we'll feast right at your doorstep. Got it. Let's order a bit more. 8 tables, an auspicious number. Zhu Xiang nodded at Ji Luo's instructions, unable to suppress a smile. Ji Luo's approach was indeed about solving the problem. Inviting 60 or 70 people for a meal. If Meng Wu's men dared to show up, it would be like thunder meeting lightning, an explosive confrontation. No need. 7 tables will do. No one's money grows on trees. Ji Luo shot Zhu Xiang a glare, genuinely exasperated with him. Now he knew how to be agreeable, but a moment ago, with just a bit of wisdom, he wouldn't have said what he did. All right, he'll go arrange it now. With hope rekindled, Zhu Xiang felt a surge of energy. Against a thug like Meng Wu, he was truly helpless. But now that Ji Luo was lending a hand and bringing 50 or 60 people, what seemed couldn't be controlled. Tell me your phone number. He'll call you if something comes up. Ji Luo pulled out his phone and dialed the number Zhu Xiang gave him. Zhu Xiang answered, hung up after it connected, and saved Ji Luo's number. Brother Ji Luo, I've saved it. He'll definitely report to you if anything happens. Zhu Xiang smiled, sheepishly feeling he had misjudged Ji Luo with his petty suspicions. Because of what Ji Luo had said earlier, he clearly held Zhu Xiang in low regard. That's why he asked for his number, to stay in touch. Yet despite his harsh words, Ji Luo quietly made the call and gave Zhu Xiang his own number. Now that Zhu Xiang had his number, if trouble arose, wouldn't he call for help? From this, it was clear that the young man named Ji Luo was truly a good person. Zhu Xiang, let me warn you, I'm busy. Don't bother me with every little thing. Pocketing his phone, Ji Luo strode out, as if the shop itself brought bad luck. Zhu Xiang hurried to see him off, but when he tried to follow him past the door, Ji Luo waved him back with a gentle push. Don't bother with these formalities. If the food isn't good later, I'll tear down your shop myself without waiting for Meng Wu. Got it. Rest assured, brother Ji Luo, I'll make sure the brothers are satisfied. Zhu Xiang finally realized that Ji Luo was all bark and no bite, like what his daughter called Sundara. Brother Ji Luo, I've lived my life with little experience and narrow vision, only seeing the worms in the grass. I was truly wrong just now. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Tears glistened in Zhu Xiang's eyes. A man in his 50s driven to desperation had no choice but to beg a man half his age, and he had even knelt moments ago. I understand. I don't need to be harsh with you. Ji Luo let go of the matter. Zhu Xiang was more than twice his age, and the generational gap between them was like a chasm. Since they would only work together once, why dwell on it? Thank you, thank you. Zhu Xiang stepped back, not seeing Ji Luo off further. He understood that Ji Luo truly wanted little to do with him. His help was only for this one time. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. As the saying goes, when one has done all that can be done, any further demand makes one an enemy. Having lived most of his life, Zhu Xiang was well versed in the ways of the world. He knew that no words could change Ji Luo's impression of him. Instead, they would only create a sense of sycophancy. Better to part ways here. You're welcome. I'm doing this for myself. Ji Luo glanced back at Zhu Xiang, nodded slightly, and turned to retrace his steps. Zhu Xiang watched until Ji Luo disappeared from sight. He let go of the doorframe and took 2 steps inside before stumbling, nearly falling. He had been still for so long that his feet had gone numb. He shuffled forward a couple of steps and plopped down onto a chair. Pulling out his phone, he scrolled to Ji Luo's number, a smile spreading across his face. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. I've met my benefactor. Su Qinghan stared at the simple string of digits until he had memorized it completely. Only then did he look away, tears streaming down his graying temples. These past days had been unbearable, especially the last 2, when despair nearly drove him mad. But thankfully, justice still prevailed in this world. Ji Luo, unless someone like that feels the pain, they want change. Xiao Zhenyan followed behind Ji Luo until they were 2 blocks away before breaking the silence and bringing up the recent incident. In Xiao Zhenyan's view, Ji Luo had the ability to handle today's forced demolition situation. Asking for a meal, or even 30 to 50,000 yuan, wouldn't be excessive. With a demolition compensation of 4 to 5 million, if someone was willing to stand up against such a huge issue and you acted like that, not doubling the price and asking for 100,000 was already an act of kindness. If he feels the pain, will he change? Ji Luo glanced at Xiao Zhenyan, his face showing some resentment, all directed at Su Qinghan, with no emotion regarding Ji Luo's actions. A man in his 50s, his temperament is already set, he wants change. And there are countless people like him cowering before the wicked and striking out at the good. Because you're good, they feel no fear and act recklessly. Because you're wicked, they fear retaliation and can only grovel. Ji Luo's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Xiao Zhenyan lowered his head slightly, but no matter how he pondered, he couldn't grasp the implication behind Ji Luo's words. Ji Luo, what are we doing now? Not continuing to ask questions. No need, I've gathered enough information. Ji Luo naturally noticed Xiao Zhenyan's deliberate shift in topic, but he didn't mind the change in his thoughts. Since he still wanted to beat around the bush, let him be. I hadn't noticed before, but after walking most of the street, half the morning was gone. I've already filled half of this new notebook. Ji Luo casually flipped through the notebook filled with writing, then closed it and handed it to Xiao Zhenyan. Xiao Zhenyan didn't know what Ji Luo meant, but since he was the employer, he had to comply. Xiao Zhenyan took the notebook and opened it to a couple of pages. The notes inside were things he had already heard before, nothing new. Take it and put it away. Ji Luo clapped his hands, indicating his hands were free. Xiao Zhenyan nodded and placed the notebook into the woven bag. To be honest, at this moment, Xiao Zhenyan truly couldn't understand Ji Luo. He had followed him all morning, visiting every shop with people on the old street, inquiring and chatting with each one in detail. Everything in the notebook was information Ji Luo had deliberately noted down, including the situation of each household, even the house numbers, owners' names, and phone numbers. If he said it was important, it wasn't necessarily so, since it was just answers from casual conversations with unknown amounts of truth and falsehood not confirmed thoroughly. But if he said it wasn't important, it was still something Ji Luo had written stroke by stroke all morning, enough to make one's head ache and hands sore just looking at it. Moreover, it could be considered evidence of Meng was crimes, possibly used as testimony in court. Such a notebook of unclear importance Ji Luo casually handed to him. Though his words were brief, as the saying goes, the fewer the words, the greater the matter. Xiao Zhenyan now pondered deeply, feeling that Ji Luo's actions hinted at some profound meaning, perhaps even a lesson for him. After all, if Ji Luo really found it troublesome and wanted him to hold the notebook, why didn't he say so from the start, but waited until he had read the first few pages before speaking up? Xiao Zhenyan, skilled in overthinking and speculation, pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out Ji Luo's motive or purpose. Yet his footsteps never stopped, and he followed Ji Luo to the end of the old street. Wait a moment, I need to make a call. I forgot something. Ji Luo gestured for Xiao Zhenyan to wait, then stepped aside a few paces, took out his phone, and made a call. Ji Luo's call was brief, and the other person arrived quickly. Within just a few minutes, a young man in his early 20s walked over carrying a stick. The reason it was specifically called a stick was that the young man's rod was a very standard traditional martial arts tool, a white waxwood staff as thick as an egg, smooth and bright, about 2 meters long and quite heavy. Xiao Zhenyan recognized this type of staff because he had seen someone use one before. Also a white waxwood staff, thick but shorter. Back then, 2 villages were about to clash. That man swung the staff, striking indiscriminately, and the strong young men from both villages fell without even reacting. Then 7 or 8 people from the other side surrounded him, but his movements were neither hurried nor slow, yet his force was extremely fierce. Though it was just a staff, hitting an arm would cause a fracture. Other parts of the body would suffer lighter injuries, but the pain would be excruciating, with muscles swelling purple and blue. A hit to the leg would make it impossible to stand. Later, Xiao Zhenyan specifically asked that man and learned that his family's martial art was spearmanship, and not just any spear. It was an iron spear used by warriors with extraordinary strength. This spear was heavy and cumbersome, but when wielded, its force was incredibly swift, causing death or severe injury upon contact. The reason he used a staff was precisely because he was afraid of killing people. Brother Ji, what do you need a staff for? Is something up? Su Yi was utterly loyal to Ji Luo. He had been worried about Ji Luo recently, afraid he might act irrationally to take revenge on Meng Wu and end up getting himself into trouble. Now that Ji Luo had asked him to deliver a staff, Su Yi's heart sank. If not for the presence of others, he would have asked in detail. If I were really going to do something illegal, why would I use a staff? Can this kill anyone? Ji Luo raised his hand and tapped Su Yi on the shoulder. This kid had been overthinking lately. Although some things had indeed happened, he was actually fine. It's nothing, he could smile through it all. Yeah, brother G, if anything happens you have to tell me. Don't hide it from me. Su Yi's words were somewhat veiled, but Ji Luo understood. Su Yi meant that if Ji Luo wanted to retaliate against Meng Wu, he should call him. They could ambush him together, having each other's backs. Alright, stop worrying about me. I'm fine. Go and enjoy some time with your little girlfriend. Ji Luo, I'm not, I don't talk nonsense. Although Su Yi was a bit simple, he was very shy about romantic matters. Even though he had already held hands with her, he was still embarrassed to admit it publicly. Alright. Go on, train hard in martial arts. Everything you want will come to you. Got it. I'm heading back. Su Yi's trust in Ji Luo had reached a blind level. Whatever Ji Luo said, he believed without question. Since Ji Luo did not introduce Su Yi did not greet Xiao Junian either, and simply turned around and left. Though Su Yi was not skilled in subtlety, he understood that Brother Ji was no ordinary man who, if he needed something, he would speak up, and if he did not, it meant the matter was unsuitable and best left alone. He has grown. Ji Luo watched Su Yi's retreating figure, a flicker of joy stirring in his heart. Because of their encounter, Su Yi's fate had truly changed in just a month or two. The once naive youth now had a girlfriend willing to accompany him. Yet some things had never changed. Su Yi was at his core a genuinely good person. As long as he's happy. Ji Luo twirled the staff in his hand, forming a spinning arc, then walked back to Xiao Junian, who had held his position well this time, and refrained from asking further questions. Ji Luo, I just observed that the thugs watching us seem to have increased in number. Just a bunch of skulking rats. Ignore them. Come on, let's go have hot pot. My treat. Ji Luo acted as if he hadn't caught Xiao Junian's concern, maintaining his carefree demeanor. Earlier, Ji Luo had let Xiao Junian and the others carry the notebook, but now he held the staff himself, showing no intention of handing it over. I tell you, that hot pot place, you've never tasted anything like it. I went there a while back and the flavor is unforgettable. Alright. Xiao Junian had no idea what was going on in Ji Luo's mind. He simply couldn't fathom his thoughts. He had already warned him of the danger, and since Ji Luo was so unconcerned, any consequences would be his own to bear. Let's go. Ji Luo didn't bother hailing a cab. He led the way with Xiao Junian walking beside him slightly behind, while the other three kept a distance of a meter or two. Ji Luo didn't recall the exact hot pot place where Su Qinghan had treated him, but he knew roughly which street it was on. So without using his phone to check, he led Xiao Junian and the other three aimlessly. Having overstepped before, Xiao Junian now strictly adhered to his bounds. He spoke not a word unless Ji Luo initiated the conversation, answered truthfully when asked, and tactfully glossed over topics that might cause displeasure. Of course, Ji Luo didn't care much about Xiao Junian's attitude. Though he kept the conversation going, every exchange was a form of probing and inquiry. At first, Xiao Junian didn't take it seriously and merely tried to brush Ji Luo off. But as the dialogue deepened, his responses grew slower, and at one point he pondered a question for 4 or 5 minutes before answering. This seemed to be precisely Ji Luo's intention. Their discussions were limited, mostly revolving around Meng Wu in the old district. Yet what troubled Xiao Junian was that Ji Luo often presented a premise and then asked, if it were you, what would you do? Given enough time to think, Xiao Junian believed he could answer perfectly. But Ji Luo's questions came rapidly, and after each answer he neither judged nor commented, simply moving on to the next. Xiao Junian even had the illusion that he was being interviewed. Sensing Ji Luo's intent, Xiao Junian immediately perked up. Though he still didn't know Ji Luo's background, if he couldn't see his extraordinary nature by now, he would be a fool. Xiao Junian, who had long been waiting for a benefactor, felt his heart burn with hope. He answered with utmost diligence, but this also slowed his responses. Yet Ji Luo didn't mind. He asked so many questions not only to test Xiao Junian, but also to give him an illusion and hope that he would be valued, that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Xiao Junian, if you were Meng Wu and after staking everything on a single gamble you failed, and the people behind you were ready to abandon you, what would you do? Staking everything and failing. Xiao Junian followed beside Ji Luo, sweating in the winter cold from prolonged intense thought. After a moment's reflection, he wiped his face vigorously and spoke with determination. I would turn myself into a bomb. If I die, the people behind me would be crippled too. Only then would they hesitate to discard me and instead protect me. Good approach. A ruthless leader like Meng Wu would never accept being a scapegoat or sacrificial pawn. He might very well do that. Though Ji Luo had raised the topic, he seemed not entirely focused, instead glancing left and right in search of the hot pot place he had visited. But if Meng Wu really did that, he would be close to his end. Why? Because he's old and his heart isn't ruthless enough to make a bomb powerful enough to kill many. If he doesn't prepare in advance, would he have time? Ji Luo caught sight of a large sign from the corner of his eye, turned his head, and a delighted expression spread across his face. Found it. This is the place. Get ready to eat your fill, everyone. Of course. Xiao Junian nodded obediently, but his mind was still lingering on Ji Luo's earlier words. What a revelation. Meng Wu had grown old and enjoyed his comfort for too long. His current position was no longer something he could handle. The more afraid of death one is, the more likely one is to die. If Meng Wu were 20 years younger, no one behind him would dare treat him like a dog so blatantly. They would unleash him at enemies, then kill him to appease their anger. After all, back then Meng Wu had no family or children. As long as he wasn't killed, those who schemed against him would surely die. But now Meng Wu could no longer do that. Xiao Junian felt that Ji Luo's words carried hidden meanings. The more he pondered, the more he sensed Ji Luo's profound thoughts, and he grew even more wary. Xiao Junian admitted that he enjoyed reading people's minds and often overthought things. His friends said he was too serious and made a fuss over nothing. Yet after interacting with Ji Luo, Xiao Junian felt he still thought too little. This Ji Luo, every word and action was laden with deep meaning. In fact, Xiao Junian had the illusion that Ji Luo knew him well. Many of his words seemed tailor-made for him, striking straight at his thoughts. For the first time, Xiao Junian, who was always in control of the situation, felt powerless. He felt Ji Luo was cheating. His own words were improvised, but Ji Luo's phrases seemed as if they had been crafted over half a month, specifically prepared for him. Is it my imagination? Miss, I need to speak with your manager. I have some special requests. Ji Luo tapped the counter lightly, and the cashier looked up, staring at him in a daze. Then, the girl, as if asserting her clarity, nodded frantically, abandoning the money she was counting, and dashed toward the second floor of the hot pot restaurant. In her haste, she slammed into a chair which screeched sharply across the floor before toppling over. She fell flat on the ground like a plank. Ugh! No one knew how much pain she felt, but onlookers could tell it was a brutal fall. Yet the next moment she scrambled up with teary eyes, not uttering a single cry of pain, and charged upstairs without looking back. Truly dedicated. Ji Luo lowered his outstretched hand. He had meant to tell her to take it slow, but she was so reckless. That cashier seems to know you. Xiao Junian stood beside Ji Luo, unconvinced by his antics and growing increasingly suspicious. He couldn't explain why, but intuition told him that Ji Luo knew him, not just casually, but as if they had worked together and were familiar. Yet Xiao Junian was certain he had never met Ji Luo before. Today's encounter at the braised food shop was their first. After all, Ji Luo's aura was so unique that anyone who had crossed paths with him would never easily forget. But the situation was bizarre. Xiao Junian's emotions couldn't convince his reason, and he grew agitated. Ji Luo, however, remained leisurely. To avenge Su Qinghan and resolve past issues, he had spent half a month planning, filling 2 notebooks with schemes. Xiao Junian. Could he escape? The plan was ready. Everything was arranged, from entry to burial. Haha, seems I'm quite handsome, leaving such a lasting impression. Ji Luo narcissistically tossed his head, but Xiao Junian didn't believe him, sensing he was hiding something. Really? Doesn't seem likely. Alright, it's not quite that. Last time I ate here, there was some trouble, and she remembered. Just small matters, but I disrupted their business, so she probably noted it down. Ji Luo, knowing he couldn't brush Xiao Junian off, admitted candidly. Xiao Junian nodded and didn't press further, aware Ji Luo wasn't fully truthful. But knowing Ji Luo had clashed with someone here was enough. Thump, thump, thump. A rapid series of footsteps echoed as the hot pot manager rushed down from upstairs. The moment he saw Ji Luo, he recognized him, his face breaking into a warm smile, as if greeting a relative. Sir, what do you need? We'll do our best to accommodate. Haha, thank you so much. Honestly, I've been craving your hot pot, so I came specially. Ji Luo chatted naturally with the male manager like a regular, and the manager's attitude was astonishingly good, as if Ji Luo were his boss. Extra spicy broth, right? No problem, he'll prepare it right away. Luckily, the best private room is still available. No, not that spicy. One-third of that spiciness will do. Also, Ji Luo leaned in and whispered something to the manager. The manager's expression shifted, then he nodded, firmly signaling he would fulfill the request. Please wait a moment, sir. He'll prepare it now. Alright, thank you. Ji Luo acted like a thug, collecting protection money, not only failing to mention extra payment, but not even offering to pay, outrageously brazen. Xiao Junian performed his duty while standing beside Ji Luo with 3 other bodyguards looking like bank robbers about to strike. Regardless of how Xiao Junian and his men felt, the hot pot waitstaff were terrified. By the way, the cashier who went upstairs to find the manager never came back down, likely crying and tending to her injuries. Tough luck. Whether due to Ji Luo's influence or not, in less than 10 minutes, while other customers were still waiting, the manager personally came to inform Ji Luo that everything was ready. Nice. Let's go. Ji Luo pushed off his knees and stood up. Following the usher, he strode without hesitation out of the hot pot restaurant. Xiao Junian had assumed the manager would arrange a special private room for Ji Luo. But when he accompanied Ji Luo to an empty parking lot, seeing the table and chairs set up in a corner, his mind briefly went blank. What did this mean? Was the manager following Ji Luo's orders or messing with him? A VIP guest would usually get the best private room, so why set up a table in a parking lot? And this didn't seem like the hot pot's lot. So clean where the cars just moved. So fast. Ji Luo, this is. Xiao Junian had too many questions, unsure where to start. Ji Luo, however, was perfectly calm, as if this was his plan. Isn't it great? So spacious here. Ji Luo, holding a white waxwood staff, plopped down in the seat of honor. The usher approached and opened the pot lid with a forced smile. Sir, the broth is boiling. Shall I start adding ingredients? No, you can leave. I don't need service. I have hands. That Hadaleo style is awkward and bothersome. Ji Luo waved the server away. The server's smile brightened instantly. He bowed and hurried back. A mouse playing escort for a cat. risking life for money. Ji Luo shook his head as if lamenting the decline of society, then pulled an extra chair back and placed his staff on it. The table was large with the five seated far apart, so the staff by Ji Luo was out of reach for Qiao Junyan and his men. Come on. Taste this. Today's hot pot will be unforgettable. Quick, eat up, or you might miss out. Ji Luo's face beamed with excitement, as if the hot pot truly thrilled him. But to Qiao Junyan his words felt strangely ominous. Unfortunately, at that moment Qiao Junyan couldn't yet grasp what Ji Luo truly meant. Though Qiao Junyan was not entirely pleased with Ji Luo's words, there was no way they could refuse when their employer was treating them to a lavish feast. Without further ado, the four of them sat down in tacit agreement. The fragrant aroma of the steaming hot pot wafted through the air, and Qiao Junyan took a deep breath, finding himself oddly exhilarated. Good heavens, is this even fit for human consumption? How much chili has been added? Sigh. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. Ji Luo picked up a piece of lamb that had turned a deep red from being swished in the pot, eating with unbridled relish. Noticing the somewhat restrained demeanor of Qiao Junyan and his companions, he generously dumped an entire plate of lamb into the broth, motioning for them to join in. Qiao Junyan was no stranger to spicy food, but the fiery red broth before him was truly daunting. Yet seeing Ji Luo devour it with such gusto, he felt a pang of temptation. Tentatively, he picked up a piece of meat and felt his entire mouth ignite. Spicy. Unbearably spicy. It felt as if his very marrow was ablaze. Don't be polite. Eat. We have things to do later, so no alcohol. There's juice by your chairs. Help yourselves. Ji Luo was not one to fuss unnecessarily. He had ordered plenty of ingredients for the hot pot, enough for 10 people, let alone 5. The real question was whether Qiao Junyan and his men would eat it. After tasting the first piece of lamb, Qiao Junyan was reduced to tears by the spiciness, forcing him to guzzle down large amounts of juice. Yet once the burning sensation subsided, the lingering fragrance left him yearning for more. After a moment of hesitation, Qiao Junyan found himself unable to resist reaching out his chopsticks toward the hot pot once again. And then, there was no turning back. One had to admit, eating hot pot outdoors in the dead of winter had a certain charm. That bone-deep spiciness made one break out in a sweat all over. Though the temperature was barely above 10 degrees Celsius, sitting by the aromatic hot pot felt incredibly comfortable. Ji Luo started off feasting alone, but once Qiao Junyan and his men joined in, the 5 of them vying for food made the meal even more enjoyable, downright exhilarating in fact. Unfortunately, this fiery atmosphere was not destined to last until the meal's end, for uninvited guests had arrived. The parking lot the male manager had arranged for Ji Luo did not belong to the hot pot restaurant, making it quite secluded. Ordinarily, with Ji Luo and his group dining there, the parking lot would have been sealed off, ensuring no disturbances. Yet over 50 thugs wielding machetes had encircled the entire parking lot, without Ji Luo's notice, tightening the noose like a shrinking ring, leaving Ji Luo and his 5 companions no escape. What? Qiao Junyan among the 4 was one of the first to notice the encirclement. He immediately grabbed the duffel bag containing their weapons and drew a slender Miao Dao from within. Following Qiao Junyan's lead, the other 3 quickly prepared themselves, as well retrieving their own long blades, though fear was evident on their faces. Indeed, 5 people facing over 50, who wouldn't be terrified. No, Ji Luo was not afraid. Despite being completely surrounded, he remained utterly composed, even taking the time to carefully swish 2 pieces of tripe in the pot and savor them with delight. Ji Luo. By now, even Qiao Junyan was panicking. He had anticipated this mission might be dangerous, but he never imagined it would be this dire. Before evening had even fallen, the enemy had already mustered over 50 men to trap them. What kind of grievance or enmity could warrant such a grand display against just 5 people? These people really think highly of me. Ji Luo ate 2 more pieces of lamb, exhaling 2 puffs of hot air in satisfaction. Then, using his chopsticks, he picked up some lettuce and swished it in the pot, stirring the spicy red broth continuously. There are too many of them. Qiao Junyan watched Ji Luo's unruffled demeanor and felt a surge of anger. This employer had no regard for his own life. Knowing full well he was being tailed by thugs, he had recklessly left the bustling city center to eat hot pot in such a remote spot. What infuriated him even more was that he didn't even dine inside the restaurant. Had they been trapped in a private room, they could have used the door to hold the enemy off for a while and then escaped through the window, perhaps finding a slim chance of survival. But this fool Ji Luo had chosen to eat in such an open parking lot, handing the enemy the perfect ground to encircle them, and no one would even know if they were killed here. Wait, what? How'd it come to this? Ji Luo, what exactly are you trying to do? Qiao Junyan finally realized that Ji Luo couldn't possibly be unaware of these basic principles. Yet he had still acted this way, leaving only 2 possibilities: either he was courting death, or he had long been prepared, which was why he remained so unflappable, showing not a hint of panic. We 4 are at least the bodyguards you hired. At a time like this, won't you reveal your plan? When will reinforcements arrive? Reinforcements? What reinforcements? Do they even have reinforcements? Ji Luo pretended not to understand Qiao Junyan's meaning, continuing to play dumb. Enraged by Ji Luo's attitude, Qiao Junyan pulled out his phone and unhesitatingly transferred all the advance payment he had received back to Ji Luo. Ji Luo, as your bodyguards, you didn't disclose even the most basic information to us, and you deliberately put yourself in danger forcing us into this situation. Our contract is terminated now. I've returned all the money I received from you. Now, we're quits with no further obligations. Xiao Zhenyan spoke rapidly. Even in such a crisis, his mind remained clear as he decisively cut ties with the troublesome Ji Luo. Though they were surrounded by over 50 men, the encirclement, even at 360 degrees, would have weak points. If the four of them charged together, they might be able to break through. These thugs weren't after them. Ji Luo was their real target. As long as they didn't take him along and let him draw enough attention, a path to survival would open up. Xiao Zhenyan, you're quite impatient. Ji Luo pulled out his phone and pocketed the money Xiao Zhenyan had transferred. See, Ji Luo had said before that the money he paid Xiao Zhenyan and his men as bodyguards might not necessarily be lost. Now it had all come back. I admit what I did was somewhat thoughtless, putting you in danger. But you were pretty ruthless to abandon me so decisively. Over 50 ruthless men with machetes. They're probably going to chop me into mincemeat. Ji Luo didn't bear any resentment toward Xiao Zhenyan. After all, he was the one who had acted improperly. So magnanimously he called it even. So we're about even. Let's each take a step back, put all this behind us, and settle our differences. Good, we're even. Xiao Zhenyan's gaze never left Ji Luo's face. He had so swiftly drawn a line with Ji Luo, firstly, because he indeed sensed the danger of death. Secondly, he was testing Ji Luo through this method of mutual destruction. Indeed, despite his feigned fury, his words and actions were all a probe. Although he claimed to sever the employer-employee relationship, they were still standing by Ji Luo's side and hadn't fled yet. The money had been returned to Ji Luo, but it could still be reclaimed. The previous contract was voided, but they could just draft a new one. It wasn't a complete falling out or becoming enemies. It was all business open for negotiation. However, Xiao Zhenyan clearly hadn't anticipated that Ji Luo would remain so composed, or rather, so indifferent toward them. The encirclement of 50 men was tightening, moving deliberately slowly to pressure Ji Luo and his group. Yet in just 2 or 3 minutes, they would be surrounded on all sides. Brother Xiao, what do we do? Xiao Zhenyan's 3 fellow townsmen naturally stood with him. Though they valued money, returning it to Ji Luo under these circumstances seemed a wise choice. Having returned the money, the 4 of them were no longer tied to Ji Luo. Whether it came to a fight or negotiation, they had leeway. But whether that slim margin would let them leave unharmed depended on Xiao Zhenyan's skill. Don't act rashly. Let's talk first. Xiao Zhenyan glanced at Ji Luo, feeling deeply unsettled. He couldn't believe Ji Luo had no contingency plan that had foolishly eat hot pot while facing death. If the current situation was indeed orchestrated by Ji Luo, then he surely had a way to protect himself, perhaps even a hidden move to break the deadlock, merely biding his time. To be honest though, Xiao Zhenyan had only known Ji Luo for a morning. His wariness of Ji Luo surpassed anyone he had ever encountered. In fact, Xiao Zhenyan reluctantly admitted to himself that he was somewhat afraid of Ji Luo. This man was far too formidable, his words and actions oppressive, almost mystifying. Thus, Xiao Zhenyan was reluctant to truly break with Ji Luo until the very last moment. But the problem was, even after testing Ji Luo with his greatest leverage, the result was utterly meaningless. Why? How? Even at this point, you remained so utterly indifferent. If you truly didn't need us, why hire 4 bodyguards? You clearly saw through my probing words, but why didn't you even put on a pretense? Do we hold no value at all? Mutual concession, let's call it even. It's all just indifference. Because you're fearless, you treat it all so lightly. Ji Luo, I think we should have a frank talk. With me? I thought you wanted to talk with them. Ji Luo took a sip of juice, hissing from the spiciness. He looked up at Xiao Zhenyan's serious expression and knew the moment was ripe. Xiao Zhenyan, do you know what I admire most about you? Xiao Zhenyan didn't respond, instead locking eyes with Ji Luo, who met his gaze without flinching, showing no sign of crisis despite the encirclement. Xiao Zhenyan, you have a knack for grasping the measure in many things. Ji Luo tapped the bowl's rim with his chopsticks, shaking the chili oil into it, then set them down. You have good insight, but it's not exceptional. You have a strong appetite for risk, but you lean toward gambling. You're used to speculating about others, but you stay on the surface, never tracing things to their roots. Xiao Zhenyan nodded slightly at Ji Luo's assessment, acknowledging its truth. Ji Luo, satisfied with his response, rested his elbows on the table, interlaced his fingers, and propped up his chin. Xiao Zhenyan, in all matters and aspects, call it self-awareness, a knack for knowing when to turn back, or even a talent for cutting losses and running away. At least, you're smart enough to side with the victor, not just focus on immediate gains or crises. Ji Luo pointed at the approaching thugs, his eyes narrowing dangerously. At this moment, among the 4, only Xiao Zhenyan still held hope for Ji Luo and remained on his side. The other 3 could only think of selling Ji Luo out to ensure their own safe escape. Not that such thoughts were inherently wrong. After all, their relationship was that of employer and bodyguard. With the money returned, they were no longer tied to him, so betraying Ji Luo wouldn't trouble their conscience. But the problem was their stupidity, so dense that they couldn't see this entire situation was Ji Luo's design. They vaguely sensed Ji Luo was formidable, but they had no idea how formidable or to what extent. They only felt that being surrounded by over 50 men was too dangerous and escaping by any means was paramount. Yet they never considered was Ji Luo an ordinary man. If he survived this, would his subsequent revenge be any lighter than fighting now? Among everyone present, only Qiao Zhenyan truly understood how terrifying and deep Ji Luo's schemes were. So even at this point, he chose to negotiate with Ji Luo rather than the surrounding thugs. Ji Luo, what exactly are you trying to achieve with all this? If before Qiao Zhenyan had doubts, now he was certain everything before him was orchestrated by Ji Luo, who had ensnared everyone for a specific purpose. Qiao Zhenyan now deeply regretted sensing Ji Luo's danger, yet still accepting his hire. 1,000 a day, 20,000 for 4 people over 5 days. The man had already prepared, and the money would surely return to his hands. That's why he hadn't haggled over their price and had treated them to 2 hearty meals, all to draw them into his trap. Me? I just want to make a deal with you. Ji Luo gestured with his fingers indicating a tiny cost, as if to say Qiao Zhenyan needed only pay a small price to gain everything he desired. Now I guarantee your safety. As the price of this deal, you do one thing for me. Like a dagger revealed from a scroll, it was only when the 5 of them were completely surrounded by over 50 thugs that Ji Luo finally unveiled his true intent and fangs. Not to make them his bodyguards, nor to extort protection money, but to demand a single task, one that promised far greater rewards than any of the above. Qiao Zhenyan had pondered countless possibilities, yet never once imagined Ji Luo's purpose was this. He clenched the long blade in his hand, and for a fleeting moment, he felt an urge to draw it and strike Ji Luo down. After all, being ensnared by someone else's scheme was an unpleasant sensation, and being utterly cornered with no escape drove one to the brink of madness. Yet that thought vanished in an instant. Instinct told Qiao Zhenyan that at this moment Ji Luo remained as composed as ever, seated firmly in his position of power. He undoubtedly had a contingency, a trump card capable of resolving anything no matter how dire the situation became. Do I have a choice? Of course, Ji Luo answered without the slightest hesitation, affirming Qiao Zhenyan's question with decisive clarity, as if he were merely a customer paying for a service, leaving the final decision entirely up to Qiao Zhenyan. What do you want me to do? Qiao Zhenyan's gaze never left Ji Luo's eyes. At this moment, it seemed he had the option to refuse, yet Qiao Zhenyan leaned toward agreeing with Ji Luo. Because Ji Luo's earlier reply had been simply of course not, of course you can, or of course not. Yet by giving such an ambiguous answer, he was already applying pressure. Until dawn tomorrow, follow me, and be my underling. Ji Luo spread his palms wide, expressing his sincerity fully, but Qiao Zhenyan could hardly be satisfied with such a vague answer. He furrowed his brow, suspecting that Ji Luo wouldn't make such a trivial demand when he had them at his mercy. What do you want me to help you with? Just follow me to deal with the demolition issues in the old street. Ji Luo pressed his hands on the table, rose from his chair, then grasped the white waxwood staff by his side and casually twirled it. Don't worry, I'll ensure your safety, and you won't have any criminal record. All right. Qiao Zhenyan knew full well that he had little choice, so agreeing to Ji Luo was hardly a difficult decision. Moreover, in his heart, Qiao Zhenyan was genuinely curious why Ji Luo had gone through such an elaborate scheme just to have them follow him for a single day. What value did he possess? Did they even have such worth? For kids from the countryside with no education or skills, only capable of dead-end jobs, was such a calculated scheme really necessary? Deal made. Ji Luo, carrying his staff, took a few steps forward and extended his right hand to Qiao Zhenyan. Qiao Zhenyan looked up, hesitated for a moment, then likewise reached out and shook Ji Luo's hand. All right, now you all go back and sit down. He'll handle everything. Ji Luo, as if he had achieved his goal and no longer needed to pretend, waved his hand casually, his tone laced with an air of unquestionable authority. Qiao Zhenyan was no fool and had no intention of volunteering for unnecessary risks. So he and his 3 companions obediently returned to their seats, though they never let go of their weapons. Thus in that empty parking lot, Ji Luo stood alone, facing the encroaching mob. He tapped the wooden staff heavily on the ground. You've been slow enough. I've been waiting for half a month already. How waiting? Waiting to die? The thugs had completed their encirclement. Leading them was a young man with narrow eyes, his tone vicious, clearly the ringleader of this group. Kid, we were tied up with other matters before, so we let you run wild for a few days. But I never imagined you'd be this foolish. Is that so? I think I'm fine. Ji Luo shook his head nonchalantly. Though his gaze was directed forward, his pupils seemed unfocused, as if lost in some distant scene. You've disrupted my life, not even letting me enjoy a hot pot in peace. Now with over 50 people surrounding me, do you really think you've got me cornered? So what if we do? The thug's leader was no fool. Seeing Ji Luo's expression of utter disregard, he felt a surge of anger, but quickly grew cautious. Any sane person would know the outcome of being surrounded by over 50 thugs wielding blades. Hysterical fighting, begging for mercy on one's knees, or invoking someone fearsome. These were the normal reactions. Yet now this boy, who appeared no older than 18 or 19, stood before them wielding only a long wooden staff, arrogantly unperturbed by his predicament. This was clearly abnormal. My name is Ji Luo, what's yours? Ji Luo suddenly shifted his tone, shedding his earlier indifference for a hint of negotiation. On the thug side, since they already had the situation under control, they had no fear of Ji Luo pulling any tricks. A few more words wouldn't hurt. Yin Yunyang. Nice name, Yin Yunyang. How about we make a bet? Ji Luo extended his hand, pointing ahead, then traced a circle encompassing everyone, as if everything was under his control. Me alone against all of you. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. But if I win, you'll help me fight a battle. Of course, it won't be for free. They'll treat you to a big feast. If you have any doubts, that's fine too. The judgment of victory can be left to you. They'll go along with whatever you decide. Though Ji Luo spoke with a smile, the contempt radiating from the depths of his heart was almost undisguised. Yan Yunyang listened to Ji Luo's terms, initially wearing a grin, but by the end his face had darkened. Ji Luo's attitude from start to finish was blatant. These words sounded like a trade, but in truth they were a declaration. I'm not targeting you specifically, I'm saying everyone present is trash. I alone will defeat all 50 plus of you, beat you until you admit your own defeat. Then I'll spare your lives, but at the cost. You'll fight a battle for me. Yan Yunyang stared at Ji Luo's seemingly negotiable expression, his fury now beyond restraint. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru or Ultraman? He spoke with an air of certainty that they would fail, as if sparing their lives was an act of his mercy. Good. Very good. Yan Yunyang laughed in fury. Not only did he not deny Ji Luo's bet, but he agreed with remarkable decisiveness. He'll take this bet. If you truly beat us into submission, then not only will we fight for you, but we'll even pledge our lives to you. No. No need to be so extreme. What would I do with your lives? I only need you to fight one battle for me. Ji Luo acted as if he hadn't caught the sarcasm in Yan Yunyang's words. His nonchalant attitude infuriated everyone. Over 50 thugs brandishing machetes glared with ever-increasing ferocity. Amidst this atmosphere thick with murderous intent, Ji Luo calmly walked a dozen steps forward, drawing near the encirclement of thugs, while also putting some distance between himself and the hot pot table. Dear fellow thugs, do your best, don't disappoint me too much. But be careful not to get too seriously injured. After this fight, we'll go feast, and then you'll help me win one battle. Of course will. Yan Yunyang waved his hand, and the most capable fighters in the gang gathered around him. The thugs who had been spread out in a wide circle began to converge, forming a formation that resembled a boss fight. Then, be careful. At that moment, Ji Luo let out a long breath. Gripping his staff with both hands, he assumed the starting posture of a spear technique. Idiot. Yan Yunyang felt Ji Luo must have lost his mind. A young man of barely 20 thinking a bit of martial arts made him invincible, ignorant of the adage that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Hold nothing back. Kill him. Yan Yunyang's voice was filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. The thugs around him, seasoned veterans who had seen blood, charged at Ji Luo with savage grins. Over 50 of them, each armed with a blade, against a single youth with only a staff. How could they possibly lose? This thought was shared by nearly every thug, or rather it was the conclusion any normal person would reach after rational judgment. Yet when they closed to within 3 meters of Ji Luo, their assumptions, experience, and conclusions were utterly shattered. Or rather, they were crushed beneath that unparalleled figure. Fall back. At that moment, Ji Luo held the staff with both hands, pulled his right hand back, then thrust it forward with explosive force. The waxwood staff, like a dragon emerging from the water, shot out in an unstoppable straight thrust. Thump. The staff had no spearhead, so in theory it couldn't cause serious injury. But Ji Luo's strength was terrifying. Though it was just a blunt stick, it struck with the force of a hammer. The man struck square in the chest, didn't even have time to scream. The bones in his ribcage emitted a faint crackle as they visibly caved in. Then, the immense inertia sent the thug crashing backward. Those behind him, unable to dodge in time, were knocked to the ground along with him, abruptly halting the momentum of their charge. Fall back. Ji Luo seemed to be warning them. His shout was deafening. He swung the long staff left and right. The supple waxwood, after coiling and releasing energy, whipped like a flexible lash, striking the thighs of 2 men on either side. Those who had never experienced Ji Luo's attacks couldn't imagine how ferocious he could be even with a staff. Struck on the thickest part of their thighs, the 2 charging men collapsed as if their legs were broken. They dropped their machetes, clutching the roots of their thighs, screaming in agony. It wasn't that they couldn't endure the pain, it was simply too intense. The force of the staff's blow penetrated deep, numbing half their thighs and giving them the illusion that their legs no longer existed. Such attacks came effortlessly to Ji Luo. Instead of retreating from the encircling foes, he took 2 steps forward. Then, gripping the base of the staff, he swung the entire waxwood pole like a whip. An inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. The 2-meter staff in Ji Luo's hands became a surging white wave, crashing down upon the charging thugs. And so, a swath of them fell. Ji Luo knew his strength was immense, but now he relied not on brute force, but on his well-honed control. After half a month of training and the transformation into a bronze-tier evolver, Ji Luo had mastered his abilities. What he saw and sensed was far richer and more precise than what ordinary people could imagine. Thus, Ji Luo could evade any malicious attack, especially within a 3-meter radius, an insurmountable barrier for anyone else. Thump, thump, thump. Ji Luo's movements didn't seem fast, they even gave an illusion of slowness. But each of his strikes was overwhelmingly swift and violent. Anyone hit collapsed instantly, unable even to struggle back up. It wasn't broken arms or legs nor fractures, just pure unbearable pain. Though surrounded and seemingly the one who should flee, Ji Luo was actually the aggressor. He employed a variety of techniques, sometimes spear forms, sometimes staff forms, and occasionally in close encounters, he displayed his fist and leg techniques. Yet undeniably Ji Luo's attacks were composed and steady. With every swing of his staff, one or two people fell. He moved with a steady pace, always shifting as agile as a loach. Fall back. Ji Luo shouted this word for the third time. The first two times the thugs had paid no heed, but now hearing it they couldn't help but freeze in their tracks. Because they understood that when Ji Luo uttered this word it meant he was about to deliver a devastating blow. It was like a signal or a conditioned reflex meant to tame wild beasts. Ji Luo lifted his staff and hooked it upward, striking a man's solar plexus and flinging him into the air. The scene resembled an acrobatic performance, but in reality no one wanted to cooperate with Ji Luo. They only wanted to hack him to death with their knives. Yet in this chaotic and dangerous melee, Ji Luo effortlessly sent a man flying 3 or 4 meters into the air. The airborne man naturally drew everyone's gaze. In that fleeting moment Ji Luo swung his staff left and right, clearing a path before him, and then charged straight ahead. Yan Yunyang. I'm coming. Like a leopard gathering its strength, Ji Luo transitioned from stillness to motion in an instant. He grabbed a nearby man's right hand, squeezed hard, forcing him to drop his blade. Then hurling the man like a meteor hammer, Ji Luo sent him crashing directly into Yan Yunyang, who was utterly unable to react. Chaos, screams, and roars. In the biting cold wind, the empty parking lot had utterly transformed into a battlefield. Driven by fury and hot blood, the thugs surged forward toward Ji Luo, encircling and assaulting him relentlessly. Yet the solitary figure dancing amidst the fray was like a small boat in a raging tide, tossed about ceaselessly but showing no sign of sinking. At this moment, Xiao Junian and his 3 companions sat beside a steaming hot pot, staring at the chaotic battlefield ahead, their hands gripping their weapons tightly, utterly speechless. Xiao Junian had suspected that Ji Luo had prepared a contingency plan when they were surrounded, but he never imagined that what truly rendered Ji Luo indifferent to the threat was his own personal strength. Absolutely ridiculous. Is he even human? Xiao Junian watched Ji Luo dart left and right, his mind buzzing. All his previous plans were completely overturned. Of the 50-odd thugs, about 20 or 30 actually charged forward, each wielding a machete, fighting without any intention of holding back. And Ji Luo, armed only with a waxwood staff, somehow managed to remain unscathed despite being surrounded on all sides, moving with effortless grace. Horizontal sweeps, vertical strikes, diagonal thrusts. Every blow Ji Luo delivered found its mark, and every person struck fell to the ground. From Xiao Junian's perspective, Ji Luo alone toyed with all his enemies. Many times he could have delivered a fatal blow, but he chose to hold back, inflicting only unbearable pain without causing actual casualties. So, I was the fool all along. Xiao Junian had been terrified that Ji Luo would force him and his 3 companions to confront Meng Wu's demolition crew. But from Ji Luo's earlier words, it was clear he had deliberately lured these men to surround him, intending to subdue them and turn them into weapons against Meng Wu. What a chilling scheme, what a terrifying mind. Now it seemed Ji Luo had planned everything long ago, starting from the moment he saw that thug at the braised food shop. Everything had begun. If it were ordinary cunning schemes, Xiao Junian might have seen through them, but faced with Ji Luo's intricately interwoven plans, he lost any will to resist. Consider this morning, when Ji Luo was eating at the braised food shop, he spotted a thug who recognized him. Within minutes, he had devised a plan, found suitable people, and began executing it. At that moment, Ji Luo must have known these thugs would retaliate. In the daytime, in the bustling streets, they would only tail him, but when he was alone, they would seek his life. Thus, Ji Luo found the 4 of them, exploiting their greed to bind them to his cause. At that time, Ji Luo indeed spoke no falsehoods. He merely concealed certain facts, showing them only one side of the matter, leaving the rest to their own imagination. And Xiao Junian, believing himself clever and having grasped the situation, agreed. Ji Luo was practically manipulating people's thoughts and judgments. As an abrupt interloper, Ji Luo maintained a blend of goodwill and assertiveness, presenting a task that was dangerous, yet not too perilous, profitable, yet not suspiciously so. This perfectly calibrated offer and deception made Xiao Junian feel like a complete fool. Or rather, Xiao Junian was originally intelligent, but compared to Ji Luo, he was a fool. How, with such fighting prowess, why would he need us for his bodyguards? Xiao Junian thought of Ji Luo's earlier pretenses, feeling a chill run down his spine. What kind of cunning and calculation was this? Upon reflection, the 4 of them had never really had a choice. Once someone as meticulous as Ji Luo set his sights on them, escape was impossible. Everything, absolutely everything, was within Ji Luo's expectations. Even now, as Ji Luo fought over 50 thugs to subdue them and turn them into his fighters. This display of physical prowess was also a message to Xiao Junian. Whether in intellect or strength, he had no chance. Besides submission, he had no other option. Being a subordinate to someone like him is acceptable, I suppose. Xiao Junian still felt a pang of reluctance, but he had to admit that Ji Luo's cunning was unfathomable. He could not outwit him. Moreover, Ji Luo possessed such formidable martial power. Over 50 of the most vicious thugs surrounded him, yet he battered them to the brink of collapse. And now Ji Luo was charging straight at their leader, Yan Yunyang. You bastard. Yan Yunyang was not intimidated by Ji Luo's display of strength. Gripping a machete in his right hand, he prepared to fight to the death. However, Yan Yunyang did not anticipate Ji Luo's treachery. He hurled one of his own men at him. To avoid injuring his comrade, Yin Yunyang had to deflect his blade, but he underestimated Ji Luo's speed. By the time the hurled figure closed in, Yin Yunyang had no time to react and was slammed into. Ugh! Yin Yunyang felt as if a bull had rammed him. He crashed to the ground, dazed and tumbling. When he regained his senses, Ji Luo stood before him, looking utterly at ease. Bastard! You! Yin Yunyang tried to scramble up, but at that moment Ji Luo thrust his staff downward with such force that it whistled through the air. Yin Yunyang saw only a dark blur hurtling toward his face. Instinctively, he threw himself backward and squeezed his eyes shut. After a few seconds, Yin Yunyang felt no pain. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that Ji Luo's staff was stopped just a centimeter from his face. In that instant, Ji Luo needed only a little more force to drive the staff through his eye and into his brain, killing him on the spot. Do we continue? Let's end it here. Ji Luo looked at Yin Yunyang's expression of having narrowly escaped death, his smile seeming very gentle. Yet in Yin Yunyang's eyes, Ji Luo's expression was like a demon's sneer filled with despair and the threat of death. Fine, let's end it here. Yin Yunyang did not want to surrender, but with Ji Luo's weapon a centimeter from his eye, he feared that if he continued to resist, Ji Luo would finish the job. Yin Yunyang did not want to die, especially not such a meaningless death. I won the bet. Ji Luo flicked his right hand, retracting the staff, then extended his left hand to Yin Yunyang on the ground, a gesture full of goodwill. Yes, you won. Yin Yunyang nodded, took Ji Luo's hand, and stood up again. When Yin Yunyang admitted defeat, the arena fell into utter silence. No one objected, nor did anyone agree. Almost everyone was lost in confusion and bewilderment. They could not even fathom how a single person could be so formidable, using nothing more than an ordinary wooden staff that struck like a gunshot, causing muscles to convulse in agony, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. On the dust-covered parking lot, over 20 people lay sprawled on the ground, rubbing their injured spots. The initial searing pain had subsided, yet their gazes still evaded the figure of Ji Luo. Because it was simply too terrifying. As for those still standing, none had been thoroughly subdued by Ji Luo's beating. There were certainly those who harbored resentment in their hearts, but it was merely a hollow pride that dared not voice itself. After all, by this point in the fight, no one was unaware that they had lost. Even if they were to redo it, Ji Luo would still thrash them soundly, perhaps even more brutally if he grew angered. Everyone, don't worry. My technique is quite precise. It only stings for a moment, no bones broken. I'll be fine soon. Not a trace of embarrassment could be seen on Ji Luo's face, as if the brawl that had just occurred was nothing more than child's play. That's good to hear. Yin Yunyang didn't know what else to say. A strained smile crept across his face as he forced out a perfunctory remark to go along. I'll leave it to you then. Ji Luo patted Yin Yunyang on the shoulder, then picked up the wooden staff, now scarred and nicked, and walked back to the hot pot table with effortless grace. Xiao Junyan, I'm going to settle the bill now. Take care of these friends for me. You know where the banquet is held, right? Ji Luo's tone toward Xiao Junyan was perfectly natural, as if the two were old friends who had known each other for years. Faced with Ji Luo's familiar demeanor, Xiao Junyan gave a stiff nod, affirming Ji Luo's words. If he could, Xiao Junyan would dearly love to curse aloud. How much was this lousy hot pot worth? Please, I beg you, let me treat you, let me pay the bill, let me leave this place immediately and settle the tab at the hot pot restaurant. Using such a flimsy excuse to slip away, leaving me here to face over 50 thugs armed with knives. What am I supposed to do? Xiao Junyan felt like crying inside. You beat them to a pulp, and now you want them to risk their lives for you. You must know it too. These people harbor resentment, resistance, and sheer terror toward you. But is that any reason to dump everything on me? If I handle it well, you want reward me, but if I mess up, you want need to deal with me. These thugs will chop me to pieces, and they'll grind me into mincemeat on the spot. You bastard, are you taking revenge? Revenge for us trying to abandon you earlier. Ji Luo, go settle the bill. Handle this. Xiao Junyan had a torrent of complaints brewing inside him, but Ji Luo's intimidating presence was too overwhelming. Without hesitation, Xiao Junyan could admit that he was utterly terrified of Ji Luo now. He couldn't match him in intellect, nor in martial prowess. And now he had agreed to be his lackey for a day. All the conditions were met, ready to summon the dragon at any moment. I'll leave it to you then. Ji Luo was thoroughly pleased with Xiao Junyan's attitude. He nodded with an air of authority, then gave an encouraging nod to the other three. Afterward, Ji Luo turned and walked out of the parking lot. All the thugs along his path instinctively made way, clearing a wide path for him. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 60 pairs, Ji Luo strode out of the parking lot with remarkable ease, leaving the entire mess for Xiao Junyan to clean up. Brother Xiao, what do we do? Sensing the stares of the surrounding thugs, Xiao Junyan's 3 fellow townsmen grew fearful. Xiao Junyan was certainly scared too, but what could he do at this moment? If he had the choice, Xiao Junyan would gladly spill every detail about Ji Luo and sever all ties with him. After all, over 50 thugs wielding machetes was truly terrifying. His life was no longer in his own hands. It depended entirely on their attitude. Yet Xiao Junyan couldn't do that, because no one was a fool. Yin Yunyang would never believe that Xiao Junyan had only known Ji Luo for a few hours and had been tricked into becoming his accomplice. After all, Ji Luo had ventured alone into their midst to protect them. It's fine. Nothing major. Xiao Junyan's heart was pounding with panic, but he steeled himself and put on a composed front. Ji Luo had already established his dominance. Now he had to ride on that residual awe to win these people over, forcing them to fulfill the bet with Ji Luo. Just as Qiao Zhenyan approached, Yin Yunyang Ji Luo had finished paying at the nearby hot pot restaurant. He bought a bottle of carbonated drink and sat on a bench by the street, drowsy from the sun's heat. Not far away, over a dozen vans were parked in a straight line. A few drivers had been left to watch the vehicles, chatting and laughing with relaxed expressions, completely unaware that a demon had his eyes on them. Ji Luo certainly hoped that Qiao Zhenyan would succeed in his task and get the 50-plus thugs to obey. But if Qiao Zhenyan failed, Ji Luo couldn't simply let them go. Today these people had to help him take down Meng Wu. If it weren't for dogs biting dogs, how could everything seem so justified? A sinister smile spread across Ji Luo's face. Half a month of data gathering and planning had, through today's chance encounter, become a perfect reality. Su Qinghan had something very important to attend to, and Ji Luo couldn't afford to be a burden to her. But if he did nothing, Meng Wu would likely become even more audacious, and the revenge from the other gang would follow soon after. So as they say, the meek are bullied, the gentle are ridden. Only by being ruthless enough can one stand firm. Qiao Zhenyan, he's quite ruthless, isn't he? Ji Luo shook the drink bottle in his hand, finished the rest in one gulp, and tossed the bottle into the trash bin. In the distance, two figures walked side by side, their atmosphere amicable, their conversation seemingly in sync. Behind them, over 50 thugs helped one another along, moving slowly, but following properly. What a talent! Ji Luo felt a flicker of delight. His judgment had always been sharp. Qiao Zhenyan hadn't let him down, actually managing to pull it off. Though it was a bit of a show-off when reviewing the whole affair, Ji Luo could have subdued everyone with force, but when it came to driving them, he couldn't be the one in charge. A balance of severity and leniency, saving face for each other. That was the key to making everything go smoothly. At that moment, as Qiao Zhenyan and Yin Yunyang drew near, they spotted Ji Luo's figure. Yin Yunyang's expression stiffened for a moment before he silently lowered his head. Qiao Zhenyan, on the other hand, appeared more proactive. He exchanged a few words with Yin Yunyang, then quickly jogged over to Ji Luo, his face serious, as if delivering a report. Ji Luo, it's all settled. I want to take them to the hardware store on Old Street now. Go ahead, I entrust everything to you. Ji Luo was exceedingly satisfied with Qiao Zhenyan's abilities, and after receiving his approval, the vengeance seeker, driven by ambition, eagerly climbed into Yin Yunyang's car. Truly remarkable. Ji Luo was not one to belittle himself, yet at this moment he had to admit that Qiao Zhenyan had far exceeded his expectations. Had he been in Qiao Zhenyan's shoes, the outcome would likely have been entirely different. Especially in knowing his bounds, Qiao Zhenyan was exceptionally adept. Just now, Qiao Zhenyan directly stated that he would leave with Yin Yunyang without inviting Ji Luo, fully aware that the current balance made it unsuitable for Ji Luo to intervene. Furthermore, it demonstrated Qiao Zhenyan's confidence in having completed his task, or rather he was proving himself to Ji Luo. After all, if Qiao Zhenyan were to go with this group and they reneged halfway, he would be in grave danger. To be honest, Ji Luo was baffled as to how Qiao Zhenyan had made these people comply. Although they had been subdued through force, these thugs, masters of deceit, were not usually so quick to honor a bet. I suppose I chose the right man for the job, Ji Luo chuckled as he rose from the ground. He waved down a taxi and climbed inside. From the very start of the morning, Ji Luo hadn't been overly concerned. Success would have been gratifying, but failure would have cost him nothing. Whether it was going with the flow or stirring up trouble out of boredom, Ji Luo simply hadn't taken these thugs' harassment to heart. The crux of everything still lay with Su Qinghan. Will I encounter many evolvers at the auction of the sacred relic? Ji Luo had now stepped into the world of evolvers, his first encounters being Su Qinghan and Shu Tianqing, whom he had already killed. Each evolver possessed a unique innate ability, a power that ordinary people would deem superhuman. In Xing Yan's words, this was called the primal talent. Due to the peculiarity of his own return date, Ji Luo had once believed himself to be an evolver killer. But now he had shed that initial arrogance and grown increasingly vigilant. He must never let his guard down against any evolver. As Ji Luo's mind wandered, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Hello? What's wrong with Su Qinghan? Nothing's wrong. On the other end of the line, Su Qinghan hadn't expected Ji Luo's voice to be so urgent. The young woman quickly realized he was on edge out of concern for her safety. I've been at home all day and nothing could happen. Have you had lunch? I made a bit too much, or do you want to come back and eat? Oh, I've already eaten. Ji Luo smacked his lips in mild frustration, longing to return for Su Qinghan's loving lunch, but he was now entangled in troublesome matters and couldn't leave. Su Qinghan wasn't upset that Ji Luo couldn't come back. She simply shifted the topic to dinner. All right, then, is there anything you'd like to eat? They'll cook it for you tonight. Anything is fine. I love everything you make. Ji Luo thought back and realized he could barely recall ever hearing Su Qinghan on the phone, especially a call inviting him home for a meal. This was undoubtedly a first. Honestly, he was overjoyed but also puzzled. Why was Su Qinghan suddenly being so good to him? Su Qinghan, is there anything you need me to pick up tonight? I can bring it on my way back. No need, I'll go buy it later. There's nothing we're missing. On the other end of the line, Su Qinghan's voice sounded unusually subdued. Usually so aloof, she now betrayed a hint of vulnerability. Having spent these days constantly by Su Qinghan's side, Ji Luo could already guess the gist from the silence on the phone. All right, then I'll look forward to tonight's feast. Oh, and Su Qinghan, don't hesitate with me. If you need any help, just say it outright. Don't bottle it up. Ji Luo. Su Qinghan hadn't expected Ji Luo to be so perceptive, sensing that something was weighing on her mind. Her breath quickened, and she remained silent for a long while. Only when her breathing steadied again did she speak. I do need your help with something. Let's talk about it tonight. All right, see you tonight. Goodbye. Su Qinghan's voice was softer than ever, as if she harbored a deep guilt toward Ji Luo, clumsily trying to make it up to him. Yet she need not feel so guilty, for Ji Luo also harbored a profound apology towards Su Qinghan. Two people with such twisted personalities. Ji Luo pocketed his phone, feeling an inexplicable warmth from Su Qinghan's attitude. By all logic, Ji Luo's demeanor towards Su Qinghan was that of a complete simp. If she wanted something from him, there was no need for guilt or unease. She only had to voice her needs, and Ji Luo would eagerly fulfill them, asking for nothing in return but a word of praise. Yet the young woman restrained her inherent pride, never taking others' kindness for granted. She silently remembered every debt of gratitude, waiting for the chance to repay it. It was precisely this nature, requiting every favor, that made Su Qinghan push away those who approached her, refusing all help. She didn't want to owe anyone, nor did she want to drag others into her troubles. Such an easy-toried personality. Ji Luo could even imagine that if he made Su Qinghan feel guilty enough and let the debts accumulate, her attitude toward him would gradually shift. Something that makes her this conflicted must be related to recent developments. Ji Luo had been worried about how to get involved in the struggle for the sacred relic, but now it seemed Su Qinghan needed his help. Perfect. By participating in Su Qinghan's plan, Ji Luo could learn about the world of evolvers from her and stay by her side as an assistant. Absolutely perfect. After all, sharing a secret between two people greatly helps in drawing them closer. Moreover, Ji Luo was considering whether to gradually reveal some of his own peculiarities during this opportunity. Not by telling Su Qinghan that he was an evolver, but by making her believe he was on the verge of awakening his primal talent, becoming an evolver like her. Wouldn't that be more logical? Hell, once Mingwu is dealt with, it's time to give these matters some serious thought. Shortly after Ji Luo answered Su Qinghan's phone call, the taxi stopped on Old Street, blocked by over a dozen vans clogging the road, forcing him to alight some distance away. Unlike the morning's desolation, Ji Luo now found many residents stepping out, craning their necks toward the hardware store, yet all kept their distance, none daring to approach. Ji Luo was unconcerned. After inquiring with a couple of people, he discovered that while the specifics remained unclear, Zhu Xiang had already spread certain rumors. Well done. When Ji Luo reached the front of the hardware store, the previously deserted shop was now abuzz with voices. Zhu Xiang had not deceived Ji Luo. He had quickly secured a restaurant. By now, tables and chairs were set, and over a dozen waiters were laying tablecloths and arranging glass turntables. Further back, the restaurant's chefs had begun preparing cold dishes, while 7 or 8 kitchen assistants were chopping ingredients for hot courses, with various meats filling several large basins. On the vacant lot north of the hardware store, over 50 thugs sat in small groups, cleavers beside them, all wrapped in cloth. Qiao Junyan and his 3 companions were among them, seated near the front. Qiao Junyan and Yin Yunyang sat side by side, chatting quite amicably. As Ji Luo observed, Zhu Xiang hurried over, bustling like a father at his child's wedding, cradling several fine cigarettes and handing one pack to each person, bowing and scraping with far more deference than he ever showed Ji Luo. After Ji Luo's lesson, the thugs' attitudes had improved considerably. Unaware of the relationship between Zhu Xiang and Ji Luo, they refrained from causing trouble, sitting quietly and awaiting the feast. Thanks to Ji Luo's restraint, the beaten thugs were not severely injured. They now rubbed red flower oil on their bruises, wincing in pain, yet still combat-ready. Humans are truly adaptable creatures. The thugs who had fought Ji Luo tooth and nail moments ago now seemed unresistant to attending his banquet. Of course, Qiao Junyan must have told them that their next target was also a gang of thugs. Whether due to Qiao Junyan's efforts, Yin Yunyang now likely suspected they were to fight Meng Wu's men, yet his expression betrayed little change. Interesting. Ji Luo did not walk directly over, but slipped into an alley, sending a text to Qiao Junyan. Shortly after, Qiao Junyan hurried over. Ji Luo, you've done well. Ji Luo was not stingy with praise for Qiao Junyan, but it was merely praise. Such efforts did not yet warrant promises or rewards. No, it's all thanks to you, Ji Luo. If you hadn't beaten them into submission, I couldn't have persuaded them. And Qiao Junyan knew his place, showing no arrogance, but rather trembling with fear, looking up at Ji Luo as he spoke. The reason Yin Yunyang was so easy to convince was also with his boss' approval. Ji Luo, as you guessed, their boss, also wants to use this chance to meddle in Old Street's demolition. Wealth stirs the heart. Ji Luo closed his eyes, listening to Qiao Junyan's report, his face impassive. Qiao Junyan indeed knew how to handle people. Ji Luo's ideas and plans were sound, but Qiao Junyan's execution was truly remarkable. Moreover, under those circumstances, Qiao Junyan was forced into a corner by Ji Luo and had to complete the task. He daringly let Yin Yunyang make the call, undoubtedly having gauged the thug's mindset. Have a fight. Even if all 50-plus men died, Yin Yunyang's boss wouldn't hesitate for a moment. The entire Old Street, a commercial strip so close to the city center, its demolition was worth a fortune. Everyone had their eyes on this prize. Even if it was already on Meng Wu's plate, no one minded snatching it away. This is good. With their boss' approval, these men will give their all. Ji Luo was satisfied with the turn of events, even pleasantly surprised by the smoothness. But Xiao Junyan thought otherwise. He hesitated to dampen Ji Luo's mood, but eventually spoke up. Ji Luo, your bet is just an excuse. Meng Wu will likely pin the blame on you. Xiao Junyan was no fool. He had grasped Ji Luo's plan and feared future retaliation. As for Yin Yunyang's side, having beaten his men and then having them fight for Ji Luo, though it was to gain a slice of old streets' demolition profits, retribution was still possible. And Meng Wu, the trouble was far greater. Xiao Junyan knew that the forced demolition of Spring Cake Shop was the root of Ji Luo's actions. Meng Wu might strike ruthlessly to silence Ji Luo. Don't worry. Meng Wu will soon be too busy with his own troubles to bother me. As for Yin Yunyang's side, he thinks he can meddle in old streets' demolition without paying any price. How is that possible? Ji Luo lifted his head, his eyes smiling as he looked at Xiao Junyan. Xiao Junyan had been pondering Ji Luo's next move, but under that gaze he froze, daring not to think further. Xiao Junyan, you won't betray me, will you? Ji Luo's voice was soft, as if he himself doubted the possibility. How could I? I will never break my promise to you. I will see it through. Hearing Ji Luo's words, Xiao Junyan's hair stood on end. His fear was not unfounded. Even if Ji Luo spoke softly, the mere utterance proved he suspected this possibility. And Ji Luo's attitude toward traitors, Xiao Junyan didn't need to imagine. He knew it would be lethal. Good. I was just worried that Yin Yunyang or Meng Wu might offer you some benefits and you'd spill everything, making things difficult for me. Ji Luo raised a hand, patting Xiao Junyan's shoulder. Then he fell silent, turning to leave the alley and head into the hardware store. In the alley, Xiao Junyan felt a cold sweat drench him. In that instant, he had sensed the murderous intent radiating from Ji Luo, a feeling akin to facing death himself. Good thing I didn't do anything superfluous. Xiao Junyan even felt a sense of having escaped a calamity. He had never planned to betray Ji Luo, but he had entertained the idea of getting closer to Yin Yunyang, perhaps using Ji Luo's reputation in the future. But now Xiao Junyan had completely abandoned that notion, because Ji Luo was truly terrifying. Who was he and how many had he killed? Looks like he'll have to eat a lot more later. After concluding his conversation with Xiao Junyan, Ji Luo swaggered into the hardware store. Upon seeing Ji Luo, Zhu Xiang immediately rushed over with excitement. If he had any doubts about Ji Luo before, his attitude had now turned completely sycophantic. Mr. Ji Luo, we have been waiting for you. The feast can begin at any time. Then let's start. Ji Luo was not particularly surprised by Zhu Xiang's attitude, but he disliked such changes in behavior. Sensing Ji Luo's detachment, Zhu Xiang took a step back, his tone becoming more reserved. Mr. Ji Luo, would you like to take a seat at the main table? No, I won't eat out. Just bring a few dishes in here. Although Ji Luo had a hand in the current situation, he did not wish to sit at the main table or steal the spotlight. He felt this was something Xiao Junyan could handle. Zhu Xiang was taken aback that Ji Luo intended to eat alone in the room. After all, he was the main character today, and this made no sense. However, since Ji Luo had said so, he had no right to argue. Mr. Ji Luo, about the main table. Tell Xiao Junyan that the four of them and Yin Yunyang should sit there, and let Yin Yunyang arrange the other five. Once Ji Luo answered this question, he seemed reluctant to manage anything further. He turned and walked into the inner room, sitting down on a chair to take a brief rest. Zhu Xiang looked at Ji Luo's disinterested expression and tried several times to say something, yet ultimately dared not speak. Ji Luo was now acting like a hands-off boss. As a hardware store owner, he certainly couldn't take charge of everything. Thus, Zhu Xiang had no choice but to find Xiao Junyan and hand all authority over to him. All right, I understand. Xiao Junyan did not decline. He took the leadership from Zhu Xiang and began to modify the layout of the banquet. Considering the possibility of a fight later, Xiao Junyan arranged the tables in a fan shape, ensuring the outermost tables were the most numerous, placing those who were uninjured here. At the same time, Xiao Junyan increased the distance between the tables and even specifically left a path so that those at the innermost main table could quickly reach the outer area. As for Ji Luo, Xiao Junyan would certainly not only serve him a few dishes. Knowing Ji Luo's true intentions, he directly rearranged the layout of the hardware store, placing everything inside, and set a large table right at the entrance with cold dishes arranged first. Mr. Xiao, is it suitable to place the table facing the door? Zhu Xiang thought Ji Luo was staying inside to avoid being caught up if a fight broke out, but Xiao Junyan knew very well that Ji Luo intended to guard the center to prevent trouble from Yin Yunyang. It's fine, let's start serving the dishes and allow those people to take their seats. Xiao Junyan rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit excited. This gathering was not insignificant, yet Ji Luo had fully delegated it to him. Ji Luo was either unwilling to show his face or wanted to test him. Xiao Junyan could not determine, but the feeling of commanding everyone was indeed quite exhilarating. Isn't this just the opportunity I've been looking for? Xiao Junyan clenched his fist slowly, suddenly feeling a surge of adrenaline. He was uncertain if Ji Luo was a worthy person to follow, but right now, if he wanted to climb out of the abyss, he had to obey Ji Luo's commands. And everything was just as Xiao Junyan had planned, arranged meticulously. With over 50 people seated at 6 round tables, the atmosphere instantly became lively. The cold dishes were quickly placed on the tables, and the drinks were opened one by one, yet no one dared to touch their chopsticks. Because that person had yet to arrive. I'll go call Ji Luo. Xiao Junian excused himself to Yin Yuyang beside him and turned to walk into the hardware store, where Ji Luo was lying on a chair in the inner room, looking somewhat fatigued. Is everything ready? Ready. Xiao Junian entered the room and stood silently before Ji Luo, not making a sound before he spoke. Ji Luo sat up from the chair, stretched, and the joints in his body made cracking sounds. Is everyone seated? Yes, no one has touched their chopsticks. Xiao Junian had been paying attention to this as well, so he answered smoothly. This banquet, although hosted by Ji Luo, was in fact a privilege of the victor. Inviting them to dinner was a gesture of tolerance and goodwill, but it also implied a warning against those who did not show respect. Since Yin Yuyang and the others were the defeated, they must exhibit enough humility. If Ji Luo, the one who had defeated them, did not appear, and they still did not observe etiquette by touching their chopsticks, it indicated their unwillingness to submit, which needed to be addressed. That's good, let's give them a bit of face. Ji Luo stood up from his chair, patted Xiao Junian's shoulder, leaned a little closer, and whispered a few words. When the guests arrive, you don't need to rush forward, and unless necessary, don't even make a move. Just hand the main authority over to Yin Yuyang and see how he responds. But no matter what, a fight must happen. Understood. Xiao Junian had been following Ji Luo throughout the day and naturally understood the key points moving forward, so he nodded seriously. Then that's settled. Xiao Junian, you don't need to be too nervous. If necessary, I will personally step in and take them all down. This statement from Ji Luo was specifically directed at Xiao Junian, essentially assuring him that whatever happened, he would guarantee his safety. I will do my utmost to control the situation. Xiao Junian understood Ji Luo's meaning and respectfully took a step back. Ji Luo walked past him and out of the room, with Xiao Junian following closely behind. Compared to the 10 people seated outside, Ji Luo's table was indeed extravagantly set, yet he made no comments and simply sat down at the main position with an air of indifference. Facing the door, the thugs outside could not help but see Ji Luo, yet none dared to meet his gaze. Even if they briefly made eye contact with Ji Luo, they quickly lowered their heads. At this moment, Xiao Junian returned to the main table outside. Although Zhu Xiang had refused several times, he was still arranged at this table. Yin Yuyang could have brought 5 people, but in the end he only requested 4 seats at the main table. The last position, even if left empty, was not filled by anyone at this main table. Today we meet without a fight. It is an honor to share drinks with everyone. I cheers to peace. Ji Luo raised his glass and stood up. As he did so, all 60 people outside hurriedly stood up, as well some who had no drink hurriedly poured themselves one. Thank you for your assistance. He clinked his glass against the glass turntable twice, then raised his hand and downed it in one go. The thugs, not daring to lag behind, quickly emptied their glasses, only daring to refocus once Ji Luo beckoned them to sit. Everyone, please feel free, enjoy your meal and drinks. Let the feast begin. I will block your path. What can you do about it? Sensing the time was ripe, Yin Yuyang tore off all pretense. With a shout, over 50 thugs feasting at the banquet instantly rose to their feet, brandishing their drawn cleavers. Wei Kun's face darkened ominously, his eyes fixed on Yin Yuyang with a ferocity that seemed ready to devour. He had brought over 40 capable fighters today. Facing Yin Yunyang's numbers, the outcome was uncertain, but a battle here would ruin today's demolition operation. Yet if he retreated now, the boss demolition plan might completely collapse. With so many eyes on him, fleeing in disgrace would strip him of all authority, making it nearly impossible to stand firm in the future. Wei Kun gazed at Yin Yunyang's nonchalant expression, took a deep breath, clenched his cleaver, and steeled his resolve. Call that boy Zhao Pingcheng over. Amid the tense knife-edge atmosphere, just as Wei Kun was about to issue a command, a calm male voice emerged from behind Yin Yunyang's crowd. Wei Kun's left hand was raised, and Yin Yunyang's side was sharpening their blades. But this indifferent voice brought the escalating tension to a sudden halt. Both Wei Kun and Yin Yunyang felt a stifling pressure as their momentum was interrupted. Annoyed, Wei Kun was about to speak when, to his surprise, Yin Yunyang's demeanor shifted, losing its earlier provocativeness. Who is Zhao Pingcheng? Yin Yunyang scanned the surroundings, his voice loud but devoid of emotion. Wei Kun naturally knew who Zhao Pingcheng was. He turned to look at the young man beside him, who looked bewildered and timidly raised his hand. Zhao Pingcheng. To be honest, Zhao Pingcheng himself had no idea why someone would call his name in such a tense situation. But unlike his confusion, Yin Yunyang glanced at him and then stepped aside, clearing the way. At that moment, like an army receiving orders, the wall of over 50 thugs parted, instantly revealing a path. A composed young man walked over and made a gesture for Zhao Pingcheng to follow. Come, my boss wants to see you. Zhao Pingcheng had never seen such a scene. Sweating profusely, he had no idea what to do. He looked to Wei Kun, who nodded in response. Go meet him. Wei Kun had been prepared for a bloody battle, but he never expected the situation to differ from the trap he had imagined. Logically, the leader on the opposite side should have been Yin Yunyang. But how could someone at the back command such deference with a single word, making Yin Yunyang obediently step aside? Wei Kun had seen it clearly at that moment. Yin Yunyang's face showed surprise and confusion, yet he still reacted instantly, without hesitation, while the other 50 thugs moved with military precision. Who was behind Yin Yunyang? Why did he command such awe and authority? What business did he have with Zhao Pingcheng? With these doubts, Wei Kuan stared intently ahead. About 15 meters away, a young man with a clear, resolute face raised a glass of water in a toast, sipped half of it, and set it down. The summoned Zhao Pingsheng walked over nervously. Led by Qiao Junyan into the room, he approached the young man, listened to his whispered instruction, and turned to leave. "Boss, watch out. He wants Yin Yunyang to kill you." Standing not far from Ji Luo, Zhao Pingsheng heard his command clearly. Fearing his boss would be caught off guard, he immediately shouted out Ji Luo's scheme. "Damn it, get them." Wei Kuan hesitated for a moment upon hearing Zhao Pingsheng's cry, but he quickly raised his cleaver. Across from him, Yin Yunyang reflexively raised his blade as well. Then both sides' blades aimed to strike first. Already poised for action, Zhao Pingsheng's shout ignited the powder keg. Shouts and roars erupted from the crowd as the two sides crashed together like surging white waves. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The reason Wei Kuan was here today was that he knew better than anyone their gang was like a pot of boiling oil. Seemingly prosperous, but one step back would lead to an unstoppable collapse. If they couldn't take that step forward, everything would crumble like a sandcastle in the wind. Thus Wei Kuan had to fight with all his might. With Boss Ming's orders in mind, he showed no mercy. A thug who fancied himself tough charged at him only to have his collarbone split open by Wei Kuan's blade, his throat nearly severed. Warm blood splattered across Wei Kuan's face. He bared his teeth in a savage grin, yanked out his blade, and kicked the severely wounded thug to the ground. Surrounded by his men, he charged toward Yin Yunyang. "Kill Yin Yunyang. Take down Wei Kuan." Yin Yunyang's face was flushed red. The memory of being beaten by a single man still haunted him. To wash away that shame, he fought with particular ferocity. Because he was related to the boss, he had to work even harder. To become the boss' successor, he needed ability, value, and ruthlessness. Driven by ambition, Yin Yunyang gripped his long blade with both hands. Years of martial training had given him immense arm strength. He swung his thick-backed blade downward, cleaving through an opponent's knife and slicing into his side, ripping open his abdomen. Blood flowed freely, and the air reeked of gore. Both sides had brought their toughest, most ruthless men. Now that the enemy was fighting to kill, how could they hold back? From the first clash, the nature of the fight changed. It was no longer a simple brawl, but a bloody struggle for interests and the future. No one showed mercy, no one dared to. The brawl turned into slaughter, with blood and blades dancing wildly at the point of impact, like a bold rider dipping a brush in blood and painting madly on white silk. Fear and madness spread along the long street. Witnessing the bloody gang fight, everyone turned pale with terror. The street was cleared almost instantly. All doors and windows were shut tight, curtains and rolling shutters pulled down as if a single glance would invite a nightmare, except for those at the banquet. Amidst the frenzied blades and splattered blood, screams and roars intertwined in a chaotic symphony. The opposing factions converged into two human walls, burning the fiercest flames of brutality with their lives as fuel. Behind the human walls, on the 6 fan-shaped banquet tables, there were scarcely any diners. Only the main table still held 4 figures. Zhu Xiang trembled like chaff in the wind. Beside him, Qiao Junyan's 3 compatriots gripped their weapons, their bodies taut as bowstrings. If they could, they would flee at once, escaping as far as possible. Yet like Zhu Xiang, they were already entangled in the scene before them. There was no choice to retreat or hide. They could only watch and wait here. For behind them, someone was watching everything. Zhao Pingsheng's head was pressed onto the banquet table as he struggled desperately to rise. But Qiao Junyan was like a mountain, rendering him immobile, only intensifying the table's tremors. A minute or two earlier, Zhao Pingsheng had loudly alerted Wei Kuan. Yet as he tried to dash out, Qiao Junyan intercepted him, effortlessly forced him to his knees, and pinned his head to the table. Qiao Junyan pressed one foot on Zhao Pingsheng's kneeling legs, preventing him from lifting his knees, while one hand held his head and the other gripped both his wrists, pressing them fiercely behind his back. Zhao Pingsheng looked like a rooster awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. His eyes blazed with fury at the young man across the table, resembling a fierce tiger cub stirred to aggression. "Stop struggling. It's pointless." Annoyed by Zhao Pingsheng's attitude, Ji Luo set down his chopsticks and leisurely drew a razor blade from a small box beside him. Such blades were available in every hardware store. Cheap, lightweight, and thin, used for cutting paper. "Bastard. He'll kill you." Zhao Pingsheng, seeing Ji Luo produce the blade, thought he knew what was coming and struggled even harder. But before he could lift his head, Ji Luo flicked his fingers and a shadow shot forth. Thud. With a crisp sound, Zhao Pingsheng felt a sharp pain at his throat. The blade Ji Luo had thrown sliced cleanly through the skin of his throat and embedded itself into the tabletop. Zhao Pingsheng could even feel the blade quivering after it lodged. By a hair's breadth, it had only cut through a layer of skin on his neck, not deeply painful, and not much blood flowed. But Zhao Pingsheng immediately clamped his mouth shut, daring not to make a sound. For Ji Luo had shown him through action that his life was held in the palm of his hand. "That's better. Silence suits you." Ji Luo closed the small box containing the blades, lifted his eyelids, and glanced at the carnage outside. A faint contemptuous sneer curled his lips, as if the battling parties deserved no more than this expression. "Calm down now, Zhao Pingsheng." Ji Luo waved his hand, and Qiao Junyan immediately released Zhao Pingsheng, stepping back to stand at the door awaiting orders. "Since you're calm, sit down and drink some hot water." Zhao Pingsheng, now free, looked at Ji Luo with a mix of shock and uncertainty. He touched the blood-streaked mark on his throat and pulled out a chair to sit. Outside, the fierce battle between the two gangs had reached a point of mutual destruction. People fell continuously, and blades swung without cease. Zhao Pingqing stole a glance, but quickly turned away, not daring to look again. In fact, Zhao Pingqing felt a secret relief. If he weren't sitting here, he might have been cut down now, clinging to life by a thread. So what do you think of these people fighting like dogs, eh? Ji Luo picked up the kettle, poured a cup of water, and placed it on the glass turntable, spinning it to Zhao Pingqing. Zhao Pingqing uneasy glanced at Ji Luo and took the water with both hands. Old Street. Should be our gang's territory. Wrong. Ji Luo cut him off sharply, making Zhao Pingqing flinch so hard that water spilled onto his hands. But he dared not wipe it, sitting as still as a frightened quail. Ji Luo, unconcerned by Zhao Pingqing's reaction, remained indifferent. This old street belongs only to the people who live here. Everything Meng Wu has done is plunder. Or rather, he's twisting the concept, turning the living environment earned through blood and sweat into a mine only the strong can possess. Because it's a mine, because only the strong can own it, this battle erupted. None of them are good people. They're just competing to see who is worse, who is more ruthless. Ji Luo spoke as if lecturing Zhao Pingqing, his tone stern but not cold. Zhao Pingqing dared not refute, nor could he, so he simply nodded. That's true, but the demolition of Old Street isn't something one person can do or decide. The boss was just suitable. Suitable. I think you're quite suitable to die here. Want to die? Ji Luo looked at Zhao Pingqing with contempt. Their eyes met for an instant, and Zhao Pingqing, terrified, lowered his head, not daring to argue further. I don't want to die. Then get the hell out of here. Don't waste yourself anymore. Go to school if you should, go to work if you should. Ji Luo knocked on the table sternly, then raised his hand, pointing to the door, signaling Zhao Pingqing to look outside. Turn around and look now. See what dogs they are. See if any of them is innocent. See how they end up dead. Zhao Pingqing, not daring to defy Ji Luo, turned to look outside. In just a few minutes of carnage, over 20 people had fallen to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, even staining the nearby soup red. Zhao Pingqing, do you know your place now? Go home. This isn't your world. Ji Luo seemed unwilling to continue the conversation, waving his hand to dismiss him. Now go back and find your boss Meng Wu. Tell him I'm coming for him. The matter at the spring cake shop isn't over. It's only just begun. Yes. Zhao Pingqing dared not resist Ji Luo any longer. As soon as he heard he could leave, he bowed gratefully, then stood up from the chair. He cast a timid glance at Xiao Junian beside him, and seeing no further intention to act, he rushed out the door, sprinting desperately into the distance. At that moment, the fight between Wei Kuan and Yin Yunyang had reached a point of mutual destruction. Nearly 100 men on both sides were all wounded, with half lying on the ground, either severely injured or dying. If Zhao Pingqing had entered the fray at this moment, it would have been perfect. If he had been willing to fight to the death, he could have even killed Yin Yunyang. But he didn't. He ran. Zhao Pingqing's departure was in fact orchestrated by Ji Luo. In previous cycles, the young man's eventual awakening had left a favorable impression on Ji Luo. Thus this time Ji Luo gave him a reason to leave. Time is almost up. Ji Luo toyed with the glass in his hand, tilting his head back to drain the last sip of clear water, then rose to his full height. Xiao Zhenyan, let's go. All right. Xiao Zhenyan, unusually obedient, stepped out first and waved at his 3 fellow villagers, signaling them to follow. On the other side, Zhu Xiang, seeing Ji Luo walk out, immediately stood up, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Ji Luo's gaze. Zhu Xiang, just stay put. This matter won't involve you. Although Ji Luo disliked the hardware store owner's mercenary nature, he wouldn't drag him into this unnecessarily. Wei Kuan and Yin Yunyang's fight was too brutal. They would both be licking their wounds and wouldn't endanger ordinary people. Understood. Faced with Ji Luo's firm decision, Zhu Xiang didn't waste words. He still had Ji Luo's number. If his life were truly in danger, he wouldn't hesitate to use it. Ji Luo had no intention of wasting more time. The old street was eerily silent. He walked forward alone with Xiao Zhenyan and the other 3 close behind. Will it really not involve him? Zhu Xiang watched Ji Luo and the others leave, a sense of losing his pillar of support weighing on him. Yet he could change nothing, only await the outcome. In Zhu Xiang's eyes, Ji Luo's departure seemed somewhat abrupt. But as a seasoned middle-aged man, he understood that although Ji Luo had orchestrated everything, he wanted to distance himself when the final reckoning came. This Ji Luo, who exactly is he? Zhu Xiang's question would never find an answer. He could only return to his chair like a condemned criminal awaiting his fate. At that moment, the fight between Yin Yunyang and Wei Kuan was nearing its end. Of the nearly 100 vicious thugs, only 20 or 30 could still stand, and all were wounded. Both Yin Yunyang and Wei Kuan were surrounded by their underlings covered in injuries, seemingly unable to continue the fight. Both sides were wounded, with few left standing. Someone had already called an ambulance, fiercely demanding the hospital send more people. With their leaders gravely wounded, the remaining thugs had lost the will to fight. They separated into clear factions with an unspoken understanding. Unconscious Wei Kuan was carried into a car by his men, ready to be rushed to the hospital. Yin Yunyang seemed slightly better. He had prepared medical supplies in advance. A thug pulled a first aid kit from under a table, swept the dishes onto the floor, lifted Yin Yunyang onto the table, and began emergency bleeding control. After the bloody and cruel battle, the long street was eerily silent. Zhu Xiang stood up shakily from his chair, hesitated, then went to help Yin Yunyang's men. As the fighting on the old street turned into rescue efforts, Ji Luo had already led Xiao Junyan into a tea house. The tea house was diagonally across from the entrance to the old street. Since it wasn't involved in the demolition, it was still operating peacefully. Ji Luo found a spot with a good view and leisurely ordered a pot of kung fu tea. Steam rose from the tea. Ji Luo held the scalding cup not in a hurry to drink, but instead rotated the hot rim with his fingertip as naturally as if he felt no heat. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, Ji Luo's vision, far surpassing ordinary people, could faintly make out the commotion in front of the hardware store. In fact, even without seeing that far, just by the ambulances entering the old street, one could tell how brutal the gang war had been. As a witness to it all, Xiao Junyan sat before Ji Luo, his demeanor as cowering as a quail. If Xiao Junyan was like this, his 3 fellow villagers were even more so. They lowered their heads, lacking the courage to meet Ji Luo's gaze. Truly, it wasn't that Xiao Junyan and the others were cowards, but that Ji Luo was simply too terrifying. Everything had been within his calculations down to the last detail. He had provoked 2 gangs into a bloody conflict, yet if one traced it back, it seemed he had little to do with it. After all, Ji Luo was the righteous one. From start to finish, he had stood on the side of the weak. Whether being followed by thugs besieged by them, or even helping resist the forced demolition, he had always acted in self-defense. But the outcome was simply too absurd. Meng Wu will be very angry this time. Ji Luo calmly savored his tea, as if the bloody scene had nothing to do with him. Today's events, whether concerning Meng Wu's side or Yin Yunyang's, were not what Ji Luo feared. The only thing that could instill fear in Ji Luo was the greatest justice in this world, the police. And now, having fought so fiercely over the demolition, neither gang dared to call the police, nor could they. So what else did Ji Luo have to fear? The worst outcome would be nothing more than dying once and resetting time. With his ultimate trump card, Ji Luo feared nothing, which was why his entire plan was so audacious. But it also meant that if his scheme succeeded, these 2 troublesome factions would vanish completely. Xiao Junyan, what do you think Yin Yunyang's boss is feeling right now? It should be quite complicated. Xiao Junyan hadn't expected Ji Luo to ask him this. After careful deliberation, he gave an ambiguous answer, but Ji Luo naturally disliked riddles. Complicated in what way? With so many of his men injured, he must be furious. But with the opportunity to profit from the old street demolition, he should be excited. As for your existence, he should be hesitant. Xiao Junyan's attitude toward Ji Luo was complex. He feared Ji Luo's strength and cunning, yet also hoped Ji Luo would acknowledge him and bring him into his fold. Thus, every word Xiao Junyan spoke was carefully considered. He unconsciously fell into his old habit of trying to analyze Ji Luo's psychology, but clearly, he could find no answer. Ji Luo, compared to Meng Wu, we haven't harmed them much. There's a chance to become allies. But considering his subordinates' feelings, he'll likely just ignore us for now and observe our stance. Good analysis. Ji Luo had some understanding of Yin Yunyang's boss. Compared to Meng Wu, the man was more low-key, but far more scheming and extremely greedy, never letting any opportunity slip by. After today, that man will definitely keep a close eye on Meng Wu. It should be. Yes. Xiao Junyan reviewed the current situation in his mind and nodded in agreement with Ji Luo's judgment. It now appeared that Meng Wu's most ruthless first strike had been blocked by Yin Yunyang. Unlike Yin Yunyang, who had some understanding of the situation, Meng Wu remained completely in the dark. To secure his position and protect his interests, Meng Wu would inevitably have to negotiate with Yin Yunyang's boss. This kind of power struggle would undoubtedly consume all of their attention. Xiao Junyan, tell me, what can we do in this situation? Ji Luo wore a meaningful smile. His tone was questioning, but there was no doubt in his mind. The true reason for his words was merely to test Xiao Junyan. Xiao Junyan had initially thought that Ji Luo's plan ended here. Having incited a bloody conflict between 2 major gangs, success was achieved, and backing down seemed the wisest course. Yet Ji Luo intended to stir up more trouble at such a tense juncture and even make headlines. This decision, which could be called suicidal, had never crossed Xiao Junyan's mind. Ji Luo, do you want to become a third party? A third party? What do you mean? Ji Luo showed no reaction to Xiao Junyan's answer. He neither confirmed nor denied the guess, remaining utterly inscrutable. Xiao Junyan's head ached from thinking. He felt Ji Luo was squeezing him dry. The reason he concluded Ji Luo wanted to become a third force was simply because Ji Luo had clashed with Meng Wu and used Yin Yunyang. A third party means the fisherman who profits from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. Are we the fishermen? Ji Luo placed his empty teacup on the table and abruptly interrupted Xiao Junyan. Xiao Junyan licked his lips and shook his head helplessly. We're not the fishermen indeed. Even if they fight to the death, we won't gain much. No, if they fight to the death, we can still gain something. Ji Luo picked up the teapot and poured tea for Xiao Junyan and the other 3. The 4 men clutched their cups with flattered surprise, and Xiao Junyan even leaned forward slightly. What can we gain? We can watch them fight to the death. Ji Luo's face broke into a radiant smile, or rather, he had finally revealed his true intentions to Xiao Junyan. Xiao Junyan never expected Ji Luo's plan to be this. His hand trembled as he held the cup and his knuckles were scalded by the hot water. So Ji Luo's targeting of the 2 gangs wasn't for any imagined benefit, but purely for revenge. Suppressing his shock, Qiao Junyan fixed his gaze on the rippling tea in his cup, not daring to meet Ji Luo's eyes. What deep grudge was this? Was Ji Luo doing all this simply because Meng Wu had forcibly demolished his lover's cake shop? In that recent clash, at least 10 to 20 people from Meng Wu's side would die. The compensation for their families alone would be a fortune, let alone the medical expenses for the wounded. Wasn't this too ruthless? Was a single cake shop worth going this far? Ji Luo's actions could only be described as killing without shedding blood. Of course, Ji Luo had seen blood, though he hadn't touched it. He had merely found an entry point stab deeply and made the beast bleed. And it was two beasts, two gang organizations. Together, at least 40 people had died. It was a shocking sight. To be honest, would a normal person indirectly kill 40 to 50 people over a demolition dispute for a single house? Qiao Junyan was genuinely frightened. During the gang fight, he had deliberately turned his back and dared not watch the bloodshed. But Ji Luo's seat faced the door. He had watched the two sides battle, and the lives and deaths of so many people seemed as ordinary and quiet as falling snowflakes in his eyes. At this moment, Ji Luo toyed with the still warm teacup in his hand, showing no intention of interrupting Qiao Junyan's contemplation, merely waiting for him to reach a conclusion. Ji Luo, if they fight each other, we will indeed have some peace. Qiao Junyan quickly made up his mind. He raised his head, meeting Ji Luo's gaze with bright eyes. The implication of allegiance in his words was unmistakable. Clearly, Qiao Junyan's affirmative answer gave Ji Luo the final confirmation he sought. Qiao Junyan had followed Ji Luo all day, witnessing everything he did. Now that Ji Luo had revealed the truth, showing his intent to go even further, such a thing was beyond what ordinary people could accept. Yet Qiao Junyan accepted it. Not only did he accept it, but he also mentally prepared himself in a very short time, even changing his answer to include we. So be it. Ji Luo was satisfied with Qiao Junyan's attitude. He gestured sideways for the waiter to bring the bill. After paying for the tea, Ji Luo led Qiao Junyan and the other three out of the tea house. At that moment, at one end of the old street across the road, a line of ambulances sped out, ran a red light, and disappeared swiftly on the other side. They're quite fast. Ji Luo seemed no longer concerned about the fate of Wei Kuan and Yan Yunyang. He strolled leisurely down the street, as if merely taking a walk. Yet Qiao Junyan, following behind Ji Luo, felt an unprecedented anxiety. Because a deadly crisis was approaching step by step. Yan Yunyang and Wei Kuan had suffered heavy losses from the bloody clash, with ambulances taking away the wounded. Their bosses must have learned of the situation. And both sides, being underworld figures, would fight to the death for profit, but with enough incentive they might also come together. Qiao Junyan could even imagine that soon Meng Wu and Yan Yunyang's boss would meet. They would engage in a series of power negotiations, either completely tearing apart and becoming enemies with blood flowing like a river, or they would find a balance of interests and cease hostilities. Neither group was good-natured. If they truly fought, it would be fine, but the fear was that after exchanging interests, they would abandon their enmity. At that point, as the instigator of it all, Ji Luo would inevitably be exposed to Meng Wu. In his fury, Meng Wu might stop at nothing to kill Ji Luo. And Qiao Junyan estimated that the bosses of the two gangs might have already called each other. Of course, truly important matters wouldn't be discussed over the phone. They would definitely arrange a meeting, a king-toking confrontation with their forces arrayed. In that case, the result will be known tonight. Indeed, the results will be out tonight. Ji Luo suddenly turned around, casting a meaningful glance at Qiao Junyan. Qiao Junyan never imagined that his faint murmur would be heard by Ji Luo. He scratched his cheek, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Ji Luo paid no heed to Qiao Junyan's reaction. He simply crossed the road alone, then turned, sweeping his gaze over Qiao Junyan and his three companions. Qiao Junyan, from now on you'll follow me alone. The three of them can go back and rest. All right. Qiao Junyan did not ask why. He simply walked over to Ji Luo, and as if afraid of the cold wind, pulled his collar tighter. Subsequently, Qiao Junyan's three companions approached. He exchanged a few words with them before sending them back to the dormitory. In the biting wind, Qiao Junyan stood at the street corner, watching his three companions recede into the distance, his gaze dark and profound. Qiao Junyan, what's wrong? Worried about their safety. Ji Luo was now in a relaxed mood. He studied Qiao Junyan's expression closely, curious as to why he wore a look of eternal parting. Qiao Junyan did not answer immediately. He exhaled a puff of warm breath, glanced at the setting sun, and the look on his face was inexpressibly heavy. No, I just have a feeling that after today, things between us will never be the same. Will they? Ji Luo caught the metaphor in Qiao Junyan's words. Never be the same did not refer to a rift among the three, but rather that after forging a deeper bond with Ji Luo, he would have to guard himself and keep secrets from them. They will. Qiao Junyan met Ji Luo's gaze unflinchingly. His meaning was clear: no matter what happened today, he would conceal it from others, even his three closest friends. After all, the results will be out tonight. Who knows? Ji Luo admired Qiao Junyan's keen perception. He had acutely grasped a mere hint of an idea. Qiao Junyan, let's go. Qiao Junyan nodded and fell into step beside Ji Luo. He did not ask where they were headed. Having chosen to follow Ji Luo, he would not hesitate or second-guess. He would simply follow. Under the gradually sinking sun, Ji Luo and Qiao Junyan walked unhurriedly. They crossed several of the busiest streets, boarded a bus at a sparsely populated intersection, and after about half an hour alighted in a quiet neighborhood. Even at this point, Ji Luo offered no explanation. The winter day was short, dusk had already fallen, but Ji Luo led the way without any sign of slowing down. This is a construction site. Xiao Zhenyan followed Ji Luo for quite some time before realizing that through a series of twists and turns they had somehow entered a small construction site. Shoo, careful. Ji Luo raised a finger to his lips, signaling Xiao Zhenyan to be quiet. Xiao Zhenyan complied, but after a few steps watching Ji Luo's cautious demeanor, he suddenly understood. Ji Luo was planning to steal something. Xiao Zhenyan had always loathed thieves and robbers more than anything. Even when he was so poor, he could only gnaw on dry bread. He never once contemplated stealing. Yet at this moment, with Ji Luo ahead, Xiao Zhenyan hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. Perhaps Ji Luo intended to steal something of great value. However, Xiao Zhenyan was soon proven wrong. Before he could even find an excuse for Ji Luo, he saw Ji Luo climb into a room and shortly after extend a steel rebar. Xiao Zhenyan took the steel rebar from Ji Luo, utterly bewildered. The rebar Ji Luo had stolen was not very long, about 1.7 meters, with a diameter of roughly 25 millimeters. It was heavy to carry and impossible to bend. Let's go. Ji Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement like a little mouse that had stolen a cake. Xiao Zhenyan carried the loot in his hand, wanting to ask, but ultimately remained silent, simply following Ji Luo out of the construction site. Xiao Zhenyan, I could have done all this myself. Do you know why I brought you along? Ji Luo took the stolen rebar from Xiao Zhenyan, inspecting it with satisfaction, even squinting one eye to check if it was straight. Xiao Zhenyan followed in silence, trying to piece together Ji Luo's actions, but ultimately failed. I can't figure it out. It's not that you can't figure it out, you've just never thought in that direction. Ji Luo gestured to the side, signaling Xiao Zhenyan to turn and head into the woods. Earlier today, I brought you along because I needed you to compensate for my shortcomings. Now I bring you along to give you a reason. What reason? Xiao Zhenyan thought he had some understanding of Ji Luo, but the answer Ji Luo gave now was far from his expectations. A reason to choose to follow me. Ji Luo made no secret of his desire to win Xiao Zhenyan over. He led him to the edge of the woods and stopped just before stepping onto the road. Xiao Zhenyan licked his lips, suddenly feeling a hint of nervousness under Ji Luo's smiling gaze. Although Xiao Zhenyan knew that if Ji Luo wanted to harm him, he would be powerless to resist, fear still crept into his heart in this desolate, lonely woods. Ji Luo, my reason for following you is already sufficient. Is it? Then consider this your reward. Ji Luo sat down on the ground, leaning his back against a tree trunk, and pulled out his phone. Guess who I'm contacting? A big prize if you get it right. Someone you know. Xiao Zhenyan also sat down on the ground, imitating Ji Luo. Ji Luo looked up at him, his face pale in the glow of the phone screen. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zhenyan, you with those honest eyes, can you crack jokes too? I'm just stating the truth. Xiao Zhenyan sensed Ji Luo's friendliness and naturally seized the opportunity to bridge the gap. Their eyes met, and they both laughed. Xiao Zhenyan, sorry you guessed wrong. It's not an acquaintance, it's an enemy. An enemy. Xiao Zhenyan was beginning to understand that the person Ji Luo was now contacting was definitely related to what they were about to do. First stealing the steel rebar, now hiding in the woods by the roadside. What was Ji Luo planning? An ambush. Wait. An ambush. Xiao Zhenyan shuddered, as if an electric current had passed through him. He looked at Ji Luo in horror, and at that moment Ji Luo nodded at him with satisfaction. That's right. It's an ambush. In the deepening night within a pine forest scattered with needles, the light had grown too dim to discern anything clearly. Ji Luo leaned against a tree trunk, a solid steel rebar driven into the ground beside him, standing upright like a planted spear. Xiao Zhenyan slowly abandoned his languid posture, furrowing his brow as his gaze swept the surroundings for a moment before turning toward the sparsely trafficked road. Ji Luo, who are you ambushing here? Guess again. Ji Luo was not surprised that Xiao Zhenyan had figured out his intent. Bringing him here today was precisely to make his stance clear and sever any futile hopes. Xiao Zhenyan blinked forcefully, as if his eyes were dry. He now understood Ji Luo's motive. The stolen rebar was meant to be a weapon. Precisely because it was to be used for murder, no evidence could be left behind. The best way was to steal it. But likewise, could such a heavy steel rebar truly serve as a weapon? How would he manage to strike anyone? Even if it was an ambush, he should at least find a way to make them stop the car. Meng Wu. In Xiao Zhenyan's recollection, Ji Luo's greatest enemy was Meng Wu. Since the enmity was already irreconcilable, killing him would be no big deal. Ji Luo had long anticipated Xiao Zhenyan's answer. He let out a couple of deliberate laughs, as if revealing a grand prize. Remember that thug who saw me at the braised meat shop this morning and tipped off someone? I got his number and had a little chat with him. Ji Luo, your target is the boss of Yan-Yunyang. Xiao Zhenyan felt as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind. He inexplicably extrapolated and grasped Ji Luo's plan. That group under Yan-Yunyang had been subdued by Ji Luo alone. Their fear of him had already surpassed their respect for their own boss. If Ji Luo contacted that thug who had leaked his whereabouts, and because of fear of Ji Luo's retaliation, when Ji Luo asked him questions, how could he conceal anything? How would he dare not speak? especially when Ji Luo asked nonsensitive questions like the location of their boss. Even Xiao Junyan could deduce that tonight the boss of Yan Yunyang to maximize his gains would contact Meng Wu, whether to negotiate or threaten. Such a major event required a face-to-face meeting between the two bosses. The number of guards they brought would certainly be substantial, and such information could not be kept secret. Under the faint glow of his phone, Xiao Junyan saw the calm smile on Ji Luo's face and knew his guess was correct. But even if he guessed right, his doubts were far from resolved. Why not Meng Wu? Because I don't want to dirty my own hands. Killing Meng Wu would be far too simple for Ji Luo, but at least for now, he didn't want blood on his hands. This wasn't due to misplaced mercy. After all, if one expanded the timeline, calling Ji Luo a murderer wouldn't be an exaggeration. What truly restrained Ji Luo was that his identity was still clean. There was no need to ruin his persona over such a trivial matter. After all, Ji Luo considered himself as having never killed anyone. Even Su Qinghan, who had assaulted Su Qinghan, had only had his soul erased by Ji Luo. At least at that moment her body was not dead. That she only lived for a few days afterward was due to inadequate medical care. Xiao Junyan, if I attacked Meng Wu without killing him, the ensuing retaliation would haunt me endlessly. But if I choose someone else? Although Ji Luo had interacted with Xiao Junyan extensively, his wariness toward him never diminished. He could involve Xiao Junyan in minor offenses, but when it came to matters of life and death or serious crimes, how could Ji Luo let him know? That would be a massive leverage. Choose someone else. As Xiao Junyan listened to Ji Luo's explanation, realization slowly dawned. Ji Luo's meaning was clear. Though he was setting up an ambush, he intended only to wound, not kill. If his target were Meng Wu, then Meng Wu would likely suspect him. Even without evidence, Meng Wu might retaliate wildly. But if the target were switched to Yan Yunyang's boss, things became interesting. Assuming Ji Luo's ambush succeeded, wounding without killing while remaining unseen, who would Yan Yunyang's boss blame for the attack? Definitely Meng Wu. Need it be said, that very day he had ordered the slashing of over 40 of Meng Wu's underlings, with more than a dozen killed outright. He had also meddled in the demolition of Old Street, trying to snatch food from the other's mouth. Taking one's wealth is akin to killing one's parents. What deep enmity was that? Now, with a meeting place agreed upon, what could be more logical than Meng Wu ambushing him on the way? Even Yan Yunyang's boss himself would anticipate the danger of this trip, so he would surely bring many underlings to ensure his safety. Under such circumstances, if Yan Yunyang's boss were indeed wounded but not killed, he would inevitably retaliate furiously against Meng Wu, leaving no room for explanation. Because only he had the motive and the capability. If it works, it might indeed succeed. After contemplating all this, Xiao Junyan couldn't help but nod. The plan was indeed feasible. Though not a flawless open strategy, its viability was high. Wait, this plan. As if struck by a sudden thought, Xiao Junyan lifted his head abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Luo. Was this intricately linked, almost deadly plan something Ji Luo had devised long ago and was now executing today? Or had he conceived it only today, advancing step by step to this point? Though the two possibilities seemed similar, the implications they carried were worlds apart. If it was premeditated, Xiao Junyan could accept it. He could admire Ji Luo's foresight and deduction, but it would still remain within human capability. But what if Ji Luo had only thought of it today? That morning he had gone to the braised meat shop for breakfast. It should have been his first time. At least Xiao Junyan, a frequent customer, had never seen Ji Luo there, though he often saw that thug. Moreover, Xiao Junyan was certain that Ji Luo didn't know him, and the two had never met before. Under these circumstances, after detecting the thug's unusual behavior, Ji Luo had directly approached him and offered a job as a bodyguard. Could this have been part of a setup? Later, Ji Luo investigated the forced demolition and learned about the hardware store's conflict with the thugs. After visiting Zhuxiang, he discovered Meng Wu's demolition plan. Could this have been part of a setup? Xiao Junyan was no fool. He could see that Zhuxiang was meeting Ji Luo for the first time, and the conflict at the hardware store had just come to Ji Luo's attention. When Meng Wu would come for the demolition was something Ji Luo couldn't possibly have known. Then Ji Luo invited them to hotpot, lured Yan Yunyang's group out, and single-handedly took on 50 of them, turning them into pawns against Meng Wu. Xiao Junyan remembered clearly that when Yan Yunyang called his boss, the conversation was halting. That Yan Yunyang ultimately fulfilled the bet seemed almost unbelievable to Xiao Junyan. Could this have been part of a setup? Xiao Junyan thought he had encountered many people, yet he had never seen anyone like Ji Luo. It seemed as though Ji Luo had not done much, yet in the vast web he had woven, everyone else was like moths destined to be trapped and die. Xiao Junyan, don't look at me like that. I did have plans before, but to have come this far, it's still thanks to luck. Though Ji Luo's words were meant to reassure Xiao Junyan, he was inwardly quite pleased with the fear he had instilled. For someone as ambitious and capable as Xiao Junyan, demonstrating one's own overwhelming power and dominance was undoubtedly an excellent way to ensure loyalty. Today, Xiao Junyan had witnessed everything Ji Luo had done from beginning to end. Without a word needing to be spoken, Xiao Junyan understood that if he ever chose betrayal, Ji Luo would kill him, if only to conceal the deeds of this day. Of course, your immense contribution in this cannot be erased either. Xiao Junyan looked at Ji Luo, praising him, nodded gravely. At this point, he had no other choice. Ji Luo's expression remained effortlessly relaxed. He typed a few words on his phone and sent them to the recipient on the other end, receiving a reply almost immediately. The target is almost here. Ji Luo stood up from the ground, pulled out 2 tissues, and wiped down the heavy steel rebar to ensure his fingerprints wouldn't be left behind. Ji Luo, they're coming by car. How are you going to stop them? Xiao Zhenyan had by then regained his usual composure. He walked over to Ji Luo, examined the heavy rebar, then glanced at the road 7 or 8 meters away, utterly baffled as to how Ji Luo planned to execute his scheme. The enemy would pass by in vehicles traveling nearly 100 miles per hour. A stretch of road 1 or 200 meters long would be crossed in mere seconds. Ji Luo had no time to intercept them. How could he attack them with just a piece of rebar? Throw it like a javelin. Of course you've guessed it. Ji Luo stretched lazily, even taking the time to limber up his body. Standing beside him, Xiao Zhenyan found Ji Luo's idea utterly absurd. Was this something a human could actually do? Ji Luo, there are several cars. In such a short time, can you even identify the target? It's difficult, but that's what makes it a challenge. Ji Luo rolled his neck and began doing some stretches, unconcerned by Xiao Zhenyan's doubt. Ji Luo could certainly understand Xiao Zhenyan's skepticism and confusion. After all, in this darkness, cars approaching from a distance and disappearing from sight would take only a few seconds. Identifying the vehicle, locating the target, launching the attack. An ordinary person's brain could hardly process this sequence in a few seconds. Due to the limitations of human pupils, they couldn't even spot the target in time. However, as an evolved, Ji Luo had transcended the concept of a normal human. His body possessed abilities 4 times greater than an ordinary person's, and more importantly, his reaction and control were beyond normal comprehension. So, accomplishing all this was difficult for Ji Luo, but hardly a monumental struggle. Xiao Zhenyan, why that face? You haven't already decided it'll fail, have you? Have a little faith in me. Though Ji Luo was chatting with Xiao Zhenyan, his gaze was already fixed on the road. There was a mole on the other side. The target vehicle was the third in the convoy, a bulletproof luxury sedan. The target was alone in the back seat. I hope you succeed. Xiao Zhenyan looked at Ji Luo's confident demeanor and sighed helplessly, as if already lamenting his impending failure. After all, Ji Luo's entire plan was indeed flawless. It would be a pity to have come this far only to fail. Of course, standing in the swirling cold wind, Ji Luo planted the heavy rebar into the ground beside him. He stared at the street for a moment, then his phone buzzed in his pocket. Ji Luo pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and put it back in his pocket. The message seemed unremarkable. However, unlike before, Ji Luo had already pulled the rebar from the ground and wrapped his hand in a tissue to prevent any accidental slip-ups. ITLL be fine. ITLL definitely be fine. He hadn't felt it before, but now seeing Xiao Zhenyan so tense, even his own heart was starting to race. Xiao Zhenyan sensed the killing intent emanating from Ji Luo and instinctively stepped back a few paces, creating some distance, both to avoid accidental injury and not to disrupt Ji Luo's focus. Yes, focus. At that moment, Ji Luo stood perfectly straight, as silent as a statue, his bright eyes gleaming as if they held a shimmering light. Here they come. So fast. Xiao Zhenyan was startled by the accuracy of Ji Luo's information. He stared at the far end of the road alongside Ji Luo, but all he could see were faint glimmers of light. Soon, however, a convoy appeared at the edge of his vision. Because of their speed, the headlights seemed to grow larger and larger. On the dark, winding road, the convoy shot forward like arrows from a bow, becoming nothing more than a blur. In the blink of an eye, it flashed past Xiao Zhenyan. Whoosh! Xiao Zhenyan was so focused on the convoy that he didn't even see when Ji Luo threw the rebar. He only heard a dull, heavy whoosh of air. The dark, heavy spear of steel vanished into the darkness the moment it left Ji Luo's hand, its trajectory imperceptible. Bang! As if reversing cause and effect, the rebar thrown from Ji Luo's hand pierced the bulletproof glass of the luxury car in the most inconceivable way, flying straight into the vehicle. A man's scream rang out. Splattered blood dyed the car's ceiling red and speckled the side windows. Screech! The piercing sound of brakes filled the air. The entire convoy was thrown into chaos. The sudden braking of the third car forced the fourth to swerve, causing it to flip onto the road, spinning and scraping a trail of sparks. Panic like headless flies spread to the vehicles behind. Brakes squealed one after another and shouts erupted as people tried to regain control. See, it worked. Ji Luo picked up the tissues from the ground and stuffed them into his pocket. He then scuffed his feet on the ground a couple of times to erase his footprints. Xiao Zhenyan was stunned senseless. As if his ability to think had vanished, he mimicked Ji Luo scuffing his own feet on the ground to erase his footprints. Standing among the fallen pine needles in the woods, Xiao Zhenyan's mind was a tangled mess. He looked at Ji Luo's relaxed expression, then turned to look at the chaotic road, his jaw clenched tight. Xiao Zhenyan, let's go. Ji Luo paid no heed to the onlooker's expression. He adjusted his collar, a slight smile gracing his lips, then turned and strode off into the distance. Under the pitch-black night, the distant lights shimmered like a sea of brilliance. Xiao Zhenyan followed the blurry figure ahead, walking with unsteady steps. Ji Luo leisurely tread on the soft pine needles, neither fast nor slow, as if utterly unconcerned about anyone pursuing him. Ji Luo was naturally well aware of Xiao Zhenyan's shock and disbelief. In fact, one could say that the current situation had been orchestrated entirely by him. Just as Ji Luo had told Xiao Junyan, bringing him along this time was to give him a reason to follow without betrayal. To be honest, Ji Luo himself felt that his recent actions were somewhat absurd. Absurd beyond all reason. In that situation, even if it were someone else, or even a different weapon with an elite sniper perched in a tree, fully prepared success would still be far from guaranteed. After all, on such a dark night, merely locating the target accurately in a short time was a challenge. Add in factors like wind direction and relative speed, and only a sniper of unparalleled skill could accomplish it. Yet Ji Luo, with just a single steel bar, casually threw it. A steel bar 25 millimeters in diameter and over 1.7 meters long weighed dozens of kilograms. For an ordinary person, merely hurling it over 10 meters would strain human limits, let alone aiming to pierce someone. But Ji Luo with one hand flung the steel bar with such speed that the wind whistled. After flying over 10 meters, it pierced straight through the bulletproof glass, gravely wounding the person in the back seat. The steel bar versus a sniper rifle, an ordinary person versus an elite sniper. The contrast was so absurd that Xiao Junyan even began to doubt whether Ji Luo was human. Of course, strictly speaking, Xiao Junyan's guess was correct. Ji Luo was indeed not an ordinary person, but an evolver among the human race. Fighting 50 men in broad daylight and executing a long-range sniper shot with a steel bar at night. This superhuman power was precisely the reason Ji Luo wanted to reveal to Xiao Junyan. After today, Xiao Junyan would harbor suspicion, fear, and doubt toward Ji Luo, but these emotions would only make him more loyal, or perhaps cautious would be a better term. In facing Ji Luo, he would inevitably weigh more considerations and constraints, greatly reducing the likelihood of betrayal. One event after another, each interlocking. Ji Luo's actions that day, apart from striking down both groups of thugs, had Xiao Junyan as their primary target. He was a talent worth the effort to recruit. After all, considering Su Qinghan's needs, Ji Luo felt that Xiao Junyan and his group might prove useful. Xiao Junyan, you have my number, don't you? If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Ji Luo and Xiao Junyan had walked in silence the entire way. He led him to the edge of a park and stopped. Of course, I'll also contact you when I have matters. All right. Xiao Junyan trudged over to Ji Luo, hesitated for a moment, then lifted his head, his gaze complex as he looked at Ji Luo. What I know, only I know. I won't tell anyone. I trust you. Ji Luo broke into a cheerful smile, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. His sincerity was overwhelming, as if he trusted Xiao Junyan unconditionally, based solely on his character, without needing any proof. Xiao Junyan met Ji Luo's gaze for a moment, then lowered his head. As if struck by a thought, he nodded again, scuffing his shoes twice on the park steps. Ji Luo, if you need, I can prepare another number 1 that only stores your contact. No need. I'm not planning anything shady right now. Any contact with you can stand up to scrutiny. For important matters, we'll talk face to face. Then I'll head back. Xiao Junyan sniffled, gave a slight bow to Ji Luo, and turned around with an air of nonchalance, walking into the park along the steps. Ji Luo stood there watching until Xiao Junyan disappeared from sight. A sudden urge to smoke came over him, but patting his pockets, he found no cigarettes. I wonder if this is right or wrong. Ji Luo was not one to be indecisive. The things he had revealed to Xiao Junyan, though increasingly terrifying upon reflection, would not lead to his death. The degree of threat to himself, if exposed. This was Ji Luo's criterion for deliberation and the unyielding line he held. Although Su Qinghan's innate ability allowed for death retrospection, Ji Luo could never grasp the save point. Aonati rewind was generally feasible, but if matters required long-term observation and planning, death retrospection became less potent. It could only be said that it always preserved the ability to respond to crises, providing reassurance in terms of survival. So why did Ji Luo reveal such threatening things to Xiao Junyan? Because now, Ji Luo had realized the limits of going it alone, especially with Su Qinghan's death this time. Ji Luo had managed to save her in the end, but he himself felt a bit lucky, as if fortune had smiled upon him. Next, Su Qinghan was set to attend some auction to seize a sacred relic. Such a dangerous endeavor. Ji Luo simply couldn't handle it alone. He needed a helper. Su Yi would definitely help him, but Su Yi was too straightforward and inflexible, only fit to be a muscle man. Xiao Junyan, on the other hand, with his personality, abilities, and desires, perfectly matched Ji Luo's requirements. In various situations, Xiao Junyan could play his part perhaps even better than Ji Luo himself. Thus, Ji Luo had gone to such great lengths to bring him into the fold. Looks like things are going quite smoothly. Ji Luo knew that his deterrent power over Xiao Junyan came solely from the intensity of the threat. But there was no helping it. Ji Luo didn't have the time to slowly wear him down. This kind of domineering, swift approach was also quite effective. Time to go home. Ji Luo pulled out his phone, checked the time, patted the dust off his pants, and turned to walk toward the nearest main street. Ji Luo had 2 phones. One with a SIM card registered under his own ID was currently on Su Qinghan's desk. The one in his hand was a burner phone he had bought, anonymous and immune to searches. If necessary, he could simply pull it out and toss it away. Ever since getting involved with Su Qinghan, Ji Luo had been quietly making preparations in every aspect. He now habitually carried large amounts of cash, and the card he used to store money was not under his name. Everything was being prepared silently and methodically. Su Qinghan, are you worth all this for me? What troubled Ji Luo most now was no longer Su Qinghan's enemies. After all, whoever killed Su Qinghan, he would kill them in return. Anyone who tried to harm her would have to get past him first. But a doubt lingered in Ji Luo's heart what exactly had happened in Su Qinghan's past. Is she good or evil? After a long and weary journey, when Ji Luo finally returned to the residential compound, the falling snow had already bleached his hair white. He had originally planned to go home first, change clothes and freshen up before meeting Su Qinghan. However, to his surprise, the moment he set foot on the staircase, Su Qinghan opened the door for him. "You're back." Though Su Qinghan's expression appeared calm, as ever having spent so much time with her, Ji Luo could now discern the tenderness she concealed beneath her composure. "I'm back." Understanding her unspoken intent, Ji Luo bypassed his own home and stepped directly into hers. The young woman fetched a towel, brushed the snow from his shoulders, then handed it to him so he could dry his hair himself. "I'll get you some slippers." Su Qinghan always kept her inner turmoil hidden, a habit forged through countless trials of blood and fire. But at this moment, she bent down, took a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, and placed them neatly before Ji Luo. There was a gentle grace in her movements, as natural as that of a long-married couple. "Thanks." Though this was not his first visit to Su Qinghan's home, an ineffable awkwardness lingered within him. It couldn't be helped. Ji Luo always felt that Su Qinghan might have secrets hidden in every corner. If he stumbled upon them carelessly, their rapport would become terribly complicated. "Make yourself at home. Have a seat." Su Qinghan deliberately pulled out a chair at the dining table for him. Then she went into the kitchen, ladled out the bone broth that had been simmering on a low flame, and brought it to him. Ji Luo sat down, took the steaming bowl from her hands, then lifted the insulated covers off the dishes and stacked them aside. "How long did you spend on all this? Such a lavish spread." "Not too long. 2 hours." Su Qinghan placed her own bowl of broth at the edge of the table, pondered his question for a moment, then picked up the chopsticks beside her and handed a pair to Ji Luo. "Ji Luo, you left your phone on the table last night." "Yeah, I didn't realize until I got to work." Ji Luo reached for the phone on the table, glanced through it, and couldn't help but chuckle at the messages from Tang Ruoshi. "Tang Ruoshi holds quite a prejudice against me." "Are you sure it's prejudice?" "It's more like resentment." Su Qinghan looked at his smug, mischief-making face and couldn't suppress a roll of her eyes. Yet her features were so exquisite that even that gesture was endearing. "Su Qinghan, you're wronging me. I was actually thinking of introducing her to a job, and the hourly wage is quite tempting." Ji Luo wore a triumphant expression, winking and grinning at her. His antics finally broke Su Qinghan's composure, and she burst into laughter. "Ji Luo, you're acting just like a shady middleman. If Tang Ruoshi could beat you, shed, make sure you regretted provoking her." "Of course. If I couldn't take her in a fight, I'd have stayed far away long ago and never dared to mess with her." As he spoke, Ji Luo raised his bowl and took a delightful sip of the soup. A wave of warmth flowed down his throat, dispelling all the chill he had endured on the way home. "Su Qinghan, I've always been a coward who bullies the weak." "Ji Luo, this is the first time I've realized how insufferable you are." His silliness drew a laugh from Su Qinghan. She picked up the knife beside her, cut 2 slices from the braised pork knuckle, and placed a generous piece onto his plate. "Thanks." Ji Luo adored Su Qinghan's cooking, or rather his lazy nature made him love anything delicious that required no effort on his part. "You're welcome." Su Qinghan sat back down. Her demeanor toward him tonight was subtly different from before. To call it more tender would be an overstatement. Perhaps it was simply more intimate. The dynamic between them had shifted slightly. For the first time, Su Qinghan actively closed the distance, tending to Ji Luo's feelings. "Ji Luo, I saw a huge bullfrog at the market today. I thought about buying it, but I was afraid you wouldn't like it, so I didn't." "Bullfrog? I've never tried it. Buy some next time. I'll give it a taste." Ji Luo acted as if he hadn't noticed any change in Su Qinghan, maintaining his usual casual tone. After a few bites, Su Qinghan set down her chopsticks as if she had lost her appetite. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, as though she was considering how to broach a certain topic. "All right, next time I'll buy a few bullfrogs, and we can have hot pot." Hot pot sounds great, but go easy on the chili. I can't handle too much." Ji Luo chatted with Su Qinghan so naturally that their conversation felt effortless, as if their relationship no longer required any formal restraint. "By the way, Su Qinghan, speaking of hot pot, we can go back to that same place. I've mostly dealt with those thugs." "Those thugs? How did you handle them?" Su Qinghan furrowed her brows, slightly casting a worried glance at Ji Luo. She certainly hadn't forgotten what happened before. Ji Luo had beaten a thug leader half to death. There was no way it could be resolved that easily. A good beating sorted it out. Ji Luo's chopsticks moved swiftly, as if he were racing Su Qinghan for the food. But at that moment, Su Qinghan hadn't even tightened her grip on her chopsticks. She had no appetite lost and thought about certain possibilities. "Next time you go, let's go together." "Of course. Next time it's my treat." Ji Luo winked and smirked at her, his sly expression coaxing a smile from Su Qinghan. It was only then that Su Qinghan realized Ji Luo had been acting silly all along, just to cheer her up. He had probably sensed long ago that she had something difficult to say, but was too polite to ask, waiting for her to speak of her own accord. "Ji Luo, why do you sometimes act like a blockhead and other times seem incredibly sharp?" "What can I say? Su Qinghan, intelligence is like the stock market. Ups and downs are all up to fate. I'm just trying to be human." Ji Luo drained the last of his bone broth, then reached out his hand towards Su Qinghan. She narrowed her eyes at him, then naturally picked up a steamed bun from beside her and handed it over. Ji Luo, were you deliberately playing dumb in front of me before? I feel like I've been tricked. I didn't. No, I haven't. Don't talk nonsense. Ji Luo delivered a swift triple denial, then took 2 hearty bites of the bun and picked up a piece of fatty alien pork knuckle savoring the rich meaty flavor. You were the one who made it too obvious, Su Qinghan. If there's something on your mind, just say it. No need to beat around the bush. We've been through too much together like old revolutionary comrades. Who's your revolutionary comrade? You just happened to be there when I needed help. As she spoke, Su Qinghan's mood suddenly dimmed. She tapped her chopsticks against the edge of the plate a couple of times, didn't pick up any food, and instead set them down on the table. Su Qinghan, you needed help, and I happened to be there. That's enough. More than enough. Ji Luo, you're such a fool. Su Qinghan propped her forehead with her hand and couldn't help closing her eyes as if she was still torn over a decision she should have made. Fool or not, fortune favors the foolish. Ji Luo didn't press Su Qinghan too hard. During the girl's silence, he devoured the steamed buns and dishes, finishing the buns in no time. Su Qinghan heard the sound of Ji Luo's chopsticks stopping. She lowered her hand, looked up at him, then took another steamed bun and handed it to him. Su Qinghan, I've had enough. I'm not eating anymore. Just eat it. There was a hint of coercion in Su Qinghan's tone. Ji Luo wore an expression of being truly full, yet his hand reached out and took the bun, unceremoniously stuffing it into his mouth. Delicious. Su Qinghan, the shrimp you stir-fried is fragrant. Did you add cashews and peanuts? Can't the bun shut your mouth? You talk too much. Su Qinghan could feel that her mood was off, but no matter how hard she forced herself to prepare mentally, when facing Ji Luo, her attitude remained different from usual. The girl couldn't help but take a deep breath, trying to gather her scattered thoughts and shift the topic. Ji Luo, why are you back so late today? You're usually home by 6. Work was busy today. I also. Did those thugs corner you? And you got into a fight? Su Qinghan didn't believe Ji Luo's excuses at all. She looked him up and down, confirming he wasn't injured before finally stopping her gaze. Not at all. Everything went according to plan. Ji Luo felt a twinge of guilt thinking about what he had done today. Su Qinghan didn't look at him, but picked up her chopsticks to serve him food. Su Qinghan knew what Ji Luo liked to eat, and her movements were swift. In no time, she had piled a mountain of food on the plate in front of him. Su Qinghan, stop. I surrender. Surrender. Ji Luo wasn't afraid when Su Qinghan looked at him coldly. That meant she might be angry, but she wouldn't sulk. The most terrifying moment for the girl was now. This silence with her gaze averted. She was definitely unhappy inside. If Ji Luo ignored it, he would surely be the one to suffer. What are you surrendering for? Though Su Qinghan's tone remained harsh, she finally stopped sulking. The girl raised her head and stared at him meaningfully for a long, while only stopping when Ji Luo shifted his eyes to the plate. Ji Luo, I know you have your own plans, but remember, times have changed. Indeed, times have changed. Ji Luo nodded solemnly, putting on an expression of full agreement with Su Qinghan. He knew very well that her words carried a double meaning. But Su Qinghan thought he didn't understand and continued to scold him seriously. Ji Luo, ordinary martial arts have their limits. You can't possibly withstand guns and cannons. Some people definitely have guns, they're just restrained by social rules, which is why you've been able to show off. I understand. Ji Luo could tell that Su Qinghan was worried about him. In her eyes, he was just an ordinary man with some martial arts skills, but facing guns or evolvers he would be doomed. He couldn't afford to be complacent. I hope you do. Su Qinghan rubbed her forehead in frustration, wanting to tell Ji Luo everything, but she couldn't reveal these things. Times had truly changed. All right, Su Qinghan, tell me about your problem. I just recruited a useful little brother today, and my ability to help has increased significantly. Ji Luo had only a little bun left. He finished it in one bite, then wolfed down several mouthfuls of vegetables. Slow down. Seeing Ji Luo devour his food so ravenously, Su Qinghan was afraid he might choke and couldn't help but glare at him reproachfully. It's fine. Ji Luo was about to say he was okay, when suddenly he clutched his throat, his eyes wide open, clearly showing signs of choking. Su Qinghan quickly pushed her chair aside, rushed to Ji Luo, and pounded his back vigorously, urging him to spit it out. Don't force it down. Just spit it out, and you'll be fine. Ji Luo puffed out his cheeks and hurriedly raised his hand to signal Su Qinghan to stop pounding. He had been pretending to tease her, but he had gone too far. The pounding hurt so much that if his mouth weren't full, he would have screamed. What's wrong? Did I hit too hard? Su Qinghan realized something was off. She stopped her fists, and Ji Luo moved his body, swallowed the food, and let out a long sigh of relief. Good grief, you nearly beat me to death. You were faking it. Su Qinghan immediately saw through the situation. Her pearl-like eyes glaring, she pinched the soft flesh at Ji Luo's waist. It hurts. Ji Luo screamed in pain, but it was all an act. Su Qinghan wasn't using real force, she was just pinching superficially. Truce. I'm willing to sign a peace treaty, and as compensation for defeat, he'll help you with one favor. You fool. Seeing Ji Luo's frightened expression, Su Qinghan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She turned and walked back to her seat, her gaze wandering around the room, and her eyes suddenly grew moist. At that moment, the girl felt genuine warmth in her heart. Ji Luo had been clowning around to lighten her mood, and in an inexplicable way, he told her that no matter what happened, as long as she needed him, he would unhesitatingly be there for her. What's wrong? Don't get all teary-eyed. Ji Luo knew Su Qinghan had it tough, so he didn't want her to feel any pressure. He wasn't a good person, nor was his mind simple. He was an old pervert, so why pretend to be a saint? Su Qinghan, tell me, what can I do for you? Ji Luo, I need your help. Su Qinghan finally held back her tears. The girl pursed her lips, putting on a tough act, but it was all to suppress her emotions. I fight for you, my lady. Ji Luo placed his hand over his heart and clumsily mimicked a gentleman's bow. Su Qinghan nodded and finally broke into a smile. Ji Luo, I need you to attend an auction in about half a month to verify the authenticity of something. An auction? Sure, I've never been to one. It'll be an eye-opener. This time it's dangerous. Very dangerous. Afraid Ji Luo might not grasp the danger, Su Qinghan's expression turned extremely serious. She stared straight at him until he dropped his smile and showed a solemn look, then nodded again, confirming his resolve to step into danger. Ji Luo, you might die. No one is immortal. Under the warm glow of the light, Ji Luo and Su Qinghan sat at opposite ends of the dining table. The conversation that should have flowed smoothly suddenly stalled. Ji Luo looked up at Su Qinghan, tears shimmering faintly in the young girl's eyes as she gazed at him with resentment. I really dislike that remark of yours. Su Qinghan clenched her palms. Though Ji Luo had already promised to help her, his impulsive response still infuriated the young maiden. She had witnessed too much death, too much lingering attachment and reluctance. Everyone should cherish their own life, and no matter for whom, one could not relinquish the boundary between life and death so indifferently. I know. Ji Luo lowered his head as if admitting defeat. In his heart, he too felt conflicted. Su Qinghan needed help, so he decisively offered it. Yet now she blamed him for being too hasty. But paradoxically, Ji Luo also felt a sense of joy and comfort. Su Qinghan's attitude toward others always made one feel that she cherished him. Su Qinghan, I admit my words were flawed, but I hope you understand that I want to help you, and I am very willing to do so. I understand. Su Qinghan didn't ask why at an inopportune moment. The young girl took a deep breath as if shifting her mood and revealed a faint smile. Ji Luo, please wait a moment. Su Qinghan left the table and entered the room. Ji Luo had already nearly finished eating, but couldn't resist taking a few more bites. Su Qinghan's home-cooked meals were something few could savor. Ji Luo, take a look at this document. When Su Qinghan emerged from the bedroom, she held a small stack of papers. She handed most of the sheets to Ji Luo, keeping only the last one for herself. Ji Luo took the detailed, illustrated documents and carefully flipped through them. The first page introduced an ancient artifact. Only after reading most of the text did he grasp its purpose. A cup made of pure gold. Anyone drinking from it wouldn't fear poisoning. As for that, one might indeed not need to worry. Su Qinghan scooted her chair closer, narrowing the distance between them. Then she picked up a nearby thermos and gestured roughly with it. This golden cup is actually quite tall, nearly 30 centimeters. It is adorned with 13 gems in total, the most famous being the ruby at its center, known as the Bloody Tear. Wow, this ruby is this big. Ji Luo couldn't tell from the picture alone, but when Su Qinghan gestured with her fingers, he realized the most prominent ruby was larger than a walnut. How much is it worth? Not too much, just 30 million. Su Qinghan delighted in Ji Luo's astonished expression. The young girl's cherry lips pressed together, her smile subtle at the corners. But Ji Luo paid no heed to Su Qinghan's teasing. He was genuinely shocked. Since Su Qinghan had shown him the image of the golden cup, it meant the young maiden intended to seize it. What a thrill! Seizing a precious cultural relic worth 30 million. This was a worthy endeavor. Rather, Ji Luo felt honored to participate in such a significant case. Ahem, Su Qinghan, are you only confirming its authenticity? Ji Luo looked at Su Qinghan with watery eyes. The young girl was amused by his expression, raising a delicate fist to tap his shoulder. Ji Luo, you don't actually plan to snatch it by force, do you? This cup will surely be the final highlight. The starting bid is 30 million, and the final price will be at least triple that. Imagine how many eyes will be on it. 100 million. Ji Luo lowered his head, gazing at the color photo on the paper. His feelings were more of awe than shock. If this weren't a sacred relic needed by evolvers, only a fool would pay 10 million for it. Su Qinghan, what's the origin of this cup? It looks a bit like the Holy Grail from Fate. Does it? It does resemble it a little, but it's probably much larger with all these gems set into it. Su Qinghan took the picture of the golden cup and examined it closely, finding that it indeed bore some resemblance. Ji Luo had finished reading the first page, so he flipped through the subsequent materials. Compared to the simple introduction on the first page, the later sections contained some analysis, which was frankly a bit tedious. There's a legend suggesting this golden cup is called Cain's blood-drinking evil chalice. Ji Luo had almost finished reading the entire document when at the very end, he spotted this speculation in tiny print. He looked up to find Su Qinghan smiled on. Her lips were pressed together and her long lashes trembled slightly. Su Qinghan, what is Cain's blood-drinking evil chalice? Just a name fabricated from legends. Su Qinghan was reluctant to elaborate, but faced with Ji Luo's questioning gaze, the young girl still offered an explanation. According to the Bible, the first two sons born to Adam and Eve were Cain the elder and Abel the younger. Cain killed Abel out of hatred. When God asked Cain where his brother was, hoping he would confess his sin, Cain showed no remorse and tried to deceive God, ultimately being exiled. To ensure he would suffer eternally in exile, God placed a mark on him so that no one would kill him. Su Qinghan narrated slowly as if weighing her words, but Ji Luo had heard this story before. He was merely having it confirmed by her. Later, cursed by God, Cain gained immortality, wandering through darkness and desolation. But this also made him the first vampire unable to bear sunlight. God had not forgiven him, and the instinct for blood drinking was the mark of the curse. Vampires. Ji Luo was all too familiar with the term. Immortality, agelessness, elegance, mystery. Many seem to fancy this aesthetic, even wishing to become one of them. Yes, vampires. Legend has it that Cain is the progenitor of vampires. Those who receive his embrace become the first generation, the true ancestors. Su Qinghan paused mid-sentence, as if realizing she had shared unnecessary information. Ignoring Ji Luo's curious gaze, she forcibly steered the topic back. So this golden cup, called Cain's blood-drinking evil chalice, derives its immense value from this legend. Su Qinghan, is this cup really Cain's? Then wouldn't it be a divine artifact? Ji Luo knew Su Qinghan wanted to seize a sacred relic, and her need was for him to confirm its authenticity. If it's fake, forget it. But if the golden cup is real, wouldn't it be an incredibly powerful treasure? Ji Luo, do you think if it were truly such a legendary item, anyone would sell it? How could it be worth only this much?